Hello again, dear friend. Can you feel it? That hush in the air when the morning light first touches your garden. There's a softness to it, like the world is holding its breath. The birds haven't quite begun their songs, and the tea you've just poured still curls with steam in your favorite chipped mug. Maybe your hands rest gently in your lap, warm from the cup. Maybe there's a breeze just enough to stir the wind chimes and rustle the leaves. It's a small, quiet moment, but inside it so much beauty waits. That's where our story begins today. Not in a store, not with money, not with a trip to the garden center, but right here, with what you already have. You see, the world often tells us that to have something beautiful we must spend. That a lovely garden must come with high-end pots and boutique decor. That luxury costs. But my dear friend, we know better, don't we? Beauty doesn't come from price tags. It comes from intention, from care, from imagination. What if I told you that this very season I transformed my garden completely with just a few humble finds from Dollar Tree, no fancy catalog orders, no designer fees, just pizza pans, placemat spoons, and a whole lot of heart. The neighbors think I hired someone. But the truth is, I simply saw possibility where others might not. And today, I want to share it all with you. Every trick, every transformation, so you can bring that same quiet magic into your own backyard, no matter your budget, no matter your tools. Because you don't need youth or riches to create beauty. You just need a spark. And maybe a friend to walk beside you as it glows. So settle in. Maybe pour another cup of tea. Let's dream together and see what lovely things we can make from the simplest of materials and the deepest parts of ourselves. Remember those old terracotta saucers that once sat beneath your flower pots? Maybe one still lingers on your porch, stained by years of soil and sun. It might even have a small chip in the rim, the kind of imperfection that makes it easy to overlook. But what if I told you that very piece, forgotten and ordinary, could become the crown jewel of your garden? Here's how I turned mine into a bird bath that looks like it came straight from a boutique for under $3. First, I flipped the saucer upside down and balanced it gently on top of an empty flower pot. That pot had once held a struggling tomato plant long since composted, but now it served a brand new purpose, a pedestal. A little dab of weatherproof adhesive helped stabilize the saucer if wind's an issue in your area, though often gravity and care are enough. Then came the Magic Touch smooth river rocks from Dollar Tree. I scattered them across the base of the upturned saucer, letting the soft grays and browns nestle into one another like pebbles in a creek bed. A splash of water brought it to life, glistening, rippling, cool. And then I waited. It didn't take long before the birds noticed. First, a curious robin, then a pair of finches. Before I knew it, my backyard had become a miniature resort, wings, fluttering feathers, dipping beaks, splashing joyfully. Each visit a small performance, a reminder that even the smallest gesture of welcome, a bit of water, a few stones can invite such life. Best of all, this lovely bird bath stands at a comfortable height. No stooping, no hauling heavy bags of concrete or ceramic, just simple stacking and a bit of heart. Now, every morning as I sip my tea, I glance towards that saucer. I watch the gentle ripple of water and the arrival of another visitor, grateful. Because that little bird bath doesn't just nourish the birds. It nourishes me too, a daily reminder that beauty blooms in simplicity. Still useful just like us. Do you remember fireflies? Back when the evenings felt longer and we'd sit out on the porch just watching the sky change color, there was a kind of hush before the stars came out. And then, just like magic, the first soft glow would appear among the trees. Little flickers of light drifting through the dusk like tiny lanterns on invisible strings. That's the feeling I wanted to capture when I made these fairy light mason jar lanterns. And you can do it too, right from your kitchen table with just a few quiet supplies and a touch of imagination. Start with plain mason jars. You probably have a few tucked away from old jam batches or button collections. If not, Dollar Tree has them for $1.25 a piece. Then grab a strand of battery-operated fairy lights, they're in the seasonal aisle, and work beautifully for outdoor use. Now comes the fun part, gently coil the lights inside the jar, tucking the battery pack down at the bottom. No glue, no tools, no wires. Just light. You can keep the lid off entirely, or if you like, drill a small hole to run the light strand through for a neater look. When twilight falls, place these glowing jars along your garden path, tuck them between your favorite flower pots, or line them up on your porch railing like tiny guardians of the evening. Some nights I hang mine from shepherd's hooks, and when the breeze moves the branches just right, the lights twinkle like stars caught in a jar. They don't plug in, they don't buzz, they don't cost more than a few dollars each, but they feel expensive. They feel like something made with care. And maybe that's the real charm. In a world that moves so fast, these little lights invite us to slow down, to watch, to wonder. Because when the sun sets and the garden turns to shadow, it's not darkness we see its potential. It's the glow of possibility, just like those fireflies from years ago. Still flickering, still magical. And now they live right here, in your garden. Maybe you've stood in your garden before and whispered, now, which one was the oregano again? It happens to all of us, even the most seasoned gardeners. Herbs can be sneaky like that, growing wild and lovely until we're not sure what's basil and what's lemon balm. But instead of buying plastic markers or ordering expensive metal tags, I found something far more personal and oddly charming, right in my kitchen drawer: wooden spoons. The kind you might have once used to stir a pot of soup for your grandkids. Here's how I turned those humble spoons into some of the loveliest herb labels I've ever seen. First, I gave each spoon a gentle sanding, just enough to soften the edges and bring out the grain in the wood. You can skip this step if you prefer the weathered look, but I find it therapeutic, almost like polishing an old memory. Then, using a wood-burning pen or just a fine-tip permanent marker, I carefully wrote the names of my herbs along the handles. Thyme, parsley, dill. Each one felt like a small celebration honoring the plants I grow and the meals they'll someday season. You can paint the spoon heads in soft garden shades: sage green, buttery yellow, lavender blue, or leave them plain and let the sun do its work. Over time, they fade and gray, gaining character with every passing season. Plant them directly into your herb bed, standing tall and proud. Unlike plastic tags, these don't clash with the earth. They belong. And if your hands aren't as steady as they used to be, that's okay. Wobbly lines and slightly off-center lettering only make them more special. They become a part of your garden story, not manufactured but made. Now when I walk past my herb patch, I see more than just labels. I see spoons that once stirred sauces, now standing guard over green sprigs of flavor. I see care. I see connection. It's a simple thing, but isn't that always the way? The smallest touches often carry the most meaning. And these spoon markers, they're not just organizing your herbs. They're telling your garden story one handwritten word at a time. Do you remember the plastic ice cube trays we all used before refrigerators made their own? I still have a few cloudy from age tucked in the back of a drawer. They used to clatter with frozen cubes for summer lemonade or keep peas chilled for picnics. But today they found a new life. A far more beautiful one. When I first stumbled across the idea of using ice cube trays as planters for succulents, I thought, well, why not? Their neat geometric compartments, so tidy and uniform, seemed perfect for the tiny root systems of succulent babies. And I promise you, friend, this simple repurposing project looks like something straight out of a high-end gardening catalog. Here's how I did it. I started by filling each cube slot with a cactus potting mix, light, well-draining soil that these little desert dwellers adore. Then I gently nestled in small succulent clippings, the kind you can propagate from an existing plant or pick up affordably at a local nursery. Dollar Tree even has starter trays sometimes, and those work just as well. Each row became its own tiny landscape. Rosette's jelly beans, string of pearls, a miniature garden within a grid. I placed the tray inside a shallow wooden box for added charm, but you could just as easily sit it on a sun-drenched table or shelf. Over time, the succulents begin to root and thrive. You can even trim and transplant them once they outgrow their tiny homes. The effect, surprisingly elegant. People who visit ask where I bought it. They lean in close, admiring the symmetry, the colors, the calmness of it. But I just smile because I know it came from a leftover kitchen drawer, not a boutique. And the best part? No heavy lifting. No bending. These trays are lightweight, easy to water, and perfect for hands that prefer gentler tasks. It's amazing how something so plain, a forgotten freezer tray, can become a stage for living art. Kinda like us, don't you think? Simple beginnings, quiet transformations, and now, blooming in the most unexpected ways. Have you ever sat beside a gentle stream and felt your shoulders drop, your breath slow, your thoughts soften? That hush of water over stone, it doesn't demand your attention, it just soothes. Quietly, steadily, like a lullaby for grown-ups. I've always dreamed of capturing that same feeling in my garden, but fountains can be heavy, expensive, and a bit intimidating. Then, one afternoon, I looked at a stack of mismatched plastic bowls from the Dollar Tree and thought, why not? What followed was one of the most peaceful, rewarding DIYs I've ever created. Here's how I did it. I chose 3 plastic bowls of descending sizes, small, medium, and large, all in soft, earthy tones. You can use what you have, or paint them if you'd like. I drilled small holes in the bottom of the top 2 bowls, just enough to let water trickle down from one into the next. Then I stacked them gently, largest on the bottom, with small inverted plant pots in between to give them height and separation. At the very base, I placed a small solar or battery-powered pump, also found at the seasonal aisle or online for a few dollars. When I filled the top bowl with water and turned the pump on, it began, the sound. A soft, bubbling trickle that danced from one level to the next. The water caught, the light sparkled over the sides, and suddenly, my little corner of garden felt like a spa retreat. I surrounded the base with smooth stones and planted creeping thyme and trailing alyssum nearby. The result? A peaceful oasis. No plumbing, no electricity, no back strain. Just plastic bowls and imagination. Sometimes I'll sit beside it with a book I don't plan to read, just letting the rhythm of the water settle my spirit. It's not a grand fountain, it didn't cost hundreds, but it gives me peace. And isn't that the true value of anything we place in our garden? Not how expensive it looks, but how it makes us feel. This little fountain born from plastic reminds me daily serenity doesn't have to be earned. It can be made with quiet hands, kind thoughts, and a few simple things. There's something deeply comforting about vintage things, the softness of faded color, the way time leaves behind a gentle mark instead of a scar. They remind us that beauty doesn't always shout. Sometimes it just whispers, "I've been loved." That's the spirit I wanted to bring into my flower beds when I looked at a pack of white plastic spoons from Dollar Tree and saw something more than utensils. I saw stories, ones we could write by hand. This little DIY is one of the simplest in the bunch and one of the most satisfying. Here's how it works. First, gather your plastic spoons, the kind we usually save for parties or picnics. Give them a good wash if they've been tucked away for a while. Then, using chalk paint or matte acrylics in soft garden-inspired colors, sage green antique, white pale lavender coat each spoon fully. Don't worry if the brush strokes show or if you miss a spot here or there. In fact, those tiny imperfections are what give them character. Once dry, take a small square of fine sandpaper and gently distress the edges of the spoon bowls and handles. Just enough to let a little white peek through like a hint of time-worn patina. Then, with a permanent marker or paint pen, write the names of your plants in flowing, elegant script: zinnias, cosmos, snapdragon. The result markers that look like they came from an antique garden shop in the countryside. Push them gently into the soil beside your plants. Over time, the weather will do its work, fading the paint just enough, softening the lines, deepening the charm. I love that these markers don't clash with nature, they blend into it. They become part of the landscape, just like a favorite bench or a pair of worn gloves. And for those of us who may not bend as easily as we used to, these markers are tall enough to see from a standing position. No crouching, no squinting, just clarity, comfort, and charm. Every garden tells a story, dear friend. These spoon markers, they're chapter titles. Gentle reminders of what we've planted, what we're tending, and what's still growing in the soil and in us. Some gardens sing in layers, tall blossoms in the back, medium ones in the middle, and soft mounding plants spilling forward in gentle waves. But when everything's the same height, even the loveliest flowers can feel a bit flat. That's exactly what I was facing in one corner of my patio. A dozen healthy potted plants, all blooming beautifully, but something just didn't look right. It felt like they were whispering when I wanted them to sing. Then I remembered those aluminum pizza pans I'd picked up at Dollar Tree. Lightweight, reflective, and beautifully wide, they were meant for the oven, but I saw something else a stage. A way to elevate my flowers without lifting anything heavy or buying expensive plant stands. Here's the simple secret. Flip the pizza pan upside down. That's it. The slightly raised edge becomes a base, and the flat surface becomes a perfect riser for your flower pot. Place your plant on top, whether it's a terracotta pot or a decorative plastic one, and just like that, you've added height and elegance. I grouped mine in clusters of 3, one on a riser, one directly on the ground, and one on an upside-down plastic bowl for added variety. The different levels create visual drama. Your eyes dance across the display, taking in each petal, each leaf. And the best part, the metallic surface of the pizza pan reflects sunlight upward, giving your plants a subtle glow, almost like they're being softly lit from below. It's such a small thing, but it makes your flowers feel like centerpieces and your garden like an art gallery. These risers are lightweight and easy to reposition. No drilling, no tools, no fuss. Just imagination stacked on simplicity. I still smile when I walk past that patio corner. Not because it's grand or expensive, but because it feels alive. The pans I once used to bake Friday night pizzas now hold blooming petunias and trailing sweet potato vines. What was once a flat ordinary spot has become a layered story, one of elevation, transformation, and quiet brilliance. It's funny, isn't it? Sometimes all we need is a little lift, just a few inches, to let our beauty shine a bit brighter. Do you remember those childhood days when the wind would sing through the trees and we'd listen as if nature had its own secret lullaby? The kind of sound that made you stop in your tracks, just to feel it. Well, I wanted that sound in my garden, not loud or clanging, but gentle, cheerful. A sound that would make me smile while watering the tomatoes or sitting with my book. And would you believe? It came from a pack of plastic cups. This DIY wind chime is pure joy, colorful, musical, and simple to make. I started with 6 plastic party cups in a rainbow of soft hues. Pastels work beautifully, but any color that makes your heart light up will do. I turned them upside down and carefully used a heated needle to poke a small hole through the base of each one. If you're not comfortable with heat, a small hand drill or sharp skewer works just as well. Then, using fishing line, I tied each cup at a different length to a wooden embroidery hoop. You can find both at Dollar Tree or perhaps in your crafting stash from long ago. I tied the strings securely, making sure each cup had space to move freely. Next came the placement. I hung the chime from a shepherd's hook near my lavender patch, where the breeze always seems to stir. And the first time the wind passed through, oh friend, what a sound. A soft clinking melody like gentle bells in a faraway garden. Not overwhelming, just enough to lift your spirit. What I didn't expect was how the sunlight would play through the cups. The translucent plastic caught the light like stained glass, casting bits of pink, blue, and yellow onto the nearby leaves. In the early evening, it felt like my flowers were dancing in colored light. There's something healing about that kind of whimsy, especially when it comes from something so simple, so affordable. And isn't that the beauty of this season of life? We no longer chase trends or fuss over perfection. We find joy in the breeze and the flicker of color in the music made by ordinary things. These wind chimes remind me that our gardens don't just bloom with plants, they bloom with delight. Every gardener knows the moment you step outside after a warm summer rain, only to find your tallest flowers slumped over like sleepy dancers at the end of a long recital. Delphiniums, cosmos, snapdragons. They try so hard to stand proud, but gravity has its own plans. In the past, I might have reached for twine and old garden stakes. Functional, yes, but not exactly beautiful. But then I thought, why not support these blooms with a bit of style? And that's how bamboo skewers and satin ribbon, both from Dollar Tree, became part of my garden's most graceful little secret. Here's how you can do it too. Start with a handful of bamboo skewers. They're lightweight, smooth, and surprisingly strong. Gently cluster 3 or 4 around the base of your tall, top-heavy flower, pressing them into the soil about 4 to 6 inches deep. You want them to create a little frame around the plant, almost like a fence post would around a tree sapling. Then take a soft spool of ribbon. I chose dusty rose for my pink zinnias and sage green for my blue delphiniums, and begin wrapping it in a slow spiral around the bamboo stakes. Don't pull it tight. Let it float like a soft scarf, looping gently as you climb upward. Tie a loose bow at the top or let the ends flutter in the breeze. The effect's stunning. It's as if the plant is being embraced, not restrained. The ribbon adds a pop of color while offering support, and the bamboo blends naturally into the garden bed. You could even color coordinate different areas of your garden with different ribbon hues. Lemon yellow near the daisies, lavender near your salvias. And best of all, there's no hammering, no bending, no heavy lifting. Just a few gentle tucks and twirls of your fingers. This simple, whimsical structure keeps my blooms upright and radiant, even on windy days. And when the sun catches the ribbon just right, it flutters like the tail of a kite, a tiny celebration in every breeze. In many ways, it reminds me of how we support each other. Not with force, but with grace, with beauty, with presence. Because strength doesn't have to be rigid. Sometimes it's soft-flowing and wrapped in care, just like ribbon, just like us. If you've ever wandered through a cottage garden, you know the charm of a winding path, the kind that invites you to meander slowly, pausing here and there to admire a bloom, touch a leaf, or simply breathe. I've always dreamed of having such a path in my own garden, but when I looked into buying stepping stones, well, let's just say the prices made me step away. So I looked at what I had, and there they were. A pair of round cake pans sitting dusty in the back of the cupboard. They hadn't seen a birthday in years, but they were about to become something even better, a story beneath my feet. Here's how I turned them into stepping stones that delight both the eyes and the heart. First, I sprayed the inside of each cake pan with a bit of cooking oil, just enough so the finished stones would pop out easily. Then I mixed up a small batch of quick-set concrete. You can find pre-mixed bags at any hardware store, and you only need a little for each stone. Once poured into the pans, I gave each one a gentle tap to release any air bubbles. Then came my favorite part: decoration. Into the soft, wet surface, I pressed smooth glass gems from Dollar Tree, leftover bits of mosaic tile, even small pebbles I'd collected on walks. One stone spells out "grow." Another has a spiral of blue marbles like a galaxy beneath my roses. You can personalize each one: initials, pressed leaves, even shells from a beach long past. After a day of curing, I turned them out of the pans, and there they were. Perfectly round, sturdy, beautiful stepping stones made not just with hands, but with memory. I placed them through my flower bed in a soft, curving path. No more tiptoeing through mulch or stepping on roots. Each stone is a moment, a pause in the journey, a place to admire the view. They're lightweight enough to move if you change your mind, yet solid enough to endure all seasons. And each one is unique, like the years we've lived, imperfect, yes, but meaningful. It's funny how something that once held cake now carries footsteps. From birthdays to bloom days, from celebration to serenity. And every time I walk that path, I'm reminded life leaves traces, and they can be beautiful. Once upon a time, there was a metal colander that strained spaghetti on Sunday evenings. It sat in a cupboard, faithfully catching steam and rinsing berries until the handle bent, and it was gently retired, not broken, just done with the kitchen. But like so many things, and like so many of us, its usefulness wasn't over. It simply needed a new purpose. That's how it found its way into my garden, where it became one of the most breathtaking hanging planters I've ever created. If you've never looked at a colander and seen a planter, let me show you how a $1.25 kitchen item becomes a living waterfall of blooms. First, choose a metal colander. Any size will do. The ones from Dollar Tree have those lovely punched holes which turn out to be perfect natural drainage. Line the inside with a bit of coconut fiber or moss to help hold the soil in place while still allowing water to flow through. Then fill it with rich potting soil, gently pressing it in around the edges. Now the fun part: planting. I like to use trailing flowers like petunias, calabrachoas, or even ivy. Tuck them around the outer edge so they spill over the sides like a curtain and nest a fuller bloom like a geranium or begonia in the center. Water it in gently. To hang it, I used a set of strong twine ropes looped through the handles and tied together above. A sturdy shepherd's hook or tree branch works beautifully for display. Over time, the metal of the colander begins to soften in color. The rain darkens it, the sun warms it, and it takes on a lovely antique patina, the kind that makes guests lean in and ask, "Where did you find that?" And the answer: you didn't find it. You reimagined it. I have 3 of these hanging at different heights near my back fence. When the wind blows, they sway gently. The flowers move like fabric. In the early morning, dew gathers on the metal, catching the first light like jewelry. It's amazing how something so plain, something most would toss or forget, can become a centerpiece. This little colander, once part of a meal, now feeds the soul. It reminds me that beauty is not about perfection or price. It's about vision and the willingness to believe that everything and everyone still has something beautiful left to give. Have you ever stood at the edge of your flower bed admiring the blooms and thought, something's missing? It's not the colors or the shapes, it's the framing. Like a painting without a border, the beauty needs just a touch of definition to truly shine. That's what inspired this next project, and I promise it's one of the simplest yet most striking transformations you can make in your garden. All you need are plastic placemats. Yes, placemats, the kind meant for your dinner table. I found a stack of them at Dollar Tree in soft floral prints and woven textures. Flexible, sturdy, and weather-resistant, perfect for the outdoors. But it's how we cut and place them that creates the magic. Start by choosing placemats in colors that complement your garden: soft sage, creamy ivory, or even metallic gold if you want a bit of sparkle. Using a pair of good scissors, cut a wavy or scalloped pattern along one long edge of each placemat. The curve gives a soft, flowing appearance once it's in the soil, nothing too harsh or rigid. Then simply push the placemats into the soil along the edge of your flower beds with the decorative edge facing up. You can bury them about halfway deep for stability. The result is a clean, intentional border that bends around curves and corners with ease, something traditional metal or stone edging often can't do. And the beauty, it weighs next to nothing. No hauling bricks, no hammering, no sharp edges. Just slip them into the earth like you're tucking in a garden blanket. I painted a few of mine with a brushed bronze finish, and you'd never know they weren't custom made from a garden design shop. The texture catches light, the curves guide the eye, and the whole bed feels instantly elevated. Neighbors asked if I hired someone. I smiled and told them nope, just a placemat and a pair of scissors. It's proof once again that creativity costs so little and offers so much. Now when I walk along my garden paths, these gentle edges remind me of lace, quiet, old-fashioned, lovingly made. And like lace, they don't shout. They simply make everything around them feel a bit more special. Sometimes the right frame doesn't just highlight beauty, it becomes part of it. Do you remember those old sweater bins we used to slide under the bed or stack in the closet? Clear plastic, humble, always handy for this or that. Well, one rainy afternoon, I looked at a few of mine and thought, what if these could grow life instead of just storing things? And that's how I built a mini greenhouse for seed starting out of a storage bin. No fancy equipment, no elaborate shelving, just the same bins you might already have gathering dust in the garage. Let me walk you through it. First, choose a large clear storage bin, one with a tight-fitting lid. The clearer the plastic, the more sunlight it will let through. If it's new, perfect. If it's old and scuffed, even better, a bit of softening from the sun adds character. Using a simple drill or a heated nail, I poked a few drainage holes in the bottom of the bin. Then I filled the bottom 2 inches with seed starting mix, light and fluffy, perfect for tender roots to stretch into. I planted herb seeds and flower seeds in neat little rows. Basil, chamomile, zinnias, marigolds. You can use paper cups, egg cartons, or even yogurt containers if you want to start with individual cells. But honestly, the bin itself works beautifully as an open bed. Then came the lid, gently placed on top to act as a dome, trapping humidity and warmth, just like a professional greenhouse. I propped it open slightly with a chopstick to allow some airflow. When the sun hits it, the inside steams up just a bit, and the magic begins. Within days, tiny green shoots emerged, stronger, healthier than I ever expected. This little greenhouse now sits on a bench in the sunniest part of my garden, protected from wind, curious critters, and sudden rainstorms. I lift the lid each morning like I'm opening a treasure chest, and truly, that's what it feels like. What once held sweaters now cradles new life. And the best part, no heavy lifting, no bending low, no harsh chemicals or heat mats, just light air and your nurturing hands. It's a reminder, too, that growth doesn't require a big investment. Sometimes it just needs the right environment and someone who believes in what's possible. Like you, like me, like all of us in our gardens, starting new chapters with old containers and hearts full of hope. We've all had that moment, standing in the garden, gloves on, sun hat tilted just right, and suddenly realizing the trowel is missing again, or the pruning shears, or the packet of zinnia seeds you just had in your pocket. It's not just about being forgetful. It's about how easy it is for the little things to scatter when we're tending to so much. That's where this next Dollar Tree transformation saved me, and maybe it'll save you too. You know those mesh laundry bags? The kind we used to use for delicate blouses or mismatched socks. Well, it turns out they're perfect for organizing garden tools. Here's how I use them now. I took a few mesh bags, the ones with zippers or drawstrings work best, and hung them from small hooks along the inside wall of my garden shed. But you don't need a shed. A simple nail on a fence post, the inside of your back door, or even the edge of a potting bench works just fine. Inside each bag, I slipped a category of tools. One holds hand tools, trowels, small clippers, a bulb planter. Another holds gloves all dry and neatly paired. A third holds seed packets clearly visible through the mesh. The magic here is breathability. The mesh allows air to circulate, keeping moisture from building up. No more rusting metal or moldy gloves. And because you can see through them, you don't have to rummage or unzip every bag to find what you need. I even added little tags to each one, handwritten on scrap cardstock. Planting, weeding, seeding. It's like having tiny drawers, but softer, lighter, and so much more forgiving. The bags themselves weigh next to nothing, and they're easy to move around. On days when my back is stiff, I carry just one filled with the tools for that morning's job and hang it nearby while I work. No bending, no back and forth trips, and the look surprisingly charming. A row of tidy mesh pouches fluttering slightly in the breeze like garden flags with purpose. Sometimes I think about how these bags were made for the laundry room, for the forgotten corners of domestic life. But here they are now in the sun, holding seeds and shears and the quiet rhythm of a gardener's day. Because even in retirement of objects or people, there's always a way to stay useful. And often the simplest systems bring the most peace. There was a time when I used one of those over-the-door shoe organizers to keep my gardening gloves and seed packets tidy. But one summer afternoon, while watering a row of herbs that kept getting trampled by my grandkid's soccer ball, I looked at that organizer and suddenly saw not storage, but space. Vertical space. Space to grow something new. If you're limited on garden room, whether you have a small patio, a narrow fence line, or just want to bring your plants closer to eye level, this Dollar Tree hack might be your new best friend. Here's how it works. Start with a clear or mesh over-the-door shoe organizer. They come with sturdy pockets, usually 12 or more. Flip it upside down and imagine each pocket not as a place for a sneaker, but for a sprig of life. I filled each pocket with a small scoop of lightweight potting soil mixed with a bit of perlite for drainage. Then I planted herbs like parsley, cilantro, mint, and chives, plus a few pansies and marigolds for a splash of color. The roots have just enough room to grow, and the pockets retain moisture surprisingly well. Using a few zip ties or heavy-duty hooks, I hung the whole thing along my back fence where it gets dappled morning sun. You could hang yours on a balcony railing a shed wall or even a sunny garage door. The transformation, stunning. Within a week, tiny leaves peeked out. In a month, I had a full tapestry of edible greens and blossoms cascading from the pockets like nature's own wall art. Every time I walk by, I snip a little basil for dinner or rub lavender between my fingers just to catch its scent. And the best part, no kneeling, no digging, no worries about rabbits or squirrels nibbling at the base. Everything is at standing height, easy on the back, gentle on the joints, and so satisfying to tend. Visitors ask where I bought it, and I love watching their eyes widen when I say, it's a shoe rack. Because what once held shoes now holds life. And that's the beauty of gardening in our golden years. We begin to see purpose everywhere in the small, the simple, the unexpected. This vertical garden reminds me that sometimes we don't need more ground. We just need to look up and trust that growth can happen wherever there's love and light. Twilight in the garden has always felt like magic to me. That quiet hour when the colors begin to soften and the last golden rays of sun kiss the edges of every petal. It's the time when everything glows, not because of the light, but because of the peace. But what if your garden could glow a little longer? What if it could sparkle gently after the sun went down, without wiring, without effort, without spending more than a few dollars? Let me introduce you to one of my favorite little tricks, solar fork garden stakes. Yes, plastic forks. Here's how I turned a handful of clear plastic forks and a box of solar lights into an enchanting evening display. Start with a pack of clear plastic forks, the kind you'd use at a summer barbecue. Then pick up some of those small solar lights from the Dollar Tree's seasonal aisle, the kind with the narrow base that usually sinks into the ground. Instead of pushing those lights directly into the soil tape or glue each one to the handle of a fork, the light becomes the flower and the fork becomes the stem. Then simply push the tines of the fork down into the soil between flowers, along pathways, or tucked among your vegetables. Because the forks are clear, they virtually disappear during the day. All you see is your garden resting in its natural beauty. But then as evening falls and the solar lights flicker on, it's pure wonder. Tiny glowing orbs nestled in the leaves. A quiet constellation scattered beneath your rose bushes. No cords, no outlets, no fuss. Just light where you least expect it. And it's so easy to rearrange. You can move them like fireflies, let them dance through your petunias one week and hover beside your herbs the next. I've even used these on my balcony pots. Just a single glowing light perched above a lavender bush brings warmth and charm to my evening tea. For those of us who may not venture out after dark as much as we used to, these lights bring the nighttime garden closer. They invite us to step out just once more before bed, to feel the air, to hear the crickets, to know that beauty never truly sleeps. And maybe that's what I love most about this little DIY. It proves that even the simplest tools can shine when given a new purpose. Just like you, just like me, still glowing, even in the twilight. There was a time when I fretted over every dry leaf and wilted stem in my garden, especially in the heat of summer. I'd head out with my watering can hands full and knees aching, trying to keep every precious bloom quenched. But sometimes life interrupts a day away a sore back, or simply forgetting which plant you watered last. That's when I discovered one of the simplest, smartest tricks I've ever used: drip irrigation from plastic bottles. It's so easy, it almost feels like a secret passed down quietly between old friends. And today, I'm passing it to you. Here's how it works. Take a few empty plastic bottles, water bottles, soda bottles, whatever you have on hand. Rinse them well and remove the labels if you like. Using a needle or pushpin, poke 4-6 tiny holes in the cap. Not too big, just enough for water to slowly drip out. Fill the bottle with water, screw the cap back on, and turn it upside down. Then gently press the mouth of the bottle into the soil near your plant's roots. The water will slowly seep out over hours or even days, keeping the soil evenly moist without drowning it. No hoses, no timers, no fancy systems, just gravity, patience, and care. I like to tuck one bottle near each of my thirstiest plants, tomatoes, roses, hydrangeas, and then let nature do the rest. For extra charm, I sometimes paint the bottles in garden colors or cover them in burlap and twine, so they blend with the surrounding greenery. You'd never guess they were once headed for the recycling bin. What I love most is the freedom this gives. On hot days, I know my flowers are getting what they need, even if I'm resting inside. When I travel or have a full weekend of family visiting, I'm not worried about dry soil or drooping petals. And for those of us who've spent a lifetime tending others, children, households, careers, there's something poetic about creating systems that now tend us, that give us time to breathe, to observe, to simply be. These little bottles remind me that support doesn't have to be loud or complex. It can be steady, gentle, invisible to others but life-giving to those who receive it, just like the best kinds of love. So if you've ever worried about keeping up with watering, give this method a try. You might just find that in giving your garden this quiet support, you also give a little to yourself. You know those free wooden paint stir sticks you pick up at the hardware store? The kind that usually get tossed in a drawer forgotten under a pile of old brushes and sandpaper. Well, the next time you come across one, don't toss it. Because in your garden, that little stick is about to become something beautiful, a story marker for what you've planted, and a quiet reminder of what you've nurtured. Here's how I turned them into plant labels that feel more like garden art. Start by sanding the stick just a bit. Nothing fancy, just enough to smooth the surface and round the edges slightly. This softens the feel and prepares it for paint or marker. Then choose your medium. You can leave the wood natural for a rustic look, or paint it in soft pastels or earthy tones that match your garden palette. I like to use outdoor acrylic paint, but even a light watercolor wash sealed with clear spray works wonders. Once dry, use a permanent marker paint pen or even a wood-burning tool to write your plant names: lettuce, sunflowers, marjoram, each one neatly handwritten across the flat face of the stick. Some folks stencil, others use calligraphy. But for me, the wobbly lines and personal script are part of the charm. Then simply press the painted end into the soil near your plant. The stick is just tall enough to be seen clearly, but slim enough not to disrupt the beauty of the bed. Over time, the weather will soften the wood. The paint will fade ever so slightly. And in that gentle aging, something special happens. The marker becomes a memory, a quiet, weathered companion to the plant it guards. You can even add dates notes or tiny drawings, a heart next to your grandchild's sunflower, a teacup for your favorite chamomile. Each stick tells a story not just of what's growing, but who planted it. I walk through my garden now and see names written in my own hand, some from last season, some new. And they don't just guide my planting, they guide my heart back to moments of joy. A rainy afternoon spent painting. The scent of lavender drifting up as I pressed in the label. A proud smile as I showed a neighbor what had bloomed. So often in life we seek grand markers, awards, achievements, titles. But here in the garden, a small wooden stick says enough. It says this was planted with love, and that love still grows. There's something almost sacred about watching a butterfly land in your garden. The way it floats in silent and soft, like a living piece of light. No hurry, no noise, just beauty in motion. I've always thought of butterflies as visitors, little reminders that transformation is natural, even necessary. And so I asked myself, what would happen if I invited them to stay a while? That's how I created a butterfly feeding station, a quiet resting place made from the simplest of things: colorful sponges, shallow dishes, and a bit of sweetness. Here's how you can create your own. Start with a few bright kitchen sponges. The kind from the cleaning aisle at Dollar Tree, orange, purple, lime green. The more vibrant, the better. Butterflies are drawn to color, and these soft textures make the perfect landing pads. Cut the sponges into shapes if you'd like: circles, hearts, petals, or leave them square. Then place them in shallow saucers or small plastic plates. I used old teacup saucers and even a cracked ceramic dish that once held a candle. Now for the nectar. Mix a simple solution, 4 parts water to 1 part white sugar. Stir until dissolved and lightly soak each sponge with the mixture. You don't want puddles, just enough for the sponge to stay moist and slightly sticky. Then place your dishes among your flowers, nestled in the lavender beside your butterfly bush or near your favorite container of marigolds. I elevated mine on upside-down pots so I wouldn't have to bend down to refill them. Within a few days, the butterflies found it. They land gently, wings pulsing like tiny fans, sipping from the sponge as if it were a blooming flower. Swallowtails, monarchs, skippers, each one adds its own kind of joy. And I sit nearby, still as can be, watching like a child seeing magic for the first time. It's more than just pollination, it's presence. A moment of shared peace between us and nature. And the sponges, they dry out gently in the sun and I refresh them every few days. It's no trouble at all. In fact, I look forward to it, that small act of tending, of inviting beauty in. This station has become a favorite corner of my garden. Not just for the butterflies, but for me too. Because it reminds me that kindness doesn't need a reason, that we can give something sweet just because we can. And isn't that what gardens are really about? Offering quiet invitations to bees, to birds, to butterflies, and to our own better selves. Some plants are born to climb. Morning glories, sweet peas, beans, black-eyed Susans, they reach for the sky like they remember something we've forgotten. That there's always more above us. That growth, even when tangled, is still beautiful. But not every garden has space for towering trellises or fancy arbors. And not every back or budget can support a trip to the hardware store. So when my clematis began to curl and stretch with nowhere to go, I found the answer in the most unexpected place: a pair of tension rods and a ball of twine. Yes, the same kind of rods you'd use to hang a curtain. Here's how I created a delicate geometric trellis that supports not just my plants, but the poetry of the garden itself. First, I placed 2 tension rods vertically between my fence posts. No drilling, no nails, just a snug twist to hold them in place. You could also wedge them between railings or even inside a large container. Then, using natural jute twine, I began to weave a pattern, zigzagging back and forth between the rods, creating diamond shapes like a trellis you might see in an old English garden. You can also crisscross in a simple grid. Each knot was tied with care but not perfection. I left space for air, for light, for the vines to find their own way. Then I gently guided my plants, the sweet peas, the clematis, even a rogue cucumber vine, to the base of the structure. And nature took it from there. Within weeks, the twine was nearly hidden beneath green tendrils and soft blooms. The rods held steady, practically invisible behind the foliage. And suddenly, my garden had a vertical masterpiece. But here's the part that touches me most. It was all so light. No hammering, no lifting, just soft threading and quiet intention. Something I could do from a seated stool or standing gently without strain. And when the breeze blows through, the plants sway like dancers, supported but never restricted, held but free. Isn't that how we all grow best? With just enough support to feel safe and just enough room to rise. This little trellis reminds me of that balance. It didn't cost a thing beyond a few dollars and a bit of time, but it gave me and my plants the chance to reach upward. And every blossom that opens on that frame whispers the same truth. You don't need grand things to grow tall, just love and something to lean on. There's a corner of my garden that always felt a little too quiet, too shaded for flowers, too tucked away for seating. Just a forgotten space where the grass didn't grow and the breeze rarely stirred. Until one day I placed a large plastic storage tub there and created a small world of stillness and reflection. A water garden. Now that quiet corner has become my most cherished retreat. And it only took a few simple things: a storage bin, some stones, and a bit of imagination. Here's how you can create your own backyard oasis. Start with a large clear or opaque storage tub, one of those sturdy lidded bins used for holiday decorations or linens. I chose one about 2 feet wide and a foot deep, but any size will do. Place it wherever you want your peaceful nook to be, tucked in near a bench, beneath a tree, or along a fence. Then surround the base with stacked stones or bricks to conceal the sides. You can even add mulch or moss around the edges to soften the lines. Now fill the tub with clean water and begin to build your scene. Add floating aquatic plants like water lettuce or hyacinth if you can find them. Drop in smooth river rocks or glass gems from the Dollar Tree for sparkle and depth. Float candles, battery-operated, for safety, for an evening glow. If you like, place a small solar fountain inside to create gentle movement and the soft sound of trickling water. The transformation is almost instant. That overlooked space becomes a mirror, catching the sky, the leaves, and your own reflection. I placed a simple chair nearby. Now every afternoon I find myself drawn to that corner just to sit, to listen, to be. The water changes everything. It cools the air, it calms the spirit. It turns stillness into serenity. And yet, it cost so little. The tub was $6. The rest, things I already had. This water garden doesn't just add beauty, it adds peace. It's accessible too, no digging, no lifting, no strain. If you need to empty it for the season, just scoop the water out with a bowl or tip it gently. And in the colder months, you can fill it with pine cones, candles, or winter greenery for a whole new look. But for now, in summer, it remains my sanctuary. A place where dragonflies visit, petals drift, and the troubles of the day feel just a little farther away. It's a reminder that even the smallest container, when filled with stillness and care, can hold an entire world. You might laugh when I tell you this next idea. I certainly chuckled the first time I tried it. Because who would have thought a pack of plastic party cups could create such a clean, polished edge for a garden bed? But sometimes it's the simplest solutions that surprise us the most. It started with a problem. Grass creeping into my flower beds, blurring the edges, making everything feel overgrown and tired. I needed a border, not just for beauty, but for clarity. A gentle line to say, this is garden. That is lawn. And so I reached for the most unassuming item in my supply bin: plastic cups. Here's how I turned them into garden edging that looks custom-made. Start with any set of plastic cups. I used standard 16-ounce ones in soft cream and sky blue. If you prefer a more natural look, you can paint them first with outdoor spray paint in bronze stone gray or moss green. Then invert them. Place each cup upside down along the border of your flower bed, gently pressing them into the soil so that only about an inch or two of the base is visible above ground. Line them up snugly, rim to rim, like pearls along a necklace. The effect is both charming and surprisingly clean. Each cup forms a rounded edge that keeps mulch in place and grass out. And because they're lightweight, there's no heavy lifting, just a soft step, a press, and you're done. What I love most is how easy they are to adjust. Want to curve around a rose bush? No problem. Need to remove a few for seasonal planting? Just pull and replace. Over time, the cups settle in. Rain softens the soil around them, and a bit of moss may begin to grow where they meet the earth. And somehow, that only makes them lovelier, like something whimsical from a storybook garden. My neighbors asked what kind of edging I used. When I said inverted party cups, their eyes lit up. Not because it was fancy, but because it was possible. And isn't that what we all long for as gardeners? Solutions that are not only affordable, but joyful. This little border project reminded me that boundaries don't have to be harsh or expensive. They can be gentle, creative, and made with things right at our fingertips. In the garden, as in life, it's okay to say, this space is mine. I've shaped it with love. Even if you shaped it with a 1.25 pack of plastic cups. There's something enchanting about a garden at night. It's quieter, softer, like the whole world has taken a deep breath. But what if your flowers didn't disappear with the sun? What if they glowed softly, mysteriously, as if the moon itself had kissed them good night? That's the kind of magic I found in a tiny jar of glow-in-the-dark paint. And oh, friend, it changed everything. I started small, a few river rocks along the garden path. Painted with swirls, stars, and little flower motifs, each one took the paint beautifully. Just a few strokes, then a day in the sun to charge. When night came, they shimmered faintly like little spirits leading the way. Then I got bolder. I brushed the rims of my favorite terracotta pots with a light coat of glowing green. Not thick, just a gentle outline. I painted the tips of some garden stakes too, and even added dots to the edges of my wooden herb labels. As twilight fell, it was subtle at first, a quiet glow here, a gentle shine there. But once the stars came out, so did the real show. My garden lit up like a secret map. The paths were traced in soft light. The edges of my flower beds gleamed. The whole space felt like it had stepped into another world, one where wonder wasn't loud, but it lingered. The best part, there's no electricity, no wires, no risk, just paint, sunlight, and imagination. You can find glow-in-the-dark paint at craft stores or online. I chose a weather-resistant version, but even the basic kind works well with a clear outdoor sealant on top. Apply it during the day while you're sipping iced tea on the porch and watch your garden come to life again when the sun goes down. It's perfect for safety too. The edges of my path are easier to navigate in the dark, especially on those nights when I'm taking one last stroll before bed. But more than anything, this project brought play back into my garden. We don't outgrow the need for wonder, friend. Not at 55 or 65 or 80. In fact, I believe we need it more than ever. These glowing accents remind me that light can come from the simplest things, from leftover paint, from old rocks, from tired hands, still willing to try something new. And at night, when I look out at the gentle glow across my flowers, I think, yes, there's still magic here, and it's mine. There's something deeply satisfying about harvesting herbs, not just growing them, but bringing them indoors, hanging them to dry, and knowing they'll flavor soups, teas, and quiet winter evenings long after summer has faded. But drying herbs doesn't have to be messy or makeshift. It can be elegant. This next Dollar Tree transformation is one of the most graceful garden projects I've ever made, and all it takes are a few embroidery hoops, some cheesecloth, and a bit of string. Here's how to create your own herb drying station, a place where utility meets beauty, and every hanging bundle becomes a little work of art. Start with embroidery hoops. You'll find them in the craft section, usually in wood or bamboo in various sizes. Choose a few that feel right for your space. Then cut pieces of cheesecloth slightly larger than the hoop's diameter. Stretch the cheesecloth across each hoop like a drum, pulling it taut, and tighten the outer ring to hold it in place. You now have a breathable drying surface, perfect for laying out small sprigs of herbs like mint, thyme, oregano, or chamomile flowers. But you can also hang whole bundles. Simply tie short lengths of string around small bouquets of herbs, sage, lavender, rosemary, and loop them from the outer rim of the hoop. Hang the entire hoop horizontally from the ceiling of a covered porch, a shed beam, or a sunny window. The result is stunning. Circles of natural fabric gently swaying with green bundles catching bits of light. They look like floating mobiles or rustic chandeliers, decorative and functional all at once. And because air flows easily through the fabric and around each stem, the drying process is clean and efficient. No mold, no dark corners, no cluttered countertops. I hung mine in a shaded corner of my back porch. Every time I pass by, I catch a whiff of rosemary or lemon balm drifting through the air. In a few weeks, I'll crumble those leaves into jars, label them by hand, and line them up in my pantry like treasures. But even before they're stored, these hoops remind me of something important. Preserving what we grow is as beautiful as the growing itself. This station didn't cost more than a few dollars, and it doesn't take up much space. But it brings rhythm and grace to the harvest, turning the act of drying herbs into a ritual. And at this stage of life, I've come to treasure rituals. Little pauses that say, this moment matters. This leaf, this scent, this season. With every herb that dries gently in the breeze, I'm reminded we're still creating, still saving, still savoring. So here we are, dear friend, at the quiet end of our garden walk. We've wandered through 25 transformations together, each one simple, each one born from creativity and care not cost. And as the sun sets over these Dollar Tree DIYs, I hope you're feeling what I feel. Not just inspiration, but pride. Because this wasn't really about plastic forks or pizza pans. It wasn't about saving money, though, that's a lovely bonus. It was about something much deeper. It was about reminding ourselves gently, joyfully, that we still have it. The vision, the touch, the spark. You've taken old colanders and made them into planters. You've turned plastic cups into wind chimes and storage bins into peaceful water gardens. You've made the overlooked and ordinary into something soft and sacred. And in doing that, you've proven a truth that no age can erase. You are still a maker of beauty. You are still blooming. It doesn't matter if your knees creak or if your hands move a little slower these days. Because what you create now comes from a deeper place, from wisdom, from patience, from a heart that knows how to see potential where others see scrap. Every spoon marker, every glow-in-the-dark pebble, every sponge soaked with nectar, they are all evidence of your creativity, your presence, your life. And that's what I want you to remember. Not that you need to make all 25 of these ideas. Just that you can. That you are capable of seeing a plastic bowl and imagining a fountain. That you are still the kind of soul who stops to feed the butterflies. That your imagination did not retire when you did. And neither did your joy. So as you walk through your garden, whether it's a few pots on a patio or a full backyard in bloom, know this: the beauty people admire didn't come from spending. It came from you. Your gentle hands, your steady vision, your quiet hope that things can be made beautiful again. If one of these ideas sparked something in you today, I'd love to know. Which transformation brought you the most joy? Or better yet, which one are you already dreaming of trying next? Share your thoughts in the comments below. You never know who you might inspire. And if you're not yet part of our Golden Seniors Living family, I warmly invite you to subscribe and ring the bell. Each week, we'll keep bringing you gentle, doable garden inspiration, because beauty and creativity are timeless, just like you. Until we meet again, may your hands stay busy, your spirit stay light, and your garden, no matter how big or small, remind you of all the wonder still growing inside you. Happy gardening, my dear friend. And remember, your creativity keeps blooming. Hello there, my beautiful garden-loving friend. Come sit beside me for a while on a quiet morning porch, the kind where the air is still soft and the day hasn't quite made up its mind yet. The wood beneath your feet is warm from yesterday's sun, and your favorite mug is gently steaming between your hands. Maybe there's a bird somewhere singing just for you. Maybe there's a breeze carrying the scent of something blooming, lavender perhaps, or an old-fashioned rose that's finally found its rhythm. This little porch, this patio, whatever you call your outdoor corner, it's more than just space. It's your escape, your sanctuary, your canvas. And if you're anything like me, you've stood there many mornings, coffee in hand, wondering how to bring more you into it. Maybe you've dreamed of trailing blooms, soft glows at twilight, a space that feels less like the back of a house and more like the front row seat to a peaceful, blooming life. But then reality whispers back: garden centers with prices that make your eyebrows raise, DIY projects that need strength you no longer wish to summon, and ideas that seem designed for hands younger than ours. Well, let me tell you a gentle truth, dear one. You don't need money or muscle to make something magical. What you do need, what you already have, is imagination care and the wisdom to see beauty where others might see bargains. That's the spirit behind today's video. Together, we're going to reimagine your outdoor space using nothing more than Dollar Tree finds and a bit of heart. These are projects made for real porches, real people, and real joy. So grab your favorite drink, tuck your feet up, and let your heart wander as we step into over 30 peaceful, affordable, and delightfully creative ways to turn your porch or patio into a summer retreat that feels like it was made just for you. Let's begin, shall we? Do you remember those old spice racks from decades ago, the ones that sat beside the stove, tiered like a wedding cake, holding little jars of flavor and memory? That same clever use of space can be brought outside to your garden, only this time. Instead of thyme and oregano, it's bursting with cascading petunias, fragrant mint, or maybe cheerful marigolds. Dollar Tree's 3-section stackable planters, just $1.25 each, are little wonders waiting for your creativity. Instead of planting in traditional heavy containers that require bending and reaching, this idea brings your garden up to meet you. No need to crouch or kneel, just stack and smile. Here's how to bring this vision to life. Start with 3 or 4 of those triangular stackable planters. In the center of each, drill a small hole, nothing fancy, just large enough to slide them down onto a support. A thin metal rod works beautifully, but don't overlook a wooden dowel, or even an old broomstick you've had tucked away in the garage. Secure the bottom planter in a sturdy base, something with weight like a bucket filled with rocks, or a planter you already own. Then one by one, slide each layer down the rod until your tower takes shape. Fill each section with lightweight potting mix. Choose plants that spill and drape: sweet alyssum, creeping Jenny, baby basil. Let the top tier be your crown, something that grows upward like lavender or miniature zinnias. Suddenly you've created a garden that greets you at eye level. Watering is easier, tending is gentler, and your porch gains a vertical pop of color and fragrance that feels both elegant and personal. This isn't just a planter, it's a reminder. A reminder that we can always grow upward no matter how small the space or limited the materials. That beauty doesn't require bending over backwards sometimes, it just needs a gentle lift. And just like those spice racks of years past, your tower becomes something both practical and joyful. Something that holds life and flavor and love, layered one thoughtful choice at a time. Do you remember the first time you left town for a few days and returned to find your plants wilted and gasping like forgotten guests? It's a feeling many of us know, especially when summer sun stretches long and strong, and our green companions are left waiting for a drink we weren't there to pour. But oh, how that worry melts away with a little bit of Dollar Tree magic. This next idea is a gentle gift to your plants and to your peace of mind. Those $5 self-watering planters from Dollar Tree are simple miracles in disguise. They have a hidden reservoir built into the base, so your flowers and herbs can sip slowly and stay nourished even when life pulls you elsewhere. Start by filling the bottom chamber with water. Not too much, just enough to let the wicking system do its job. Then add your potting soil and favorite plants on top. Think about petunias, basil, parsley, even a cheerful coleus. The system quietly draws up moisture as the soil dries, giving your plants exactly what they need without overdoing it. The best part: these planters mean no more dragging hoses, no more accidental overwatering, and no more guilt when you forget for a day or two, especially when those sweet grandkids come to visit and your attention is elsewhere. Place a few of these planters around your porch or patio. Cluster them for a lush, full look, or space them out near chairs and railings so greenery greets you from every direction. You can even use them in hard-to-reach spots where regular watering feels like a chore. And here's a little secret: they're not just practical, they're beautiful. The sleek design, especially when paired with trailing flowers, makes them look far more expensive than they are. Because in the end, a garden should bring ease as much as beauty. These planters offer both. They give you freedom to focus on what matters: your morning tea, your crossword puzzle, or that phone call from an old friend. It's not about doing less, it's about doing smarter. These self-watering containers remind us that even in the garden, love and care can be offered quietly without fuss and still make everything bloom. Some evenings just ask for magic, don't they? Not the loud glittering kind, but the soft kind. The kind that glows gently in a quiet corner, just enough to make your heart feel lit from the inside out. That's the kind of magic you can create with nothing more than a humble mason jar and a few fairy lights from Dollar Tree. Do you remember catching fireflies as a child, cupping them gently in your palms, watching them blink like tiny lanterns against the night? These glowing jars are a nod to that memory. Only now they stay lit just a little longer and don't try to fly away. Start with a simple glass mason jar from Dollar Tree. You'll find them in a variety of shapes. Choose the one that speaks to your sense of nostalgia. Add a few decorative stones or river pebbles to the bottom. These serve two purposes. They weigh the jar down and add a natural texture that looks beautiful day or night. Next, coil a small string of battery-operated fairy lights into the jar. The kind that come with a tiny on-off switch you can easily tuck behind the jar or hide in a drawer. Close the lid loosely or leave it open if you prefer that airy look. The result: a soft pool of light that looks like it came straight from a fairy tale. Set them on side tables, stair steps, or window ledges. Nestle a few between your flower pots. Line them up along the porch railing like glowing breadcrumbs leading home. Want to take it one step further? Tie a little ribbon or twine around the jar neck, or use glass paint to add delicate designs. Some even add pressed flowers or lace along the inside for an extra vintage touch. And here's the thing, it's not just about light. It's about what that light does to the soul. These mason jar lanterns don't just illuminate your space, they invite you into it. They say, stay a while. They whisper, you've made something beautiful. Because at this stage of life we understand that it's the small glimmers, the tiny points of glow that mean the most. One jar, one light, one quiet evening on your favorite chair. And suddenly the whole porch feels enchanted. Let me take you back for a moment to a time when we used to see everyday items not just for what they were, but for what they could be. A spool could be a table, a ladder could be a bookshelf, and wire baskets. Well, today they become something truly elegant. If you've strolled through Dollar Tree recently, you may have seen those wire waste baskets, lightweight, metallic, and quietly utilitarian. But paired with a bit of nautical rope and a painted pizza pan, they transform into charming plant stands that look like they belong in a coastal boutique. Here's how the magic unfolds. You'll need 2 matching wire baskets. Turn them upside down, place them bottom to bottom, and secure them together with strong glue or zip ties. Just like that, you've created the bones of your plant pedestal. Now comes the fun part. Take Dollar Tree's natural colored nautical rope, thick enough to cover surface quickly but soft enough to wrap with ease. Start at the bottom and begin coiling upward, hot gluing as you go. There's no rush here. Let your hands find their rhythm. The rope not only adds visual interest but also hides the basket seams and creates a look that feels handcrafted and intentional. Top it with a painted pizza pan. Yes, a pizza pan. Painted any color that suits your patio. A matte black for a touch of elegance, a pale blue for beachy vibes, or sage green for a soft garden feel. The flat surface makes the perfect perch for your favorite potted plant lantern or even a cold glass of lemonade on a summer afternoon. Set one next to your chair for easy access. Place a pair flanking your front steps, or group 3 of varying heights to create a vignette that draws the eye and frames your outdoor sanctuary. The beauty of this project isn't just in how it looks, it's in how it lifts your garden quite literally. By raising your plants, you make them easier to see, easier to care for, and easier to appreciate. No stooping, no backache. Just admiration and ease. And isn't that the gift of aging gracefully? We learn how to elevate not only our flowers, but our comfort. We find ways to do more with less to beautify without breaking the bank or our backs. This plant stand whispers, I see potential in the overlooked. And that's something many of us have learned to do very well. Now here's a little garden secret that might just make you chuckle. You know those colorful foam pool noodles? The ones that used to float beside giggling grandchildren in backyard pools or line the edge of beach wagons in summertime. Well, it turns out they've been hiding a second life. One that's wonderfully kind to both your back and your budget. If you've ever tried to fill a large outdoor planter, you know the struggle. Bag after heavy bag of potting soil, lifting, dumping, straining, only to realize your plant barely reaches the top. It's expensive, it's exhausting, and it's just not necessary. Enter the humble pool noodle. The next time you're at Dollar Tree, pick up a few. They're light, colorful, and surprisingly sturdy. Back home, take a sharp knife or kitchen scissors and cut them into chunks 3 to 5 inches each. Works beautifully. These will act as lightweight filler inside your pots. Start by layering a handful of noodle pieces at the bottom of your planter. You'll want to fill about 1/3 of the depth, maybe more for deeper containers. Then place a sheet of breathable landscape fabric or even a cut piece of old window screen over the noodles before adding soil. This helps keep everything in place and prevents soil from settling too deep into the gaps. Top with your potting mix and plants of choice. Suddenly your flowers are lifted closer to the rim, right where they belong, on display, easy to water, easy to admire. You've reduced the weight of the planter significantly, making it easy to move when the sun shifts or when the season calls for a refresh. And you've cut down on the amount of soil needed, which means savings you can use elsewhere in the garden or maybe on a little treat for yourself. And let's not forget the best part: no heavy lifting, no sore arms, no bending over bags in the trunk of your car. Just simple, clever gardening that works smarter, not harder. It's a good reminder, isn't it, that things once meant for play can find new purpose, that joy and practicality often hold hands, and that we too can adapt, finding new ways to flourish with a little imagination and a lot less effort. Who knew something from the pool toy aisle would be the thing that saves your back and brightens your patio? Do you remember those farmhouse catalogs we used to thumb through, filled with cozy candle lanterns, distressed wood, and soft flickering shadows that made every porch feel like a dream? Beautiful, yes, but the price tags, not always so kind. But with a little creativity and 4 simple picture frames from Dollar Tree, you can bring that same warm charm to your own porch for just a few dollars and a few minutes of your time. Begin with 4 matching picture frames. It doesn't matter whether they're wood-tone black or white, you can always paint them to match your style. Carefully remove the glass and backing from each frame so you're left with just the outer frame structure. This creates an airy, open design that allows the light to dance freely. Now form your frames into a cube. You can secure them at the corners using small metal hinges for a polished look, or simply strong hot glue or double-sided mounting tape for a quicker fix. If you'd like a top to the lantern, you can attach a 5th frame or leave it open to let the breeze flow through. Inside your lantern, place a battery-operated pillar candle or LED light. Even a small strand of fairy lights coiled inside works beautifully. As evening falls, this little box of light begins casting soft shadows through the frame openings, patterns that stretch gently across the porch floor like lace made of light. Here's where your personal touch comes in. You can change out the interior decor with the seasons. Line the inner edges with burlap and autumn leaves in the fall, bits of evergreen or snowflake paper in winter, or simply leave it open for that fresh, summery feel. Add a small ribbon at the top or a piece of driftwood for coastal flair. You see, this isn't just a lantern. It's a canvas for your imagination. It doesn't just light a corner of your patio, it tells a story. One of resourcefulness, warmth, and thoughtful beauty. And perhaps best of all, it proves again that decorating doesn't need to be difficult or expensive. You're not buying someone else's idea of charm. You're creating your own. That's the power of these little projects. They don't just brighten your garden. They brighten your spirit, reminding you that your hands still hold magic and that even the simplest frame can become something extraordinary in your care. There's something about a whiskey barrel planter that feels timeless, isn't there? Maybe it's the way the curved slats mimic the look of well-worn wood. Maybe it's how they conjure up images of country gardens, vineyard terraces, or an old homestead porch where the air smells of lavender and fresh bread. The truth is, those classic whiskey barrel planters don't need years of weathering or a big investment to bring that rustic elegance to your space. Dollar Tree's lightweight versions give you the look instantly without the cost or the heavy lifting. Here's how to make them shine. Start by choosing your plants with the same care you'd choose flowers for a special occasion. For a cottage-style feel, mix trailing ivy with colorful annuals like petunias, calibrachoa, or bright geraniums. For a kitchen garden twist, try filling the barrel with a mix of fragrant herbs, rosemary standing tall in the center, thyme spilling over the edges, basil and parsley filling the gaps. Because these planters are so light, you can move them easily to follow the sun or to freshen up your porch layout. Group 3 of different sizes for a layered display, or set a single large one beside your front door as a welcoming statement. And here's a simple way to give your arrangement even more character. Top the soil with a thin layer of Spanish moss pea gravel or decorative mulch. It hides the potting mix, keeps moisture in, and gives that finished designer look you'd see in a garden magazine. Over time, as the plants grow and spill over the sides, your whiskey barrel will look like it's been part of your home for decades. Its history built entirely by your hands and care. What I love most about these planters is how they tell a story right away. Even new, they have that lived-in charm, as if they've been witness to countless sunny afternoons, shared conversations, and the gentle passing of seasons. They remind us that beauty doesn't always have to be fussed over, it can arrive ready to be loved. Just like a good friend who doesn't need an introduction, these barrels feel instantly familiar, instantly at home. And every time you pass by, you'll know that it's not just the flowers that are thriving there. It's the spirit of a garden that welcomes you in year after year. Sometimes the smallest change makes the biggest difference, and this next idea is proof. It's one of those, why didn't I think of that sooner moments that turn something ordinary into something polished, practical, and perfectly suited for a senior-friendly garden. You've probably seen those little solar garden lights at Dollar Tree. They're charming, but often so short they get lost among taller plants or hidden behind planters. And if you've ever tried to bend down to adjust them, you know it's not the most graceful task. Here's the simple solution: broom handles. Pick up a few plain broom handles at Dollar Tree, the kind that are hollow at the top. Remove the cap from your solar light stake and you'll notice the pointed end slips neatly into that hollow broom handle opening. Just like that, you've instantly raised the height of your light by a few feet. Now you can line them along your walkway edge, your porch, or dot them throughout your garden beds. The extra height makes the lights more visible, casting a wider glow, and it means no stooping to reposition or clean them. Plus, when grouped together, they look intentionally designed, like you planned for them to be that way from the start. You can leave the broom handles in their natural finish for a rustic look, or paint them to match your porch decor. A coat of white paint gives a cottage feel, black lends elegance, and bright colors bring a bit of playfulness. The best part: the entire project takes just minutes, but the improvement in both appearance and function is immediate. Your pathways will feel safer for evening strolls. Your porch edges will be softly illuminated, and your garden will carry a touch of evening romance. It's a reminder that we don't always need to buy new things to solve a problem. Sometimes we just need to look at what we already have or can affordably find in a different way. That's the real heart of creative gardening, taking what's simple and making it shine. And just like that, a humble broom handle becomes a lantern stand. A small shift, a better view, and a little more light to guide you home. Have you ever looked up at the night sky on a clear summer evening and wished you could bring a little bit of that starlit magic closer? This next idea does exactly that. Only instead of distant constellations, you'll have your very own glowing orbs drifting gently above your porch. It all begins with something wonderfully simple: Dollar Tree's wire hanging planters. You've probably seen them designed to cradle flowers in coconut liners. But with a little imagination, 2 of these planters can become a glowing sphere that turns any evening into an occasion. Here's how: remove the chains from both planters, then place them open side together to form a perfect globe. Secure them with zip ties or sturdy wire at several points so they hold their shape. Now comes the magic: take a strand of battery-operated fairy lights and weave them through the wire framework, letting the lights nestle naturally in the gaps. For an extra touch, tuck in a few pieces of artificial greenery or trailing vines between the wires. This softens the look during the day and adds texture to the glow at night. Once your globe is ready, hang it from a hook on your porch ceiling, the branch of a nearby tree, or even a shepherd's hook in a large planter. The gentle swaying in the evening breeze will scatter light and shadow in the most enchanting way, almost like your own personal moon. You can create a single statement piece or a series of smaller globes to float at varying heights, each one a jewel in your nighttime garden. And because they're battery-powered, you can place them anywhere: no cords, no outlets, no fuss. When the sun dips low and your porch begins to glow with these spheres of light, you'll find yourself lingering just a little longer in the evening air. They're not just lights. They're mood setters, conversation starters, and little reminders that beauty often comes from the simplest ideas. And just like the stars overhead, they'll be there quietly shining for you night after night, no matter how the day went. That, my dear friend, is garden magic at its finest. Sometimes the most delightful ideas come from turning things on their head, literally. This next project is playful, a little unexpected, and guaranteed to make guests pause with a smile when they see it glowing in your garden. All you need are a few basic terracotta-style pots from Dollar Tree and some solar stake lights. The trick: flip the pots upside down so the drainage hole is now at the top. That's where your solar light stake will slide in perfectly, holding it steady while giving the whole piece a whimsical mushroom-like appearance. If you're feeling creative, take a few minutes to paint the pots before assembly. You might choose soft pastels for a cottage garden, look bold jewel tones for drama, or even earthy browns and mossy greens for a natural woodland feel. Leave some unpainted for that rustic clay charm. Each option brings its own personality. Arrange your upside-down mushroom lights in clusters along a walkway, circle them around a seating area, or dot them among flower beds. By day, they'll add sculptural interest, looking like oversized toadstools nestled in your plantings. By night, they'll glow warmly, casting soft pools of light that make your outdoor space feel both safe and inviting. Because the lights are solar-powered, they'll soak in the day's sunshine without any work from you, then automatically turn on at dusk. No wires, no switches, just that gentle glow when the evening settles in. And here's something I love about this project. It's low to the ground, but it doesn't require kneeling or bending for upkeep. Once they're in place, they quietly do their job, bringing charm without fuss. It's a sweet reminder that sometimes the world looks a little brighter when we're willing to see it from a different angle. That an ordinary pot can become something magical just by being turned upside down. And perhaps that we too can keep surprising ourselves, no matter how many seasons we've seen. The first time you step outside at night and see those glowing mushrooms guiding your path, you'll understand. They're more than garden lights. They're little beacons of joy born from nothing more than curiosity and a fresh way of looking at things. There's something ancient and comforting about gathering around a fire. Even the smallest flame seems to pull people in, sparking conversation and slowing time. On summer evenings, that warm flicker can turn an ordinary porch into a gathering place you never want to leave. The best part, you don't need a big fire pit or complicated setup to enjoy that feeling. With a few simple finds from Dollar Tree, you can create a fireball centerpiece that's as beautiful as it is easy. Start with a large, sturdy metal container, something heat-safe like a metal bowl-tin bucket or planter. Line the bottom with 2 bags of smooth river rocks. Not only do these look stunning, but they also help distribute heat evenly and give the whole piece a grounded, natural feel. Next, pour in a layer of sand to anchor everything. Nestle 3 tiki torch candles into the sand, spaced evenly apart. The sand keeps them upright and stable while also insulating the container. When evening falls, light the torches. The flames will flicker above the river rock base, their glow reflected and amplified by the smooth stones. The effect is both elegant and primal, perfect for lingering with a cool drink in hand or sharing quiet conversation under the stars. Position your fireball on a sturdy table or as a low central feature on the porch floor. You can even make a few smaller versions for different seating areas. If you'd like to add a touch of scent, choose citronella tiki fuel to keep summer pests at bay while adding a subtle fragrance. And here's something wonderful: when the flames dance across those stones, they don't just light the space, they light the mood. Guests lean in. Laughter comes easier. Time feels softer. It's a project that costs less than a dinner out, yet it creates something far richer: a place to gather, to tell stories, to warm your hands and your heart. Proof that even the smallest fire can bring people together in the most beautiful way. So the next time the evening air turns cool and you find yourself wishing for a little glow, remember, you can make it yourself right here with your own hands. That's the magic of a garden you've shaped yourself. It doesn't just grow flowers. It grows moments. There's a quiet kind of beauty in simple wood, the way it feels warm to the touch, the way it holds a history of trees and time. With Dollar Tree's wooden Jenga-style blocks, you can turn that warmth into something that glows both day and night. A set of handcrafted garden lanterns that look far more expensive than they are. Picture this small towers of wood, each one built from pieces you've stacked yourself, with little gaps between the blocks where light can spill through like sunbeams through a picket fence. They're architectural, sculptural, and yet completely personal because no two will ever be exactly alike. Start by laying out your blocks in the pattern you like, perhaps a simple rectangle, a pyramid, or even a spiral tower. Use a bit of wood glue between each piece for stability, leaving deliberate spaces for light to escape. Once your structure feels secure, place a battery-operated LED tea light or small flameless candle inside. At night, the light filters through those tiny openings, casting intricate patterns across your porch floor or garden table. By day, the lanterns become little works of art, natural wood sculptures that feel as though they've been shaped by hand because they have. If you'd like, stain the wood a warm honey color, paint it to match your porch decor, or leave it raw for a rustic, organic feel. You can make several in different heights for a lantern village effect, each one with its own shape and personality. What I love most about this project is how tactile it is, stacking the blocks, deciding where the light will peek through, shaping something beautiful one piece at a time. It's the kind of crafting that doesn't rush you, that lets your hands and mind wander together. And when you place them outside and see that first gentle glow after sunset, you'll know you've built more than a lantern. You've built a little beacon, a reminder that even the smallest pieces, when thoughtfully arranged, can create something extraordinary. Some decorations just make you smile before you've even finished setting them down. These cheerful planters made from seasonal shopping bags are one of those projects full of personality, completely affordable. And so easy you could make them in an afternoon with a cup of tea by your side. Dollar Tree often carries festive reusable shopping bags, some with stars and stripes for summer, others with bright florals, coastal scenes, or holiday patterns. Instead of using them just for carrying groceries, why not turn them into lightweight, charming planters? Here's how: choose a bag with a design you love, then line it with a plastic trash bag to protect the material from water. For extra stability, add floral foam or a small plastic bucket inside. This gives your arrangement structure and keeps everything upright. Now fill your lined bag with a mix of artificial flowers, greenery, and seasonal accents. For a patriotic summer look, combine red geraniums, white daisies, and blue cornflowers. Then tuck in miniature American flags or star-shaped picks. For a softer summer theme, try sunflowers, baby's breath, and sprigs of faux lavender. When the season changes, simply remove the arrangement and store it flat until next year. You can even keep a few bags for different occasions: pumpkins and fall leaves for autumn evergreens, and berries for winter, tulips for spring. Place your bag planter on porch steps, hang it from a railing hook, or set it by your front door to greet visitors. It's so lightweight you can move it in seconds, and because you're using artificial flowers, it stays fresh and full no matter the weather. What I love about this project is how it invites a little playfulness into the garden. It's a reminder that not every beautiful thing needs to be permanent or costly. Sometimes it's just about bringing a burst of color and joy into the moment you're in. And maybe that's why it feels so right for a summer porch. It's easy, it's bright, and it speaks to that same spirit of celebration that makes a simple day feel special. Some corners of the garden are meant for practicality: rows of herbs, sturdy tomato cages, well-placed seating. But then, there are the corners that ask for something else entirely. A bit of whimsy, a whisper of magic. That's where a fairy garden belongs. Dollar Tree's miniature fairy houses, tiny furniture, and pint-sized figurines are just waiting to help you build a world where imagination can take root. This is a project you can make for yourself, for visiting grandchildren, or simply because it's delightful to have a place where stories seem to bloom alongside flowers. Start with a large planter shallow bin, or even a wooden tray. Fill it with potting soil or moss, then begin shaping your little world. Maybe there's a winding pebble pathway leading to a tiny front door. Perhaps a gnome tends a patch of miniature mushrooms while a fairy lounges beside a mirrored pond. A simple craft mirror works perfectly. Add small plant succulents, thyme, or baby's tears that won't overwhelm the scale of your scene. You can build for the seasons: a snowy fairy village in winter, a pastel meadow in spring, a pumpkin harvest scene in autumn. Tuck in battery-powered tea lights or tiny strands of fairy lights so the garden glows softly at night, inviting even the most skeptical passerby to pause and peek closer. The joy of a fairy garden is in the details. Visitors, whether friends, children, or just you, will always discover something new: a hidden mushroom, a sleeping squirrel, a chair pulled up beside a table waiting for tea. And beyond its charm, there's something deeply soothing about creating on such a small scale. It's a reminder that beauty doesn't always need to be grand to be meaningful. Sometimes it's in the little moments, the flicker of light on moss, the bend of a tiny fence, that we find the most joy. Your fairy garden may be miniature, but the smiles it brings will be anything but small. There's something about sharing food outdoors that feels especially warm and welcoming. Maybe it's the way the air seems to season each bite, or how conversations flow more easily when everyone's gathered around a table of colorful, inviting snacks. With just a few thoughtful touches and a little Dollar Tree creativity, you can create a charcuterie station that looks like it belongs in a magazine spread, yet costs less than a single cheese board from the store. Start with the basics: Dollar Tree's glass plates, small bowls, and serving utensils. Choose clear glass for a timeless, elegant look, or mix in a few ceramic pieces for charm. To make your spread look abundant and professional, create height. Turn bowls upside down to use as risers, then place plates or trays on top. Vary the levels so the eye moves across the display just as it would in a high-end catered setup. Now layer in your offerings: wedges of cheese, crackers, fresh fruit, nuts, and perhaps a little dish of olives or chocolate. Use small chalkboard signs also from Dollar Tree to label each item. This tiny detail makes guests feel cared for and adds an upscale touch. The beauty of this station is that it's as flexible as you need it to be. For a summer evening, add chilled grapes, strawberry slices, and light cheeses. For cooler months, swap in spiced nuts, dried fruit, and a richer selection of flavors. Because all the serving pieces nest together when not in use, storage is minimal, perfect for keeping your porch uncluttered. And here's the thing: when you serve food like this, it's not just about eating. It's about slowing down, lingering together, and savoring both the flavors and the company. Friends will naturally gather around the table. Conversations will spark, and time will seem to stretch just a little longer. In the end, it's not about the cost of the plates or the fanciness of the food. It's about creating an experience, one that makes people feel welcome, comfortable, and a little bit spoiled. And that, dear friend, is the true heart of hospitality. There's something wonderfully calming about the sight of a perfectly shaped topiary. It brings a sense of order and grace to a space, as if the garden itself is taking a deep, contented breath. But real topiaries require constant trimming and care, something not all of us want to keep up with anymore. That's why I love this Dollar Tree version. With a faux boxwood ball, a whiskey barrel planter, and just a few minutes of assembly, you can create an elegant, maintenance-free topiary that looks like it came straight from a high-end garden shop. Start with your container. Those lightweight whiskey barrel planters are perfect. Place a sturdy piece of floral foam inside, wedging it so it's snug. Then use a wooden dowel or even a broomstick handle as your trunk. Insert it into the foam, making sure it's straight and secure. Now comes the fun part. Slide your faux boxwood ball onto the dowel. Adjust it so it sits just above the rim of the planter, leaving enough trunk visible for that classic topiary silhouette. For a finished look, cover the foam with Spanish moss, decorative mulch, or small river rocks. One topiary looks lovely beside a doorway, but a pair flanking an entrance or framing a seating area creates a balanced, polished effect. You can also group several of different heights together for a tiered designer-style display. The beauty of this project is not only in how it looks, but in how it lasts. No watering, no shaping, no fading into an overgrown mess. Just an evergreen sphere of perfection that greets you every time you step outside. And while it may seem like a small thing, this kind of detail changes the whole feel of a porch. It says someone has cared for this space. It offers a sense of welcome, whether to guests or simply to you returning with your morning coffee. Because sometimes creating beauty isn't about hours of labor. It's about knowing where to place a single perfect touch. And this, dear friend, is one of those touches that quietly transforms everything around it. There's a certain kind of music that only a summer breeze can play. It's gentle, unhurried, and somehow always seems to match the pace of the day. With a simple Dollar Tree craft, you can turn that breeze into a melody, a wind chime made from everyday items that sounds as lovely as it looks. Start by gathering a few metal spoons. You can find them at Dollar Tree or pick up extras from your own kitchen drawer. The metal gives a clear, pleasant tone when the pieces gently strike each other. To add beauty, thread colorful beads onto sturdy string or fishing line, knotting them between spoons so they dangle at varying lengths. The beads catch the light, adding a little sparkle even when the air is still. For the frame, an embroidery hoop makes the perfect circular base. You can wrap it with ribbon twine or nautical rope for texture. Tie each spoon strand to the hoops, spacing them evenly so they have room to move and sing. For a layered sound, vary the string lengths, some short for higher notes, some longer for deeper tones. Hang your finished wind chime where it can catch the breeze from a porch beam, a shepherd's hook, or the limb of a nearby tree. The first time the wind stirs it, you'll hear that soft tinkling music, less like a song, more like a whispered conversation between the air and the garden. Painting the spoons in your favorite colors adds another layer of charm, but leaving them silver has its own classic beauty. Either way, this is the kind of project that brings a personal touch to your space. Your hands have shaped it, your style has defined it, and maybe that's what makes it so special. The melody belongs only to you and your garden. No two breezes are the same, and no 2 days will sound alike. It's a reminder that beauty can be both constant and ever-changing, a little daily gift from nature strung together with care. A porch or patio that feels like a sanctuary often starts with one simple thing: order. When everything has its place, tending to your plants becomes easier, quicker, and far more enjoyable. And with a few clever finds from Dollar Tree, you can create a garden tool station that's as beautiful as it is functional. Begin with a sturdy backboard. This could be a scrap piece of wood, a section of fence panel, or even a large picture frame backing. Paint it in a cheerful color that complements your outdoor decor. Sage green, sunny yellow, or crisp white all work wonderfully. Next, attach Dollar Tree hooks and hanging organizers to the board. Use large hooks for trowels, pruning shears, and gloves. Add smaller hooks or magnetic strips for items like plant labels, scissors, or twine. Metal buckets from Dollar Tree make excellent catch-alls for seed packets, garden markers, or hand towels. Mount your board on an exterior wall of your porch or lean it against a sheltered spot near your seating area. If bending or stooping is difficult, install everything at waist or chest height so tools are always within easy reach. For an extra touch, coordinate the look by painting tool handles in matching colors or wrapping them with grip tape in a pattern you love. This not only adds charm, but also makes your tools easier to spot at a glance. Consider including a small towel, a packet of wet wipes, and a pump bottle of hand sanitizer right on the station, perfect for a quick refresh before settling back down with a glass of iced tea. When guests see your organized display, they'll notice more than just the tools. They'll see a gardener who's made beauty a part of every detail, even the practical ones. And for you, it means no more searching, no more wandering back inside for the scissors, no more frustration. Just the ease of knowing that every time you step outside to tend your flowers or herbs, everything you need is right where it should be, waiting to help you create something wonderful. Because the truth is, when the work of the garden is made easier, the joy of it has more room to grow. There's a special kind of joy in being greeted before you've even knocked on a door. A handmade welcome sign does exactly that. It sets the tone for your home before anyone steps inside, telling visitors you are thought of and you are welcome here. And with Dollar Tree craft supplies, creating one for every season is as easy as it is heartwarming. Start with a wooden board or plaque. Dollar Tree often carries unfinished pieces that are light enough to hang anywhere. Wooden letters, stencils, or even adhesive vinyl can be used to spell out your message. Hello sunshine for summer garden. Blessings for spring harvest. Welcome for autumn. The words are entirely yours. Paint your board in a color that fits the season. Soft pastels for spring, vibrant yellow or turquoise for summer, warm rusts and oranges for fall. If freehand painting feels daunting, use stencils for crisp, professional lettering. For something changeable, coat the center with chalkboard paint so you can update your greeting whenever the mood strikes. To add charm, glue on small accents, silk flowers, tiny seashells, painted leaves, or miniature ornaments depending on the time of year. Wrap a bit of burlap ribbon around one corner or attach a sprig of faux greenery for texture. Hang your sign near your front door on a porch post or even from a garden hook in a flower bed. Rotate it with the seasons or holidays, tucking the others away in a flat storage bin until it's their time to shine again. The beauty of this project is that it doesn't just decorate, it communicates. It says this home is cared for. Someone thought about making it warm for you. And perhaps even more importantly, it greets you every time you step outside or return home. Because a garden or porch isn't only about flowers and furniture, it's about the way it makes people feel. And nothing says come in and stay a while quite like a sign made by your own hands. There's something satisfying about knowing exactly which herb you're reaching for, especially when you've planted a fragrant mix. And while a sprig of rosemary may be easy to spot, those tiny leaves of oregano and marjoram can be tricksters. That's where charming herb garden labels come in, not just as a practical tool, but as a bit of personality for your plants. Dollar Tree offers plenty of options for crafting your own. Smooth river stones, wooden craft sticks, or even small chalkboard signs can become delightful markers. If you choose stones, pick ones with a flat surface and paint the name of the herb in clear, bold letters. You could even decorate the edges with little leaves or flowers for extra charm. Wooden sticks can be painted in soft garden colors, sage green, lavender, sunflower yellow, and labeled with waterproof markers or vinyl lettering for durability. Place each label firmly in the soil near its plant, angled slightly so it's easy to read without bending too far. You might color code them: green for culinary herbs, purple for medicinal, yellow for aromatic, to make identification even simpler. For a playful touch when grandchildren visit, write fun facts or uses for the herb on the back of the label. Imagine their delight when they learn basil can be used for pizza or lavender can help with sleep. It turns a simple garden walk into a little learning adventure. Beyond their usefulness, these labels make your garden feel curated, almost like a page from a well-loved gardening book. They say, these plants matter. They each have a place, a name, a purpose. And perhaps that's the deeper joy they remind us to name and notice the things that feed us in body and in spirit. Just as we remember the names of old friends, we learn to greet each herb like a companion. Good morning, rosemary. Hello again, thyme. Because in a garden, as in life, knowing what's growing around you and calling it by name makes all the difference. Every garden has its blossoms, but sometimes it's the little accents between the plants that truly make the space feel alive. Decorative garden stakes are like the jewelry of the garden, tiny splashes of color and character that catch the light, draw the eye, and bring a touch of whimsy to your outdoor space. Dollar Tree often carries beautiful 5 decorative stakes in shapes and colors that look like they wandered straight out of a storybook. Think pastel flowers, metallic butterflies, or painted birds perched on slender rods. The magic of these pieces is how easily they can be tucked into almost any spot. Choose stakes in colors that complement your flowers or contrast boldly for drama. A cluster of pink and gold stakes in a bed of green hostas will stand out beautifully, while soft blue stakes can bring cool balance to a garden heavy with warm tones. Place them in odd number groupings, 3 or 5 together, for the most natural, pleasing look. You can use stakes to guide the eye toward a focal point, like a favorite container or garden bench, or to fill in empty patches before your plants mature. They're especially useful in planters where the flowers haven't quite filled out yet, adding instant fullness without waiting for growth. And don't underestimate how lovely they look in the early morning or evening light. The colors seem to glow when the sun is low, making the garden feel magical at the edges of the day. What I love most is that these stakes aren't permanent. They can be moved with the season, rearranged as you change your plantings, or even brought inside for holiday displays. They give you the freedom to refresh your garden's look whenever inspiration strikes. Because sometimes it's not about grand changes. It's about the little touches that bring joy in unexpected corners, those tiny notes of beauty that make you pause, smile. And remember that gardens are as much for delight as they are for growth. Every comfortable porch needs a place to set things down, a morning coffee, an iced tea, a good book. But outdoor furniture can be pricey, and finding something small enough for tight spaces isn't always easy. That's where this clever Dollar Tree idea comes in, turning a simple pizza pan and a few wire baskets into a charming side table that looks custom-made. Start with 2 matching wire baskets. Flip one upside down and place it on top of the other, bottoms touching. Secure them with strong construction adhesive or zip ties for stability. This forms the table's base lightweight yet sturdy enough for everyday use. Next, wrap the baskets in nautical rope or jute twine. This not only adds texture and warmth, but also hides any seams or ties, giving the piece a polished, finished look. Choose a natural rope for a coastal vibe, white cord for a cottage style, or dyed rope for a pop of color. For the tabletop, take a Dollar Tree pizza pan and paint it to match your decor. A soft sage green blends beautifully with garden spaces, while matte black feels modern and timeless. Spray paint with primer works best for durability, especially if the table will live outdoors. Once dry, secure the pan to the top of the base with adhesive. You can leave it smooth for easy cleaning or add a placemat or small tray on top for extra charm. The result is a petite, stylish table perfect for holding drinks, snacks, or a vase of flowers right beside your favorite chair. Make 2 and place them at either end of a love seat, or tuck one between 2 rocking chairs for cozy conversation evenings. Because this project is lightweight, it's easy to move around depending on where you want to sit. And at just a few dollars in materials, you can change the look seasonally, swapping out rope colors, repainting the top, or even making a few extra tables for when guests come by. It's proof that elegance doesn't have to be heavy on the back or the wallet. Sometimes all it takes is a little imagination and the simplest of ingredients to create something both beautiful and useful. Even the simplest outdoor meal feels more special when the table is dressed with care. You don't need fine china or silverware. Sometimes it's the smallest touches that make guests feel truly welcomed. Handmade napkin rings are one of those touches, and with Dollar Tree's craft supplies, they're as easy as they are charming. Start with plain wooden rings, shower, curtain rings, or even the cardboard tubes from paper towel rolls cut into sections. Wrap each ring in your choice of ribbon twine or raffia, securing the ends with a dab of hot glue. Keep the wrapping neat and snug so the surface looks smooth and polished. Then add a small embellishment, perhaps a silk flower, a sprig of faux greenery, or a tiny seashell. For a more seasonal flair, try miniature pine cones in autumn, hollyberries for winter, or pastel blossoms for spring. Dollar Tree's floral aisle is full of options that can be clipped apart and attached to each ring. Once finished, slip them around rolled napkins cloth for a formal look, or even folded paper napkins for casual gatherings. Matching your napkin ring design to your porch decor ties the whole setting together, making the space feel thoughtfully curated. The beauty of this project is how versatile it is. You can create a set in patriotic colors for summer holidays, soft garden shades for afternoon tea, or bold tropical hues for a lively barbecue. Store each set in a small basket so they're ready for any occasion. And here's the real magic: guests may not remember every detail of the food you served, but they'll remember the way it felt to sit down at a table where someone had taken the time to make it beautiful. These little rings speak quietly but clearly. You matter enough for me to add something extra. Because in the end, it's not about perfection, it's about presence. The presence of care, of thoughtfulness, and of a host who knows that beauty lives in the details. Some plants just deserve a stage of their own, a little lift, so they can be admired without being overshadowed. And with Dollar Tree's gold wire baskets, you can give them that spotlight, turning an ordinary pot into a showpiece with hardly any effort at all. The process couldn't be simpler. Take one of the gold wire baskets and flip it upside down. The wide, flat bottom becomes the perfect platform for a planter to rest on, instantly adding height and elegance. The metallic finish catches the light, making even the most humble plastic pot look like it belongs in a high-end garden shop. If you'd like to vary the height of your display, stack 2 baskets together, secure them with zip ties or strong tape where they meet. This creates a taller pedestal perfect for cascading plants like ivy or petunias that will drape gracefully over the sides. To prevent scratches on delicate surfaces, wrap a strip of clear packing tape around the rim or add small adhesive pads underneath. You can leave the baskets as they are for that glamorous gold accent, or spray paint them to match your porch decor: black for a sleek modern look, white for cottage charm, or a bright color for playful contrast. Arrange several stands in a cluster for a tiered effect, or use just one as a focal point beside a chair or entryway. Because they're lightweight, you can move them around as the sun shifts or as your design mood changes. What's lovely about this idea is how it elevates not just the plant, but the whole space. A simple adjustment in height draws the eye, creates balance in your arrangement, and lets each bloom be seen in its best light. It's a reminder that sometimes beauty isn't about changing the plant at all, it's about changing the way we present it. A small lift, a little shine, and suddenly something ordinary feels like it's ready for its close-up. There's a certain calm that comes from watching water hold something beautiful, like the way a lily rests effortlessly on the surface of a pond. You can bring that same serenity to your porch or patio with a simple floating flower display, made with nothing more than a shallow container, a bit of water, and blooms you love. Start with a wide, low vessel. Dollar Tree's cake pans, decorative bowls, or serving trays all work perfectly. Fill it with clean water, leaving about an inch from the rim so it won't spill when moved. If you'd like to add a little extra charm, place smooth river rocks or glass gems at the bottom for weight and sparkle. Now comes the magic snip, the heads from fresh flowers, roses, gerbera, daisies, zinnias, or whatever is blooming in your garden. Let them float freely across the surface, mixing colors and textures until it feels just right. If fresh blooms aren't available, high-quality artificial flowers can create the same effect and last all season. For evening gatherings, add a few floating candles. As dusk falls, the glow will dance across the petals and shimmer in the water, creating a centerpiece that feels almost otherworldly. You can customize this display for any occasion: soft pastels for a tea, with friends bold reds and oranges for summer celebrations, or even greenery and pine cones for a winter porch table. Change it as often as you like. The setup takes only minutes. Set your floating flower bowl on a side table as a dining table centerpiece, or even on a plant stand in a corner that needs a little lift. Every time you pass it, you'll feel a small wave of calm, proof that water, light, and nature are a combination that never fails to soothe. Because in the rush of daily life, these gentle moments matter. A bowl of blooms may not change the world, but it can change the way your porch feels, and maybe even the way you feel when you sit there watching beauty float so effortlessly in place. Some plants seem to thrive on a little neglect, and succulents are among the best of them. They're forgiving, sculptural, and bring a quiet elegance to any space, especially in the heat of summer when other plants might wilt. With a few Dollar Tree containers, you can create a succulent garden that looks like it came from a boutique nursery, yet requires only the gentlest care. Start with your vessels. Self-watering planters from Dollar Tree are ideal, but shallow bowls. Small metal tubs or ceramic look pots work beautifully too. If your container doesn't have drainage holes, add a layer of pebbles or small stones to the bottom to keep roots from sitting in water. Fill the container with a cactus or succulent potting mix, lighter and sandier than regular soil. Then begin arranging your plants. Mix varieties with different shapes and textures: tall spikes like Sansevieria, rosettes of Echeveria, trailing strings of pearls, or burrow's tail. Group them close together for a lush, full look, or space them out and let decorative gravel fill the gaps for a modern minimalist feel. Succulents love bright light, so place your arrangement where it will catch the sun for several hours a day. Water sparingly, about once every 2 weeks, or when the soil feels completely dry. These plants are happiest when left alone between drinks. For extra charm, tuck in small accents like polished stones, tiny figurines, or even a miniature sign that says, "Welcome." Because succulents grow slowly, your arrangement will hold its shape for months, making it a long-lasting, low-maintenance focal point. The beauty of this project is its adaptability. You can make a single small planter to brighten a table, or create several matching containers to line a porch railing. They'll bring structure and life to your space without demanding constant attention, perfect for days when you'd rather simply sit and enjoy the view. Succulents remind us that thriving doesn't always mean constant growth or fuss. Sometimes it's about holding steady, soaking in the light, and letting your beauty show in your own quiet way. There's a certain charm in a plain terracotta pot, the warm, earthy color, the way it feels in your hands. But sometimes giving it a fresh coat of personality can completely change the way it greets you on the porch. With a little paint and imagination, even the humblest pot from Dollar Tree can become a custom piece that feels like it belongs in a designer garden collection. Begin with clean, dry terracotta pots. Wipe away any dust so the paint adheres smoothly. Then choose your colors: soft pastels for a cottage garden, rich jewel tones for drama, or a classic white for a fresh, crisp look. Acrylic craft paints work beautifully, and Dollar Tree often carries a variety of shades. For texture, try sponge painting to create a mottled, aged effect. For something bold, use painter's tape to mark off geometric patterns, stripes, chevrons, or color blocks. You can even stencil floral designs or delicate vines for a more intricate style. Once the paint is fully dry, seal your work with a clear acrylic spray. This protects your design from weather and watering, helping the colors stay vibrant through the season. Plant your favorites: bright geraniums, trailing lobelia, fragrant herbs, and place your painted pots where they'll be noticed on porch steps, clustered by a seating area, or lined along a windowsill. Grouping several and coordinating designs creates a pulled-together intentional look that can tie your whole outdoor space together. The joy of this project isn't just in the transformation, it's in the act of sitting down with a brush, letting your creativity wander, and making something with your own hands. Every time you see those pots, you'll remember the quiet afternoon you spent bringing them to life. And perhaps that's the loveliest part: they're not just containers for plants. They're little pieces of your story painted into your garden for all to see. There's something about the texture of rope that feels instantly warm and inviting, like a nod to coastal cottages, sunny piers, and breezy afternoons by the water. You can bring that same relaxed, high-end look to your porch with this simple transformation, turning plain plastic planters into rope-wrapped beauties that look like they came from an expensive seaside boutique. Start with any sturdy planter from Dollar Tree. Size and shape are up to you. Wipe it clean so the glue will adhere well. Then take Dollar Tree's nautical rope or jute twine and begin wrapping from the bottom upward, securing it every few inches with hot glue. Keep the coils tight, and even so the rope lays smoothly without gaps. You can cover the entire pot for a fully wrapped look, or just do the lower half to create a dipped effect that shows a band of the original planter color at the top. For extra detail, use a second thinner rope in a contrasting color to add a decorative stripe or pattern midway up the pot. Once wrapped, fill your planter with anything from cheerful annuals to a lush fern. The natural fibers of the rope pair beautifully with greenery, making every plant seem a little more vibrant. Rope also adds a bit of insulation, helping to keep roots from getting too hot in summer or too chilly on a cool night. Group several rope-wrapped planters together for a coordinated look, or mix them with painted pots for an eclectic, collected-over-time style. Because this makeover is so affordable, you can change the rope color or style, seasonally lighter tones for summer, darker for fall, or even add a festive ribbon for the holidays. What I love most about this project is how it disguises something ordinary and gives it an entirely new personality. It's a reminder that beauty often comes from the smallest changes, and that with a little patience and creativity, even the simplest materials can feel elegant. Much like us, these planters have been given a new wrapping, a fresh chapter, and now they stand tall, ready to welcome whatever life decides to plant in them. Small porches have their own kind of charm, cozy, intimate, and easy to make your own. But sometimes they can feel a bit closed in or shaded. That's where mirrors step in, bringing light, depth, and a touch of surprise to even the tiniest outdoor corner. Start with an inexpensive framed mirror from Dollar Tree. Choose a style that complements your space: simple and clean-lined for modern looks, or ornate and distressed for vintage appeal. If you'd like, paint or stencil the frame to match your porch colors. A weathered white works beautifully for cottage charm, while matte black adds quiet elegance. Placement is key. Hang the mirror where it will catch and reflect natural light: morning sun for a gentle glow, or evening light for a soft golden wash. Position it opposite your favorite planter or garden view so it doubles the beauty without taking up any extra space. In shaded areas, it will bounce what little light there is, instantly making the space feel brighter. For safety, secure your mirror well and use one designed for outdoor or covered areas. You can even prop it against a wall on a sturdy table for a more relaxed, layered look. To make the mirror feel like part of the garden, let vines or trailing plants frame its edges, blurring the line between reflection and reality. The effect can be enchanting. Your eye catches a flash of green or a bloom in the glass, and for a moment, it's as if the garden extends farther than it really does. It's a simple trick that feels almost like magic, turning a small porch into a space with depth and openness. And perhaps that's why I love this idea so much. It's proof that perspective can change everything. A mirror doesn't add a single flower or inch of space, yet it transforms the way you see what's already there. Sometimes in gardening, as in life, all it takes is a fresh angle to realize just how much beauty surrounds you. Nothing invites you to linger on the porch quite like a comfortable seat. Cushions turn a simple chair into a resting place, a spot where you can sip tea, read a few pages, or watch the light change across your garden. But outdoor cushions can be costly, and keeping them fresh through the seasons can feel like a chore. That's why this Dollar Tree-friendly approach is such a game changer. Begin with basic outdoor cushions, either ones you already own or inexpensive finds from a discount store. Then visit Dollar Tree's fabric section or pick up tablecloths, scarves, or even decorative pillowcases in patterns you love. These will become your cushion covers, allowing you to change the look whenever you like, without replacing the cushion itself. For a no-sew option, wrap the fabric snugly around the cushion and secure it underneath with safety pins, fabric glue, or Velcro strips. If you enjoy sewing, stitch up simple slip covers with an envelope-style back so they're easy to remove and wash. You can even add ribbon ties at the corners for a charming cottage-inspired detail. Choose patterns and colors that fit the season's sunflower yellow or nautical stripes for summer, warm plaids for autumn, soft pastels for spring. Because these covers are so affordable, you can refresh your seating as often as you change your porch decor. To make your cushions extra cozy, add a layer of weather-resistant batting beneath the cover. This not only increases comfort, but also helps them hold their shape. For benches or swings, make a long continuous cushion with a matching or coordinating pattern so the whole piece feels intentional and inviting. The beauty of this project is that it extends the life of your cushions while keeping your porch style flexible. One simple chair can feel brand new from season to season, all with just a change of fabric. And there's something special about sitting down on a chair that's been dressed for the moment, knowing that you've prepared it, that it reflects the season you're in, and that it's ready to welcome you whenever you're ready to rest. Because comfort isn't just about softness. It's about creating a space that says, "Stay a while." And with a few yards of fabric and a little imagination, you can make that invitation last all year long. There's a timeless charm in a window box overflowing with flowers. It's like the house itself is smiling, dressed up for the season. And the best part, you can create that welcoming look with affordable Dollar Tree finds and a few simple planting tricks, no sprawling garden required. Start with Dollar Tree's rectangular planters. They're lightweight and easy to work with, yet sturdy enough to hold a lush arrangement. If you want a polished professional touch, line them with coconut coir or moss before adding soil. This not only improves drainage, but also gives that classic garden center appearance. When planting, think in layers. Place taller plants like snapdragons, salvia, or small ornamental grasses in the back. In the middle, use medium-height fillers such as geraniums, marigolds, or coleus for a burst of color. At the front, let trailing plants Lobelia sweet alyssum ivy spill gracefully over the edge. This thriller filler spiller method makes any arrangement look abundant and balanced. If you prefer low-maintenance beauty mix in faux greenery or silk flowers from Dollar Tree, they'll stay perfect all season and can be swapped out for new colors when the next season arrives. Attach your window boxes beneath windows, along porch railings, or even on a fence to create a living wall. Keep them at a comfortable height so watering and deadheading are easy. Your back will thank you. For a cohesive look, coordinate the colors in your boxes with your porch decor, matching cushion covers, wreaths, or welcome signs. Tie everything together. And don't be afraid to change the theme throughout the year. Pastel blooms in spring, bold tropicals in summer, rich mums, and ornamental kale in autumn. What I love most about window boxes is how they greet you every time you look outside or return home. They frame your view with beauty, turning even the simplest porch into a space that feels cared for and loved. Because sometimes the most joyful gardens aren't the biggest. They're the ones right at eye level, ready to meet you with color and cheer every single day. Few things transform a porch faster than the warm glow of string lights. They have a way of softening the edges of the evening, making every space feel inviting, like you've stepped into your own private cafe. And with Dollar Tree's affordable LED strings, you can bring that magic home without spending more than the cost of a single dinner out. Start with warm white LED lights for a timeless, cozy feel. If your porch is covered, drape them along the beams or around the edges of the ceiling. For an open-air space, weave them along railings, wrap them gently around posts, or zigzag them overhead between hooks or trees. The key is to think about how you want the light to feel. A single strand around the perimeter creates a clean frame of light, while multiple strands crossing above give a festive canopy effect. If you want a softer glow, try placing the lights inside sheer curtains or tulle draped along a railing. This diffuses the light into a gentle shimmer, because LED lights are energy efficient. You can leave them up all year, switching them on for summer gatherings, autumn evenings, or even winter nights when you need a little extra sparkle. They work beautifully alongside other garden lighting too, like solar stakes, lanterns, or fairy light jars, layering light at different heights for depth and atmosphere. And here's a little secret: string lights aren't just for night. Even in daylight, they add a sense of celebration to your porch, hinting that something special might happen here at any moment. When you finally sit down under that gentle glow with a good book, a cup of tea, or a friend by your side, you'll feel it. The way the lights wrap around you like a soft blanket, turning the ordinary into something quietly magical. Because in the end, it's not just about seeing your garden. It's about feeling it, and under the glow of string lights every evening feels like a moment worth remembering. Well, my dear friend, look at the journey we've taken together today. From a stackable garden tower to twinkling string lights, we've explored more than 30 ways to breathe fresh life into your porch or patio. Proof that beauty doesn't need to cost a fortune or require more energy than we have to give. Every idea we've shared has one thing in common. It starts with something small. A humble Dollar Tree find, a bit of rope, a splash of paint. And then with your hands, your care, and your imagination, it becomes something more. Something that reflects your story, your taste, and your love of home. Because that's what these projects really are, not just decorations, but little pieces of you scattered throughout your space. The lanterns that glow after sunset, the cushions that invite you to sit, the flowers that spill over their containers in joyful abundance, they all whisper this is a place where someone has loved, tended, and dreamed. And isn't that the true joy of gardening? Not just the blooms themselves, but the way they weave into our lives. The quiet mornings spent watering, the soft evenings under the lights, the laughter of friends gathered around a table you set with care. Your porch or patio doesn't have to be grand to be magical. It just needs to be yours, a reflection of the beauty you've chosen to nurture. And every time you step outside, you'll be reminded that creativity doesn't fade with age. In fact, it deepens, growing richer with every season you've lived. So whether you try one of these ideas or all 32, know that each little change is a brushstroke in a bigger picture. And that picture, dear one, is your masterpiece. If even one idea here made you think I could do that, I'd be delighted if you shared it with a thumbs up. And I'd love to hear from you what project calls your name. The fairy garden, the fireball centerpiece, or maybe those rope-wrapped planters. Let's inspire each other in the comments. Until we meet again, keep growing. Keep creating, and keep believing in the magic you bring to everything you touch. Happy gardening, my dear friend. I'll see you in the next one. Well, hello there, dear friend. I'm so glad you could join me today. Let's just imagine we're sitting together in a quiet garden nook, the kind with a well-worn wooden bench, dappled sunlight, and a gentle breeze, carrying the scent of fresh earth. Maybe you've got a cup of tea in your hands, and there's that familiar comfort in knowing you don't need anything fancy to feel at home here. You know, I've always believed that beauty doesn't come from spending a lot of money. It comes from looking at something ordinary, maybe even something most people would toss away, and seeing its second life. Old bottles, for example. To some, they're clutter. But to me, they're blank canvases, little opportunities waiting for a bit of care and imagination. Today, we're not just talking about saving a few dollars or keeping plastic out of the landfill, though that's part of it. We're talking about the quiet joy of creation, the kind that doesn't strain your back or empty your wallet. These ideas are gentle enough for hands that have seen many seasons, and they bring something more than beauty. They bring stories, memories, and a bit of magic into the garden. So let's take a slow stroll through some of my favorite bottle transformations. You might just find that what was once headed for the trash can become the highlight of your backyard. Do you remember the days when fresh herbs came from a little patch right outside the kitchen door? Maybe your mother had a row of basil and mint, or perhaps you've grown parsley yourself over the years. There's something so satisfying about plucking a sprig, rinsing it under the tap, and adding it straight into a simmering pot or a pitcher of iced tea. But for many of us, bending down or tending a full garden bed isn't as easy as it once was. That's where today's first treasure comes, in a hanging herb garden made from something as simple as a plastic soda bottle. It starts with a 2-liter bottle, the kind that might have been left over from a family barbecue or a holiday gathering. Give it a good rinse, then with a pair of scissors or a small utility knife, carefully cut the bottle in half horizontally. Don't fret over perfect lines. The charm is in the handmade touch. The bottom half becomes your planter. A few small holes poked in the base will let excess water drain, keeping your herbs happy. Fill it 2/3 with soft, fresh potting soil. As your fingers work through it, take a moment to enjoy that earthy scent, a smell that's followed gardeners across generations. Gently plant your herbs: basil for pasta nights, mint for tea, or parsley for garnishing Sunday dinners. To hang it, poke a small hole near the top edge, thread through twine or an old shoelace, and tie it securely. Find a sunny spot, maybe a fence post or the balcony rail, and let it dangle where you can reach it without bending. In no time, you'll have a cascade of green leaves brushing against your fingertips, ready for your next meal. And each time you snip a leaf, you'll be reminded that even the simplest things can become something beautiful, still useful, just like us. Have you ever walked outside on a warm evening and wished you could bottle up that peaceful twilight glow? There's something about the garden at dusk, the air cooler, the colors softer, the world slowing down. That feels like magic. And today's idea lets you keep a little bit of that magic, all with an old plastic bottle and a strand of fairy lights. Pick a bottle you like. It could be clear for a crisp sparkle, or perhaps blue or green for a softer colored glow. Give it a rinse and cut it in half, just like with the herb planter. The bottom will hold a small plant, so add a bit of soil and tuck in a succulent or petite flower. You don't need much, just enough to create a living centerpiece inside your glowing vessel. Now the fun part: the lights. Choose battery-operated fairy lights with a thin, flexible wire. They're light enough to weave gently around the plant and nestle into the soil without crushing anything. The tiny bulbs will peek through leaves and petals, casting a gentle shimmer. Keep the battery pack tucked at the back or under the bottle so it's easy to switch on when the sun dips low. You can leave the wire draped inside for a twinkling nest effect, or poke small, careful holes near the bottle's top and thread the lights through for a starry look that wraps the whole container. Place these glowing planters along a patio rail, on outdoor steps, or in little clusters by a garden path. When darkness falls, they'll softly illuminate the space, a reminder that even an everyday bottle can hold something beautiful, bright, and unexpected. And as you sit with that glow nearby, maybe sipping a cup of tea, you'll feel the same quiet joy I do, the joy of knowing that with just a bit of care, you can turn the ordinary into pure enchantment. There's a certain peace in knowing your plants are cared for, even when you can't be right there with them every day. I remember summers when life got busy or the weather turned unexpectedly hot, and I'd return to find my poor potted plants drooping in thirst. That's why I love this next project. It's like giving your plants their own gentle helper, made from nothing more than a plastic bottle and a strip of old cotton. Start with a medium to large bottle, depending on the plant you're tending. Cut it in half horizontally. The bottom will be your water reservoir, and the top, flipped upside down, will hold the soil and plant. Before you nest the top inside the bottom, you'll need to make the lifeline between them. That's your wick, a piece of cotton string, a shoelace, or a strip of an old t-shirt. Thread one end of the wick through the bottleneck so it hangs into the water below, and leave the other end up in the soil area. When you fill the bottom with water, the wick will slowly draw moisture up to the roots, keeping them perfectly hydrated. No guessing, no worrying, and no more wilted leaves on a hot afternoon. Fill the upper section with potting soil, plant your favorite herb flower or leafy green, and place the whole system in a sunny spot. The beauty of this setup is that it's gentle on you, no need to bend over daily with a watering can, and it's gentle on the plants too. Every time I check mine, I can't help but smile at how simple and clever it is. A bottle that might have ended up in the recycling bin is now quietly nurturing life one drop at a time. It's a reminder that with the right care, both plants and people thrive, sometimes with just a little help from a friend. There's something about the flutter of wings in the garden that makes the whole space feel alive. I still remember sitting at my grandmother's kitchen window watching the finches and cardinals gather around her old wooden feeder. She'd hum softly as she refilled it, saying the birds were guests worth feeding. Today's project lets you invite those same guests into your yard using nothing more than a plastic bottle, a bit of twine, and some bird seed. Choose a sturdy soda bottle, rinse it clean, and dry it well. Near the bottom, cut 2 small holes opposite each other. These will be where the birds peck through to reach the seed. Just above those holes, cut 2 slightly larger openings on each side. Slide a wooden dowel, a pencil, or even a strong twig through these larger openings to make a perch. Picture a little sparrow or chickadee resting there, nibbling happily. Next, fill the bottle about halfway with bird seed. You can choose a general mix or something special for the birds you see most often in your area. A sunflower seed blend will attract cardinals, while a finer seed will bring in finches and wrens. For hanging, wrap twine or sturdy string around the bottle's neck and tie it into a secure loop. Hang it from a tree branch, a shepherd's hook, or even along a fence where you can enjoy the view. Then the real magic begins. One morning you'll step outside, and there they'll be bright feathers against the green of your garden, gentle chirps floating through the air. It's a peaceful exchange. You offer a meal, and they bring song and movement in return. And each time you refill that little feeder, you'll be part of a tradition gardeners have loved for generations, sharing our spaces and our hearts with the creatures that make them feel whole. Some gardens bloom with flowers, others with vegetables. But there's another kind of bloom that comes from art. I've always believed a garden should tell a story not just through plants, but through little touches that reflect the person who tends it. This project is perfect for that, turning plain plastic bottles into colorful wall art that can brighten a fence shed or even the side of the house. Start by collecting bottles in different shapes and sizes. The variety will make your finished piece more interesting. Rinse them clean, then decide what you'd like to create. You might go for big, bold flowers with layered petals, or something more abstract, swirls, spirals, and sunbursts that catch the light. Cutting is the first step to transformation. For flowers, slice the bottle into petal shapes, curving the edges gently. For abstract designs, cut strips or twisty shapes. There's no right or wrong here. Every curve and angle adds personality. Once cut, it's time for color. Acrylic paint works beautifully, and you can be as bold or soft as you like. Reds, yellows, and oranges will make a fiery display. Blues, purples, and greens will bring a calming, meadow-like feel. Don't forget the edges. A little paint there makes the shapes pop. When the pieces are dry, glue them together with hot glue to form your design. You can mount them onto a wooden board for easy hanging, or attach them directly to a wall or fence. A few strategically placed pieces can transform a plain corner into the highlight of your yard. Every time I walk past my own bottle art, I see more than just colors. I see the afternoon I spent painting, the joy of shaping each petal, and the way the sunlight now dances across the garden wall. It's proof that even the humblest of materials can carry beauty, and that, like us, they only grow richer with a little creativity and love. There's a certain magic in the sound of water. It can take an ordinary garden and make it feel like a retreat, a place where time slows and the mind rests. This little project lets you bring that magic into your space without heavy lifting or expensive equipment, using nothing more than a plastic bottle, a small pump, and a few decorative touches. Begin with a clean, sturdy 2-liter bottle. Cut it in half horizontally, keeping both sections. The bottom will be the base that holds water, and the top, flipped upside down, will act as a spout where the water trickles down. Nest the top into the bottom so it sits snugly, creating a small channel for the water to flow through. Next, place your small submersible pump inside the bottom section. These pumps are light and easy to find online or at garden centers, and they run quietly. Position the pump so the outlet points up toward the spout. If you'd like, secure it in place with a dab of hot glue, leaving room for the cord to reach your outlet. Now, the part that turns it from DIY to delightful decoration. Arrange smooth pebbles, river stones, or even bits of moss around the base to hide the pump. You can also tuck in a few small plants around the edge for a natural pond-like feel. Fill the base with water until the pump is fully submerged, then switch it on. You'll hear the gentle trickle right away, the water spilling from the spout into the pool below. It's a sound that draws you in, inviting you to pause and breathe. Place your fountain somewhere you can enjoy it daily, near a favorite chair, beside your flower beds, or even on a balcony. Over time, you might notice it becomes more than just decoration. It's a quiet companion, always ready to remind you that beauty and peace can come from the simplest things. Even an old bottle reshaped by your own two hands. A garden path is more than just a way to get from one place to another. It's an invitation to explore, a gentle guide that leads you through moments of beauty. And with this project, the path itself becomes part of the display. By turning plastic bottles into colorful planters, you can line your walkway with flowers and greenery that welcome every step. Begin by collecting medium-sized bottles. Remove any labels, then wash and dry them well. If you'd like the paint to last longer, lightly sand the outside with fine grit sandpaper so the color clings better. This is the fun part: painting. Use acrylic paints in cheerful shades, sunny yellows, ocean blues, warm reds, or even soft pastels. You can paint them solid or add playful patterns, polka dots, stripes, or little hand-painted flowers. Once the paint is dry, turn each bottle into a planter by cutting a drainage hole in the bottom. A small slit with a utility knife or scissors is enough to keep excess water from pooling. Fill each bottle about 2/3 with potting soil, then plant small blooms like marigolds, pansies, or petunias. Succulents also work beautifully for a low-maintenance option. Arrange your bottle planters along the edges of your path. You can line them up neatly for a classic look, or cluster them in small groups for a whimsical cottage garden feel. As the flowers grow and spill over the edges, the bottles almost disappear into a ribbon of color. What I love most about this project is how it turns something plain into something welcoming. Each painted bottle is a little gesture of joy, and together they create a path that feels cared for and alive. And when guests walk down it, or even when it's just you with your morning tea, those bright planters will make each step feel a little lighter. Some flowers are meant to be enjoyed up close: a handful of tulips in spring, a single rose snipped at just the right moment, or a little bouquet of daisies picked on a whim. This project gives those blooms a charming home, turning simple plastic bottles into vases you'll be proud to display on a windowsill, dining table, or porch rail. Start with clean, dry bottles. Medium-sized ones work nicely, but you can choose taller or shorter shapes, depending on the look you want. With scissors or a utility knife, cut the bottle to your desired height. For a classic vase slice, just below the neck. For something more whimsical, cut the top into scallops or petal-like shapes. Don't worry if the cuts aren't perfect. Those small variations add character. Next comes the color. Acrylic paint is your best friend here. You might go for soft pastels, blush pink sky blue, gentle lavender for a romantic look, or perhaps bold jewel tones to make your blooms pop. If you're feeling playful, add hand-painted patterns, stripes, dots, or even little vines winding up the side. Once the paint is dry, fill the vase with a bit of water if you're using fresh flowers, or arrange dried or artificial blooms if you'd like something longer lasting. A few decorative stones or marbles at the bottom can add weight and a touch of sparkle. Place your finished vase where it can catch the light. On a sunny morning, you might see the painted edges glowing softly, framing the blooms you've chosen. Every time you walk past, you'll be reminded of the beauty in small things: a bloom brought indoors, a bottle given a second life, and the quiet pleasure of making something with your own hands. These vases don't just hold flowers. They hold the simple joy of creation. There's something uplifting about flowers that hang at eye level, swaying gently in the breeze. They greet you as you pass by, almost like old friends. This project brings that beauty into your space with an easy, inexpensive twist, transforming plastic bottles into charming, hanging flower pots. Begin with a clean, dry bottle. A regular soda bottle works well, but you can choose larger or smaller sizes depending on the plant you want. Using scissors or a utility knife, cut the bottle in half. The bottom section will be your planter, while the top can be saved for another project. For a softer, more decorative look, you can shape the cut edge into gentle curves, almost like the rim of a traditional clay pot. Before planting, poke 1 or 2 small drainage holes in the base so water doesn't collect. Next, create the hanger. Cut 2 lengths of sturdy twine or rope. Tie each piece securely to opposite sides of the bottle's rim. Then bring the loose ends together above and knot them to form a loop. This loop will make hanging simple. Fill the bottle 2/3 full with potting soil. Choose flowers or plants that will thrive in your chosen spot: petunias for cascading color, pansies for cheerful faces, or even lavender for a soft fragrance. Gently press the plant into the soil, filling around the roots and leaving room for watering. Now comes the fun part: deciding where to display it. You might hang your pots from a porch beam, along a balcony rail, or even on sturdy hooks attached to a fence. A cluster of these hanging pots, each with different flowers, can turn a plain wall into a vertical garden bursting with life. And every time the wind stirs them, you'll be reminded that beauty doesn't have to be heavy, expensive, or complicated. Sometimes it's as light as a flower swinging gently in a bottle you saved from the trash. Some gardens have flowers, others have fountains, but the ones I remember most fondly always had a bit of whimsy. A smiling gnome peeking out from behind a pot, a tiny hat just visible above the flowers. It's the kind of charm that makes a garden feel alive. With this project, you can make your own cheerful gnomes from something as ordinary as a plastic bottle. Start with a sturdy 2-liter bottle and cut off the bottom third. This rounded section will form the gnome's body. Then take the top part of the bottle, cut away the neck, and shape it into a cone. This will be the hat. If you'd like a taller or shorter hat, adjust the cone's height before gluing it in place. Use a hot glue gun or strong adhesive to attach the hat securely to the top of the body. Once assembled, it's time to bring your gnome to life with paint. A bright red or deep blue for the hat is traditional, but you can pick any color that makes you smile. Paint the body in earthy tones like tan or brown, then add a fluffy white beard with sweeping brush strokes. A small wooden bead button or stone glued to the center will serve as the nose. From here, the fun is in the details. Add tiny arms made from twigs or fabric scraps, or paint on a belt around the middle. If you want your gnome to look ready for garden work, glue a miniature rake shovel or even a little watering can into one hand. Place your finished gnome among your plants beside a path or near a bird bath. Over time, you might make a whole little village of bottle gnomes, each with its own personality. And every time you spot one peeking out from behind the marigolds or roses, you'll be reminded that gardens are not just for growing plants, they're for growing smiles too. There's something almost magical about a terrarium, a little world under glass, where plants quietly grow in their own tiny ecosystem. You can place one on a table, a windowsill, or even a shaded porch, and it will add a feeling of life and calm to the space. And with a clear plastic bottle, you can create one easily without spending a fortune. Start with a clean, clear bottle. A soda or juice bottle works perfectly. Using scissors or a utility knife, cut it in half. The bottom section will be your container, and the top half will serve as a lid to keep humidity in. If the edges feel rough, you can smooth them gently with fine sandpaper. Begin layering your terrarium. The first layer should be small stones or pebbles. This helps with drainage so the roots don't sit in water. Next, add a thin layer of activated charcoal if you have it. It helps keep the environment fresh. Then spoon in a few inches of potting soil, enough to give your plants room to grow. Now comes the planting. Small succulents, moss, or tiny ferns work beautifully. Use the handle of a spoon or a small stick to make holes for the roots, then gently press the plants into place. If you'd like, add decorative touches, a few smooth stones, bits of bark, or even a tiny figurine to make the scene more personal. Once arranged, place the top half of the bottle back over the bottom to act as the lid. This will trap moisture, creating a miniature greenhouse effect. You may only need to water once a week, as the terrarium will recycle much of its own moisture. Set your new creation somewhere it can get indirect light and watch your tiny garden thrive. It's a wonderful way to bring the outdoors inside or to brighten a quiet corner without much maintenance. Every time I look at mine, I'm reminded that beauty doesn't have to be grand to be meaningful. Sometimes the most peaceful worlds are the smallest ones, tended with care and built with our own two hands. There's something almost magical about a terrarium, a little world under glass where plants quietly grow in their own tiny ecosystem. You can place one on a table, a windowsill, or even a shaded porch, and it will add a feeling of life and calm to the space. And with a clear plastic bottle, you can create one easily without spending a fortune. Start with a clean, clear bottle. A soda or juice bottle works perfectly. Using scissors or a utility knife, cut it in half. The bottom section will be your container and the top half will serve as a lid to keep humidity in. If the edges feel rough, you can smooth them gently with fine sandpaper. Begin layering your terrarium. The first layer should be small stones or pebbles. This helps with drainage so the roots don't sit in water. Next, add a thin layer of activated charcoal if you have it. It helps keep the environment fresh. Then spoon in a few inches of potting soil, enough to give your plants room to grow. Now comes the planting. Small succulents, moss, or tiny ferns work beautifully. Use the handle of a spoon or a small stick to make holes for the roots, then gently press the plants into place. If you'd like, add decorative touches, a few smooth stones, bits of bark, or even a tiny figurine to make the scene more personal. Once arranged, place the top half of the bottle back over the bottom to act as the lid. This will trap moisture, creating a miniature greenhouse effect. You may only need to water once a week, as the terrarium will recycle much of its own moisture. Set your new creation somewhere it can get indirect light and watch your tiny garden thrive. It's a wonderful way to bring the outdoors inside or to brighten a quiet corner without much maintenance. Every time I look at mine, I'm reminded that beauty doesn't have to be grand to be meaningful. Sometimes the most peaceful worlds are the smallest ones, tended with care and built with our own two hands. There's a special kind of magic that happens when the garden shifts from day to night. The air cools, the colors soften, and everything seems to slow down. This project captures that gentle transition with solar-powered lanterns made from simple plastic bottles, glowing beacons that light the way without using a single battery or plug once they're set up. Start with a clean, clear, or frosted bottle. The frosted finish will give you a softer, more diffused glow, while a clear bottle will shine more brightly. Using scissors or a utility knife, carefully cut off the top just below the neck to create an open rim. This will make room for your solar light insert. Most small garden solar lights come with a stake. Remove the stake so you're left with just the light and its attached solar panel. Fit the light into the open top of your bottle so the panel faces up. If it's a little loose, a dab of hot glue will keep it secure. Now comes the fun part, decorating. You could wrap the bottle in natural jute or twine for a rustic farmhouse feel, or paint it with translucent glass paints for a colorful stained glass effect. If you'd like something whimsical, add leaf or flower stencils with acrylic paint, letting the light glow through the open spaces. Place your lanterns where they'll get a good dose of sunlight during the day, along a garden path, at the edge of a patio, or hanging from low tree branches. As night falls, they'll begin to glow softly, casting a warm, welcoming light. What I love most about these lanterns is their quiet dependability. They don't ask for much, just a bit of sun each day, and in return, they offer hours of gentle light. In a way, they remind me of the people we cherish most, steady glowing and making life a little brighter just by being there. If you've ever wandered through your garden and wondered, now was this basil or oregano, you're not alone. Even the most seasoned gardeners can lose track, especially when plants are young and their leaves look so similar. That's why I adore this project. Recycled garden markers made from plastic bottles. They're bright, cheerful, and help keep your plants organized in the most charming way. Start with a clean plastic bottle. Smaller ones work best, but any size will do. Using scissors or a utility knife, cut away the smoothest part of the bottle's side to create a flat piece of plastic. From this, cut out simple shapes for your markers. Rectangles work perfectly, but you can get creative with triangles, flag shapes, or even leaf designs. Once you've cut your shapes, it's time to add color. Paint them with acrylics in shades that will stand out against the greenery: sunny yellow, bold red, crisp white, or even soft pastels. If you want extra durability, you can give them a quick coat of clear sealant once the paint is dry. Now for the labels. Use a permanent marker or a fine-tipped paint pen to neatly write the plant's name. Big, clear letters make them easy to read at a glance. You can also decorate the edges with little doodles, a tomato vine, a sprig of rosemary, or a tiny butterfly. To place them in the garden glue or tape each marker to a wooden skewer chopstick or even a sturdy twig. Push them gently into the soil beside each plant. These little signs do more than just help you remember what's growing where. They bring personality to your garden beds, and they're a wonderful way to make use of plastic that might otherwise be thrown away. Every time you see one, you'll smile. Not just because you know exactly which herb you're snipping, but because you made it yourself with care and intention. There's a quiet joy in watching butterflies drift through the garden wings, catching the sunlight, moving as if the air itself were a gentle stream. This project invites them to linger a little longer, offering a sweet resting spot made from a simple plastic bottle. Start with a clean medium-sized bottle. Using scissors or a utility knife, cut it in half. The bottom section will hold the nectar and the top half will act as a lid. Near the bottom's rim, cut a few small slits or holes just big enough for butterflies to sip from, but small enough to keep the liquid from spilling too quickly. Next, make the nectar. Mix 1 part white sugar with 4 parts water, stirring until the sugar dissolves completely. Avoid honey or artificial sweeteners. Plain sugar water is safest for butterflies. Pour the nectar into the bottom half of your bottle, filling it just below the slits. Place the top half of the bottle back on inverted to help protect the nectar from debris. Wrap twine or string securely around the bottle's neck, tying it into a loop for hanging. Choose a sunny spot near flowers, as butterflies are more likely to find it there. For an extra welcome, you can tie a small piece of bright sponge or cloth through one of the holes, so it soaks up nectar. Butterflies will perch on it and drink without having to hover. Once it's hanging, you might notice a bit of movement out of the corner of your eye, a splash of orange from a monarch, or the delicate blue shimmer of a hair streak. It's a reminder that your garden isn't just for you. It's a haven for the smallest, most fragile visitors too. And as you watch them, you'll feel the gentle satisfaction of knowing you turned an ordinary bottle into a gift, not just for the garden, but for the beautiful, fleeting creatures that bring it to life. There's something timeless about the soft music of wind chimes. The gentle notes floating through the garden can make even the busiest day feel calmer. And when you make them yourself from something as simple as plastic bottles, they carry not just sound, but the story of your own hands at work. Begin with clean, medium-sized bottles. Using scissors or a utility knife, cut the bottles into rings or long curved strips about 2 to 3 inches wide. Each piece will be one voice in your chime. If you'd like a more polished look, smooth the edges with a bit of fine sandpaper. Now bring them to life with color. Acrylic paint works beautifully. Think soft blues and greens for a peaceful tone, or bright reds and yellows for a cheerful burst. You can even add patterns, dots, spirals, or tiny flowers that will catch the light as they sway. Once painted and dry, it's time to string them. Cut several lengths of sturdy twine or thin cord, threading one bottle piece onto each strand. Knot them in place so they hang at slightly different heights. This variation helps create a more musical sound. Between the bottle pieces, you can add beads, buttons, or small metal washers to change the tone and add weight. Gather all the strands and tie them to a wooden ring embroidery hoop, or even a sturdy stick to serve as the top of your chime. Finish by adding a loop of twine for hanging. Choose a breezy spot, perhaps near your porch, by a favorite chair, or in the branches of a shade tree. As the wind stirs, the chimes will move and sing a mix of soft plastic taps and gentle clicks from the beads. Every time you hear them, you'll be reminded that beauty doesn't always need to be seen. Sometimes it can be heard, carried on the wind, created from something you once thought had no more use at all. There's a quiet satisfaction in knowing exactly how much rain has fallen in your garden. It's a simple measure, but it tells you so much whether your plants have had a good drink or if they might need a little extra from the watering can. With a plastic bottle, you can make your own rain gauge in just a few minutes, and it will serve you faithfully through the seasons. Begin with a clean 2-liter bottle. Remove the label so you can clearly see the water level inside. Using scissors or a utility knife, cut the top off just below the neck where the bottle starts to widen. Set this top piece aside for now. On the bottom section of the bottle, use a ruler and a permanent marker to mark measurements starting about an inch from the base. Make clear, even lines for each inch, and if you like, number them so you can read the rainfall at a glance. Take the top piece you cut off earlier, turn it upside down, and place it into the bottom section like a funnel. This will help direct the rainwater into the gauge and reduce evaporation. You can secure it with a little tape or hot glue, or simply press it snugly into place. Find a spot in your garden that's open to the sky, away from trees' eaves or tall plants that might block the rain. Nestle the gauge into the soil, or set it in a small container of sand to keep it stable. When the rain comes, watch the water slowly rise, each mark telling the story of the storm. Over time, you might even start keeping a little notebook of rainfall amounts, turning this simple tool into part of your gardening ritual. It's a small project, but it connects you more closely to your garden's rhythms, a reminder that tending plants is as much about observing as it is about doing. Sometimes a plant just needs a little lift, a touch of height to help it catch more sunlight, or to make it a centerpiece rather than part of the background. This bottle planter stand is a clever way to do just that, turning humble plastic bottles into a sturdy decorative pedestal for your favorite flowers or herbs. Start by gathering several clean, medium-sized bottles. The more bottles you use, the more stable your stand will be. You'll also need a wooden board or a piece of thick, sturdy cardboard to serve as the base. Arrange the bottles in a cluster on the board. You might set them in a tight circle, a triangle, or even 2 neat rows. The idea is to create a solid base that can bear the weight of a potted plant. Once you're happy with the arrangement, glue the bottles to the base using a hot glue gun or strong adhesive. Press each one firmly to ensure it sticks well. If you want to add a pop of color, paint the bottles before attaching them using bright garden tones like green, yellow, or turquoise. When the glue is dry, place a wide wooden or metal tray on top of the bottles. This will serve as the platform for your plant. Make sure it's balanced securely before adding any weight. If you'd like extra stability, glue or screw the tray to the tops of the bottles. Now you're ready for the fun part, choosing what to display. A pot of vibrant petunias, a lush basil plant, or even a decorative fern will all shine when given a little height. Place your stand where it can be seen and enjoyed, beside your porch steps, at the end of a garden path, or in the middle of a flower bed. It's more than just a way to show off a plant. It's a conversation piece, a little work of art you built yourself from items that might have been tossed away. Sometimes the best way to add beauty to a garden is to build upward. A vertical flower pot tower doesn't just save space, it creates a striking column of color that draws the eye from the ground all the way up. And with a few sturdy plastic bottles, you can make one that's both lightweight and surprisingly strong. Start by collecting bottles of the same or similar size so they stack evenly. Clean and dry them well, then remove the labels. You'll also need a sturdy base. A square of wood or thick cardboard works nicely to keep the tower stable. Begin by gluing the first bottle upright onto the center of the base. Use hot glue or a strong adhesive, pressing firmly until it sets. Then place the next bottle directly on top, lining up the bottoms and tops, so the tower stays straight. Continue stacking as high as you like, securing each layer with glue. For added strength, you can insert a dowel or metal rod through the center of all the bottles before gluing, which helps keep everything aligned. Once the structure is built, you can paint the bottles to match your garden's color scheme or leave them clear for a modern look. If you want them to hold plants directly, cut openings in the sides of the bottles before stacking, creating little windows for planting pockets. When the tower is complete, place a large flower pot or planter on the very top. The height will give your chosen plant, whether it's cascading ivy, trailing petunias, or a burst of geraniums, a stage to truly shine. Set your vertical tower where it can be admired from all angles. It's a wonderful way to turn an unused corner into a focal point, and every time you see it, you'll be reminded that even simple materials can rise to great heights with a bit of imagination. There's something special about a table dressed with fresh flowers. Whether it's for a quiet afternoon tea or a family gathering, a living centerpiece makes the whole space feel warmer and more welcoming. With a few clear plastic bottles, you can create a display that's both beautiful and sustainable, and you can change it with the seasons. Begin by collecting clear bottles in the size you prefer. Large bottles make bold, dramatic centerpieces, while smaller ones feel delicate and intimate. Rinse them clean, then decide how tall you'd like each vase to be. Cut the bottles to your chosen height with scissors or a utility knife, smoothing any rough edges with fine sandpaper. For decoration, you can keep the bottles clear for a crisp, modern look, or paint them in soft tones, pale lavender, warm cream, or muted green to complement your flowers. Wrapping the bases in jute twine, ribbon, or strips of fabric adds texture and charm. To give the vases weight and stability, pour a layer of decorative stones, marbles, or gravel into the bottom. This not only anchors the bottle, but also adds a pretty layer that will be visible through the clear sides. Fill the rest of the space with potting soil if you want to plant small living flowers. Marigolds, pansies, or even miniature roses work well. For cut flowers, simply fill with fresh water and arrange your blooms so they fan out naturally. Once your bottles are ready, group them in the center of your table. Try varying their heights for a more dynamic display, or arrange them in a straight line for a classic runner effect. The best part, you can refresh your centerpiece anytime, swapping in seasonal flowers, colorful foliage, or even small evergreen sprigs in winter. It's a simple way to bring the life of the garden right to your table, reminding everyone gathered there that beauty can bloom anywhere, even from something as humble as a bottle you once thought to throw away. Well, my friend, we've wandered together through a whole garden of ideas today, from glowing lanterns and cascading flower pots to tiny terrariums and cheerful gnomes. Each one started as something simple, something most people might have tossed in the bin without a second thought. And yet, with a little time, care, and imagination, those bottles became treasures. That's the beauty of upcycling. It's not just about saving money or keeping waste out of the landfill. It's about giving new life to something forgotten, about seeing possibility where others see only an ending. Every cut, every brushstroke of paint, every tiny plant tucked into soil is a reminder that our hands still know how to create, no matter how many seasons they've seen. And just like these bottles, we too have been shaped by time. We've been scratched, weathered, maybe even bent a little, but we're still here, still capable of holding light, of growing something beautiful, of adding joy to the world around us. So the next time you see an empty bottle, don't think of it as trash. Think of it as an invitation, a quiet little what if that could lead to a hanging herb garden, a path lined with color, or a lantern that glows softly at dusk. I'd love to know which of these ideas spoke to you most. Will you try the butterfly feeder, the bottle wind chimes? Or perhaps you've got a brand new idea already blooming in your mind. Share it with me in the comments. I can't wait to hear. Until next time, may your days be full of gentle light, your garden full of life, and your heart full of the pride that comes from making something with your own two hands. Happy gardening, dear friend. Oh, my dear friend, it's so good to have you here again. I hope you've brought your sun hat and maybe that cup of tea you love, because today we're going to slow down, breathe, and look at our gardens through brand new eyes. Picture it with me, an early morning on your porch, the air cool and gentle, the light just beginning to spill across the yard. You glance at that old boot tucked in the corner of the shed, the stack of tin cans from last night's dinner, the chipped teacup sitting lonely on the shelf. Most folks would toss them without a second thought, but not you, not today. Because today we're turning what might have been thrown away into something blooming, beautiful, and full of character. You don't need a big budget. You don't need strong knees or heavy lifting. All you need is a touch of imagination, a few everyday items, and the joy of creating something with your own two hands. This isn't just about making pretty planters or clever decor. It's about connection between you and the earth, between past and present. It's about honoring the way our grandparents used to live, nothing wasted, everything given another chance. So let's take a walk together, friend. Let's turn trash into treasures, one little project at a time. Do you remember that pair of boots you wore on rainy mornings? The ones that carried you through muddy garden paths, or maybe snowy sidewalks years ago? They're scuffed now, maybe with a hole in the sole or cracked leather, and they've been sitting in the back of a closet or leaning forgotten against the shed wall. Most people would see only the wear and tear, but to us, they're a story waiting to bloom. Turning old boots into planters is more than a clever trick. It's a way of honoring the life those boots have walked. Each crease in the leather, each faded scuff is a memory. And now, instead of hiding them away, we're giving them a second life right out in the sunshine. It's simple, really. First, give your boots a gentle clean. Nothing fancy, just a little warm, soapy water to remove the dust and mud. They don't have to look perfect. In fact, the worn look gives them charm. Then, using a screwdriver or even a heated fork, poke a few drainage holes in the soles. That way your plants won't get waterlogged. Inside each boot, place a small layer of gravel or stones. This helps the water drain freely. Next comes the fun part, choosing your plants. Petunias with their bright smiles, cheerful marigolds, or even mint for a fresh scent when you walk by. Fill the boots halfway with potting mix, nestle in your plants, and then top off the soil gently around the roots. A light watering is all they need to start their new chapter. Now, where to put them? I like mine by the front door, greeting visitors with color and life. You might hang them on a fence using a bit of sturdy twine, or set them along a garden path so they peek out from between the greenery. They become little surprises in the landscape, making you smile each time you pass. The beauty of this project is that it requires no heavy lifting, no bending for long stretches. You can work at a table sitting comfortably, and when you're done, the boots are easy to move wherever your garden or your mood needs a pop of cheer. And here's the deeper truth: those boots once meant for walking now stand still, holding life instead of carrying it. They remind us that even when our pace slows, we can still bring beauty into the world. We can still bloom. So before you toss that tired pair away, pause and picture them filled with flowers, catching the sunlight and telling their story. A story that now belongs to your garden. There's something comforting about an egg carton, isn't there? That soft, familiar shape, the way it cradles each egg in its own little pocket. Maybe you remember bringing them home from the market in a paper bag or collecting warm eggs from a backyard coop years ago. These days, when the carton is empty, it's easy to flatten it up for the recycling bin. But before you do, let's see it for what it truly is: a ready-made seed nursery just waiting to help new life sprout. This project is especially kind to gentle hands. The lightweight paper cartons are easy to carry, even for those of us who don't want to fuss with heavy trays or soil bags. And the little compartments? They're perfect for keeping each seed snug and separate, giving it the best chance to grow strong. To begin, choose a paper egg carton, not plastic or foam. Paper cartons are biodegradable, which means you can plant them right into the soil later without disturbing tender roots. Snip off the lid with scissors and set it aside. You'll be working with the base, the part with the little cups. Place the carton on a shallow tray or plate to catch any drips. Fill each cup about 3/4 full with seed starting mix or a light potting soil. The soil should be soft and crumbly, so tiny roots can move easily through it. Then drop in your seeds, just 1 or 2 per cup. Lettuce, basil, or zinnias are wonderful choices for beginners, and they don't take long to show their first green shoots. Now give them a gentle mist of water. You don't want to drown them. Just keep the soil evenly moist. If you'd like to speed up germination, you can cover the whole carton with a piece of plastic wrap to create a little greenhouse effect. Place it in a warm, sunny spot like a windowsill or a kitchen counter that catches the morning light. When your seedlings grow a few inches tall, it's time for the magic moment. Take the scissors and cut out each section of the carton, leaving the seedling inside its cup of soil. Then plant the whole thing, carton and all, into your garden bed or a larger pot. The paper will break down naturally, feeding the soil as it disappears. It's a small act, starting seeds this way. But as you watch those first green leaves push up toward the light, you can't help but feel a spark of hope. It's proof that even the simplest, humblest materials can help life flourish. And isn't that what we're doing, dear friend? Helping things grow with whatever we have at hand. You know those empty soup or tomato cans that often end up in the trash without a second thought. Smooth and sturdy, they've held our meals together, yet once emptied, they're too often tossed away. But in the garden, they can take on a whole new purpose, becoming bright little homes for herbs that perfume the air and add flavor to our plates. This project is delightfully simple, and it's gentle work you can do while sitting at a table with a cup of tea nearby. Start by gathering your cans. Any size will do, though the standard soup can is perfect for a single herb. Peel off the labels and give each can a good wash. There's something satisfying about revealing the bare, silvery metal beneath. For drainage, you'll need to make a few small holes in the bottom. A hammer and nail will do the job nicely. And you don't need many, 3 or 4, will let excess water escape without spilling soil. If you'd like to add some personality, this is the time to decorate. A coat of leftover paint, a strip of washi tape, or even a ribbon tied around the middle can turn a plain can into something cheerful. Now fill each can about 2/3 full with fresh potting mix. Choose herbs that suit your cooking and your senses: parsley for garnish time for roasts, oregano for pasta, or mint for cooling summer drinks. Plant 1 herb per can, pressing it gently into the soil and topping up with a little more mix until it's snug. Water lightly, just enough to moisten the soil without leaving it soggy. These little herb cans are perfect for a sunny kitchen windowsill, a patio table, or even a shelf by the back door. They're light enough to move easily, so you can follow the sun or bring them indoors when the weather turns. And because they're small, they're manageable. No heavy lifting, no bending, no overwatering. One of my favorite things about this project is how quickly it makes your space feel alive. Within a week or two, new leaves will unfurl, filling the air with fragrance. And each time you snip a sprig for cooking, you'll smile knowing it came from something you saved from the bin. In a way, these tin can gardens are a quiet reminder beauty and usefulness don't fade with age or wear. They just need the right setting to shine again. Much like us, they have more to give when we look past what's empty and see what's possible. So next time you're rinsing out a can, don't toss it. Keep it close, you might be holding tomorrow's little burst of green. Do you remember when we used to collect stacks of CDs, music albums, home videos, maybe even computer programs from years gone by? Now many of them sit tucked away in drawers, scratched and forgotten. But in the garden, even those worn, shimmering discs still have a role to play. With a little creativity, they can dance in the breeze, scatter sunlight across your plants, and even help keep curious birds from snacking on your strawberries or seedlings. This project is light, easy, and fun, perfect for an afternoon at the patio table. Gather 4 to 6 old CDs, the more scratched the better, as their imperfect surfaces scatter light in every direction. If you want a touch of color, you can paint one side with bright patterns or cover it with decorative stickers. But honestly, the silvery rainbow they naturally reflect is already beautiful. To make your mobile thread fishing line twine or even sturdy sewing thread through the center hole of each CD, tie a knot to secure it in place, leaving enough line so the CDs can swing freely. Then attach the other end of each line to a branch, an old coat hanger, or even a piece of driftwood for a rustic look. When the sunlight hits them, the discs will sparkle and flash. This natural shimmer catches the attention of birds, making them think twice before swooping in for a snack. Place your mobile near vulnerable plants like tomatoes, berries, or newly sown seeds for a gentle, non-harmful deterrent. The best part is watching how the light changes throughout the day. In the morning, the reflections are soft and playful. By midday, they're bold and bright. And in the late afternoon, they turn golden as the sun dips low. On a breezy day, your mobile will twirl lazily, creating a little bit of magic right there in your garden. Making one doesn't require bending, lifting, or long hours of work. You can assemble the whole project sitting down and hang it with just a quick stretch of the arm. And because CDs are so lightweight, you can rearrange or add to your mobile whenever you like. I think what makes this idea so special is how it transforms something we once treasured then forgot into a new source of joy. Just like music used to fill our homes, these sparkling discs now fill the garden with movement and light. It's a reminder that even in a new chapter, we can still shine in our own way, reflecting beauty wherever we're placed. There's a certain tenderness in holding an old teacup, isn't there? Maybe it belonged to your mother, or it was part of a set you once brought out only for special occasions. Over time, a chip on the rim or a hairline crack might have made it too fragile to use for tea. But that doesn't mean it's lost its charm. In fact, those little imperfections can make it even more endearing. And with a few simple steps, that cup can hold something new, tiny living jewels we call succulents. Succulents are wonderfully forgiving plants. They don't need much water, they grow slowly, and they look like something straight out of a miniature fairy garden. That makes them perfect for small, delicate containers like teacups. Best of all, this project is light on effort, no digging, no bending, just a bit of gentle crafting at a table. Start by giving your cup a rinse to remove any dust. If it's cracked, don't worry. Succulents prefer a bit of dryness, and a small crack can even help with drainage. If your cup is fully intact, you can sprinkle a thin layer of gravel or crushed stones at the bottom to keep roots from sitting in water. Next, fill the cup almost to the top with cactus or succulent potting mix. If you don't have that on hand, a regular potting soil mixed with a bit of sand will do in a pinch. Choose a small succulent, something like echeveria, with its rosette of leaves, a string of pearls that drapes gently over the side, or a hardy hen and chicks variety. Nestle the plant in, tucking the soil gently around its base. Give it just a sip of water. Succulents like to be on the dry side. Then find a sunny spot for your new creation, a windowsill, a porch table, or even as part of a centerpiece for an afternoon tea gathering. Over time, the plant will settle in its roots, winding gently through the soil, just as your memories wind through the cup's history. There's something deeply satisfying about seeing a once broken item given a new purpose. The teacup, once a vessel for warmth and conversation, now holds a living reminder that beauty can be reborn. And each time you pass by, you might find yourself tracing the tiny chip with your finger and smiling. Not because it's perfect, but because it's still here, still lovely, still holding something precious. So the next time you see a lonely cup at the back of a cupboard or at a thrift shop shelf, bring it home. It might just be the start of a little garden in the palm of your hand. There's something delightful about strawberries, bright red sweet, and just the right size to pop straight into your mouth. For many of us, they bring back memories of summer mornings bending down in the garden to find those little jewels hiding under the leaves. But as the years pass, bending and kneeling aren't as easy as they once were. That's why this next idea feels like such a gift, a vertical strawberry garden made from an old hanging shoe organizer. You might have one tucked away in a closet right now, canvas or fabric with deep pockets meant for sneakers or sandals. Instead of shoes, imagine each pocket holding a lush strawberry plant hanging right at eye level. It's gardening without the backache, and it saves space too. Start by choosing a fabric or canvas organizer with at least 8 to 12 pockets. If you only have a plastic one, that's fine. Just make a few small drainage holes at the bottom of each pocket using a sharp knife or nail. Lay the organizer flat on a table or bench so you can work comfortably without straining. Fill each pocket about 3/4 full with potting mix or compost. Then place one strawberry plant or herb in each, pressing the soil gently around the roots. Heavier herbs like parsley or mint also do well here if you want a mix of plants. Once all your pockets are planted, hang the organizer on a sturdy wall fence or railing. Make sure it gets at least 4 to 6 hours of sunlight each day. Morning light is especially gentle and perfect for strawberries. When watering, start from the top row and let the excess trickle down to the lower pockets. You can use a small watering can or even a spray bottle for more control. The joy of this setup is in its simplicity. No crouching to check for ripe berries, no tangled ground-level vines. Instead, you can stroll out, see the fruit blushing in the sun, and pick them straight into a bowl without even leaning forward. And there's something whimsical about it too. Rows of plants cascading down like a living green curtain dotted with bright red berries. It feels a little bit like magic, as if your garden decided to grow upward instead of out. This is a project you can start in an afternoon and enjoy for months, and it works beautifully on balconies, patios, or even sunny walls indoors. It's proof that when we think differently about the things we already have, we open the door to fresh possibilities, sweet ones in this case. So, dear friend, the next time you see an unused shoe organizer, don't think closet. Think strawberry patch at arm's reach. There's a special kind of charm in an old ladder, the kind that's been leaned against walls for years, its rungs worn smooth by countless steps. Maybe it's been in your family's shed for decades, or maybe you spotted one at a yard sale, paint-speckled and full of stories. Instead of letting it gather dust, why not give it a new life as a vertical garden? And to make it even more magical, we'll wrap it in fairy lights so it glows softly in the evening. An A-frame ladder works best because it stands on its own, but even a leaning ladder can become a showpiece against a wall. Start by giving it a quick cleaning, just enough to remove loose dirt. If you want a splash of color, paint it in a soft pastel or classic white and let it dry. The paint doesn't just freshen it up, it sets the mood for your whole garden corner. If the steps are too narrow to hold pots, lay wooden boards across them to create little shelves. Cut them to size so they fit snugly, giving your plants a sturdy place to sit. Begin placing your pots, heavier ones on the bottom for stability, lighter ones up top. Herbs, trailing flowers like ivy or lobelia, and even small succulents work beautifully here. Now comes the part that turns it from practical to enchanting fairy lights. Choose a solar-powered or battery-operated strand so you don't have to fuss with cords. Start at the top and spiral the lights around the frame, tucking them neatly so they peek out between pots and leaves. By day, the ladder is a cheerful layered display of greenery and blooms. By night, it becomes a glowing sculpture, casting a gentle light that makes the garden feel warm and welcoming. Place it in a patio corner by a porch railing or even as a focal point in your backyard seating area. This project is kind to the body. You can arrange everything at a table before moving the ladder into place, avoiding long stretches of bending or lifting. And it's endlessly customizable. You can change the plants with the seasons, add little garden ornaments, or switch out the lights for a fresh look. What I love most about this idea is how it brings together old and new. The ladder, with its history of hard work, now supports life in a gentler way. holding flowers instead of feet, shining light instead of bearing weight. It's a quiet reminder that we too can find joy in different roles as the years go on. So, dear friend, the next time you pass by a weathered old ladder, see it not as something finished, but as a stage waiting to be dressed in blooms and light. If you've ever replaced a section of rain gutter or spotted some discarded by the roadside, you might not have thought twice about them. Long, narrow, and plain, they don't seem like much. But in the garden, they can become sleek, space-saving beds, perfect for growing fresh salad greens and herbs, all at a comfortable height, so you never have to stoop or kneel. This idea works especially well for those of us gardening on balconies, patios, or small backyards where every inch counts. By mounting the gutters to a fence railing or wall, you can turn an unused vertical space into a tidy row of edibles you can harvest at arm's reach. Start with old or unused gutters, plastic or aluminum, both work fine. Give them a thorough wash to remove any dirt or residue. If they don't already have end caps, seal each end with corks, duct tape, or silicone plugs so the soil won't spill out. Drill small drainage holes along the bottom spaced every 6 to 8 inches to prevent water from pooling. Mount your gutter securely at waist or chest height using bracket screws or even heavy-duty zip ties for railings. The key is stability. You want it strong enough to hold damp soil and plants without sagging. Once mounted, fill the gutter with a lightweight potting mix, leaving about 2 inches of space from the top to keep soil from washing over when you water. Lettuce, spinach, arugula, parsley, and green onions all thrive in shallow soil, making them perfect for this setup. Sow seeds directly or transplant small seedlings, spacing them a few inches apart. Because the gutter is narrow, watering is quick and easy. A gentle spray or small watering can will do. One unexpected benefit: this design keeps your greens cleaner. No more bending to wash dirt off leaves. They grow neatly above the ground, away from mud splashes. And if you choose a spot with partial shade, especially in the afternoon, your lettuce will stay crisp and sweet, even in warm weather. The gutter garden is more than just a clever use of space. It's a gentle nod to efficiency, to working smarter instead of harder. It reminds us that gardening doesn't always have to mean sprawling plots and heavy tools. Sometimes it's as simple as a wall of greenery right where you can see, smell, and reach it. So next time you see an old gutter headed for the landfill, picture it not on a roof, but lined with tender greens swaying in the breeze, your own little salad bar growing at the perfect height for comfort and joy. There's a certain charm in old kitchen tools, especially those that have served faithfully for years. A colander, for instance, might have drained countless pots of pasta or rinsed fresh berries from the garden. One day its handle loosens or the metal starts to dull, and it finds itself tucked away in the back of a cupboard. But in the garden, that same colander can become something quite special, a whimsical hanging planter that drains perfectly and adds rustic beauty to any porch or patio. This project starts with a simple rescue. Find an old metal or plastic colander, even one with a bit of rust or wear. If it's looking particularly tired, you can give it a new coat of spray paint in a soft garden, color pastel blue, sage green, or warm cream. This not only brightens its appearance, but also helps protect it from the weather. Because colanders already have plenty of holes, they're ideal for plants that like well-drained soil. To keep the soil from slipping through, line the inside with a piece of cocoa liner burlap or even an old t-shirt cut to fit. This will hold the soil in place while still letting excess water escape. Fill the lined colander with a lightweight potting mix, leaving a couple of inches at the top so water doesn't spill over. For plants, you might choose trailing flowers like petunias or lobelia, which will spill gracefully over the sides, or herbs such as thyme, oregano, or mint, which stay lush and fragrant. To hang your new planter, attach 3 equal lengths of sturdy chain or strong macrame cord to the colander's handles or sides. Bring the chains together at the top and secure them to a hook on your porch ceiling, a tree branch, or a shepherd's hook in the garden. The result is a planter that sways gently in the breeze, catching the light and releasing the scent of its blooms or herbs. When it rains, water runs naturally through the holes, and when the sun shines, the flowers or greenery seem to dance in their airy basket. This is an easy, low-effort project. No bending, no heavy lifting. You can assemble the whole thing seated at a table, then simply hang it up with one quick lift. And perhaps best of all, it gives a hard-working kitchen tool a graceful retirement. turning its practicality into pure decoration. It's a reminder that usefulness doesn't fade, it simply changes shape. In the same way we adapt to new seasons in life, an old colander can move from the kitchen to the garden, bringing joy in a whole new way. Every now and then you come across an old chair that's lost its seat. Perhaps it's been sitting in the attic chipped and faded, or you spotted it at a thrift store with a price tag that made you smile. Once it held someone at the table for countless meals and conversations. Now, with a little imagination, it can hold something else entirely, a cascade of flowers, turning it into what I like to call a flower throne. The beauty of this project lies in how little it asks of you physically, yet how much charm it gives back. Begin with any wooden or metal chair, preferably one with a missing or damaged seat. Give it a quick clean to remove dust and cobwebs. If the paint is peeling, you can sand it lightly for a smoother finish, but you don't have to aim for perfection. Those weathered edges often add to the appeal. If you'd like, brush on a coat of paint in a soft pastel or bright cottage color to suit your garden's personality. To create the planting area, you'll need a wire basket or a sturdy plastic bowl that fits snugly into the seat frame. Line the basket or bowl with a cocoa liner burlap or even an old pillowcase to hold the soil. Fill it with a good quality potting mix, leaving a bit of space at the top for watering. Now comes the fun part, choosing your flowers. Go for a mix of heights and textures, cheerful petunias, cascading lobelia, and marigolds for a pop of gold. You might even tuck in a few trailing ivy plants for a lush spilling effect. Plant them closely so they'll grow together into a full overflowing display. Once planted, place your flower throne in a spot where it can be appreciated, perhaps at the entrance to your garden by the porch or as a whimsical focal point along a path. As the flowers fill in, they'll transform the chair into a living sculpture bursting with color and movement. This is an entirely accessible project. You can plant everything while sitting comfortably, and once the chair is in place, it's easy to tend with just a quick watering or light trimming. The result is a statement piece that invites smiles from everyone who passes by. More than that, it's a reminder that even when a part of us no longer works as it once did, we still have beauty and purpose. The chair may no longer be strong enough to hold a person, but it can still hold life, color, and joy. And perhaps, dear friend, that's the heart of upcycling, finding the gift in the next chapter. There's something nostalgic about a mason jar. Maybe yours once held homemade jam cooling on the counter or pickles lined neatly on pantry shelves. The thick glass, the familiar clink of the lid, it all feels like a piece of home. But even if they've retired from the kitchen, these jars can still serve a beautiful purpose in the garden. With just a little imagination, they can become tiny greenhouses, perfect for starting seeds on a windowsill. This idea is wonderfully gentle on the hands and back. You can prepare everything while seated at a table with your gardening supplies close at hand. Start with clean mason jars. Any size will do, though pint jars are a nice middle ground. If you don't have lids, that's perfectly fine. We'll be using the jars upside down. Fill small seed starting trays, yogurt cups, or even paper cups with moist seed starting mix. Label each with the plant's name so you'll remember what's what. Then sow a few seeds in each cup. Herbs like basil and parsley, or vegetables like lettuce and tomatoes are ideal choices. Cover the seeds lightly with soil, just enough to keep them snug. Now take your mason jar and place it upside down over the cup, completely covering it. The glass will trap warmth and moisture, creating a miniature greenhouse effect. This keeps the environment stable, which is especially helpful for seeds that like a little extra humidity to sprout. Set your jar-covered seedlings on a sunny windowsill or a bright kitchen counter. You'll notice tiny droplets forming inside the glass as the sun warms it, nature's own gentle water cycle. Once the seedlings sprout and reach a couple of inches tall, you can remove the jar during the day to prevent overheating and put it back on at night for protection. The best part of this project is that you can watch your plants grow up close day by day. There's a quiet joy in seeing that first bit of green push against the soil, knowing it was nurtured right there in the warmth of your home. And when the seedlings are strong enough, you can transplant them cup and all into larger pots or the garden without ever disturbing their roots. Mason jars in this role are like old friends who've come back to help in a new way. Once they held food to nourish you, now they shelter tiny plants that will do the same. It's a full circle of care and a gentle reminder that with a little creativity, the tools of yesterday can grow the life of tomorrow. An empty wine bottle might seem like nothing more than recycling waiting to happen. But in the garden, it can become a quiet helper, one that keeps your plants watered without you lifting a finger for days. This self-watering trick is simple, elegant, and perfect for those of us who sometimes forget a daily watering or simply want to save our backs from hauling heavy cans. Start with a clean, label-free wine bottle. Any color works, but clear or green glass looks especially charming tucked among potted plants. Fill the bottle with clean water all the way to the top. If you have a water spike ceramic or plastic, you can attach it to the bottle's neck for an even steadier flow, but it isn't strictly necessary. Now comes the quick flip. In one smooth motion, turn the bottle upside down and insert its neck into the soil about 2 or 3 inches from the plant's base. Press it in deep enough so it stands firmly. The water will begin to release slowly as the soil dries, creating a steady, gentle source of moisture that can last for several days depending on weather and plant size. This method is especially useful for container gardens, hanging baskets, or plants that tend to wilt quickly in the summer sun. It's also a wonderful way to keep plants happy while you're away for a weekend. You can refill the bottles right where they stand, no bending or carrying heavy jugs across the yard. If you want to add a touch of beauty paint, the bottles with weatherproof designs, wrap them in twine or let the sun catch their natural shine. On bright days, the glass sparkles between leaves almost like a hidden garden ornament. What I love most about this idea is how it blends form and function. The bottle doesn't just water your plants, it becomes part of the garden's character, standing quietly at work while you enjoy your time elsewhere. And perhaps there's a metaphor here too. Like the bottle, we can still pour out goodness steadily, drop by drop, in ways that may seem small but make a lasting difference. Sometimes the simplest solutions are the ones that free us to enjoy life more, knowing the essentials are cared for. So before you toss that bottle into the bin, give it a second look. You might be holding not just glass, but a ready-made garden helper waiting to serve silently, reliably, and with a little sparkle. You've probably seen them before: wooden shipping pallets leaning behind stores, stacked in hardware yards, or even left out on the curb. Most people pass them by without a second thought. But in the garden, a pallet can become a vertical wall of life filled with flowers, herbs, or even vegetables, all framed in rustic charm. And with a coat of soft pastel paint, it transforms into something that feels straight out of a cottage garden. This project starts with finding a clean, sturdy pallet. If it's been outdoors, give it a quick scrub to remove dirt and let it dry in the sun. Sand any rough spots, especially on the edges where hands will touch. Then comes the fun part: choosing a color. Soft mint green, lavender, or buttery yellow can instantly give it a warm, inviting look. Brush on your paint and let it dry completely before planting. To hold soil in place, staple landscaping fabric to the inside backs of the pallet's shelves or compartments. This creates little pockets for your plants. Alternatively, you can tuck small pots directly into the spaces, which makes changing plants with the seasons even easier. When filling the shelves with potting mix, work from the bottom up so you don't spill onto the lower levels. Compact, shallow-rooted plants like herbs, pansies, or trailing alyssum work beautifully here. For a lush, spilling effect, alternate upright plants with ones that cascade gently over the edges. Once your pallet is planted, lean it securely against a wall fence or railing, or mount it firmly in place. Water from the top shelf and let gravity help carry moisture down to the lower plants. The beauty of this design is how it brings gardening to eye level. No kneeling, no bending, just easy tending and harvesting. And because the pallet is narrow, it fits perfectly in small spaces, adding greenery without taking up precious ground. By day, it's a cheerful splash of color and life. By evening, it becomes a peaceful backdrop, especially if you add a string of solar fairy lights woven through the slats. It's practical, too perfect for keeping herbs right outside your kitchen door ready for cooking. What makes this project so special is its transformation. A pallet that once carried heavy loads now supports delicate blooms, herbs, and beauty. It's a reminder that with a little care and vision, we can repurpose not just objects, but moments and memories, giving them a softer, brighter second life. So next time you spot a pallet on the curb, don't walk past it. See it as a blank canvas for your garden, ready to be painted, planted, and brought into full bloom. An old tire is one of those things most people are eager to be rid of, heavy, worn, and not much to look at. But in the garden, it can be transformed into something unexpected and truly serene, a miniature pond. This simple project adds a touch of water's calming presence, invites birds and butterflies to visit, and creates a peaceful focal point you can enjoy from your favorite chair. Start by finding a tire from a car or motorcycle. Give it a good scrub with soapy water to remove dirt and any lingering road dust. You can leave it its natural black for a rustic look, or paint it in soft natural tones to blend with your garden. Choose where your pond will live. You can either set the tire on top of the ground or dig a shallow space so it sits partially or fully recessed. If digging feels like too much work, simply placing it on a sturdy level spot works perfectly for a container-style pond. To hold the water, you'll need a heavy-duty plastic or pond liner. Lay the liner over the tire and press it into the hollow center, smoothing out wrinkles so it fits snugly. Trim away any excess, tucking the edges under the tire or securing them with decorative stones. Fill the pond with clean water, letting it sit for a day to warm and settle. Then add your choice of water plants. Small lilies, water lettuce, or floating hyacinths all work well. You can place potted aquatic plants on bricks inside the tire so they sit at the right depth. For an extra touch of magic, place a few smooth pebbles or a small statue along the rim. If you'd like the sound of moving water, add a small solar-powered fountain. The gentle trickle will not only soothe your ears, but also keep the water fresh for visiting birds. This is a project you can do almost entirely standing or seated with only light lifting involved for placing stones or plants. Once it's set up, care is minimal. Just top up the water as it evaporates and remove any fallen leaves. What's beautiful about a tire pond is its transformation. Something once destined for the landfill becomes a vessel for life, reflecting the sky, sheltering fish or tadpoles, and offering a drink to butterflies on a summer afternoon. It's a reminder that stillness can be just as powerful as movement, and that beauty often blooms in the most unexpected places. So the next time you see an old tire, picture it not in a pile of waste, but as a quiet circle of water catching the sunlight and cradling a little piece of nature's peace. Cinder blocks are often thought of as purely practical, gray, sturdy, and a bit plain. You might see them stacked at a construction site or holding up the corner of an old workbench. But with a little imagination, they can become the foundation for something both useful and beautiful, a garden bench that doubles as a planter. It's a perfect blend of comfort and greenery, and it can be made with minimal tools and effort. To start, gather 6 to 10 cinder blocks depending on the size of the bench you'd like. Choose blocks with the hollow openings running all the way through. These will become your planter pockets. You'll also need 2 or 3 sturdy wooden planks for the seat, each long enough to span the space between your 2 sets of blocks. Begin by stacking 2 or 3 blocks on each side with the holes facing upward. This will create the legs of your bench. Make sure they're stable and level. Placing them on a flat surface will help. If you want to add a bit of color, you can paint the blocks with exterior paint in cheerful shades, or even stencil a simple pattern along the sides. Before adding the planks, take advantage of those block openings. Fill them with potting soil and plant low-growing herbs like thyme or oregano, or trailing flowers such as alyssum and lobelia. Over time, the plants will spill gently over the edges, softening the lines of the bench and weaving it into the garden around it. Lay the planks across the top of the stacked blocks to form your seat. You can leave the wood natural for a rustic look or seal and paint it for a cleaner finish. Add outdoor cushions or a folded throw for extra comfort, and you'll have a spot that invites you to linger. What makes this project so kind is how easy it is to put together. The blocks are heavy but not unmanageable, and once they're in place, you won't need to move them again. You can do most of the work standing or seated, and the planting itself is simple and at waist height. This bench becomes more than just a place to rest. It's a living piece of the garden. You can sip tea there in the morning surrounded by flowers, or sit in the cool of the evening while the scent of herbs drifts up around you. It's a reminder that our spaces can serve more than one purpose, offering beauty and comfort at the same time. So next time you see a stack of plain cinder blocks, picture them not in a construction pile, but as the base of a seat where you can watch the garden grow right at your fingertips. Sometimes the simplest ideas are the ones that quietly change everything. Take the humble plastic bottle light, common and usually tossed into the recycling bin without much thought. With just a few quick steps, it can become a reliable watering system that keeps your plants happy for days, even when you can't be there to tend them. This project is perfect for those hot summer weeks when soil dries out faster than we can water, or for times when bending and hauling heavy watering cans feels like more effort than our bodies want to give. Best of all, it can be set up in just minutes. Start with a clean plastic bottle, anywhere from 500 ml to 1.5 liters, depending on the size of the plant you're caring for. Use a thumbtack pin or small nail to poke 4 or 5 tiny holes in the bottle cap. These will control the flow of water, letting it drip slowly into the soil. Then, with a pair of scissors or a craft knife, cut off the bottom of the bottle. This opening will make it easy to refill later. Fill the bottle with water, screw the cap back on, and quickly turn it upside down, pressing the neck a few inches into the soil near your plant's roots. The water will seep out slowly, giving the plant a steady drink over the next 2 to 3 days, depending on the heat and humidity. If you'd like to make it look a bit prettier, you can wrap the bottle in burlap twine, or even paint it with cheerful designs before placing it in the pot or bed. In a larger garden, you can set up several bottles this way, spacing them between plants to keep moisture consistent. What's wonderful about this method is how it works while you rest. You can sit on your porch, enjoy your morning tea, and know your plants are being cared for without lifting a finger. It's also a thoughtful solution. If you're going away for a weekend, you'll come home to greenery that's still fresh and thriving. And maybe in its quiet way, this project is a lesson. Just as the bottle gives its water slowly over time, we can offer our care in gentle, steady ways that make a lasting difference. It doesn't have to be grand or complicated sometimes. A slow, constant gift is the one that sustains life the best. So before you toss that empty bottle into the bin, pause for a moment. It might just be your garden's new best friend working silently, faithfully, and without complaint. Some books are simply too worn to read pages, yellowed spines, broken covers scuffed from years of handling. They might be too fragile to donate, yet too full of memories to throw away. Instead of letting them gather dust, why not let them tell a new story? With just a little care, an old hardcover can become a beautiful home for small succulents, blending the worlds of reading and gardening into one timeless keepsake. Begin with a sturdy hardcover book, one thick enough to hollow out a space in the middle without weakening the covers. Open the book and set aside the first 20-30 pages. They'll frame your planter and keep its charm intact. With a sharp craft knife, carefully cut a rectangular hollow through the remaining pages, going layer by layer until you've reached a depth of about 1.5 inches. Once your hollow is ready, brush the inside edges with a layer of Mod Podge or craft glue to seal the pages together. This step keeps the planter strong and prevents soil from slipping between the paper. Next, line the hollow with a piece of plastic, wrap a sandwich bag or another waterproof barrier to protect the book from moisture. Fill the lined space with a small amount of succulent potting mix. Choose petite varieties, rosette-shaped echeveria, tiny haworthia, or hennin chicks all work beautifully. Nestle them gently into the soil, adding a touch more mix around the roots to hold them in place. Succulents don't require frequent watering, which makes them perfect for this delicate container. Every week or two, give them just enough water to lightly moisten the soil, avoiding any spills over the pages. Place your book planter somewhere where it can catch bright, indirect light on a coffee table bookshelf or even as a conversation piece on the porch. This project can be done entirely seated with no heavy lifting or bending. It's a gentle meditative process, cutting, lining, planting, like crafting a little secret garden tucked inside a favorite story. What makes it special isn't just the finished look, but the way it feels like a second chapter for something well-loved. The book once held words and ideas that grew in your mind. Now it holds living plants that grow in your home. Both are stories worth cherishing. So next time you come across a battered old novel or a volume missing its dust jacket, think of it not as something finished, but as a garden waiting to be opened. You may find that your newest blooms come from the oldest pages. Well, my dear friend, what a journey we've taken together. From dusty boots and chipped teacups to rain gutters, wine bottles, and even old books, we've seen how the things most would throw away can become treasures in the garden. And not just any treasures, ones with personality, history, and a touch of your own heart in every leaf and bloom. Gardening this way is more than making something pretty. It's about giving second chances, about seeing value in what others pass by. It's about remembering that beauty doesn't depend on being brand new. Just like us, these objects have stories etched into them, and with a little care, they can keep on giving. As we age, our gardens may change shape. The rows may be shorter, the tools lighter, the work gentler on our bodies. But the joy is still there, the joy of planting, tending, and watching something grow. These recycled and upcycled projects prove you don't need a big plot or heavy labor to make magic. All you need are your hands, your imagination, and the willingness to see possibility where others see waste. I hope at least one of these ideas has sparked something in you. Maybe you've already pictured that old ladder on your porch glowing with fairy lights, or your kitchen windowsill lined with tin can herbs. Perhaps you're already thinking about which book you might turn into a succulent planter. Whatever it is, I hope it brings you the quiet pride that comes from making beauty with your own hands. Before you go, I'd love to know which idea made you smile the most. Was it Shirley's kettle birdhouse, the wine bottle watering trick, or maybe the strawberry-filled shoe organizer? Share it in the comments, so our whole little Golden Seniors living family can be inspired by your favorites. And if you haven't already subscribed, so you can join us each week for more gentle, joyful gardening inspiration. This is your space, your community. And together we'll keep finding ways to make the most of what we have. One tiny garden at a time. Until next time, dear friend, may your days be peaceful, your plants be happy, and your hands always find something beautiful to create. Happy gardening. Hello there, dear friend. I'm so glad you've joined me today. Let's settle in together for a moment. Maybe you're on your porch with a cup of tea. Maybe you're at the kitchen table where the afternoon light falls just right. Out in my own garden, the breeze carries the scent of soil and something faintly sweet from the blooms. The birds are busy. The world feels quiet. And in the corner of my shed, I see them old metal pieces tucked away for years. A bent rakehead, a bucket with rust creeping along its seams, a drawer that hasn't held tools in decades. You and I both know why we keep these things. They've been part of our hands, our work, our seasons. They hold more than metal, they hold stories. And though time has marked them, that doesn't mean their usefulness has ended. In fact, I believe this is when they can shine the brightest, when they're given a new role, a second life. Today, I want to walk with you through 17 gentle, clever ways to turn scrap metal into pure garden magic. We won't need to strain or spend much. Just a little imagination, a few easy steps, and a willingness to see beauty where others see only rust. Because, my friend, you don't need youth or shiny new things to make something beautiful. You just need care, patience, and a touch of heart. Do you remember the feel of a good, sturdy rake in your hands? The kind that helped you gather golden leaves in the crisp air of autumn or smooth the soil for planting in spring. Sometimes those faithful tools lose their handles. Their teeth grow crooked and their days of raking seem over. But here's the truth, an old rakehead still has work to do, just in a gentler way. Take that rusty rakehead and give it a quick brush with a wire scrub or even a rag. Don't aim to make it spotless. A bit of weathered character is part of its charm. Choose a spot on your fence, garden shed, or even along the side of your porch where you'd like a little functional beauty. Using 2 sturdy screws, mount the rakehead sideways so that the tines point outward. You'll see instantly how its shape naturally lends itself to holding things. Hang your garden gloves on one tine, a sun hat on another. A pair of pruning shears, a small hand trowel, or even a lightweight watering can will fit perfectly. Everything you need will be at eye level, easy to grab without bending or rummaging. This setup is especially kind to those of us who appreciate keeping our backs and knees happy. Beyond the practicality, there's something almost poetic about it. Here's a tool that once turned the earth, now holding the tools that continue the work. It's like a trusted friend who can't do the heavy lifting anymore, but still offers wisdom and support. If you want to take it a step further, you can paint the rakehead a cheerful color, perhaps a sunny yellow or a soft sage green to match your garden's personality. Or leave the rust as is for a more rustic farmhouse feel. Either way, it becomes more than a tool hanger. It's a small piece of your garden story mounted where everyone can see. Each time you reach for your gloves or clippers, you'll be reminded that usefulness doesn't fade with time. It simply changes shape. That rake may no longer rake, but it still serves, and that's a quiet kind of beauty worth celebrating. Do you have one of those old metal buckets sitting in a corner, maybe with a dent in the side or a patina of rust that tells its age? Perhaps it once held tools, apples, or even wash water back in the day. Its carrying days may be over, but that doesn't mean it's finished giving. In fact, an old bucket makes one of the most charming planters you could ask for. Start by checking the bottom. If there aren't already drainage holes, drill a few small ones to keep roots healthy. This part doesn't require much strength, just a steady hand and a basic drill. If you'd rather not drill, you can also place smaller pots inside the bucket and let them drain on their own. Now comes the fun part, deciding its look. If you enjoy a splash of color brush on a coat of bright paint, a turquoise that recalls summer skies, or a cheerful red that pops against green leaves. For a vintage farmhouse, leave the rust and weathering exactly as they are. That mottled surface has a story to tell, and there's a special kind of beauty in letting it shine. You might even stencil on a word like bloom or welcome for a personal touch. Fill your bucket with fresh potting soil, then choose plants that will suit its personality. Lavender gives you fragrance and soft purple blooms. Daisies add cheer, while trailing petunias will spill gently over the edges, softening the metal with a cascade of color. Placement is simple. You can set the bucket beside your front steps under a sunny window, or line a few along your fence for a cottage garden look. And because it's portable, you can move it to follow the sun, or bring it closer when you want to enjoy the flowers from your favorite chair. Every time you pass by, that old bucket will feel less like a forgotten container and more like a piece of living art. The rust won't matter. In fact, it becomes part of the design. A reminder that aging brings character, and character brings charm. Just as in life, it's not the shine that matters most, but the way we keep holding beauty inside us season after season. Maybe you've got a drawer in the garage that clinks and clanks every time you open it, a jumble of old wrenches, some bent, others rusted, many mismatched. They might no longer turn bolts or fix machines, but they can still shape your garden in a way that feels sturdy and artistic all at once. Imagine walking along the edge of a flower bed and seeing these tools standing upright like a little row of metallic soldiers, each one with its own story. To make this happen, start by gathering enough wrenches to outline the section of garden you have in mind. Clean them lightly with a brush to remove loose dirt, but don't worry about making them perfect. That patina is part of their charm. In your chosen spot, press each wrench halfway into the soil so the handle is buried, and the open head is above ground. If the soil is hard, you can make a narrow slit with a trowel or small spade before placing the wrench in. Alternate large and small sizes for a playful textured look, or line them up evenly for a more structured formal border. Not only will this edging last for years without rotting or warping, it's also a conversation starter. Neighbors and visitors will pause, smile, and perhaps even recall the days they used similar tools. It's a little reminder that even the most utilitarian objects can soften into beauty when they're given a new role. One of the loveliest things about this idea is how low maintenance it is. Once they're in place, those wrenches won't blow away in the wind or shift easily. You don't have to bend or kneel to fuss over them. They stand tall, marking your garden with a kind of quiet pride. And in a symbolic way, they represent something more: the strength of things and people who have worked hard all their lives. They may be a bit worn, a little weathered, but they still hold the power to shape and protect. Every time you see those wrenches standing guard along your garden, you'll be reminded that usefulness isn't lost with age. It just takes a new, often more beautiful form. Some treasures hide in plain sight, tucked at the back of kitchen cupboards. Maybe you have an old oven rack, a cooling rack, or a metal grate that's bent just enough to keep it from working as it once did. Instead of letting it sit unused, why not give it a chance to bring vertical beauty to your garden? Start by choosing a sunny patch of fence wall or even the side of your shed where you'd love to see plants climbing. Hold your rack against the surface and secure it with screws or garden wire. You don't need heavy tools or complicated measurements. The beauty of this project is in its simplicity. The metal bars already have the perfect structure for plants to weave through. Once your trellis is secure, plant something with gentle climbing habits right at its base. Morning glories are a romantic choice, their trumpet-shaped blooms opening with the day. Sweet peas bring both color and fragrance, while black-eyed Susan vines add a cheerful golden touch. As these plants grow, they'll wind their way through the grid, turning a plain piece of metal into a living wall. For those with limited mobility, this project has another advantage. It brings the blooms closer to eye level so you can enjoy their colors and scents without bending down. And unlike wooden trellises, a metal grate won't warp, rot, or need much upkeep. A quick brush now and then is all it takes to keep it ready for the next growing season. Over time, your trellis will take on a personality of its own, a blend of human handiwork and nature's gentle persistence. You might even notice how the sunlight catches on the metal in the early morning, creating little flashes of silver between the leaves. It's funny how something as humble as a cooling rack once used to cradle fresh cookies can now cradle living vines. In both cases, it's a frame for something beautiful, something made with care. And in your garden, that old piece of metal becomes a quiet reminder that we too can grow in unexpected directions, even after we've left our first purpose behind. It's amazing how often beauty begins in the recycling bin. Those empty soup or coffee cans you've been saving for craft projects, or perhaps meaning to toss, are little blank canvases just waiting for some love. With a few simple touches, they can become both colorful planters and a soft musical feature in your garden. Start by giving the cans a good rinse and removing any labels. If there's a bit of glue left, warm soapy water and a gentle scrub will do the trick. Next, drill a few small drainage holes in the bottom, nothing fancy, just enough to keep roots from sitting in water. Now the fun begins painting. Choose colors that make you smile. Sunny yellows for cheer, deep greens to blend with foliage, or soft blues to mirror the sky. You might even paint each can in a different shade for a playful mix. Once the paint is dry, add a bit of character with stencils, flowers, leaves, or even a favorite word. Drill or punch 2 small holes near the rim on opposite sides. Thread wire, twine, or light chain through them to create a handle for hanging. You can hang these little planters at varying heights from a rod, fence beam, or tree branch. Fill some with trailing plants like ivy or lobelia, letting them spill gently over the edges. Leave a few cans empty and let them catch the breeze. They'll create a soft tinkling sound as they sway and tap against one another. It's not loud, but a gentle music that blends with bird song and rustling leaves. For seniors, this is a project that's both easy and rewarding. The cans are light, so there's no heavy lifting. You can paint and plant them right at a table, then simply hang them up when you're ready. And because they're portable, you can change their arrangement as often as you like, a new melody, a new pattern of color whenever the mood strikes. What I love most about this idea is how it reminds us that life's scraps can still dance, sing, and bloom. A can that once held soup for a family dinner can now hold blossoms for neighbors to admire. The sound it makes on a breezy afternoon isn't just music. It's a whisper of second chances. Do you remember the days when a sturdy metal funnel was a kitchen or workshop essential? Maybe yours once guided flour into jars or oil into engines. Now it sits in a dusty corner, a little dented, perhaps speckled with rust. But that funnel still has a gift to give, not to us directly this time, but to the feathered friends who bring life and song to our gardens. Turning it into a bird feeder is wonderfully simple. First, give the funnel a quick clean with warm water and a brush. You don't need to make it shiny, the weathered look gives it charm. Flip it upside down so the wide opening becomes the base. This is where the seed will spill gently for the birds to enjoy. To hang it, thread sturdy wire, twine, or even a length of rustic chain through the handle, or the narrow spout securing it tightly. You can suspend it from a tree branch, a pergola beam, or a strong fence hook somewhere you can reach easily without needing a ladder. If you'd like to prevent seeds from falling straight to the ground, you can place a small mesh dish or shallow saucer just beneath the funnel's mouth to catch the extras. Now comes the part that brings the magic, filling it with bird seed. Choose a blend that attracts the birds you love, cardinals, finches, or chickadees. The funnel's shape naturally shields the seed from light rain and keeps it from scattering in the wind. And when it's time to refill, it's as easy as lifting and pouring. Before long, you'll notice flashes of color flitting around your garden, quick wing beats, and the cheerful chatter of grateful visitors. Watching them come and go turns an ordinary afternoon into something quietly joyful. This project is gentle on the hands and body, no heavy lifting, no bending low, just a simple gesture of hospitality to nature. And in doing so, we're reminded that usefulness doesn't end with age or wear. A funnel that once served in practical tasks now serves in the quiet, life-giving work of feeding and welcoming. In the end, it's not just a bird feeder, it's a symbol, a little piece of your garden that says there's still beauty and purpose here, and the birds with their songs will answer back. Some things in the garage seem to hold more dust than purpose, like that old metal drawer from a worn-out toolbox. Maybe it's scratch-dented and hasn't held a proper tool in years. But even a tired drawer can serve again, especially if you give it a place in the garden where it can shine. Start by wiping it clean inside and out. You don't need to sand or polish unless you want to. The scuffs and scrapes are part of its charm. Then choose a spot along your fence or shed wall that's within easy reach, no bending or stretching required. Using sturdy screws or brackets, fasten the drawer directly to the surface so that it forms a little open shelf. Once it's secure, you've got yourself a rustic organizer with endless possibilities. You could line it with small clay pots holding herbs like basil and thyme, or tuck in a few seed packets and hand tools you use often. A little ceramic bird, a tiny lantern, or a favorite garden ornament can add a touch of whimsy. If you prefer, place a shallow tray inside to hold collected flowers or freshly picked herbs before you bring them indoors. Because it's mounted off the ground, this organizer keeps things dry, visible, and easy to grab. It's perfect for gardeners who prefer to work standing up, sparing knees and backs from the strain of crouching. And unlike a traditional shelf, its deep sides mean nothing slides off easily when the wind picks up. If you're feeling playful, you could paint the drawer in a color that contrasts with your fence, a warm terracotta shade, a classic barn red, or even soft lavender to match nearby blooms. Or keep it raw and rustic, letting the weather slowly add its own patina. Every time you reach for your gloves or a packet of seeds, you'll be reminded that what's been cast aside can still offer daily kindness. The drawer might not hold wrenches anymore, but it can hold the things that help beauty grow. And perhaps in a quiet way, it will also hold memories of the hands that once opened and closed it, of the work it used to do, and of how you chose to give it a second chapter, not in a workshop, but in a garden where life still blossoms. If you've ever renovated a bathroom or inherited an older home, you might remember those wall-mounted soap dishes, sometimes porcelain, sometimes metal, often sitting unused once the style changed. Perhaps one is still tucked away in a box of "I'll do something with that one day" items. Well, that day has arrived. In the garden, these little dishes can become delicate, almost poetic cradles for air plants or small succulents. Start by cleaning the dish gently. If it's metal and a bit rusty, you can leave the patina for character. If it's porcelain, a simple wipe will bring back its quiet shine. Choose a spot on your garden fence wall or even the side of your shed where it will be sheltered from heavy rain. Using screws, nails, or a strong adhesive made for outdoor use, mount the soap dish securely so the basin faces upward. Add a thin layer of green sheet moss inside for softness, then place your air plant or a small succulent right in the center. No soil is needed for air plants, just a light misting once or twice a week will keep them happy. For succulents, a pinch of sandy soil works beautifully. This is a project that's especially gentle on the body. It's done entirely at a comfortable standing height with no heavy lifting and no digging. The plants are easy to water without bending, and the display stays neat and tidy. The beauty of this idea lies in its simplicity. Against the backdrop of wood brick or even weathered paint, the soap dish becomes a tiny stage for a living sculpture. The clean lines of the metal or porcelain frame the soft curves of the plant, creating a contrast that's quietly striking. And there's a little nostalgia woven into it too. A soap dish once held something meant to cleanse and refresh. Now it holds a piece of nature, also something that refreshes the spirit in its own gentle way. Each time you pass by, it's a small reminder that even the humblest items can cradle life and beauty given the chance. In a world that often rushes to replace this little project, whispers another truth: we can restore, repurpose, and still find grace in the things that have already been with us for years. Every kitchen seems to gather a small collection of mismatched spoons over the years. Some bent, others tarnished, a few with handles worn smooth from decades of stirring. They may not make it back to the dinner table, but they can tell a different kind of story in the garden, the story of what's growing and where. Start by gathering your spoons and giving them a quick wash. They don't have to be spotless. The patina of age adds charm. Place each spoon one at a time, bowl side down, on a sturdy surface and gently flatten it using a mallet or hammer. You'll want to smooth the edges a bit to make writing easier. This is a slow, satisfying process, no rush needed. Once flattened, you can write directly on the metal using a permanent marker, or for a more lasting effect, use a metal stamping kit to etch the names of your plants. Words like rosemary, lavender, or tomatoes will not only guide your planting, but also bring a smile each time you see them. To place them, simply press the handle of each spoon into the soil near the matching plant. They're sturdy, won't rot in the rain, and can withstand the sun without fading quickly. Because they sit upright, the names are visible without bending over too far, making them especially friendly for gardeners who prefer to keep movements gentle. You might find that visitors to your garden pause to admire them, perhaps running a finger over the lettering or reminiscing about a similar spoon from their own past. In this way, the markers become more than just functional. They spark conversation, connect memories, and add personality to your growing space. And perhaps the sweetest part is knowing that these spoons once served in another way, stirring soup, scooping sugar, maybe even feeding little hands at the table. Now they serve again in the company of flowers and herbs, marking the life you've planted. It's a reminder that usefulness doesn't fade. It just shifts into new forms, often with more character than before. So the next time you see a bent or lonely spoon, think of it not as clutter, but as a storyteller waiting to take root in your garden. In many homes, there's an old wire basket tucked away somewhere, perhaps a round egg-gathering basket from long ago, or a fryer basket once used in a busy kitchen. Its days of carrying breakfast or draining potatoes may be over, but in the garden it can take on a new, graceful life. Begin by lining the inside of the basket with coconut fiber or sheet moss. This not only holds the soil, but also keeps it from spilling through the open metal weave. If your hands tire easily, you'll be glad to know that moss and fiber are light and easy to handle. Once the lining is in place, add good potting soil, filling it about 3/4 of the way. Now choose plants that will trail gently over the sides. Petunias, ivy, or lobelia are perfect choices. Their blooms and leaves will spill over the wire, softening its structure and creating the look of a living waterfall. You can also mix in herbs like thyme or oregano, so the basket becomes both beautiful and useful. For hanging, use strong hooks or chains, and position the basket at eye level on a fence post, pergola beam, or sturdy tree limb. This height makes it easy to water and tend without stooping, and it keeps the blooms right where you can enjoy them. Over time, the plants will grow and mingle, and the metal frame will all but disappear beneath the leaves and flowers, though now and then a glint of it will peek through, catching the light and adding a touch of rustic charm. The basket, once purely practical, becomes part of the art of your garden. There's something satisfying about seeing an object transformed like this. A wire basket that might have been discarded now holds life, color, and fragrance. And each time you pass it, you're reminded that beauty often blooms when we find new ways to use what we already have. In a quiet way, the basket reflects what many of us have learned in our own lives, that we can adapt, take on new roles, and still be full of purpose even when our original task is long past. If you've ever replaced a swing, an old bicycle, or a piece of outdoor furniture, you might have a length of chain left over, rusted stiff in spots, maybe tangled. It's easy to see it as scrap, but in a garden, that chain can become a striking vertical display that's both practical and beautiful. Start by finding a spot along your fence arbor or pergola where you can hang it securely. Use a heavy-duty hook or screw to anchor the chain at the top. Let it drape straight down so it forms a vertical ladder of sorts. The beauty of this setup is that the chain itself becomes the framework for whatever you choose to hang. Using simple S-hooks, you can attach small tin planters filled with trailing flowers or herbs. Add a few solar lanterns to glow softly in the evenings, or a couple of wind chimes for gentle music on breezy days. Because the chain is sturdy, it can handle a mix of textures and weights without strain. One of the best parts about this project is that it requires no digging, no bending, and very little lifting. Everything can be added or rearranged at eye level, so it's friendly for gardeners who want to avoid heavy or low-to-the-ground work. You can change it with the season's too lush greenery and blooms in spring and summer, decorative ornaments, or dried arrangements in autumn and winter. The rust on the chain adds its own charm, especially when set against the vibrant colors of flowers or the warm glow of lights. It tells a quiet story, once a link in something entirely different. Now it connects beauty in the garden instead of parts in a machine. Every time you pass by, you might notice how the pieces you've hung sway and catch the light, how the plants grow and weave themselves into the chain's open spaces. It's a reminder that even in stillness there can be movement. Even in age there can be purpose. And perhaps that's the real magic here, taking something that was once strong in one way and letting it be strong in another, not by pulling or carrying, but by lifting beauty up for all to see. Some kitchen tools carry the marks of many meals, a dented metal ladle that once stirred hearty stews or ladled soup on chilly evenings. Over time it might lose its shine or balance, but in the garden it can still hold something nourishing, not for the body this time, but for the spirit. Begin by cleaning the ladle's bowl and handle. You don't have to scrub away every bit of patina. That soft, weathered finish will blend beautifully with your plants. Fill the bowl with cactus mix or sandy soil, both of which are perfect for succulents and air plants. Gently press your chosen plant into the soil. Something small and tidy works best, like a miniature echeveria, a trailing string of pearls, or even a single air plant that needs only occasional misting. To hang your new creation, tie a length of jute twine or wrap a bit of copper wire around the handle, forming a loop. Find a branch pergola beam or fence hook that keeps it at a comfortable height for watering and enjoying. Because succulents need so little care, this tiny hanging garden becomes an easy, low-maintenance joy. When the sun hits the ladle, you'll see the gentle gleam of metal against the soft greens and pinks of the plant. It's a simple contrast that somehow feels deeply peaceful. And as the seasons pass, your plant will grow slowly steady as a friend who's been with you for years. The beauty of this project is its intimacy. It's small enough to notice closely, to admire each leaf, each curve of the handle. It asks for no hard labor, only a gentle hand and a bit of attention now and then. In its first life, the ladle served by carrying nourishment to the table. In this second life, it carries something just as sustaining, a little piece of living beauty cradled in metal that's been softened by time. It's a reminder that purpose can be found in new places, and that what once served in one way can bring comfort in another. Tucked away in many kitchens is an old cookie or cooling rack, a little bent from years of use. Maybe it once held trays of fresh baked bread or batches of oatmeal cookies. Now it sits unused, but with a bit of creativity, it can be lifted from the cupboard to serve your garden in a new way. Begin by finding 2 matching racks, or at least 2 similar in size. Choose a sunny spot along your fence or the side of your shed, somewhere your plants can soak up daylight without you needing to bend low to tend them. Using screws or sturdy wire, mount the racks horizontally, one above the other, leaving enough space in between for your plants to grow tall without being shaded. The metal grid of the rack makes a perfect stage for small clay pots, yogurt cups, or tin cans repurposed as planters. You can fill them with herbs like basil or parsley, tender greens like lettuce, or even cheerful flowers such as pansies or violas. The open design of the rack allows rainwater to drain freely while keeping the plants lifted away from pests that might visit the ground. What makes this project so senior-friendly is the height. You can water, prune, and admire your seedlings without crouching. It's also wonderfully adaptable. When one plant finishes its season, simply swap the container for another, keeping the display fresh year-round. Over time, you'll notice how the racks gather little moments of beauty, the sun catching on the metal in the morning, a tendril of green curling through the grid. The satisfaction of seeing something you planted flourish. And because these racks are light and easy to mount, you can change their arrangement whenever you feel inspired. It's funny to think that something once used to cool what you baked indoors now supports life you've nurtured outdoors. In both roles, it's been a helper, quietly holding what matters until it's ready to be enjoyed. And perhaps that's the perfect reminder that our own lives can hold and support beauty in many different seasons, each one just as valuable as the last. If you've ever had an old metal fan that stopped working, you might remember the circular guard that once spun with purpose, keeping fingers safe from the blades. Over time, the fan's motor may have failed, but that guard, sturdy, symmetrical, and full of potential, still has more to give. In your garden, it can become the foundation for a wreath that lasts all year. Start by giving the fan guard a light cleaning. A little rust isn't a problem. It will blend beautifully with natural materials. Lay it flat on a table and begin wrapping it with natural jute twine ribbon or strips of burlap. You don't have to cover every bit of metal, letting some show through adds a rustic charm. Next, weave in decorative elements that speak to the season. For spring, try faux ivy, silk flowers, or sprigs of lavender. In summer, add seashells or small wooden ornaments. For autumn, weave in dried flowers, pine cones, or bits of wheat. And for winter, a touch of evergreen and a ribbon bow can make it festive without being overwhelming. Once decorated, hang your wreath on a garden fence, shed door, or patio wall using a sturdy hook. Because the fan guard is metal, it will withstand the elements far better than a traditional vine or wood wreath. And since the decorations can be swapped out easily, you can refresh it with the seasons without starting over. This is a gentle tabletop-friendly project. No bending, no heavy lifting, just a bit of creativity and light handiwork. It's perfect for working on with a cup of tea by your side, perhaps, while the afternoon sun streams in through a window. The transformation feels symbolic, too. The fan guard once moved air indoors, cooling the room on warm days. Now it frames beauty outdoors, catching the breeze rather than creating it. Both roles serve comfort and joy, just in different ways. Each time you see it hanging there, you'll be reminded that the shape of usefulness changes over time. But the heart of it, the wish to bring beauty and comfort, remains the same. It's funny how the smallest bits of metal often get overlooked. Those little pull tabs from soda juice or sparkling water cans usually end up in the trash without a second thought. But with a bit of patience and a touch of imagination, they can become something light, lovely, and surprisingly strong. A metallic garland for your garden. Start by collecting a handful of tabs. Give them a quick wash in warm soapy water, then lay them out to dry. Linking them together is simple. Slip one tab through the opening of another, then fold or bend slightly to secure the connection. It's a bit like making paper chains as a child, only this version will glimmer in the sunlight and last far longer. Once you've built a chain to your desired length, think about how you'd like to use it. You can drape it along a fence, hang it vertically as a sparkling curtain, or use it to suspend lightweight items such as small planters, wine spinners, or solar lanterns. The gentle metallic twinkle catches the light during the day and reflects the glow of lanterns at night. Because the tabs are so lightweight, this project is easy on the hands and can be done entirely at a table. There's no heavy lifting, no bending, and no need for special tools beyond maybe a small pair of pliers if you want a tighter connection. And here's the lovely part. The chain's beauty comes not just from its shimmer, but from the fact that it's made entirely of what would otherwise be waste. Every glint is a reminder of how little things often overlooked can come together to create something much greater. When you hang your soda tab chain and watch it sway in the breeze, you may find yourself smiling, not just at the way it looks, but at the thought that something so simple could add such a gentle magic to your space. Like many things in life, it's proof that small efforts linked together can create something enduring and full of light. It might sound unusual at first, reusing a piece of an old mouse trap in the garden, but hidden inside that little wooden device is a small metal spring clamp with surprising potential. Once removed from its original frame, it can become a clever holder for tiny pot seed packets or plant labels. Start by carefully disassembling the trap. Remove the wooden base and any parts you don't need, keeping just the spring clamp. Clean it thoroughly with a brush and soapy water, then let it dry. The metal will have a rustic, aged look that suits a garden setting perfectly. Next, decide where you'd like your holder to live. You can mount the spring directly to a fence, a piece of reclaimed wood, or even the side of a garden shed. Use small screws or strong outdoor adhesive to fix it securely in place. Once it's mounted, gently press open the clamp and slide in your chosen item. It could be a laminated plant label so you always remember what's planted in a certain bed, or perhaps a miniature terracotta pot holding a tiny succulent or air plant. You might even use it to hold a seed packet for easy access during planting season. This little project is friendly for gardeners who prefer to work at a comfortable standing height. There's no digging, no heavy lifting, and everything is within easy reach. And because the clamp is small, it invites creativity without demanding much space. The charm here is in the unexpected. Guests in your garden might pause, leaning closer to see what's nestled in the clamp, smiling at the ingenuity of giving such an unlikely item a second life. Once a tool for keeping pests away, the spring now holds life, beauty, and gentle utility. It's a reminder that transformation is possible for even the most unlikely things, and perhaps for ourselves, too. We can move from roles that no longer serve us into ones that hold something precious, offering a quiet kind of joy each time someone notices. Old furniture often leaves behind pieces too beautiful to throw away. Iron table legs with their curves, scrolls, or sturdy straight lines are a perfect example. Maybe they came from a broken patio table, an indoor sewing machine stand, or a vintage vanity. They might be chipped, rusted, or paint-worn, but their strength and elegance remain, and in your garden they can rise again as sculpture stands. Begin by cleaning the legs with a brush to remove loose rust or dirt. If you like, you can paint them black for a classic wrought iron look, white for shabby chic, or leave them bare for a rustic patina that will deepen with the seasons. Decide whether to anchor them upright directly in the soil, or bolt them to a deck or fence post for added stability. Once secured, the fun begins. The flat top of the leg can hold a small flower pot overflowing with blooms, a lantern that glows at dusk, or even a birdhouse. You could also stack smooth river stones or place a small garden statue on top, creating a piece that draws the eye upward. Because the structure is already at a comfortable height, tending to whatever you place on it is easy, no bending, no strain. And it's sturdy enough to stand through the weather, giving your garden a touch of permanence among the changing seasons. What makes this idea truly special is how it blends strength and grace. Iron, after all, is meant to endure. It once supported a table that may have held meals, laughter, and conversation. Now it supports beauty in the open-air flowers catching the light, or a lantern glowing softly in the evening. Each time you pass by, you'll see not just the object you've placed there, but the history beneath it. The curves and lines of the iron speak of craftsmanship from another time, now woven into the living story of your garden. It's a quiet, steadfast presence. A reminder that even when one chapter closes, another can begin just as solid and perhaps even more beautiful than before. As we've wandered together through these ideas, dear friend, I hope you've felt what I feel, that quiet thrill when something once forgotten finds new purpose. Each rusty rakehead, dented bucket, and weathered chain carried its own history, its own years of service. And yet none of them were finished. They were simply waiting for a second chapter, just as many of us find new ways to shine in different seasons of life. In the garden, transformation is all around us. Seeds become blooms, bare branches leaf out again, and rain-washed soil bursts into green. It reminds us that beauty isn't just in the brand new. It's in the well-loved, the well-used, the things that have stood the test of time. The same is true for us. Our hands may work more slowly now, but they still know how to create, to nurture, to bring joy. When you take a piece of scrap metal and turn it into something lovely, you're not just making a planter or a trellis. You're making a statement that worth isn't lost when the shine fades, and that care can bring out beauty in the most unexpected places. You're filling your garden with more than flowers and greenery. You're filling it with stories, memories, and love. So, which of these ideas sparked something in you? Which piece tucked away in your shed or garage might be ready to bloom again? I'd love to hear your thoughts in the comments. Share your own transformations, so we can all be inspired by the creativity and care growing in your gardens. If today's visit left you smiling or sparked an idea, I'd be grateful if you gave this video a gentle thumbs up. It helps other garden lovers find our little corner of inspiration. And if you haven't already subscribed to Golden Seniors Living, where together we'll keep finding ways to let our creativity bloom, our stories grow, and our gardens become living legacies. Until next time, dear friend, may your days be full of light, your hands full of life, and your heart full of the gentle joy that comes from giving second chances to things, to places, and to yourself. Happy gardening. Some people think you need deep pockets to create a garden that feels like a sanctuary, but I've found the opposite to be true. Beauty often comes from the smallest touches, the ones made with patience, love, and a bit of imagination. I still remember my grandmother's porch, nothing bought from fancy garden stores, just chipped clay pots, a mismatched chair, and flowers grown from seeds she'd saved in envelopes. Yet it was the most magical place I'd ever seen. This video isn't about buying perfection. It's about crafting it piece by piece with things you might pass by at the Dollar Tree or tucked away in your own shed. You and I are going to explore 25 simple, clever hacks that cost less than $10 each, yet can make your garden look like it belongs in a glossy magazine. I'll share ideas you can do without heavy lifting, and I'll sprinkle in some of my own stories and lessons learned along the way. So pour yourself a cup of tea, settle into your favorite chair, and let's take a slow walk through ideas that prove beauty isn't a matter of money. It's a matter of care. I've always believed that hanging plants are like earrings for the garden. They draw the eye upward, frame the space, and make everything feel a little more alive. The funny thing is, some of the prettiest hanging baskets I've ever seen weren't store-bought at all. Years ago, a neighbor of mine, well into her 70s, showed me her secret. She would buy plain wire baskets from the Dollar Tree, the kind you might use in a kitchen, and turn them into cascading planters worthy of a catalog. Here's how she did it and how you can too. Start with 2 wire baskets of the same size. Line the inside with a coconut coir liner or even an old burlap sack. Both are lightweight and easy to handle. Fill it with a mix of potting soil and a bit of slow-release fertilizer. Choose plants that will spill gracefully over the sides, like trailing petunias, sweet potato vine, or ivy. For a pop of height, you can plant something upright in the center, like geraniums or marigolds. If you want to get creative, spray paint the baskets beforehand in a color that matches your garden's personality. Perhaps a soft bronze for a vintage feel, or a cheerful pastel for spring. Attach 3 lengths of sturdy chain or rope to the rim and bring them together at the top with a hook. These are light enough that you can hang them from a shepherd's hook, a porch beam, or even a tree branch without needing ladders or heavy tools. The beauty of this hack is not just in the money saved, but in the flexibility. You can swap out the plants each season, refresh the liners, or even use them for non-plant decor. Think hanging lanterns or seasonal displays. And every time you see them swaying in the breeze, you'll know that elegance came not from a store's price tag, but from your own hands. It's a reminder I carry into many parts of life. The most beautiful things are often built, not bought. And just like these baskets, we too can hold and nurture life, even when we've been repurposed for a new season. There's something magical about a garden that glows softly at night, like it's holding a secret just for you. I first learned the charm of soft evening light from a friend who lived in a tiny lakeside cottage. She didn't have a grand landscape, but she strung little lights along the path to her front door, and every evening they turned her small yard into something out of a storybook. The trick, she told me with a wink, was that she'd made them herself for under $10. You can create that same warm glow with just 2 items from the Dollar Tree: a mason jar and a small solar light. Begin by removing the stake from the solar light so only the top with the panel remains. Fill the mason jar with decorative stones, colored glass pebbles, or even seashells if you want a coastal feel. Place the solar light top inside the jar panel facing up. When the sun sets, the stored energy will cast a gentle light through the jar, scattering patterns onto the ground or walls nearby. These lanterns can be placed anywhere, lining a walkway, hanging from tree branches with twine, or tucked into flower beds for a surprise sparkle. They're lightweight, easy to move, and require no cords or electricity. If your hands aren't as steady as they once were, don't worry. The assembly is simple and doesn't require glue or complicated tools. For a personal twist, you could slip a small photo-pressed flowers or a meaningful trinket inside the jar before sealing it. That way the light doesn't just brighten the garden, it tells a quiet story. Imagine sitting on your porch at dusk watching those jars flicker on one by one, each holding a little memory, each glowing like a lantern from your past. What I love most about this project is that it turns something as ordinary as a dollar store jar into a keeper of light. And maybe that's the lesson here, that our own light, much like these lanterns, can shine brightest when it's been gathered slowly, stored in something humble, and shared without fuss. If you've ever wished for more gardening space but felt limited by a small porch or patio, this little project might just become your favorite. I learned it from a retired teacher who grew herbs year-round on her apartment balcony. Her secret: she didn't buy expensive tiered plant stands. Instead, she fashioned one from simple cooling racks and a handful of zip ties from the Dollar Tree. Here's how it works. Start with 3 or 4 metal cooling racks, the kind used for baking cookies. Arrange 2 vertically side by side and secure them together with zip ties along the edges to form a sturdy back. Then attach the remaining racks horizontally at different heights to create shelves. The gaps between the wires allow for good air circulation, and because the shelves are shallow, you can reach your plants without leaning or bending much. To give it more stability, you can lean the stand against a wall or fence, or anchor it with a couple of small hooks. Fill lightweight pots with your favorite herbs, basil, parsley, mint, or thyme, and place them on the racks. Because the plants are elevated, you'll find it easier to water them without crouching, and they'll get better sunlight exposure. What's lovely about this stand is its adaptability. In summer, it can hold herbs and small flowering plants. In fall, you can swap in mini pumpkins or decorative gourds. In winter, hang ornaments or string lights through the rack for seasonal cheer. My friend even used one to display seed packets in spring so she could see what needed planting at a glance. Every time I look at a tiered rack made this way, I'm reminded of how creativity often blooms in constraint. The retired teacher who taught me this didn't see her lack of space as a setback. She saw it as an invitation to think differently. And maybe that's the bigger picture here. When we stop telling ourselves what we can't do, we open the door to discovering what we can do beautifully. Vertical gardening can feel like a magic trick. Suddenly, plants that once sprawled across the ground are climbing toward the sky, freeing up space and adding elegance at the same time. I first appreciated this when visiting an elderly couple's garden in the countryside. They had a narrow side yard, barely 6 feet wide, yet it looked lush and abundant. The secret was in the vertical lines: cucumbers curling up beans, climbing gracefully, morning glories weaving into a living curtain, and all of it supported by something simple: wire fencing from the Dollar Tree. To make your own trellis, start with a roll of lightweight wire fencing. You can bend it into an arch, a flat panel, or even a triangular prism depending on your space. Use garden stakes, zip ties, or twist ties to secure it in place. If bending the wire feels tricky, wear gardening gloves and work slowly, letting the fencing curve naturally rather than forcing it. Once it's anchored, plant climbers at its base. Peas pole, beans clematis, or sweet peas all work beautifully. As the plants grow, gently guide their tendrils toward the fence, and soon you'll have a vertical wall of greenery. Not only does this save precious garden space, but it also makes harvesting easier, since you can pick fruits and vegetables at waist height without bending. For an extra touch of charm, spray paint the wire fencing before installation. A soft green blends with the foliage, while a rustic bronze or black can make the plants pop against the background. You could even weave ribbons or twine through the fencing to create patterns before the plants fill in. What struck me most about the couple's garden wasn't just the abundance of food, it was the way the trellis framed their little path like a doorway into a secret garden. It reminded me that sometimes beauty comes not from adding more, but from shaping what's already there. The trellis wasn't expensive, yet it turned a forgotten side yard into a place of wonder. And maybe that's the lesson: we all have side yards in life, overlooked spaces, waiting for a bit of structure and care to flourish. There's a quiet joy in watching birds visit your garden, the flit of wings, the gentle splash of water, the way they seem to pause time just by being there. I remember my first homemade bird bath put together on a slow Sunday afternoon. It wasn't grand or costly. In fact, it came entirely from the Dollar Tree. But when the first sparrow landed, cocked its head, and took a sip, it felt like I'd built a little welcome sign for nature itself. Here's how you can create your own for under $10. Start with a sturdy planter base. Plastic works fine, and it's light enough to move without strain. Turn it upside down to serve as the pedestal. On top, place a wide plastic or ceramic saucer. If you want more stability, secure them together with a bead of waterproof adhesive, but it's optional if you prefer the flexibility to disassemble it later. Fill the saucer with fresh water and place the bath in a shaded spot where birds feel safe from predators. You can decorate the base with river stones, seashells, or even wrap it with jute rope for a rustic touch. If bending is difficult, set the bird bath at waist height so you can refill it easily. Change the water every couple of days to keep it clean and inviting. To make it extra charming, add a few flat stones in the saucer. Birds like to perch while they drink, and it helps smaller species feel secure. Over time, you may notice regular visitors: a cardinal at sunrise, a pair of finches in the afternoon, perhaps even a hummingbird stopping by for a quick rest. What I love most is how a simple bird bath changes the rhythm of your garden. It's no longer just about plants, it becomes a living, breathing space where creatures gather. And maybe that's a reminder for us too. Sometimes the greatest beauty comes when we create spaces not just for ourselves, but for others to feel at home. There's something about a winding garden path that makes you want to slow down and take your time. It draws the eye, invites the feet, and makes even the smallest yard feel like it has a story to tell. Years ago, I visited a neighbor who had what looked like an expensive stone walkway meandering through her flower beds. I was shocked when she told me the truth. It wasn't stone at all. It was painted rubber mats from the Dollar Tree. Here's how you can create your own without lifting a single heavy rock. Start with plain interlocking rubber mats or even welcome mats, the kind you can easily cut with scissors. Lay them out where you'd like your path to go, making sure the ground is as level as possible. If kneeling is difficult, you can prepare the area by sweeping it clean with a long-handled broom instead of bending. Next comes the transformation. Using outdoor spray paint in shades of gray-tan or even soft slate blue, lightly mist the mats to create a stone-like texture. You can blend 2 or 3 colors for a more natural look. If you want to mimic the appearance of separate pavers, use painter's tape to mask off grout lines before painting, then peel it away once the paint dries. Once finished, place the mats back in position. They're soft underfoot, easy to hose off, and best of all, they stay in place without digging or cementing. This makes them perfect for renters or for anyone who might want to move the path seasonally. I love how this hack teaches us that beauty doesn't have to be heavy, not in weight and not in cost. It's a gentle reminder that our steps in the garden, much like in life, don't always have to be carved in stone. Sometimes the lighter path still takes us exactly where we want to go and lets us change direction when we need to. Some garden ideas are born out of necessity and others from pure whimsy. This one is a little bit of both. I once visited a community garden where each plot seemed to tell a story, not just through the plants, but through the creative markers identifying them. My favorite was a row of tomato plants labeled with old spoons, each one hammered flat and stamped with the plant's name. The gardener, a retired librarian, told me she found the spoons at a thrift shop for $1 a bundle, and they brought her more joy than any store-bought labels ever could. You can create your own version using kitchen utensils from the Dollar Tree. Forks, spoons, or even spatulas work beautifully. If you're feeling crafty, flatten metal utensils gently with a hammer, then write or engrave the plant name using a metal stamping kit or a permanent paint pen. For plastic utensils, a coat of outdoor spray paint in cheerful colors can make them pop against green foliage. Simply push the utensil handle into the soil near your plant. They're sturdy enough to withstand wind and rain, and because they're tall, they're easy to spot without bending down. You could even add a small charm or bead to the handle for extra personality. If you'd like to make it a family affair, invite grandchildren or friends to help decorate the utensils before placing them in the garden. This turns a simple labeling job into a memory-making activity, and you'll smile every time you see their handiwork nestled among the leaves. What I love about this project is that it transforms something ordinary, a forgotten utensil, into a tiny piece of art that also serves a purpose. It's a good reminder that in gardening, as in life, even the most humble tools can take on new beauty when given a different role. Sometimes all it takes is a shift in perspective to see the treasure in the everyday. There's a special kind of magic that happens when candlelight dances in a garden at dusk. It softens every edge, warms every color, and makes even an ordinary evening feel like an occasion. I learned this from a dear friend who hosted summer dinners in her backyard. She never had elaborate centerpieces or expensive lighting, just clusters of glowing glass vases along the patio and tucked between the plants. They cost her less than $10 in total, but they made her gatherings unforgettable. You can create the same warm, flickering atmosphere with glass vases from the Dollar Tree. Choose different shapes and sizes for variety: tall cylinders, short rounds, or even square ones. For a classic look, place a pillar candle or LED candle inside each vase. If you want something more decorative, pour a layer of sand, small pebbles, or glass beads at the bottom before adding the candle. This not only adds weight for stability, but also gives the light a lovely diffused glow. These holders are especially handy for outdoor use because the glass shields the flame from wind, keeping it steady. If lifting is a concern, keep the vases lightweight and place them where they can stay put all season. You can set them along steps on patio tables or even nestle them into flower beds for a hidden sparkle. For seasonal charm, change what's inside: autumn leaves in fall seashells and summer pine cones in winter. My friend even added sprigs of rosemary in spring so the gentle fragrance mingled with the evening air. What makes this idea so special isn't just the beauty of the light, but the way it changes the mood of a space. In our gardens and in our lives, small touches can create big feelings. Sometimes the glow comes not from grand gestures, but from a simple flame sheltered in glass, a little light steady and kind in a world that can feel hurried. Some garden ideas feel like they were made to spark conversation, and a hanging basket chandelier is one of them. I first saw one in the garden of an older couple who loved hosting evening teas under their maple tree. Above the table hung what looked like an elegant light fixture you'd expect indoors, but it was actually a simple metal hanging basket flipped upside down and transformed into a glowing centerpiece. It was whimsical, a little unexpected, and absolutely perfect. To make your own, start with a wire hanging basket from the Dollar Tree. Turn it upside down so the open side faces the ground. Remove the coconut liner if it has one. Then weave a string of battery-operated fairy lights or small LED bulbs through the wires, letting them drape and spiral in whatever pattern feels right. Secure the light's battery pack inside the basket using zip ties or floral wire, making sure it's easy to reach for changing batteries. Hang your chandelier from a tree branch pergola beam or porch ceiling hook. If you prefer a more formal look, spray paint the basket in a metallic tone like gold, bronze, or silver before adding lights. You could even embellish it with artificial vines, ribbons, or seasonal flowers for a softer touch. Because it's lightweight, you can adjust its height or move it without strain. And unlike hardwired fixtures, it doesn't require tools or electrical work, just creativity and a place to hang it. What I love most is how this project changes a space without overwhelming it. The couple who inspired me didn't have a large garden, but the chandelier made their outdoor table feel like the most inviting spot in the world. It's a reminder that light isn't just for seeing, it's for creating atmosphere, for making people feel they've stepped into somewhere special. And maybe that's a lesson beyond the garden, that the right touch, even a small one, can transform the way people feel in our company. A good garden edging does more than keep mulch in place. It frames your flower beds like a picture frame around a cherished photograph. I once visited a senior gardening club where one of the members, a retired art teacher, had the most cheerful garden borders I'd ever seen. From a distance, they looked like rows of painted ceramic tiles. But as I got closer, I realized they were simply Dollar Tree plastic plates, spray painted and partially buried. She laughed when I complimented her, saying, "Why buy expensive when you can have fun instead?" To try this yourself, start by choosing plastic plates in a color you like, or buy plain ones and spray paint them to suit your style. For a sophisticated look, use muted tones like slate gray or terracotta. For a playful garden, choose bright colors or even alternate them for a patterned effect. Once painted, mark the border of your garden bed and gently press each plate into the soil, so about 1/3 of it is below ground. This keeps them stable and aligned. If bending is difficult, use a long-handled weeder or narrow spade to create the slots before placing the plates. This edging works well for defining flower beds, vegetable patches, or even a pathway. Because the plates are lightweight, they're easy to rearrange if you change your garden layout. And if one gets damaged, replacing it costs almost nothing. The retired art teacher told me she changes hers every year, sometimes letting her grandchildren paint designs on the plates before they go into the ground. It became a family tradition, and now each season's border tells a story. I love this idea because it proves that even a humble plastic plate can become part of something beautiful when placed with care. Much like people, it's not the material alone that determines worth, it's the role it plays in the bigger picture. Some plants have a way of feeling like little treasures, and succulents are among them. They're small, sturdy, and endlessly charming, almost like living jewelry for the home or garden. Years ago, I visited a friend who had transformed her sunroom shelves into a tiny, succulent gallery. Each plant sat snugly inside a vintage teacup, their colors and shapes spilling over delicate porcelain patterns. She told me she'd found most of the teacups at thrift stores and the Dollar Tree, and the whole display had cost less than a single store-bought planter set. To create your own, start with a teacup that speaks to you, maybe one with gold trim for elegance, or a floral pattern that feels like spring. Place a small layer of pebbles at the bottom for drainage, then add cactus or succulent soil. Gently nestle your succulent into the cup, tucking in extra soil until it's secure. If your cup doesn't have a saucer, set it on a small matching plate or coaster to catch any excess water. Succulents thrive with minimal attention, needing only occasional watering, which makes them perfect for low-maintenance beauty. You can keep them indoors near a sunny window, place them on a porch table, or even line them along an outdoor shelf for a touch of whimsy. For an extra personal touch, try giving them as gifts. A teacup succulent makes a thoughtful present for neighbors' friends, or even as table centerpieces for a gathering. My friend told me she once hosted a tea party where every guest took home their teacup plant, a memory and a living keepsake in one. This hack is a quiet reminder that beauty doesn't always need to be grand in scale. Sometimes it's found in the smallest, most delicate details, like a plant in a teacup quietly thriving, asking little yet giving much. There's something about natural textures that makes a garden feel warm and inviting, and jute rope has that timeless, rustic charm. I first fell in love with the look when I visited a farmer's market in a small coastal town. A vendor was selling fresh herbs planted in what looked like expensive farmhouse-style planters. When I asked where she got them, she grinned and admitted they were just plain plastic buckets wrapped in rope from the Dollar Tree. It was proof that style often comes from creativity, not from a price tag. You can make your own rope-wrapped buckets in just a few easy steps. Start with a lightweight bucket. Even the brightly colored ones from the dollar store will work. Using a hot glue gun or a strong craft adhesive, attach the end of a roll of jute or sisal rope at the bottom edge of the bucket. Slowly wind the rope around, securing it with glue every few inches, working your way up to the rim. If you want a polished finish, tuck the final rope end neatly under the previous layer and glue it in place. The result is a sturdy, weather-friendly planter with a look that pairs beautifully with flowers, herbs, or even small shrubs. Because the bucket underneath is lightweight, it's easy to move around without strain, perfect if you like to rearrange your garden seasonally. For added personality, you can paint the rope with a whitewash effect for a coastal style, or add a band of colored rope near the top for contrast. I've even seen people weave in strips of fabric or ribbon to match their porch decor. The best part is that these planters aren't just for outdoors. You can use them indoors to hold houseplants, knitting supplies, or even rolled-up garden gloves. They blend into almost any style farmhouse, cottage, or beachy retreat. Whenever I see one of these rope planters, I'm reminded of that market vendor and her knack for turning the simplest thing into something beautiful. It's a reminder for all of us that a little creativity and a steady hand can transform the ordinary into something you'll be proud to display. When space is limited, the garden often asks us to think upwards instead of outwards. I first saw this clever idea at a senior living community where residents shared a single courtyard for their plants. One woman, who only had a few square feet of wall space, had created a lush vertical garden using nothing more than a fabric shoe organizer from the Dollar Tree. Her pockets overflowed with herbs, flowers, and even strawberries, and she told me it gave her the joy of tending a garden without the need to bend or kneel. To make your own, start with a sturdy fabric or canvas shoe organizer, the kind with multiple pockets in a single panel. Hang it against a wall fence or balcony railing using strong hooks or nails. Make sure it's at a height that's comfortable for you to reach so you can water and trim your plants without strain. Line each pocket with a small piece of plastic or landscape fabric to help hold soil while still allowing for drainage. Fill the pockets with a lightweight potting mix, then plant herbs like basil, thyme, or mint, or flowers such as pansies and petunias. You can even try small leafy greens like lettuce if the pockets are deep enough. Because the plants are elevated, they get good air circulation, which helps prevent pests and disease. Plus, watering is simple. Start from the top row and let the excess moisture drip down to the lower pockets. What I love about this project is how flexible it is. In spring, you can fill it with seedlings. In summer, switch to cascading blooms. In fall, plant ornamental kale or miniature pumpkins for a seasonal display. And in winter, it can hold dried flowers or birdseed pockets to attract wildlife. The woman who inspired me said her vertical garden gave her a reason to step outside every morning, coffee in hand, and tend to each little pocket of life. And I think that's the real magic here, not just the beauty it brings to a wall, but the rhythm and purpose it adds to our days. There's a kind of music in a garden that has nothing to do with birdsong or wind in the leaves. It's the gentle trickle of water, steady and soothing. I once visited a small backyard where that sound seemed to follow you no matter where you stood. The source. Not an expensive fountain, but an old watering can perched on a stone ledge, pouring a never-ending stream into a basin below. The homeowner told me she'd built it for under $10, most of it from Dollar Tree finds and a bit of ingenuity. To create your own, start with a metal or plastic watering can, ideally one with a long curved spout. Choose a large bowl basin or even a wide planter to serve as the lower reservoir. Position the watering can so its spout hovers over the basin. You can set it on bricks, a plant stand, or even hang it from a hook for a more whimsical look. Next, add a small submersible pump to the basin, threading the pump's tubing up through the watering can's spout. When the pump runs, the water will appear to pour endlessly from the can, then recycle back into the basin. You can disguise the pump with smooth river stones or glass pebbles for a natural finish. For those who prefer not to fuss with electricity, you can fill the can with water and let it act as a still ornament, perhaps with fresh flowers tucked inside. But if you do go with the pump, the result is a sound that invites you to linger, to sit for just a few more minutes and let your mind wander. The woman who shared her design told me it became her thinking spot. She'd sit beside it each morning, coffee in hand, and somehow the soft burble helped her sort through the day ahead. And maybe that's the gift of this project. It's not just a piece of decor, it's a companion for quiet moments. In a world that moves quickly, it gives you permission to slow down and listen. There's a certain kind of magic in miniature worlds, the kind that invites you to lean in close and notice the little things. I remember visiting a friend's patio one summer afternoon and spotting what looked like a tiny village tucked into the corner of her potting bench. It was a fairy garden complete with a pebble path, tiny chairs, and even a little pond made from a bottle cap. The whole thing was set inside an old baking pan she'd found at the Dollar Tree, and it was enchanting. To make your own, start with a shallow baking pan or roasting tray. Fill it with potting soil, leaving enough room at the top to add decorative elements without spilling. Choose small plants like moss thyme or baby's tears to create a lush, low-growing landscape. You can even add miniature succulents for texture and variety. Next comes the fun part, building your fairy world. Use pebbles or aquarium gravel for pathways, small twigs for fences, and dollhouse furniture for seating. You can make a pond by embedding a shallow dish or jar lid into the soil and filling it with water. If you're feeling crafty, hot glue a few pebbles together to make stepping stones, or fashion a tiny arbor from popsicle sticks. This project is especially enjoyable to do with grandchildren or friends. Each person can add their own touch, a tiny mailbox, a painted rock, or a hidden door against the side of the pan. The end result becomes a little story you can place on a table, a garden shelf, or even indoors near a sunny window. What I love most about fairy gardens is that they remind us to play no matter our age. They ask us to see the beauty in the small and the imagined, and to find joy in creating something that serves no purpose except to make us smile. Sometimes, in both gardening and life, those are the projects that leave the deepest imprint on our hearts. Mirrors have a way of making spaces feel larger and more alive, and that magic isn't limited to indoors. I once stepped into a friend's small backyard and was struck by the sense of depth, as if her garden stretched far beyond its real borders. The secret. An old picture frame she'd turned into a weather-resistant garden mirror. It reflected the greenery so beautifully that it almost looked like a hidden doorway into another garden. To create your own, start with a large frame from the Dollar Tree or a thrift shop. Remove the glass and replace it with an acrylic mirror sheet, which is lighter and safer for outdoor use. If the frame's color doesn't match your style, give it a coat of outdoor paint, perhaps a distressed white for a cottage feel or deep bronze for a classic look. Once ready, choose a spot where the mirror will reflect something lovely, like a cluster of flowers, a trellis, or a seating area. Secure it to a fence shed wall or sturdy post. If lifting heavy items is challenging, opt for a smaller frame that's easier to handle but still creates the illusion of space. Over time, a garden mirror can also play with light, catching the shimmer of leaves in the breeze or the golden glow of sunset. My friend told me she loved standing by hers in the early morning, when dew made the whole scene sparkle twice over, once in reality and once in reflection. The beauty of this hack isn't just the extra dimension it adds to your garden. It's the reminder that perspective changes everything. Sometimes simply reframing what's in front of us literally and figuratively can reveal more beauty than we realized was there all along. A path can be more than a way to get from one place to another. It can be a work of art beneath your feet. I learned this from a neighbor who turned her garden walkway into a mosaic masterpiece using nothing more than plain stepping stones, smooth pebbles, and a patient hand. She told me it wasn't just about making something pretty, but about creating a trail of memories she could walk every day. To make your own pebble mosaic stepping stones, start with inexpensive concrete or resin stepping stones from the Dollar Tree or a hardware store. Collect small flat pebbles. You can find them in bags at dollar stores or gather them from nature if you have access. Arrange the pebbles in patterns on the surface of the stone before attaching them. Spirals, flowers, waves, or even simple borders can look beautiful. Secure the pebbles with a strong outdoor adhesive or thin layer of mortar, pressing them gently so they sit flush with the stone's surface. Let them dry completely before placing the stones in your garden. If bending to the ground is difficult, work on a tabletop covered with a drop cloth and then have a family member or friend help set them in place later. These mosaic stones can be used to form an entire walkway accent, a single corner of the garden, or create a stepping path between flower beds. Over time, weather will soften their colors and make them look like they've been part of your garden forever. My neighbor told me each stone in her path carried a story, one made from pebbles collected on a beach trip, another with stones from her childhood home. Every time she walked it, she was reminded of the people and places she loved. And I think that's the true gift of this project. It turns something functional into something deeply personal. A reminder that the steps we take are often more meaningful when we decorate them with pieces of our own history. Some of the most charming garden decor starts with items we usually toss in the recycling bin. I learned this from a neighbor who always had bursts of color lining her porch railing. At first glance, I thought she'd splurged on a set of coordinated metal planters. But when I looked closer, I realized they were just repurposed tin cans, each one painted sealed and blooming with life. She laughed when I complimented them and said, "Why throw away what can hold beauty? To make your own, save a few tin cans from soups, beans, or coffee. Remove the labels and smooth any sharp edges with sandpaper. Give each can a coat of spray paint in your chosen colors. Bright pastels for spring, rich jewel tones for summer, or muted earth shades for autumn. For added personality, stencil patterns onto the cans or wrap them with burlap and ribbon. Drill or punch a few drainage holes in the bottom, then add potting soil and your plants. These holders are perfect for annual flowers like marigolds, pansies, or zinnias, but they can also house herbs for a kitchen garden you can snip from while cooking. Because they're lightweight, you can hang them from hooks, set them on steps, or group them in clusters for a fuller display. If you'd like to avoid drilling, use them as decorative sleeves for small nursery pots. That way you can easily swap plants in and out with the seasons. My neighbor changes hers every month, adding trailing ivy in cooler months and bursts of petunias when summer arrives. What I love most about this hack is its message: beauty doesn't require brand new things. Sometimes it comes from giving a second life to something humble. Just like a can once held food, it can hold flowers, and in both cases it's offering nourishment, one for the body and one for the spirit. Some pieces seem destined for the garden, even if that wasn't their original purpose. I remember walking past a yard sale where an old wooden ladder leaned against a fence, its paint faded and worn. Most people saw it as scrap, but the woman hosting the sale told me she had once used it as a plant stand. She said it had held everything from geraniums to herbs, and in its better days, it was the centerpiece of her back porch. That conversation stayed with me, and I soon made my own version, all for less than $10. To create one, start with an old step ladder or find a small one at the Dollar Tree or thrift shop. If the ladder feels rough, sand it lightly to avoid splinters. You can leave the wood weathered for a rustic look or paint it to match your garden's color scheme. Place the ladder in a spot where it will be stable against a wall on a patio or nestled among flower beds. Use the steps and top platform as display tiers for potted plants. Arrange taller plants on the bottom steps and smaller trailing ones toward the top for a layered effect. For added charm, mix in decorative elements, a small lantern, a birdhouse, or a watering can. If bending is uncomfortable, keep your most used plants at waist height where you can water and tend to them easily. You can also change the display with the season's herbs and flowers in spring mini pumpkins and mums in fall twinkling lights and evergreen sprigs in winter. What I love most about this idea is that it celebrates the history of an object. A ladder's job is to help us reach higher, and in this new role, it still does, only now it lifts our plants and our spirits. It's a gentle reminder that just because something's days of hard work are over doesn't mean its days of bringing joy have to be. Some garden decorations instantly spark curiosity, and a clay pot lighthouse is one of them. I first saw one while visiting a coastal town's garden tour. Tucked among a bed of lavender and daisies stood a charming miniature lighthouse complete with painted windows and a little light at the top. The host told me it was made entirely from stacked clay pots, the kind you can get at the Dollar Tree, and she'd built it in one afternoon. To make your own, gather 3 or 4 clay pots in graduating sizes. Turn them upside down and stack them from largest to smallest, using waterproof adhesive between each layer for stability. Once the stack is secure, paint the pots in classic lighthouse colors, white with red or navy stripes, always looks striking. Add small rectangles for windows and a door using outdoor paint so it lasts through the seasons. For the light, place a battery-operated LED candle or solar light inside the top pot. If the pot has a drainage hole, the glow will shine through, especially at dusk. Position your lighthouse where it can catch the eye, maybe near a walkway, at the corner of a flower bed, or even on a patio table as a conversation piece. This decoration works beautifully in both coastal-themed gardens and cottage-style yards. And because the pots are light, you can move the lighthouse easily without strain. You can even adapt the design for the holidays, wrapping it in tiny string lights for Christmas or adding seashells around the base in summer. The woman who inspired me said her lighthouse became a little landmark for her grandchildren. They'd run to it first thing whenever they visited sometimes, pretending it marked the way to a secret island. And that's the charm of this project. It's not just a decoration. It's a story waiting to happen. In our gardens, as in life, a small touch of imagination can guide people toward moments they'll remember. A bare fence can make a garden feel boxed in, but with a few creative touches, it can become a living wall of color. I once visited a friend whose side yard was bordered by a long wooden fence. Instead of leaving it plain, she had transformed it into a vertical garden using small hanging baskets from the Dollar Tree, each one brimming with flowers. The effect was like a quilt made of blossoms, and it made the entire space feel warmer and more welcoming. To make your own, start with lightweight metal or plastic baskets. If they come with liners, keep them, but you can also use coconut fiber or landscape fabric to hold soil while allowing for drainage. Drill a few small holes in the bottom of each basket if they don't already have them. Attach sturdy hooks or nails along the fence at even intervals, making sure they're at a height that's comfortable for watering. Hang the baskets and fill them with potting mix. Then plant blooms that will cascade over the sides. Petunias, trailing lobelia, or ivy are excellent choices. You can mix in upright plants for variety, such as geraniums or small ornamental grasses. For an extra touch, spray paint the baskets before planting to match your garden's color palette. This is especially effective if your fence is neutral in tone. The color contrast will make the plants pop even more. The beauty of this hack is its flexibility. You can swap out flowers with the seasons, use baskets for herbs near the kitchen, or even turn them into little succulent gardens for a low-maintenance option. Because the baskets are small and light, it's easy to rearrange them whenever you feel like giving the space a new look. My friend told me that her fence planters became a source of daily joy, not just for her, but for neighbors walking by. Sometimes the best garden features aren't the ones we build for ourselves alone, but the ones that brighten the day for anyone who happens to pass by. Keeping garden tools organized can feel like a small battle, especially when you're working in a tight space. I once visited a retired couple who had turned their modest shed into a model of efficiency. Every tool had a place, from the smallest hand trowel to the largest pruning shears. What impressed me most was their tool holder, not a fancy wall system, but a simple, over-the-door hook rack from the Dollar Tree, repurposed to keep everything neat and easy to reach. To make your own, start with a sturdy metal or plastic over-the-door rack with multiple hooks. Instead of hanging it over a door, mount it onto the wall of your shed, garage, or even an outdoor fence. Use screws or heavy-duty adhesive strips depending on the surface. Position it at a height that allows you to grab tools without bending or stretching. The hooks can hold hand tools, gloves, spray bottles, or even small buckets for seed packets and twine. For longer tools like rakes or hoes, hang them handle up so the heavier end is closer to the ground for stability. You can also label the hooks with masking tape or painted tags, so everything has a designated spot. If you prefer a touch of charm, give the rack a coat of spray paint to match your garden decor, or wrap sections in jute rope for a rustic look. You might even dedicate one hook to a favorite sun hat, so it's always ready when you head outside. The couple who inspired me said this system not only kept their tools tidy, but saved them time no more rummaging through piles or misplacing gloves. And perhaps that's the deeper value of organization. It frees your mind to focus on the joy of the task instead of the frustration of the search. In gardening, as in life, having what you need within arm's reach can make all the difference. There's a certain magic in the way sunlight dances through colored glass, scattering bits of rainbow across a garden wall. I first saw this effect in my aunt's backyard, where shimmering sun catchers swayed gently from a pergola beam. They looked like something from an artisan shop, yet she told me they were made from nothing more than old picture frames and glass beads from the Dollar Tree. The secret, she said, was patience and a willingness to see beauty in small things. To create your own, start with a lightweight picture frame, removing the glass and backing. Arrange colorful flat-backed glass beads, the kind sold in bags, for vases across the empty frame space, experimenting with patterns before committing to glue. You might choose a random scattering of colors or a more deliberate design like flowers or spirals. Once you're happy with the layout, use a strong, clear-drying adhesive to secure each bead directly to the frame's inner edge or to a piece of clear acrylic cut to size. Allow it to dry fully before handling. Attach a length of fishing line or sturdy twine to the top corners of the frame for hanging. Choose a sunny spot where the light can pass through, near a porch, in front of a kitchen window, or along a garden trellis. As the sun moves through the day, your beads will cast vibrant colors that shift with a breeze. My aunt told me that making her sun catchers became a kind of meditation. She'd sit at her table, beads spread out like jewels, and arrange them until the design felt right. And when the afternoon light streamed through them, it was a reminder that joy often comes from the simplest materials transformed with care and intention. In life, as in the garden, a bit of light and color can change everything. Clear plant labels may seem like a small detail, but they can bring both order and charm to your garden. I first spotted this idea at a community seed exchange where each herb and flower was marked with a weathered wooden stake, hand-painted in graceful script. They looked as though they'd been there for years, blending seamlessly with the soil and blooms. When I asked, the gardener laughed and said they were just paint stirrers from the Dollar Tree, given a little love and weatherproofing. To make your own, start with plain wooden paint stirrers. You can often get a pack for just $1. Lightly sand them to smooth any rough edges. If you prefer a natural look, leave the wood bare and simply seal it with a clear outdoor varnish. For more color, paint each stick with outdoor acrylic paint in soft pastels, earthy browns, or bold tones to match your garden's personality. Once the base coat is dry, use a paint pen or permanent marker to neatly write the name of each plant. You can add small illustrations, a tomato vine, a lavender sprig for extra personality. Seal the finished label with another coat of varnish to protect it from rain and sun. Push the pointed end of the stirrer into the soil near the plant, angling it slightly so it's easy to read without bending too far. These labels work for both potted plants and garden beds, and because they're inexpensive, you can make a whole set without worry. The gardener who inspired me said her labels weren't just practical, they were conversation starters. Visitors would pause to read them, sometimes asking about a plant they'd never heard of before. And maybe that's the beauty of this hack. It reminds us that names carry stories. In the same way we cherish knowing the names of people we love, naming the plants we tend is another way of honoring their place in our lives. Sometimes the best garden upgrades come from looking at indoor items with fresh eyes. I remember visiting a friend's narrow patio where she'd managed to hang nearly a dozen plants without cluttering the floor. Her secret: an old curtain rod mounted along the railing transformed into a sturdy, stylish plant hanger. She told me she found the rod at a thrift shop for just a few dollars, but you can often get them at the Dollar Tree as well. To make your own, choose a metal or wooden curtain rod long enough to span the space you want to use. It could be along a porch railing between two posts, or even mounted under a window frame. Secure it firmly using wall brackets, railing clamps, or heavy-duty hooks, making sure it can handle the weight of several small hanging pots. Once installed, use S-hooks or hanging clips to attach your planters. Lightweight pots with built-in hangers work best, but you can also use baskets or repurposed containers with added rope or chain. Position the plants so trailing varieties spill gracefully over the edges, while upright ones add height and color. The beauty of this setup is its flexibility. You can shift plants around to follow the sun, change them with the seasons, or even use the rod for holiday decorations when winter arrives. And because everything is elevated, watering and tending to the plants can be done without stooping or tripping over pots on the ground. My friend told me she loved how this simple rod transformed her patio into what she called a wall of life. It was no longer just an outdoor space. It became a living gallery she could enjoy every time she stepped outside. And perhaps that's the lesson here sometimes. The framework for beauty is already in our hands. It just needs to be hung in the right place. When I think back over these 25 garden hacks, I realize that not one of them relied on expensive materials or complicated tools. They all began with something small, a basket, a tin can, a piece of rope, and were transformed by patience, care, and a willingness to see potential where others might see nothing. In many ways, it's the same way a garden grows. A seed doesn't know it's small. It simply opens, reaches for the sun, and becomes what it was meant to be. Over the years, I've come to believe that our gardens mirror our lives. They flourish when we give them attention, they change with the seasons, and they often surprise us when we least expect it. The wire baskets that become planters, the rubber mats that look like stone, the teacups that cradle succulents. These are more than just creative projects. They are proof that beauty can be built from what's already within reach. And there's something deeply comforting in that, especially as we grow older. We may not move as quickly as we once did, but our hands can still shape beauty. Our eyes can still see possibility. Our hearts can still find joy in the transformation of something ordinary into something extraordinary. So as you look around your own garden or your porch balcony or even a sunny windowsill, ask yourself, what could I reimagine? What could I give new life to? Because the answer isn't just about creating a prettier space. It's about the satisfaction of saying, I made that, I cared for that, and it brings me joy. Until next time, dear friend, may your days be filled with light, your hands with meaningful work, and your garden with the kind of beauty that can only come from love. Good morning, dear friend. Can you hear it? That soft hum of a waking garden, the rustle of leaves catching the first gold of the sun, the gentle creak of the porch chair beneath you. I've always believed that gardens speak sometimes in blossoms, sometimes in whispers, and often their stories begin in the most unexpected places. Not in a nursery or a catalog, but in the corner of a thrift store where an object sits forgotten, gathering dust instead of memories. I remember once on a rainy Tuesday, I wandered into our little town's second-hand shop. My shoes squeaked on the old linoleum floor as I moved past stacks of mismatched china and chipped picture frames. And there, half hidden behind a stack of baskets, was a weathered wooden ladder. The paint was peeling, the rungs wobbled, and yet I couldn't help but picture it leaning against my garden fence, each step holding a pot of trailing petunias. That's the magic of upcycling. It's not about what a thing is, but what it could become in loving hands. So today, I want to share with you 20 little transformations, ways to take someone else's junk and turn it into your garden's treasure. You don't need a big budget or even perfect tools, just a bit of curiosity, a willingness to imagine, and the joy of watching something bloom twice in its lifetime. Together, we'll turn the forgotten into the unforgettable. Some objects seem to carry the weight of their past in every scratch and dent. That old ladder I found at the thrift store looked like it had been leaning against barns, tucked into garages, and maybe even carried paint-splattered hands up toward half-finished projects. It was tired, but it still stood tall. When I brought it home, my neighbors probably thought I was planning repairs. Instead, I brushed off the dust, tightened a few screws, and gave it a gentle sanding, just enough to smooth its edges without erasing its story. I set it against the garden fence where the morning sun first spills in. On each rung, I placed a clay pot, some holding geraniums, others brimming with trailing ivy that would eventually cascade down like green ribbons. The ladder's once empty steps became tiers of color and life. I added a small solar lantern to the top rung, so at night it glows softly as if holding a candle to the moon. If you've never worked with a ladder like this, let me tell you, it's wonderfully forgiving. There's no heavy lifting, and you can arrange it right at waist height to save your back. It's also easy to move if you decide your garden needs a little rearranging. The trick is to choose pots that aren't too heavy and to water gently so you don't soak the wood. One of my favorite moments was when my granddaughter visited and asked why I had a staircase for flowers. We stood there hand in hand, imagining each plant as a tiny tenant climbing toward the sunlight. That ladder taught me something: it doesn't have to reach a roof anymore. It can reach hearts instead. And maybe that's the best kind of work any of us can do in our later years. Keep standing, keep holding beauty, even if our purpose has shifted from what it once was. There's something about an old teapot that feels like it belongs in a storybook. Its rounded belly-curved spout and the soft click of a porcelain lid. At the thrift store, I often see them stacked on dusty shelves, their patterns faded from years of tea steam and careful washing. Some are chipped, some missing their mates, but I can't help but think they still have more to give. One spring afternoon, I brought home 3 mismatched teapots, a floral one with tiny pink roses, a sturdy white enamel one with a blue rim, and a delicate porcelain one that had lost its lid long ago. Instead of tucking them into a cupboard, I filled them with potting soil and tucked small rose plants inside. I placed them along my garden path so each visitor would discover them like hidden treasures. The roses took to their new homes quickly, sending out blooms that mirrored the designs painted on their porcelain walls. Working with teapots is gentle perfect for hands that don't want to wrestle with heavy containers. Most already have a small drainage hole in the spout, but if not, a quick fix is to add a few pebbles at the bottom before planting. They're easy to move when the seasons change onto a windowsill in winter, back to the garden in spring. Once my neighbor stopped by and laughed when she saw them. "You've set the table for the fairies," she said. I told her that maybe I had, and maybe, just maybe, gardens thrive a little better when they have a dash of whimsy. It's a reminder I carry with me. Beauty doesn't have to be grand to be meaningful. Sometimes it's in the smallest blooms, the smallest containers, and the smallest moments, like sipping tea with a friend while the roses nod in the breeze. Old window frames have a way of catching my eye, even when their paint is peeling and the glass panes are long gone. They carry a sense of history. How many mornings did someone once look through this frame to check the weather or watch children play in the yard? At a flea market last summer, I spotted one leaning against a vendor's table, its wood sun-bleached and edges softened by time. I knew instantly it would be perfect for the garden. When I brought it home, I didn't fix it too much, just cleaned off the cobwebs and brushed away loose paint. Then I found the perfect spot against a section of my fence where ivy and climbing roses tangled together. I mounted the frame there not to block the view, but to shape it, so when you stand at just the right angle, it feels like you're looking at a living painting. The sky becomes the background, the flowers, the brush strokes, and the breeze, the artist's hand. For those who can't lift heavy objects or do complex projects, this is an easy, low-strain transformation. The frame is light, and you can attach it to a fence or even prop it against a wall without much effort. If you want to add a bit more detail, you can hang a small bird feeder or string of beads from the top crossbar so they dangle into the scene. One of my fondest memories was when my friend Margaret visited. She stood before the frame, tilted her head, and whispered, "It looks like your garden has its own gallery." That's exactly what I'd hoped for, that moment where someone stops even for a few seconds to really see what's in front of them. It's a gentle truth for both gardening and life. Sometimes we don't need to change the picture, just the way we frame it. There's a particular charm in an old chair, even when it wobbles or has lost its seat. I remember walking past one at a neighborhood yard sale, a wooden dining chair with spindles worn smooth by years of use. Most folks saw something bound for the dump. I saw a new throne for flowers. Bringing it home was easy. It was light enough to carry with one hand. I removed the worn-out seat, leaving the open frame, and nestled a round planter inside. I chose trailing petunias in soft pinks and purples so they could spill over the edges like the folds of a royal gown. Placing the chair in a shady corner of my garden instantly transformed the space. It looked like a guest had been invited to sit and enjoy the flowers. But instead, the flowers had taken the seat for themselves. What I love about using an old chair is how effortless it is on the body. There's no bending for planting. You can work while standing or sitting at a comfortable height. It also invites creativity. You might paint it a cheerful color or leave it weathered for a rustic look. Even a metal bistro chair can be turned into a garden feature with a little imagination. One summer, my granddaughter painted butterflies along the chair's backrest while I planted fresh blooms. It became our project, something we could add to together year after year. And every time the flowers filled in, it felt like the chair stood a little taller, proud of its new purpose. That's the magic of upcycling. It gives both the object and the gardener a sense of renewal. The chair may never again hold a person, but it holds beauty, and perhaps that's an even greater honor. There's a quiet elegance in a well-made picture frame, even when it hangs empty. I once found a stack of ornate wooden frames at a church thrift sale, their gold paint worn thin, in places their corners chipped. People passed them by, but I couldn't help picturing them holding something other than photographs. Back home, I chose one with carved roses in each corner and gave it a gentle cleaning. Instead of adding glass or a photo, I stretched a small piece of wire mesh across the back, securing it with staples. Then I attached miniature terracotta pots to the mesh, each one cradling a tiny succulent. Hung on the side of my garden shed, the frame became a living artwork, plants growing where faces might once have been. The beauty of this project is how light and adaptable it is. If bending is difficult, you can prepare the frame while seated at a table, then hang it at eye level to enjoy without strain. You could fill it with dried flowers, pressed herbs, or even a seasonal wreath that changes throughout the year. One of my favorite moments came during a neighborhood garden walk. A couple stopped in front of the frame, and the gentleman pointed to a cluster of succulents and said, "It's like you've made a window into a smaller world." I hadn't thought of it that way before, but he was right. Gardens are full of worlds within worlds, and sometimes all it takes is a frame to help us see them. It's a gentle reminder that beauty doesn't always demand a new canvas. Sometimes it blooms best in the borders of something old. Mismatched spoons and forks often end up buried in thrift store bins, their shine dulled and handles worn from decades of dinners. I've always felt they carry a kind of quiet history. Meals shared, conversations had laughter echoing across a table. One rainy afternoon, I picked up a bundle of them, each with its own unique pattern, and decided they deserved a place in the garden. Creating a wind chime from silverware is easier than it sounds. I started with an old metal colander as the top piece. The ready-made holes were perfect for hanging. Using sturdy fishing line, I tied each utensil at a slightly different length so they would dance in the wind. The sound wasn't the sharp clang you might expect, but a soft tinkling melody like the memory of Sunday brunch drifting on the breeze. For those with limited mobility, this project is gentle on the hands. You can work at a kitchen table, threading and tying without heavy lifting. Once assembled, the chime can be hung from a porch beam, tree branch, or garden hook, anywhere you'd like the wind to pass through and carry its song. The first time mine caught a summer breeze, I was sitting on the porch with a cup of tea. The sound mingled with the rustle of leaves, and I realized it wasn't just decoration, it was a living part of the garden's voice. Even my neighbor, who rarely notices such things, paused to say, "It sounds like your garden is talking to us." That's the gift of turning old silverware into chimes. It's not just about reuse, it's about creating a little conversation between your space and the natural world. And in those gentle notes, you might just hear the echo of meals and moments long past. There's a certain romance in an old bird cage, the curved metal bars, the little latch on the door, the sense that it once held song and movement. I came across one at a flea market, its paint flaking and its base slightly bent. No bird would ever live in it again, but I knew it could still hold life. After brushing off the dust, I lined the base with coconut coir to keep the soil in place, then planted a mix of trailing lobelia and bright marigolds. I hung the cage from a shepherd's hook near the garden gate, where the flowers could spill through the bars like they were reaching out to greet visitors. The transformation was instant. What once held a single voice now bloomed with color and fragrance. Working with a bird cage is wonderfully accessible. It's lightweight, so you can easily move it to catch the best sunlight or bring it closer when watering. If bending is difficult, hang it at eye level so the blooms can be enjoyed without strain. You can even place a small solar light inside, turning it into a glowing lantern at night. One summer evening, a friend stopped by and saw it glowing at dusk. She smiled and said, "It's like the flowers have found their own little home." And perhaps they had safe contained, but still part of the open air. Projects like this remind me that beauty often comes from honoring what something once was, while allowing it to become something entirely new. The bird cage no longer holds a songbird, but it still sings in petals, in color, and in the way it makes people pause. There's a kind of mystery in an old suitcase, the scuffs on its corners, the worn leather handle, the faint scent of journeys past. I once found one at a thrift store for just a few dollars. Its hinges still worked, though the fabric lining had seen better days. While most people might imagine storing blankets or craft supplies in it, I pictured flowers spilling from its open lid like souvenirs from a trip. To turn it into a planter, I first lined the inside with a layer of thick plastic to protect the suitcase from moisture. I added potting soil and chose a mix of petunias, sweet alyssum, and creeping jenny for a cascading effect. When the lid was propped open, the plants looked as though they were tumbling out, eager to explore the world. I placed it on a low bench near my porch, where it became an instant conversation starter. This project is ideal. If lifting heavy objects isn't possible, you can work on the suitcase while it's sitting on a table, then slide it into its final spot without much effort. Because the suitcase isn't too deep, it's best for flowers and herbs that don't need a lot of root space. A few well-placed trailing plants can make it look like the blooms are spilling out in motion. One afternoon, a neighbor passing by stopped to admire it. She said it reminded her of her grandmother, who used to bring back small plants from her travels, tucking them into her suitcase with care. That memory brought such warmth to her voice that I realized the suitcase wasn't just holding flowers, it was holding stories. That's the beauty of giving old things new life. They don't just decorate your garden, they carry with them the echoes of where they've been while becoming part of the story you're telling now. Some garden tools seem to retire themselves, like the dented metal watering can I spotted at a yard sale. Its handle was sturdy, but the spout leaked in places that made it useless for watering. Still, I couldn't resist the charm of its shape and the soft clink it made when I set it down. Instead of seeing a flaw, I saw an opportunity to let water flow in a new way. With the help of a small solar-powered pump, I turned that old can into a gentle fountain. I placed the pump inside a large ceramic basin, set the can on a slight angle above it, and ran the tubing through the spout so water could pour out like it was forever watering invisible roots. Around the base, I tucked in moss-smooth river stones and a few potted ferns to make the scene feel like a hidden corner of a woodland garden. This project can be done almost entirely at waist height, making it friendly for gardeners who avoid bending or lifting. The pump is light, the setup simple, and once it's running, the soft trickle of water becomes a calming soundtrack for the garden. I like to sit nearby in the late afternoon, closing my eyes and letting the sound wash away the noise of the day. One evening, my grandson visited and asked if it was magic. I told him it was the kind of magic you make with your own hands, and he grinned like he'd just learned a secret. In truth, I think he had. Old tools may no longer serve their first purpose, but they can still serve beauty, peace, and joy. That watering can may never feed roots again, but it now feeds the spirit of the garden every single day. Old wooden drawers have a way of turning up in thrift stores, sometimes separated from their dressers, sometimes with handles missing, but always with the soft scent of cedar or pine clinging to them. I once found a shallow honey-colored drawer for just $1 and immediately pictured it as a tiny stage for herbs. I lined it with a scrap of burlap for drainage, then added rich potting soil. Into this little box, I planted basil, thyme, and parsley, close enough that their leaves brushed together in the breeze. I set the drawer on an old bench right outside my kitchen door so I could snip a sprig or two while cooking. Its low profile made it easy to tend without kneeling, and its compact size meant it could be shifted around to chase the sun. The charm of this project lies in how little it asks of you. No tools beyond a trowel, no heavy lifting, just a bit of soil and imagination. You can keep the drawer natural for a rustic look, or paint it in soft pastels for a cottage garden feel. I once painted another drawer a soft robin's egg blue and filled it with pansies. It looked like a living postcard. One afternoon, my neighbor Clara stopped by while I was watering the herbs. She told me her mother used to keep a drawer of violets on her windowsill, and the memory had just come rushing back. That's the beauty of these small contained gardens. They not only grow plants, but also grow memories. An old drawer may never hold clothes again, but it can hold life fragrance and flavor in ways its maker might never have imagined. And in that, I think, lies the sweetest kind of second chance. An old metal colander might not seem like much at first glance, especially one with a dented side or a handle that's seen better days. But the moment I spotted a bright red one in a thrift store bin, I knew those built-in holes were practically begging to be turned into a planter. The transformation was simple. I lined the inside with coconut coir to keep the soil in place, then filled it with a cheerful mix of trailing petunias and sweet alyssum. The colander's holes provided perfect drainage, and the handles made it easy to attach to sturdy chains for hanging. I placed mine under the eaves of my porch, where the flowers could cascade down and greet guests before they even reached the front steps. This is one of those projects that requires almost no bending or lifting. You can plant it while seated at a table, and then simply hang it at whatever height is easiest to maintain. And because colanders come in so many colors and finishes, you can choose one that blends in or pops like a piece of jewelry in your garden. One summer afternoon, a friend came over for iced tea and noticed the colander swinging gently in the breeze. She laughed and said, "I'll never look at pasta strainers the same way again." That's the joy of garden upcycling. It changes the way you see the everyday, turning the most ordinary kitchen tools into works of living art. In the end, that colander never strained spaghetti again, but it became a vessel for something far more enduring, a season's worth of blooms, a bit of movement in the wind, and the delight of seeing guests do a double take before smiling. There's a quiet charm in the weight of an old hardback book, its pages yellowed, its cover softened by time. At the thrift store, I once found a stack of them titles long out of print, their stories perhaps forgotten. But instead of letting them gather more dust, I thought of a way to make them part of my garden story. I chose 3 books with sturdy covers and gently hollowed out the center of each, leaving a border of pages intact to hold their shape. Inside the cavity, I tucked a small layer of plastic-added soil and planted tiny succulents, hens and chicks sedum, and a sprig of echeveria. Their sculptural leaves contrasted beautifully with the texture of the worn pages. I stacked the books at the edge of my garden bench so it looked as though someone had stepped away mid-read and the plants had quietly moved in. This is a wonderfully accessible project. You can prepare the books while seated at a table, and the plants require minimal watering. In fact, the less water, the better succulents thrive in these shallow homes. The books aren't heavy, so they're easy to move, and you can even bring them indoors during cooler months to use as part of your decor. One autumn afternoon, my friend Helen visited and noticed the stack. She ran her fingers over the faded gold lettering and said it reminded her of her father's library, where every book held its own world. I told her these books still did, only now those worlds were green and growing. That's the beauty of this kind of upcycling. It bridges 2 kinds of stories, the written and the living. The book's original tale may no longer be read aloud, but a new one unfolds each day as leaves turn toward the sun roots settle deeper and the garden gains another small, surprising chapter. Old wooden shutters with their peeling paint and slatted design have a certain timeless appeal. I once found a pair leaning against a barn at an estate sale, their hinges rusted but still clinging to a sense of purpose. They'd once guarded windows from wind and rain, but I knew they could stand again this time as a vertical garden. I brought them home, brushed away decades of dust, and gave them a light sanding to smooth any rough edges. Then, using small metal hooks, I attached terracotta pots along the slats, spacing them evenly from top to bottom. Each pot held something different: herbs near the top for easy snipping, trailing flowers in the middle for a waterfall effect, and small ferns at the base for lush greenery. Mounted against the side of my shed, the shutters turned into a living wall, transforming a once plain surface into a tapestry of color and scent. For anyone looking to avoid heavy lifting, this is a gentle project. The pots can be hung one by one while you're comfortably standing, and the shutters themselves can be propped in place before securing them. The vertical design makes tending plants easier on the back, and it's especially practical for small spaces where ground planting is limited. One warm evening, my neighbor stopped by with her granddaughter, who peeked through the shutter slats as if playing a game of hide-and-seek with the flowers. Her laughter made me realize how interactive a garden can be when it invites curiosity. That's the gift of a shutter garden wall. It's more than a backdrop. It's a stage where each plant plays its part. And like the shutters themselves, which once opened and closed to the rhythm of a household, it now opens a new chapter, one filled with growth, color, and joy. There's a certain magic in glass when sunlight touches it. Colors deepen, shadows dance, and the garden seems to sparkle. I discovered this by accident one afternoon while sorting through a box of old bottles from a thrift store. Some were clear, others tinted green amber or cobalt blue. They were mismatched and a little scuffed, but together they looked like a painter's palette. I decided to turn them into edging for one of my garden beds. First, I rinsed them well and removed any stubborn labels. Then I dug a shallow trench along the bed's border and set each bottle upside down, pushing the necks into the soil so only the bottoms showed. Arranging the colors in a soft gradient from clear to blue to green gave the edge a gentle flow like ripples in a stream. When the afternoon sun hit, the bottles lit up, casting little jewels of light across the flowers. This project is wonderfully easy on the body. You can place the bottles while sitting on a garden stool, and there's no need to rush add a few each day until the border is complete. It's also endlessly customizable. You can choose all one color for a uniform look or mix them for a more playful feel. One morning, my friend Mary stopped by and immediately noticed the edging. She knelt down, touched one of the cobalt bottles, and said it reminded her of the glass marbles she played with as a child. I smiled, knowing the garden had given her not just beauty, but a memory. That's the quiet power of glass bottle edging. It doesn't just frame your flowers, it frames moments. And like the bottles themselves, once discarded and overlooked, it proves that even the simplest things can shine again when given a place in the light. Old lanterns have a way of carrying stories in their frames, the glow they once cast on porches, the late-night walks they may have lit. I found a pair at a flea market, their glass panels cloudy and their paint chipped, but their shape still full of charm. Rather than restoring them for candles, I decided they'd make perfect homes for plants. I began by removing the glass panels to give the plants more room to breathe. Inside, I placed small pots of trailing ivy and miniature begonias, letting the leaves spill gently over the edges. For one lantern, I added a solar light hidden among the greenery so it would glow softly at night as if still keeping watch. The transformation was simple but striking. By day, they were living sculptures. By evening, they became illuminated jewels in the garden. This is an easy project for anyone wanting minimal strain. Lanterns are light and portable, so you can plant them at a comfortable table height and then place them wherever you like, on a garden step, a patio table, or even hung from a hook. And because the plants are contained, they're easy to switch out with the seasons. One evening, while hosting a small supper on the porch, a guest noticed the lantern glowing in the twilight and leaned closer. "It looks like the plants are telling secrets," she said. I laughed, but later I thought she might be right. Gardens are full of quiet conversations, and these lanterns seem to listen well. Upcycling lanterns into planters reminded me that light doesn't always come from a flame. Sometimes it comes from color, from life, from the way a small object can transform a space with its quiet presence. There's something enchanting about a mirror in the garden. It catches light, reflects movement, and makes spaces feel larger than they are. I once found a tall arched mirror at a thrift store, its frame weathered like driftwood. The glass was a little cloudy, but that only added to its vintage charm. I decided to place it against the back fence where a cluster of ferns and hostas grew. The reflection made it seem as if the greenery continued on into a secret garden just beyond reach. On breezy days when leaves swayed in front of it, the mirrored world seemed alive, as though another garden was breathing right beside mine. This is a project that requires almost no heavy lifting if you choose the right spot from the start. The mirror can be propped against a wall or fence, or even secured slightly off the ground, so it's easy to clean and reposition. If you want to add more character, paint the frame in a color that complements your plants. Soft sage for a woodland feel or white for a cottage look. One afternoon, my neighbor's little boy wandered into my yard, stopped in front of the mirror, and reached out to touch the other garden. His face lit up when he realized it was just a reflection, though I think part of him still believed there was a way through. Watching him reminded me that gardens don't just grow plants, they grow wonder. A mirror in the garden is more than decoration. It's an invitation. It invites the sun to dance the flowers to double themselves, and visitors to pause just a little longer, caught between reality and reflection. And in that pause, beauty lingers. Woven baskets have a warmth to them even when they're frayed at the edges or missing a handle. At a thrift store one spring, I found a large, shallow basket with a weave as soft and faded as sun-bleached linen. It had once carried fruit, perhaps, or fresh laundry, but I knew it could carry blooms just as well. To prepare it, I lined the inside with a layer of plastic to protect the weave from moisture, then added potting soil. I chose bright geraniums, trailing lobelia, and a few sprigs of dusty miller for texture. The combination spilled gracefully over the edges, softening the basket's shape. I set it on a low table by my front steps, where it could greet visitors and catch the morning sun. This project is gentle on the hands and back. You can do all the planting at table height, and the basket is light enough to move easily. If you want it to last longer outdoors, you can spray the outside with a clear weatherproof sealant, though I don't mind when mine ages a little. The patina tells its own story. One afternoon, a neighbor stopped to admire it and told me she remembered her grandmother keeping baskets of pansies on the porch. They looked like they were smiling, she said, and I couldn't help but notice the same effect in my own arrangement. Baskets remind me that beauty doesn't have to be permanent to be meaningful. They may not last forever, but while they do, they hold color, fragrance, and welcome in a way that feels deeply human. And when their time is done, the flowers can be replanted, the basket returned to the earth, and the cycle begins again. An old wooden step stool can be a treasure in disguise. I found mine at a garage sale, its paint peeling in soft curls, the top step worn smooth from years of feet. Too rickety to stand on, it was perfect for holding something far lighter, pots of herbs. After brushing it clean, I left the weathered paint, as it was preferring the story it told. On the top step, I placed a pot of basil where the sun would warm its leaves. On the lower step, thyme and rosemary, each within easy reach of my kitchen door. Their scents mingled every time I brushed past, releasing a little cloud of fragrance into the air. This project is wonderfully easy for anyone who wants to avoid bending. The steps hold plants at varying heights so you can tend to them comfortably. The stool is light enough to move into a sunnier spot or closer to your kitchen when needed, and you can even paint it to match your garden's colors if you wish. One summer morning while making breakfast, I stepped outside to pinch a few basil leaves. My neighbor called over the fence, "Looks like your stool's got greener since I saw it last." We both laughed, and I thought how true that was. It had traded paint for petals, woodwork for leaves. Upcycling a stool into an herb stand reminded me that usefulness can take many forms. Even when an object can't do the job it once did, it can still support life, flavor, and beauty. Sometimes in a way that feels even more rewarding than before. There's something satisfying about giving a humble tin can a second life. After all, they're sturdy, weather-resistant, and come in all sorts of shapes and sizes. One rainy afternoon, I gathered a few from my recycling bin: soup cans, coffee tins, even a large olive oil can, and decided they'd make perfect little bursts of color for my garden. First, I removed the labels and gave them a good wash. Then, using a hammer and nail, I tapped small drainage holes into the bottoms. For decoration, I painted some in bright, cheerful colors: sunny yellow, deep turquoise, and soft lavender, while leaving others bare for a rustic look. Once dry, I filled them with soil and planted marigolds, pansies, and small succulents. These cans can sit along a windowsill, line the edge of a porch, or hang from a fence with simple hooks. They're incredibly light, so they're easy to arrange and rearrange without any strain. You can even group them by color or plant type to create your own can bouquet. One Saturday, my granddaughter visited and asked if she could paint one. She covered it in little red hearts, planted a single geranium inside, and insisted we put it front and center. Weeks later, the geranium bloomed, and she beamed with pride every time she saw it. Tin Can Garden art is proof that beauty doesn't require expensive materials. It's about looking at what you already have and imagining its potential. And in a garden, even the simplest vessel can hold not just soil and seeds, but also a little piece of joy. Some gardens tell their stories in single grand gestures, a sprawling rosebush, a towering sunflower. But others speak in smaller, repeated patterns like the patchwork of a well-loved quilt. That was the idea that came to me while sorting through a thrift store's clearance shelf where mismatched pots of all shapes and colors sat gathering dust. I brought home a dozen each with its own character, terracotta glazed ceramic chipped enamel. Instead of scattering them around the garden, I arranged them in a tight geometric layout on a raised bed of gravel, almost like quilt squares. Each pot held a different plant: lavender for fragrance, geraniums for color creeping thyme to spill over the sides, and even a few leafy lettuces for a surprising touch of green you could taste. Because the pots were clustered together, watering and tending them became easy. I could stand in one spot and reach them all without bending too much. The arrangement also meant that when a plant finished its season, I could swap it out without disturbing the rest. Over time, the quilt shifted and changed, just like fabric squares being replaced in an heirloom blanket. One afternoon, my neighbor stopped by and stood quietly for a while before saying, "It's like you've stitched your garden together." I hadn't thought of it that way before, but she was right. Each pot was a square, each plant a different fabric, and together they told a story of color, texture, and care. The quilt of pots reminds me that beauty doesn't have to be sprawling or uniform. It can be built piece by piece from whatever you have on hand until one day you step back and realize you've made something whole, something that feels like home. As I look around my garden now, I see more than flowers and leaves. I see a ladder that once reached rooftops, now climbing toward the sun with pots of petunias. I see a teapot that once poured tea, now pouring color into the path. I see shutters, suitcases, mirrors, and baskets, each carrying a life far beyond its first purpose. These things remind me that beauty doesn't require perfection, only care. Upcycling isn't just a way to save money or reduce waste. It's a way to weave our own stories into the garden. Each thrifted find becomes a little chapter, holding both the memory of what it was and the joy of what it has become. And in tending to these pieces, we tend to ourselves too, proving that even with age wear or a few cracks, we can still hold something bright and new. I think of the friends and neighbors who've wandered through here, each stopping to touch a weathered frame or listen to the tinkle of silverware chimes. They don't just see decorations, they see ideas. They can carry home a reminder that the things we pass by every day might still have more to give. So, dear friend, the next time you step into a thrift store or pass a curbside pile, look closer. See not the object as it is, but as it could be, with a little soil, a little sunlight, and your own creative touch. You may just find that, like the garden itself, every object has the chance for a second bloom. Until next time, happy gardening, and may your days be filled with small transformations that make your heart lighter. Good morning, dear friend. Imagine us sitting together on a quiet porch, the wood still cool beneath our feet, a gentle steam curling up from our teacups. The sun has just begun to peek through the leaves, casting soft dappled shadows over the worn boards, and somewhere in the distance, a mourning dove is cooing its slow, contented song. It's in these peaceful moments that I'm reminded of something wonderful. A garden doesn't need to be filled with expensive store-bought decor to feel like a sanctuary. In fact, the most charming patios I've ever seen weren't polished or perfect. They were pieced together with love, history, and a dash of imagination. You see, beauty often hides in the things we overlook: a weathered ladder leaning in the shed, a teapot whose handle has cracked, or a chair that's missing its seat. These aren't just junk. They're untold stories waiting to be brought into the light. I've watched friends transform old tools into art, tin cans into lanterns, and mismatched glassware into delicate planters. It's as if each piece whispers, "I still have more to give." Today, I want to share with you 30 of my favorite upcycled garden decor. Ideas, projects that require more heart than money, more creativity than muscle. Whether you have a big backyard or just a little patch of patio, these ideas will help you see the beauty that's already in your home, just waiting to bloom again. Do you remember that old wooden ladder you once kept in the garage? The one that's a little too wobbly now for fixing gutters, but too sturdy to throw away? I think of ladders like old storytellers. They've been there for years, steadying hands through repairs and paint jobs, carrying us safely up and down. When they've retired from hard work, they can begin a gentler chapter holding blooms instead of buckets. Here's how I've seen it done. Start by giving the ladder a gentle clean, no heavy scrubbing, just enough to remove cobwebs and dust. If you like, brush on a coat of sealant to protect the wood from rain, or leave it bare so it weathers naturally. Then choose pots or baskets that will fit on each rung. Place trailing plants like ivy or petunias higher up so they can spill gracefully down, and set sturdier blooms like geraniums or marigolds on the lower steps where they can greet you at eye level. If bending is hard, you can keep all your plants above waist height so you can water and tend to them without strain. I once visited a friend who had done this on her patio, and she had tucked little treasures between the plants: an old bird figurine, a chipped saucer, even a photograph of her mother laminated to withstand the weather. Each time she stepped outside, she didn't just see flowers, she saw pieces of her life woven into the display. That's what makes this idea special. It's not just a plant stand, it's a living scrapbook. You could even theme your ladder by season. In spring, tuck in pastel pansies and Easter ornaments. In summer, fill it with herbs like basil and mint so you can snip fresh leaves right from your patio. Come autumn, swap the pots for small pumpkins, gourds, and dried flowers. And in winter, you might wrap the rungs in twinkling fairy lights and hang ornaments for a cozy glow on long nights. The beauty of a ladder plant display is how it changes with you. It's low effort, easy to adapt, and perfect for smaller spaces. And perhaps most importantly, it turns something worn and ordinary into a source of daily joy. Just like us, the ladder's value doesn't fade when its first job is done. It simply takes on a new role, quietly holding beauty where once it held tools. There's something tender about an old teapot. Maybe it's the way its handle still curves ready to pour, or the way the glaze is worn from countless mornings at the table. I've always believed teapots carry a certain kind of warmth, not just from the tea they once held, but from the conversations and laughter they've poured alongside it. When they're chipped, cracked, or mismatched, many people tuck them away in cupboards. But I've found that's when their second life can truly begin. Turning a vintage teapot into a flower pot is as easy as it is delightful. Start by checking for drainage if the pot doesn't already have a crack or hole at the bottom. You can add a few pebbles before planting to keep roots healthy. Choose plants that suit the size of your teapot. For smaller pots, I like dainty blooms like violets, pansies, or miniature roses. For a touch of whimsy, succulents are wonderful. They thrive with little care and look charming in unexpected containers. I once visited a flea market where a woman had lined a whole shelf with floral teapots, each overflowing with greenery. She told me every single pot had been given to her over the years, often when friends were moving or clearing out kitchens. They may not match, she said with a smile, but together they tell a beautiful story. That display was more than decoration. It was a history of friendship, hospitality, and shared moments. You can use your teapot flower pots as centerpieces for an outdoor table tucked into a patio corner, or even as a welcome piece by the front door. If lifting is difficult, place them on a waist-high shelf or plant stand so they're easy to water without bending. You might even cluster them in threes, mixing different shapes and sizes for a playful layered look. Seasonal touches can make them even more special: lavender in summer for fragrance, tiny pine branches, and berries in winter for festive cheer. And if you'd like, you can leave the lid slightly ajar, letting a little trailing plant like creeping Jenny spill out almost as if the teapot is pouring life into the world around it. That's the magic of upcycling. Something once meant for the kitchen becomes a keeper of blossoms, carrying forward its quiet charm into a whole new setting. And every time you see it, you'll be reminded beauty isn't about perfection. It's about the love and imagination we pour into what we already have. There's a certain satisfaction in rescuing an old wooden pallet, the kind that might be stacked behind a store, weathered and forgotten. Most people see scrap wood. I see a blank canvas. Pallets have a way of lending structure to a garden without feeling fussy, and with a little creativity, they can become vertical gardens that bring blooms right up to eye level. The first time I tried this, it was because bending to tend my plants had become a little harder. I wanted my flowers where I could see them without strain, where I could water them without kneeling. An old pallet solved the problem. I sanded down the rough edges, gave it a coat of exterior paint, and leaned it against my fence. With a few nails and brackets, I attached small pots along the slats, each filled with herbs, trailing flowers, and even strawberries. It turned a plain patch of fence into a living wall. To make your own, start by cleaning the palette and deciding whether you want a rustic look or a fresh coat of paint. For stability, you can secure it to a wall or place heavy planters at the base to keep it from tipping. Attach pots or fabric planting pockets to the slats, spacing them so the plants have room to grow. Herbs like thyme, parsley, and basil are perfect here. They're light, easy to maintain, and add fragrance every time you brush by. I once saw a neighbor create a pallet wall entirely for pollinator plants, lavender, bee balm, and lantana, turning her patio into a humming, fluttering haven for bees and butterflies. Every afternoon she'd sit with her lemonade, watching the visitors arrive, her face soft with contentment. She told me the vertical garden wasn't just for her, it was for them too. If you want a pop of color year-round, you can even paint each pallet slat in a different shade. Or for a softer effect, drape strands of solar fairy lights between the plants, so they glow gently after sunset. The height of the pallet keeps everything in reach, which makes tending it gentle on the back and knees. That's what I love most about pallet garden walls. They turn wasted space into beauty. They bring nature closer, and they remind us that limitations can be the starting point for something better. Like the pallet itself, we can stand tall again, holding something new and full of life. Old wooden chairs have a way of sticking around. Maybe the seat has given way or the back wobbles just enough to make it unsteady at the table. Still, there's something about their shape, their curves, and the way the wood has softened over time that makes them too charming to toss. That's why I love seeing them in gardens, not as something to sit on, but as something to display beauty. I first discovered this idea while visiting a friend in the countryside. She had a faded blue chair sitting by her front steps, the seat replaced with a round pot brimming with red geraniums. She told me the chair once belonged to her grandmother and had been in the family for decades. When it could no longer serve its original purpose, she gave it a new role, one that still greeted guests every day. To make your own chair planter, start by removing the damaged seat. If the chair frame is sturdy enough, simply place a potted plant in the opening. For a snug fit, trace the pot's shape onto a piece of plywood, cut it out, and secure it under the rim so it rests neatly. You can paint the chair to match your garden palette, or leave it weathered for that rustic charm. If bending is difficult, this setup is perfect. The plants are already elevated so you can water and prune without strain. The beauty of this project is how versatile it can be. You might choose trailing petunias or sweet potato vines that spill over the sides, or go bold with bright dahlias or begonias that sit tall and proud. In the fall, swap the flowers for a small pumpkin arrangement with autumn leaves tucked around. Come winter, a pot of evergreen branches, pine cones, and fairy lights can turn it into a festive outdoor decoration. I've seen entire patios where each chair tells a story. A child's wooden school chair holding pansies, a rocking chair overflowing with ivy, a high-backed dining chair filled with herbs. They become conversation starters, but they also hold something deeper, the reminder that usefulness can take many forms over a lifetime. That's the heart of upcycling, giving a beloved object a role it never had before without erasing the memories it already carries. And each time you pass by your chair planter, you'll see not just flowers, but the graceful aging of something that still has work and beauty left to give. There's a certain magic to soft light in the garden at night. It doesn't have to be bright or dazzling sometimes. The gentlest glow is the one that makes a space feel most alive. Mason jars, with their humble glass and simple shape, are perfect little keepers of light. I've always thought they were like time capsules holding memories of summers past, jam-making afternoons, lemonade on porches, maybe even the clink of marbles from a child's game. One summer evening, I visited a neighbor whose patio seemed to sparkle in the twilight. She had hung rows of mason jar lanterns from shepherd's hooks, each one glowing with a warm, steady light. Some held tiny battery-operated tea candles, others had strings of solar fairy lights curled inside. The effect was enchanting. Every step through her garden felt like walking into a storybook. To make your own, start by cleaning the jars well. If you want them to hang, wrap wire securely around the mouth of each jar, leaving a loop at the top for a hook or string. For tabletop lanterns, you can simply place them on sturdy surfaces. Fill them with solar lights for an eco-friendly option, or use LED candles for safety. If you enjoy color, try painting the inside with frosted or tinted glass paint for a gentle diffused glow. Accessibility matters here if reaching high hooks is difficult. Keep the jars at waist or eye level by lining them along shelves, railings, or the edges of planters. That way you can enjoy the light without straining to hang or retrieve them. You can even cluster jars in threes on small tables for an intimate gathering spot. Seasonal touches can add even more charm. Fill jars with dried leaves and mini lights in autumn, faux snow and berries in winter, or seashells and sand in summer. The beauty is that mason jar lanterns are light enough to move around, so you can rearrange them to suit your mood or occasion. What I love most about this idea is how it transforms an ordinary evening into something memorable. Light has a way of drawing people closer, of making conversations linger a little longer. And with just a few mason jars and a spark of creativity, you can bring that same warmth to your patio, softly reminding everyone who visits that even the simplest things can hold the deepest glow. There's a certain elegance in glass, even when it's no longer holding something fine. Empty wine bottles with their varying shades of green, brown, and clear can become more than just recycling. They can form a shimmering ribbon of color along your garden beds. When the sunlight catches them in the afternoon, they sparkle like jewels set in the soil. I first saw this idea in a small courtyard garden owned by an older couple. They had traveled for years, and each bottle in their edging came from a special occasion, anniversaries, holidays, even a quiet Tuesday night they wanted to remember. Each one was buried neck down along the curve of a flower bed, creating a border that was both functional and deeply personal. As they told me the stories behind the bottles, I realized their garden wasn't just a place for plants. It was a living album. To create your own wine bottle edging, start by soaking the bottles to remove labels. You can leave the glass bare or paint them for extra color. Dig a shallow trench along the garden bed where you want your border. Place each bottle upside down, nestling the neck firmly into the soil so it stays secure. You can set them in a straight line for a neat look or stagger the height slightly for a more whimsical effect. For accessibility, consider working on short sections at a time so you don't tire yourself out. If bending is a challenge, enlist a friend or family member to help place the bottles after you've marked the layout. This is a gentle collaborative project, one that's as much about connection as it is about design. You might choose bottles of all one color for a uniform style, or mix shades for a mosaic-like border. Clear bottles catch morning light beautifully, while deep greens and ambers create a rich backdrop for blooming flowers. Over time, rain and sun will add a soft patina to the glass, blending it naturally into the garden. What I love most is that no two bottle edges are ever alike. They carry the imprint of the lives that placed them there. Each step along the border feels like walking through a trail of memories, quietly framing the beauty that's still growing. And just like us, those bottles may be empty now, but they still hold the power to reflect light in the loveliest ways. There's a special kind of charm in hearing water trickle through a garden. It softens the air, invites birds to visit, and has a way of making the whole space feel more alive. And when that gentle sound comes from an old metal watering can, the effect is nothing short of enchanting. What once poured life into flowers now becomes the heart of a tiny fountain, still feeding the garden in its own way. I first came across this idea at a small garden show in the town square. A retired couple had set up a display with a watering can suspended from a shepherd's hook, the spout pouring an endless stream of water into a wooden barrel below. Inside the barrel were floating lily pads and a pair of curious goldfish. It wasn't grand or complicated, it was just peaceful. The kind of thing that makes you stop for a moment and breathe deeper. To create one yourself, you'll need an old watering can, a submersible fountain pump, and a basin or barrel to catch the water. The pump sits in the basin hidden beneath stones or plants, and a length of tubing runs from the pump into the spout of the can. When the pump is turned on, the water flows gently from the can's mouth, as if it's forever watering the flowers below. You can add floating blooms, smooth river stones, or even a small solar light inside the barrel for a magical evening glow. If lifting heavy items is difficult, choose a lightweight basin and position it on a sturdy table or raised stand so you can work at a comfortable height. Small tabletop versions work beautifully for patios needing just a bowl, a mini pump, and a petite watering can. The beauty of this project is that it doesn't just decorate, it creates a living environment. Birds will stop for a sip, bees might hover nearby, and you'll find yourself lingering to listen a little longer than you planned. In a way, a watering can fountain is a perfect metaphor for a well-lived life. Even when its first purpose is over, it still pours beauty into the world, quietly, steadily, without asking for much in return. And isn't that a legacy worth leaving? There's a certain delight in giving old furniture a second life, especially pieces that have been part of the home for decades. A dresser drawer once filled with neatly folded sweaters or stacks of linens can take on a new purpose in the garden, cradling flowers, herbs, or even a miniature vegetable patch. There's something tender about seeing those familiar wooden sides weather under the open sky, as if the drawer is finally breathing fresh air after years indoors. I once visited a friend's back patio where she had stacked 3 drawers from her childhood dresser into a tiered planter. The bottom drawer held leafy greens, the middle was bursting with marigolds, and the top overflowed with trailing lobelia that spilled down like a waterfall of blue. She told me the dresser had been beyond repair, but the drawers themselves were too full of memories to part with. Turning them into planters meant she could keep them close in a whole new way. To make your own drawer planter, start by drilling small drainage holes in the bottom. If you'd like a pop of color paint or stencil the exterior, or simply seal the wood to protect it from the weather. You can set a single drawer on a low bench stack, several at angles for a layered effect, or place them on an old table to raise them to a comfortable working height. This makes it easy to tend your plants without bending or kneeling. What you choose to grow depends on the depth of the drawer. Shallow ones are perfect for lettuces, herbs, or pansies, while deeper drawers can handle petunias, geraniums, or dwarf tomatoes. You can even tuck in a few decorative touches, small garden figurines, smooth stones, or seashells collected over the years. I've seen drawers transformed into seasonal displays, 2 pansies and daffodils in spring, vibrant zinnias in summer, small pumpkins and chrysanthemums in autumn. In winter, they can hold evergreen branches, pine cones, and twinkling lights for a festive touch. What I love about this project is how it blends nostalgia with growth. The drawer, once a quiet keeper of our everyday lives, becomes a frame for something living, colorful, and new. It's a reminder that the past doesn't have to be left behind. It can bloom alongside us in every season. Old shutters have a way of carrying stories, each layer of paint telling of a time they guarded windows from wind, rain, and summer sun. When they're no longer fit for the house, they can still stand tall in the garden, offering both beauty and a sense of seclusion. A shutter privacy screen is not just a practical piece. It's a way to create a cozy, intimate nook where you can sip tea, read a book, or simply watch the world go by. I first saw this done in the backyard of a small-town cafe. The owner had found a bundle of mismatched shutters at a flea market, some white, and peeling others in faded shades of green and blue. She hinged them together into a folding screen that curved gently around a cluster of tables. Potted plants lined the base, and vines had begun to weave their way up the slats. It felt like sitting inside a secret garden. To make your own, start by cleaning and, if you wish, painting the shutters. If you like a patchwork look, mix colors and finishes for a more relaxed charm. Attach the shutters together with simple hinges so they can fold, making the screen easy to move or store. For stability, you can secure the base in planters filled with stones, or set the shutters against a wall with potted plants holding them in place. The height of shutters makes them perfect for creating shade or hiding less attractive views without closing off the space entirely. And because the slats let air and light pass through, the area still feels open and airy. If bending is difficult, you can decorate them at standing height with hanging baskets, small shelves, or hooks for lightweight garden tools. I've seen shutter screens decorated seasonally, string lights wound through the slats in summer, garlands of leaves in autumn, and wreaths or ornaments in winter. One neighbor even attached small mason jars to hers, filling them with flowers that she changed weekly. What I love most is how shutters, once silent observers from the side of a house, can come forward into the garden and still protect frame and shelter. It's proof that even when our role changes, we can still stand tall, still bring comfort, and still help create spaces where beauty feels at home. Mirrors in the garden are like little windows to a world that doesn't exist and yet feels wonderfully real. When placed just right, they reflect the sky, the greenery, and the blooms, making even the smallest patio feel like it stretches farther than it does. An old mirror, perhaps, with a frame that's seen better days, can become a portal inviting the eye to wander deeper into the space. I first noticed this magic in a friend's narrow side garden. She had hung an arched vintage mirror against the fence, framing it with climbing roses. From the path, it looked as though there was another garden beyond, one you could almost step into. Guests often leaned closer, surprised to find it was only a reflection. She told me she found the mirror at a thrift shop for just a few dollars, and it became the most talked about feature in her yard. To create your own, choose a mirror with a sturdy frame, wood, metal, or even resin. If the mirror will be exposed to the elements, seal the frame with exterior varnish or weatherproof paint. Place it where it will reflect something lovely: a flower bed, a tree, or even the open sky. Avoid placing it where it will reflect direct sunlight for long periods, as the glare can be intense. For easy maintenance, position the mirror at eye level or slightly higher so you don't have to bend to clean it. You can mount it directly to a wall or fence, or lean it against a sturdy surface for a more casual look. Adding plants around the edges, vines, hanging baskets, or even potted ferns will help it blend naturally into the scene. One of my favorite touches is framing the mirror like a garden window, complete with shutters on either side. In autumn, a wreath hung in the center can give the illusion of a decorated window to an invisible home. In winter, twinkling lights strung nearby can make the reflection glow like a holiday card. A mirror in the garden is more than decor. It's a quiet trick of the eye that makes the space feel both larger and more intimate. It's a reminder that sometimes beauty isn't about adding more, but about seeing what's already there from a different angle. Tin cans have a way of piling up in the kitchen: soup, beans, tomatoes, and most of them end up in the recycling bin without a second thought. But if you pause before tossing them, you might notice how sturdy they are, how neatly they can be lined up, and how perfectly they can hold a small burst of green. With a little care, these humble containers can become a cheerful wall of herbs, always within reach for your cooking or simply for the joy of their scent. I once visited a senior community garden where each resident had a section of a long wooden fence. Most chose flowers, but one gentleman had mounted rows of painted tin cans along his space. Each one held a different herb: basil, rosemary, thyme, mint, labeled in his own neat handwriting. He said he liked that he could step outside and pick what he needed for dinner without bending or searching, and the colors from the painted cans made the whole fence look like an art piece. To make your own, start by cleaning the cans thoroughly and removing any sharp edges. Drill a small drainage hole in the bottom of each can, then paint them with weather-resistant paint in whatever colors make you smile. You can attach them to a wall fence or even a piece of pallet wood using hose clamps or sturdy hooks. Arrange them at waist or eye level so you can tend your herbs without strain. Herbs like parsley, chives, oregano, and cilantro thrive in tin cans. And because the containers are small, you'll need to water regularly, but the beauty is that they're light enough to bring inside if frost threatens. In cooler months, they can sit on a sunny kitchen windowsill, continuing to provide fresh flavor. You can also play with design alternate colors for a cheerful pattern, stencil little flowers or leaves onto the sides, or wrap them in burlap for a rustic look. For an extra personal touch, use cans from meals that hold meaning: a family soup recipe, a special holiday dinner, turning each one into a tiny story pot. What I love most about a tin can herb garden is how it takes something so ordinary and makes it feel intentional, even beautiful. It's proof that usefulness doesn't have to come from something new. Sometimes it just takes a bit of imagination to see the possibilities stacked right in front of us. There's something playful about seeing a colander swinging gently in the breeze, not in a kitchen full of dishes, but in a garden bursting with flowers. Those little holes once meant for draining pasta now become perfect outlets for water to escape after a summer rain. It's a reminder that even the most ordinary household tools can bloom into something unexpected. I remember strolling through a local craft fair one June afternoon and spotting a booth where a woman had hung bright metal colanders from colorful chains. Each one overflowed with petunias trailing lobelia and sweet alyssum spilling like lace over the sides. She laughed when she saw me admiring them and said, "They practically water themselves. Nature takes care of the draining. Making your own is simple." Start with a sturdy colander. Metal works best for longevity, though plastic can be used if it's reinforced. If the handles are strong enough, you can attach chains directly to them. Otherwise, drill small holes around the rim for hooks. Line the inside with coconut fiber or landscape fabric to keep soil from escaping, then fill with potting mix and your chosen plants. Because the colander naturally allows water to drain, you won't need to worry about root rot, making this especially easy to care for. For accessibility, hang your basket at a height where you can water and prune without stretching or stooping. You might place them along a porch beam under a pergola or on a shepherd's hook right beside your favorite chair. The best plants for colanders are those that trail. Think ivy, geraniums, million bells, or nasturtiums. But you can also plant herbs for a fragrant twist. Seasonal swaps keep the display. Fresh pansies in early spring, vibrant wave petunias in summer, cascading mums in fall. In winter, the basket can hold pine boughs, holly, and ribbons, turning your garden into a festive corner without needing a single store-bought pot. What makes this idea so charming is how it blends whimsy with function. A colander may not be the first thing you picture in a garden, but once it's brimming with blooms, it looks as though it was made for the outdoors all along. And perhaps that's the lesson. It's not where something starts that matters most, but where it's allowed to flourish. There's a joy in seeing something meant for motion find a new life standing still, especially when it's brimming with flowers. An old bicycle, whether it's a child's first ride or a rusty cruiser from decades past, carries with it the memory of freedom, of wind in your hair, summer afternoons, and roads that seem to go on forever. In the garden, that same frame can become a piece of living art, turning nostalgia into a daily view. I once visited a small-town bed and breakfast where an old sky blue bicycle leaned gracefully against a picket fence. Its front basket overflowed with white daisies, while the rear carried a wooden crate filled with lavender. The owner told me the bike had belonged to her father, who used to ride it into town for the mail. "It's been retired," she said with a laugh, "but it still makes the trip from one season to the next just standing here." To create your own bicycle planter, start by finding a bike that can stand steadily. If the tires are flat, leave them as they are for a rustic look, or paint them along with the frame to give the whole piece new life. Wire or strap a basket to the handlebars and another to the back rack if you have one. Line each with coconut fiber or burlap to hold soil, then plant trailing flowers or herbs that will spill over the edges. For ease of care, position the bike where you can reach both baskets comfortably against a wall beside a porch, or even indoors during the colder months. If bending is difficult, consider raising the whole setup on a low platform so watering is simple. Some gardeners like to weave vines around the frame or let morning glories climb the spokes, creating a bike that changes with the seasons. Others keep the planting simple but change the flowers every few months, bright annuals in spring, sun-loving blooms in summer, and dried arrangements in fall. What I love most about a bicycle planter is that it tells a layered story. It's part sculpture, part garden, part memory. Every time you walk past it, you're reminded that movement doesn't always mean going somewhere. Sometimes it's about what you hold, nurture, and display along the way. There's something romantic about an old bird cage, even when its door no longer swings freely and its wires are bent from age. Once, it may have held a feathered friend whose song filled the morning air. Now freed from its original purpose, a bird cage can cradle flowers, trailing greenery, or even twinkling lights, becoming a garden accent that feels both whimsical and timeless. I remember walking through a quaint antique shop in the countryside and spotting a tall, white, slightly rusted birdcage in the corner. The shopkeeper had filled it with ivy and tiny white impatiens, letting the vines weave through the bars. She told me it sat on her porch all summer, and in the evening she would slip a candle inside to glow softly through the leaves. "It looks like a secret lantern," she said, and I couldn't help but agree. To make your own, find a vintage or decorative birdcage. Thrift stores and flea markets are full of them. If it will be outdoors, give it a quick coat of rust-resistant spray to help it last through the seasons. Line the bottom with coconut fiber or a shallow pot that fits snugly, then fill it with potting mix and your chosen plants. Trailing varieties like English ivy, sweet potato vine, or lobelia look especially magical as they wind through the bars. If lifting heavy planters is a challenge, you can use lightweight faux flowers for a similar effect, or keep the cage on a sturdy table so it's easy to reach. Hanging the cage from a hook or tree branch creates a floating effect, but make sure it's secure enough to withstand breezes. Bird cages also make wonderful seasonal displays. Fill them with pine cones and fairy lights in winter, pastel blooms in spring, or even small pumpkins and dried leaves in fall. You can change the contents as often as you like, keeping the display fresh without replacing the structure. What I love most about this idea is how it transforms the feeling of a space. A birdcage floral display is part sculpture, part story. It's a reminder that beauty can be found in letting go of what was and embracing what can be, turning an object once meant to contain life into something that celebrates it. An old window frame with its chipped paint and weathered wood is more than just a remnant of a house. It's a piece of history. Every scratch and faded patch tells of seasons gone by, of sunlight streaming through glass onto familiar floors. When a frame is brought into the garden, it can become something entirely new, a rustic focal point that adds depth, charm, and a touch of nostalgia to your outdoor space. I once visited a friend who had hung a tall, multi-paned window frame against the side of her garden shed. Instead of glass, each section was filled with something different: pressed flowers sealed in resin, bits of lace, and small mirrors that caught the light. The frame didn't just decorate. It told a story, each pane like a chapter. She said it reminded her of the farmhouse where she grew up, and seeing it daily made her feel grounded. To make your own, start with a sturdy frame, glass or no glass, depending on your vision. If the paint is peeling, sand it lightly to avoid splinters, but leave some of the weathering for character. You can hang it on a wall, lean it against a fence, or even mount it on 2 posts, so it stands free in the garden like a whimsical gate to nowhere. For decoration, the possibilities are endless. You might plant climbing roses or clematis at the base and let them weave through the openings, framing each section in blooms. Or you could back the panes with chicken wire and clip small potted plants or air plants inside. Some gardeners hang tiny lanterns or wine chimes from the frame, letting it play with both light and sound. If bending or heavy lifting is a concern, keep the frame at a comfortable height for tending to plants or changing decorations. That way you can update it for the seasons: bright blossoms in spring, lush greenery in summer, autumn leaves, and garlands in fall, and evergreen sprigs with ribbons in winter. What I love most about an old window frame in the garden is how it invites you to see the outdoors in framed moments. It's a gentle reminder that beauty is often about perspective, and sometimes all we need is the right frame to see what's been there all along. Worn-out boots have a charm all their own. Maybe they're the sturdy work boots that once trudged through muddy garden rows, or the rain boots splashed in puddles with grandkids. They may no longer keep your feet dry, but they can still cradle something beautiful. Turning them into planters keeps their stories close and gives them a chance to stand proudly in the garden once more. I remember walking past a neighbor's porch one summer and stopping in my tracks. Lined along the steps were 6 pairs of boots: cowboy boots, rubber boots, even a pair of bright yellow galoshes. Each one was filled with flowers, marigolds bursting like little suns, trailing nasturtiums spilling over the sides, and delicate violas peeking from the tops. It was impossible not to smile. Making your own boot planter is simple. Start by cleaning the boots and drilling a few small drainage holes in the soles. Fill them with a lightweight potting mix to make them easier to move, and choose plants that suit the size of the boot. Taller flowers like snapdragons or foxgloves look wonderful in high boots, while low-growing blooms or herbs suit ankle boots perfectly. If bending is difficult, arrange your boots on a waist-high bench, porch railing, or shelf so you can water and tend them comfortably. You might group several pairs together for a playful display, or place just one as a quirky accent among other planters. For an added personal touch, use boots that belong to you or a loved one, keeping the memories alive in every season. These planters can also change with the year: spring bulbs in April, bright petunias in summer, small mums in autumn, and evergreens with pine cones in winter. Over time, the boots will weather and soften, adding to their rustic appeal. What I love most about boot planters is the way they capture personality. No 2 pairs are alike, and every scuffed buckle or worn crease tells a story. They remind us that usefulness isn't always about doing what we once did. It can also be about standing still, holding something beautiful, and adding joy to the space around us. There's something soothing about the sound and sight of still water in a garden. It draws the eye, invites reflection, and attracts life from curious birds to dragonflies skimming the surface. A galvanized tub once used for laundry or feed can become the perfect container for a small pond, bringing that peaceful element to even the smallest patio. I remember visiting a farm where an old oval tub sat under the shade of a sprawling maple tree. Inside, the water was clear and calm, dotted with floating water hyacinths and a few bright goldfish weaving lazily between them. The farmer's wife told me it had started as a way to use a spare tub they didn't need, but it quickly became one of her favorite parts of the yard. "I can sit here with my coffee and watch it for hours," she said. Creating your own tub pond doesn't require much. Choose a watertight galvanized tub in a size you can manage. Many are just the right height to work on without bending. Place it where it will get partial sun so plants thrive, but the water doesn't overheat. Add a layer of clean gravel or stones to the bottom, fill with water, and arrange aquatic plants like lilies, water lettuce, or pickerel rush. For movement and oxygen, you can add a small solar fountain or pump. If lifting is a challenge, ask a friend to help place the tub before filling it with water, as it will be heavy once full. You can decorate around it with potted flowers or even set a small bench nearby so you can enjoy it up close. One of the joys of a tub pond is how it changes through the seasons. Lilies, opening in summer sun, fallen leaves drifting across in autumn, and the glint of ice in winter. It becomes a quiet centerpiece, a reminder to slow down and notice the small moments. To me, a galvanized tub pond is more than a water feature. It's a symbol of renewal, taking something utilitarian and turning it into a place for stillness, beauty, and life to gather. And in a world that moves so quickly, that's a gift worth making space for. There's something irresistible about a tiny teacup, especially one that's chipped or mismatched from a set long since broken apart. Once it might have been part of a breakfast tray, a wedding gift, or your grandmother's favorite china. Even with a crack or missing saucer, it still holds a certain charm. And it can hold something living too. A teacup succulent garden is small enough to fit on any table or windowsill, yet it carries a story big enough to warm the heart. I once saw a row of these little gardens lined up on a cafe counter. Each cup was different floral prints, gold rims, plain white porcelain, and each held a single succulent or a tiny cluster. The owner told me customers often asked to buy them, but she couldn't part with them. "They're from my mother's and grandmother's cupboards," she said. "Every time I water them, it's like I'm visiting with them." Making your own teacup succulent garden is simple. Succulents don't need much soil or water, which makes them perfect for small containers without drainage holes. Fill your cup about 3/4 full with cactus potting mix. Then nestle your succulent in place. You can top the soil with small pebbles or decorative sand to finish the look. Water lightly every few weeks, allowing the soil to dry completely between waterings. Because they're so light and compact, teacup gardens are easy to move, arrange, and change with the seasons. You can group several together as a centerpiece for a garden tea party, or place one by your reading chair for a touch of green indoors. If you have trouble bending or reaching, keep them at table height so you can tend to them comfortably. These little gardens also make thoughtful gifts. Imagine giving a friend a living plant in a cup that once belonged to a shared family member, or one found together at a flea market. It's a way of passing along both beauty and memory. What I love most about teacup succulent gardens is how they prove that joy doesn't have to come in grand gestures. Sometimes it fits in the palm of your hand, quietly growing, carrying a bit of history, and reminding you to appreciate the small, tender things. Old wooden crates once used for hauling fruit milk bottles or dry goods have a rugged beauty that makes them perfect for garden decor. Their sturdy frames and weathered boards can be stacked, hung, or stood on end to create shelves that are both practical and full of character. In the garden, they become homes for potted plants, garden tools, or even seasonal displays, all while telling quiet stories of the work they once did. I remember visiting a small-town farmer's market where one stall was framed entirely with stacked wooden crates. Inside each cubby sat something different: pots of herbs, jars of honey, bunches of lavender. The vendor told me she had collected the crates over the years, never paying more than a few dollars each. "They're my shelves, my display, and my storage all in one," she said proudly. To make your own rustic crate shelving, start by choosing crates that are solid and free of rot. You can sand them lightly to prevent splinters or leave them rough for a more authentic look. If you want them to last outdoors, seal the wood with a protective finish. Arrange the crates in a way that suits your space, stacked vertically for a tall shelf arranged side by side for a low bench, or even mounted on a wall for a floating display. For accessibility, keep the most used shelves between waist and shoulder height, so you can reach them comfortably without bending or stretching. You can store gardening gloves, hand tools, or seed packets in small baskets inside the crates with potted flowers or trailing plants, adding color around the edges. These shelves can be dressed for the season's bright blooms in spring herbs and sunflowers in summer, pumpkins and gourds in autumn, and evergreen arrangements in winter. Because crates are modular, you can rearrange them whenever you like, creating new shapes and displays with little effort. What I love most about rustic crate shelving is how adaptable it is. The crates aren't just storage, they're a canvas. Every time you add or rearrange what's inside, you create a new little story in your garden. And just like us, these crates prove that when life changes, we can still stand strong, still carry something beautiful, and still hold space for the things that matter. Lanterns have always had a way of drawing people closer. In the garden, their gentle glow can make even the simplest evening feel special. But when a lantern is no longer safe to light, or its glass panels have cracked, it doesn't have to be tucked away or thrown out. With a little imagination, it can become a planter that holds beauty by day and, if you wish, still offers light by night. I remember visiting a friend's patio one summer evening. Scattered across her outdoor table and along the steps were old metal lanterns, each filled with tiny blooms, pansies, mini roses, even sprigs of lavender. As the sun set, she slipped battery-operated candles into the spaces between the plants. The flowers glowed softly as though they had captured the last light of the day. To create your own lantern planter, start with a lantern large enough to hold a small pot or liner. If the glass is intact, you can leave it or remove a panel or two to give plants room to grow. Add a bit of gravel to the bottom for drainage, then fill with potting soil and your chosen plants. Trailing varieties like ivy or sweet alyssum look lovely spilling from the openings, while upright blooms like marigolds or dwarf zinnias provide cheerful color. For accessibility, keep lantern planters on tables, shelves, or sturdy rails, so you can tend to them without bending. They work beautifully as centerpieces for outdoor dining or as welcoming accents on porch steps. In the evening, tuck a small LED light or solar tea candle into the soil or between plants for a warm glow. Lantern planters are also perfect for seasonal displays. Bright flowers in spring, herbs in summer, mini pumpkins in fall, and evergreen sprigs in winter. The lantern frame protects the arrangement from wind while giving it a sense of structure and charm. What I love most is how these planters blur the line between light and life. A lantern's job has always been to brighten the darkness, and even when its flame has gone out, it can still cradle something that makes the world more beautiful. It's a gentle reminder that purpose can shift, but our ability to bring light, whether through warmth, kindness, or a bit of garden magic, never truly fades. A sturdy metal bucket, whether galvanized or enamel, can do far more than hold water or tools. With a little creativity, it can be transformed into a rustic table that's just the right size for a cup of tea, a book, or a small potted plant. The charm lies in its simplicity, practical, weather-resistant, and full of country character. I once stayed at a lakeside cabin where each porch had its own bucket table. The owners had flipped galvanized buckets upside down and topped them with round wooden boards, stained deep brown. Some tables held oil lamps, others small bouquets of wildflowers. They were light enough to move wherever you needed them, yet sturdy enough to stand up to the wind. To make your own, choose a bucket that's clean and stable. If the metal is dull or rusted, you can polish it for a brighter look or leave it weathered for extra charm. Cut a piece of wood to fit the top, sanding it smooth and sealing it to withstand the elements. You can simply rest the board on top or attach it with adhesive for more stability. For accessibility, keep the table height close to your seating so you don't need to stretch or bend. A single bucket table works beautifully beside a chair, while a pair can frame a bench or porch swing. The bucket itself can also serve as storage. Just lift off the top and keep garden gloves, tools, or birdseed inside. Seasonal decorations can make the table even more inviting. A vase of tulips in spring, a bowl of fresh-picked tomatoes in summer, mini pumpkins in autumn, and a lantern with evergreen sprigs in winter. Because the base is so sturdy, it can handle heavier arrangements without tipping over. What I love most about the metal bucket table is its balance of form and function. It's an example of how the simplest items can be elevated with just a small change, turning the ordinary into something that feels special. And each time you rest your cup on it, you'll be reminded that beauty doesn't always come from grand designs. It often comes from making the most of what's already at hand. There's something magical about a chandelier, the way it's built to catch light, scatter it, and make an ordinary room feel like a celebration. Even when it's no longer fit to hang indoors, it can still bring beauty to your space, especially in the garden. With a little imagination, an old chandelier can be transformed into a stunning hanging planter that holds blooms instead of bulbs. I once attended a garden tour where in the center of a pergola, an ornate brass chandelier hung overhead. Instead of candles, each arm held a small pot overflowing with petunias and trailing ivy. In the soft afternoon light, the plants cascaded downward like living jewels. The homeowner said she'd found the chandelier at a thrift shop for less than $20. It was heavy tarnished and missing crystals, but in the garden, it was perfect. To make your own, start with any chandelier frame, wired or not, as you'll remove the electrical components. Replace each light socket with a small plant pot, securing them with waterproof adhesive or wire. Line the pots with cocoa fiber or moss to hold the soil. Then plant trailing flowers, herbs, or even small succulents. A coat of spray paint can unify the look or add a pop of color. Hang the chandelier from a strong hook or chain somewhere it can be admired from all sides. For ease of care, keep it low enough to reach without climbing. Eye level works well. If weight is a concern, choose lightweight soil and plants, or hang it where you can water with a small step stool instead of lifting a heavy can overhead. These planters are especially beautiful in sheltered outdoor spaces, porches, gazebos, or under trees, where they can sway gently in the breeze without too much direct rain. You can even swap plants with the season's pastel blooms in spring, bright annuals in summer, ornamental kale in fall, and greenery with red berries in winter. What I love most about an upcycled chandelier planter is how it flips expectations. Something once designed for glittering ballrooms finds a new role under the open sky, holding not just light, but life. It's a gentle reminder that beauty often comes when we allow ourselves to be seen in a new light. Old garden tools, rakes, shovels, hoes, carry the marks of hard work and seasons spent tending the earth. When they've retired from their usual duties, they can still play a vital role by becoming trellises that support climbing plants, turning utility into beauty. It's a way of giving back to the garden that once called on them so faithfully. I visited a friend who had lined her backyard fence with a collection of vintage tools. The long handles were planted firmly in the ground, and vines of sweet peas and morning glories wove through the metal tines and shafts. As the flowers climbed, the tools took on a new life, their weathered surfaces softened by green leaves and blossoms. To create your own tool trellis, choose tools that can stand securely. Long-handled rakes and hoes work best. Clean them gently to remove dirt, but leave the patina for character. Push the handles into the soil at an angle, or secure them against a fence with wire or hooks. Plant climbing seeds or seedlings at the base. Beans, peas, clematis, or climbing roses are all great choices. For accessibility, arrange your trellis so that plants grow within reach, making it easy to prune or harvest. The height of the tools keeps the plants off the ground, reducing bending and kneeling. If you have physical limitations, position seating nearby so you can enjoy the view without strain. Seasonal care is simple, regular watering and gentle support for new shoots. As the seasons change, you might add fairy lights tangled among the vines or small hanging pots to fill empty spaces. What I love about this idea is how it honors the life of tools past while nurturing new growth. It's a beautiful metaphor. Even when our primary work is done, we can still support, uplift, and add beauty to the world around us. The garden tool trellis reminds us that nothing truly becomes useless. It just takes on a different purpose. There's a timeless charm in a weathered wagon wheel, its wooden spokes worn smooth by years of use, and its metal rim rusted softly by rain and sun. Once it rolled across fields or along country roads carrying goods and stories. Now resting against a fence or nestled in a garden corner, it becomes a rustic piece of art, grounding your outdoor space with a sense of history and simplicity. I recall visiting a friend's garden where a large wagon wheel leaned casually against the back fence, surrounded by clusters of blooming hydrangeas and wildflowers. She told me it had belonged to her great-grandfather's horse-drawn cart. "It's a piece of the past that still holds a place in my present," she said softly, "and it reminds me to slow down and appreciate what lasts." To create a wagon wheel display, find a sturdy wheel. Vintage shops, farms, or antique stores often have them. Clean off loose dirt, but keep the natural weathering that gives character. You can place it upright against a fence or wall, or lay it flat on the ground as a base for potted plants or a bird bath. For accessibility, lean it at a gentle angle on stable ground so it won't tip. Arrange plants nearby that require little maintenance, such as lavender, ornamental grasses, or succulents. Adding fairy lights or lanterns around the wheel can create a cozy glow in the evenings. Seasonal touches like wreaths made of dried flowers or vines can transform the wheel throughout the year, from fresh spring greens to autumn leaves and winter berries. The wheel becomes a living frame that changes with the seasons, reflecting the cycle of life and growth. What I cherish most about wagon wheel art is how it weaves the old with the new. It's a reminder that beauty isn't always about the new or perfect. It's often about honoring the past and making it part of our everyday joy. Like the wheel itself, we carry the marks of our journeys, and in embracing them, we create spaces rich with meaning. Picture frames, once meant to showcase photographs or paintings, can find a new purpose in the garden as living artwork. When filled with soft, vibrant moss or pressed flowers, they become windows into nature's quiet beauty, a green snapshot that changes subtly with time and weather. It's a way to bring art and life together, creating a peaceful focal point that invites reflection and calm. I once visited a community garden where an artist had hung several old frames on a wooden fence, each one filled with different types of moss and tiny wildflowers. The frames were arranged like a gallery, and visitors would pause to admire the textures and colors as though wandering through a museum of the natural world. The artist told me she loved that her work changed with the seasons, never quite the same twice. To create your own moss art, start with wooden or metal frames, painted or natural. You can attach chicken wire or mesh backing to hold the moss in place, then press sheets of preserved moss or fresh moss collected from shaded areas. For a living display, mist the moss regularly and place the frame in a spot with indirect light and consistent moisture. Pressed flowers or leaves can be glued onto the moss for added detail. For ease of care, hang the frames at eye level or on garden walls where they're easy to reach. Because moss doesn't require soil or frequent watering, this art is perfect for gardeners who want low-maintenance beauty. You can also swap out the contents seasonally or create several frames with different designs for variety. Seasonal additions like tiny pine cones in winter or dried lavender in summer can keep the artwork fresh and connected to the garden's rhythm. Soft fairy lights woven around the frame add a gentle glow for evenings. What I love most about picture frame moss art is how it turns everyday objects into quiet celebrations of nature. It reminds us to slow down, look closely, and find wonder in the simple, often overlooked parts of the world around us. Like a treasured photograph, these frames hold moments of peace and growth, visible for all who pause to see. There's a nostalgic magic in an old suitcase, the worn leather, the sturdy clasps, and the stories tucked inside from travels far and near. When a suitcase can no longer carry belongings, it can still hold something precious. A garden filled with blooms or herbs. A suitcase garden brings together adventure and growth, inviting you to explore new beauty in a familiar object. I once stumbled upon a backyard where a faded vintage suitcase sat open on a wrought iron stand, its interior lined with plastic and bursting with colorful petunias and trailing ivy. The owner told me she loved the idea of traveling in her own garden, carrying memories and new joys side by side. To create your own suitcase garden, select a sturdy suitcase with a hard shell. Line the inside with heavy-duty plastic or a waterproof liner, making sure to add drainage holes to prevent waterlogging. Fill with good quality potting mix and plant your choice of flowers, succulents, or herbs. Because suitcases vary in depth, consider plants with shallow roots for best results. For accessibility, place the suitcase at a comfortable height on a table bench or stand so watering and care require minimal bending. You can group multiple suitcases together for a whimsical layered display, or place a single suitcase as a charming focal point. Seasonally, swap out the plants to keep your suitcase garden fresh, vibrant annuals in spring and summer, ornamental kale and mums in fall, and festive greenery with pine cones in winter. Decorate the exterior with stickers or paint to add personal flair or to match your garden's color scheme. What I adore about the suitcase garden is how it blends journey and home, past and present. It reminds us that growth can happen anywhere, even inside the containers of memories we carry with us. And just like life's travels, every garden is a unique adventure waiting to be unpacked and enjoyed. A half barrel with its rounded sides and sturdy wood has a natural presence that lends warmth to any garden or patio. When transformed into a table with a planter center, it becomes both practical and beautiful. A place to rest your tea and nurture blooms all at once. It's a piece that invites conversation, reflection, and simple pleasures. I once visited a friend whose backyard featured a barrel table right beside a cozy bench. The planter section was filled with trailing ivy and small daisies that spilled over the edges, while the table surface held a lantern and a stack of well-loved books. She told me it was the perfect spot for morning coffee and quiet afternoons. To create your own, start with a half barrel, often available at garden centers or craft shops. Cut a round wooden or glass tabletop slightly larger than the barrel's opening, leaving the center open for planting. Secure the tabletop with screws or brackets, making sure it's stable and level. Inside the barrel, add a waterproof liner and fill it with soil and plants of your choice. For ease of care, position the table so you can tend the plants without bending or stretching, ideally at a comfortable standing or seated height. Choose plants that thrive in containers like petunias, coleus, or herbs, and remember to water regularly. Seasonal arrangements make the table feel fresh throughout the year: bright blooms in spring and summer, pumpkins and chrysanthemums in fall, and evergreen boughs with berries in winter. The barrel's rustic charm pairs beautifully with the natural changes of the seasons. What I love about the barrel table planter is its blend of function and beauty. It encourages us to slow down, gather with friends or family, and enjoy the garden's gifts, reminding us that some of the best things in life come wrapped in simplicity and care. An old garden hose once coiled neatly in the shed or tossed carelessly in a corner can be transformed into a cheerful wreath that adds whimsy and color to your garden gate or wall. Its flexible, sturdy nature makes it perfect for shaping, and with a few added decorations, it becomes a welcoming sign of creativity and care. I remember passing by a neighbor's porch where a bright green hose was twisted into a circle and adorned with artificial flowers, small bird figurines, and a weatherproof ribbon. It greeted every visitor with a smile, blending practicality with personality in a way that felt uniquely her. To make your own hose wreath, start by uncoiling the hose and shaping it into a circle of the size you prefer. Secure the ends together with wire or heavy-duty zip ties. You can add a wire frame inside for extra support if needed. Decorate with faux flowers, ribbons, or small garden ornaments by attaching them with floral wire or glue designed for outdoor use. For accessibility, hang the wreath at eye level on a sturdy hook door or fence post. It's lightweight enough to move or store seasonally and durable enough to withstand sun and rain with proper materials. You might change the decorations to suit the seasons: spring blossoms, summer seashells, autumn leaves, or winter pine cones and berries, making it a year-round focal point. Adding a small solar-powered light string around the wreath can create a gentle glow in the evenings, enhancing its charm. What I appreciate most about the hose wreath is how it turns something so common and overlooked into a symbol of welcome and warmth. It's a reminder that with a little imagination, even the simplest things can become expressions of joy and hospitality, inviting everyone who passes to pause and smile. An old lamp base, with its sturdy shape and often intricate design, can find new purpose in the garden as the pedestal for a bird bath. What was once a source of light now becomes a place where birds can gather to drink, bathe, and bring life to your outdoor space. It's a beautiful way to blend function with art and invite nature's rhythms closer to home. I recall visiting a garden where a vintage brass lamp base stood proudly amid lush greenery. On top, a shallow ceramic bowl rested filled with water and floating petals. Birds of all sizes frequented the spot, their songs mingling with the rustling leaves. The owner told me it was a favorite place for her grandchildren to watch wildlife up close. To create your own, find a lamp base that's heavy enough to be stable outdoors. Remove any electrical components and make sure the surface is level. Choose a shallow basin or bowl wide enough for birds to comfortably perch and splash. Secure the bowl to the base with waterproof adhesive or sturdy wire to prevent tipping. For ease of use, place the bird bath where you can fill and clean it without bending too low on a pedestal or table works well. Consider positioning it near shrubs or trees to give birds shelter and safety, but avoid spots that are too exposed to predators. Seasonally, you can add floating flowers in spring and summer or small stones to prevent ice formation in colder months. Keeping the bird bath clean and fresh encourages regular visits and supports local wildlife. What I love most about this idea is how it breathes new life into something once indoors, inviting the gentle presence of birds to brighten each day. It's a quiet celebration of nature's cycles and a reminder that beauty often comes when we open our hearts and our gardens to the unexpected. A simple piece of scrap wood or metal can be transformed into a welcoming garden sign that adds personality and charm to your outdoor space. Whether painted with a favorite quote, the name of your garden, or a cheerful greeting, these signs invite visitors to pause, smile, and feel the warmth you've cultivated. I once saw a weathered wooden plank leaning against a fence painted with the words, "Welcome to our sanctuary," in soft white letters. The edges were adorned with hand-painted flowers and vines, and nearby a small bench invited passers-by to sit and enjoy the scene. The owner told me that making the sign was a labor of love, a way to share her joy with neighbors and friends. To create your own, start by selecting a piece of wood or metal with a smooth surface. Sand it lightly and paint a base coat in a color that complements your garden. Use stencils or freehand lettering to add your message, sealing it with outdoor varnish to protect from the elements. You can embellish with decorative motifs, handprints, or pressed flowers for a personal touch. For ease of display, mount your sign at eye level on a fence gate or garden stake, ensuring it's secure and visible. If bending is a concern, place it where you can admire it comfortably from your usual sitting or walking spots. Seasonally, you might refresh the paint or change the message, celebrations in spring, harvest greetings in fall, or cozy wishes in winter. Adding small solar lights or hanging flower pots nearby can enhance its presence and warmth. What I cherish most about upcycled garden signs is their ability to express the heart behind the garden. They remind us that every garden is a story, one of growth, care, and welcome, and that sharing that story with others brings a kind of light all its own. As we come to the end of our stroll through these 30 upcycled garden decor ideas, I hope you feel the gentle reminder that beauty often lives in second chances. Each object we've talked about, whether a weathered ladder, a chipped teapot, or a rusty bicycle, carries a story and a potential to bloom again. It's not about perfection, but about love, care, and the imagination to see what others might overlook. In the golden years, creativity becomes a quiet companion, inviting us to find joy in the simple act of making something new from something old. These projects are not just about decorating a patio, they're about honoring memories, crafting spaces that welcome both nature and nostalgia, and nurturing a sense of pride in what our hands can create. I've watched so many friends find peace and purpose in transforming forgotten items into treasured garden features. The work doesn't require strength or special skills, just patience, a little curiosity, and the willingness to embrace imperfection. In every rusted tool or faded crate, there's a chance to add beauty, to tell a story, and to connect with the earth in a way that feels deeply healing. Which idea brought you the most joy? Perhaps you're inspired to dig through your attic, visit a thrift store, or simply look at your garden with fresh eyes. Whatever you choose, remember your hands still create beauty, your stories still unfold, and your garden is a place where life and love grow side by side. Thank you for spending this time together, dear friend. Until next time, happy gardening, and may your days be filled with peaceful moments and blossoming dreams. Picture yourself stepping into your backyard just as the day begins. The grass is still damp with dew. The air smells faintly of fresh earth, and the sun is casting a soft golden light over everything it touches. You take a slow sip of coffee and look around, not for flaws, but for possibilities. Over the years, I've learned that you don't need deep pockets to have a beautiful garden. What you really need is a gentle patience, a dash of creativity, and the courage to see potential in what others might pass by. I remember my neighbor, Miss Linda, who once told me she had just $40 to spend on her garden one summer. Instead of heading to the big garden center for something new, she wandered through her garage, asked friends for odds and ends they didn't need, and stopped by a few thrift stores. By mid-July, her yard had become a storybook escape, chairs overflowing with blooms, lanterns made from old jars, and vines climbing up a ladder that had once sat forgotten behind her shed. That's the beauty of budget-friendly gardening. It's less about how much you spend, and more about the heart you put into each choice. Every pot, every plant, every reused piece tells a little story. And in the next few minutes, I'm going to share with you 20 simple, low-cost hacks that can turn any backyard, big or small, into a place of peace, charm, and joy. Whether you've got aching knees, a tight budget, or simply love the thrill of making something from nothing, you'll find ideas here that fit your life. Some of the loveliest garden ideas begin not in a store, but in a corner of your garage, or even at the curb on trash day. Old chairs, the ones with worn paint or a wobbly leg, often get tossed aside. But in a garden, they can become something entirely new, a throne for your flowers. I first learned this from a dear friend named Carol. She'd been a teacher for 30 years, and when she retired, she found herself drawn to gardening. But bending low to plant or weed had become difficult for her knees. One spring, while cleaning out her attic, she came across a mismatched wooden chair from her first apartment. Instead of sending it to the donation pile, she brought it out to the yard, painted it a soft sage green, and set a pot of lavender on the seat. It was simple, charming, and most importantly, easy for her to care for. You can do the same, and the beauty is that it works with almost any type of chair, wooden, metal, even an old wicker seat if it's still sturdy enough to hold a pot. Start by checking the frame. If it's wobbly, a bit of wood glue or a few screws can make it stable again. Sanding isn't always necessary. Sometimes the chipped, weathered paint adds character. If you prefer a fresh look, a coat of outdoor spray paint will protect the chair and brighten your garden. Then simply place a pot on the seat, terracotta for a rustic look, ceramic for elegance, or a thrifted metal bucket for a farmhouse feel. The real beauty of using chairs as plant stands is accessibility. Instead of kneeling or bending, your plants are lifted to a comfortable height. This makes watering, pruning, and admiring them so much easier, especially if your mobility is limited. For heavier pots, consider cutting a hole in the seat and resting the pot inside for stability. And don't just think about flowers. Herbs, small vegetables like cherry tomatoes, or even cascading plants like ivy or petunias all thrive in raised containers. If you have more than one chair, you can create a grouping for a layered effect. Imagine 3 different heights. A tall, stately chair holding a bright geranium, a lower one with trailing lobelia, and a small child's chair cradling a pot of cheerful marigolds. These little clusters can frame a walkway, brighten a patio corner, or even serve as a playful welcome near your front door. Carol's single chair eventually turned into 5, each one painted a different pastel. She liked to say her chairs were like her former students, each unique, each with its own personality, and each thriving when given a little care. When you walk through her garden now, the chairs seem to smile, holding their blossoms proudly toward the sun. And that's the lesson, really. Beauty isn't about perfection. It's about finding new life in something old, giving it a purpose again, and letting it bring joy for many more seasons to come. There's something magical about a garden at twilight. The air cools, the world softens, and the light takes on a gentle golden hue. It's the kind of moment when you wish you could just sit quietly and watch the day fold itself into evening. That's when soft, warm lighting can make your backyard feel like a storybook scene, and you don't need expensive fixtures to make it happen. Mason jars, those humble glass containers you might already have in your kitchen, can be transformed into enchanting solar lanterns for just a few dollars. I remember my cousin Marjorie doing this years ago when she moved into a little cottage on the edge of town. She had more charm than cash, so she turned to her local thrift store, buying a box of mismatched mason jars for under $5. The next stop was the hardware store where she picked up solar light lids, small round tops that fit right over the jar opening. That very weekend, she placed her finished lanterns along the path to her back porch. And when the sun went down, her yard seemed to glow from within. Making your own is just as simple. Start with clean jars. Quart size works well, but smaller jars add variety. If you want to dress them up, you can wrap the jar necks with jute twine or ribbon, or even frost the glass using inexpensive spray. Then fit the solar lid snugly on top. Most lids have a small panel that charges in the sun during the day and automatically lights up at night. The beauty of this is that you don't have to worry about wiring batteries or switches. Nature does all the work. You can place these lanterns on tables, line them along garden edges, or hang them from sturdy hooks or tree branches. For a romantic touch, try hanging them in clusters at varying heights. It's like having floating fireflies that never drift away. If mobility is a concern, you can arrange them all at waist height so you never have to bend or reach high to move them. Marjorie's garden became known for these lanterns. Neighbors would stop by just to walk her path at night, admiring the soft pools of light. She often said it wasn't just about making her garden look pretty, it was about making it feel welcoming. A place where friends could linger a little longer, where an ordinary Tuesday evening could feel like a celebration. And that's the quiet gift of Mason Jar's solar lanterns. They don't just light up your garden, they light up the moments you spend there. They remind us that with a little imagination, we can turn even the simplest things into something that glows. Sometimes the most striking garden features are born from objects that have outlived their original use. An old wooden ladder paint-splattered rungs worn smooth from years of climbing might seem destined for the landfill. But in the garden, it can become a graceful tiered display, lifting flowers, herbs, and greenery into the sunlight without taking up much space. This idea is especially perfect if your backyard is small, or if bending down for planting has become difficult. I first saw a ladder garden in my Aunt Grace's backyard. She lived in a small townhouse with barely enough soil for a rose bush, but she loved growing things. One day she found an old ladder at a yard sale for just $5. Instead of propping it in the garage, she leaned it gently against her fence and began filling each rung with a different plant. The bottom rung held sturdy pots of basil and rosemary for easy picking. The middle levels overflowed with colorful blooms, zinnias, geraniums, and petunias. At the very top, a trailing ivy cascaded down like a green waterfall. Creating your own ladder garden is simple. If the ladder is wooden, check for stability, secure any loose rungs, and sand rough edges. A fresh coat of weather-resistant paint or sealant can protect it from the elements. Then, decide on placement. Leaning it against a wall or fence keeps it steady, but you can also set it up freestanding if you anchor it well. Each rung can hold small planters, wooden crates, or even hanging baskets hooked over the side. Think about plant variety when arranging your display. Herbs and lettuces are ideal for the lower rungs where you can reach them easily. Mid-level rungs can hold bright annuals to draw the eye, while the top rung is perfect for trailing plants like lobelia, sweet potato vine, or creeping jenny. If lifting pots is difficult, start with the ladder lying flat on the ground, arrange your plants, and then gently tilt it upright. A ladder garden is not just functional, it's a conversation piece. Guests can't help but ask about it, and it often becomes the spot where everyone stops to admire. Aunt Grace used to joke that her ladder did more climbing in the garden than it ever did in the house. She would change the plants with the season's pansies, in spring petunias, in summer small mums, in fall, so it never looked tired or forgotten. In many ways, a ladder garden reminds us that even when something can't serve its original purpose, it can still hold beauty, purpose, and life. With a little vision, you're not just saving an old object, you're giving it a new place in your story. And in return, it gives your garden height, color, and a touch of the unexpected. There's a certain kind of joy that comes from seeing small birds flit into your garden, especially in the quiet of early morning. They perch, peck, and sometimes pause just long enough for you to feel like you've shared a moment together. You don't need a fancy bird feeder to invite them in. Just a few old teacups and saucers can create a charming, budget-friendly welcome for your feathered guests. I first spotted this idea at a church fair in the spring. A lady named Margaret, well into her 70s, had a booth filled with the most delightful teacup bird feeders. Each one was unique, some patterned with roses, others with delicate gold rims, all paired with matching or mismatched saucers. Margaret told me she'd started making them after inheriting her mother's tea set. Some cups were chipped, others too worn to use for tea, but they were far too lovely to toss away, so she gave them a new life outdoors. Making one is surprisingly simple. All you need is a sturdy teacup, a saucer, and a strong adhesive suitable for outdoor use. Tilt the teacup sideways on the saucer so the bird seed can spill gently out, then glue it in place and let it cure completely. Once dry, you can attach the saucer to a metal rod or hang it from a sturdy chain. For a more whimsical touch, some people glue the cup upright and fill it with seed, letting the saucer catch any overflow. The placement matters as much as the design. Position your teacup feeder where you can see it easily from a window or favorite garden chair, ideally near a tree or shrub where birds can rest and feel safe. If bending is difficult, mount it on a tall pole or place it on a table height stand so you can refill it without strain. Margaret's feeders became the talk of her neighborhood. In the mornings, she'd sit with her tea and watch sparrows, finches, and the occasional cardinal hop around her garden. She swore they seemed friendlier when they had such a pretty place to eat. And the truth is, she was feeding more than just the birds, she was feeding her own soul too. A teacup bird feeder is more than a clever upcycle. It's a reminder that small, thoughtful touches can turn an ordinary backyard into a place of gentle wonder. The birds don't care if the cup is chipped or mismatched, they care that it's there waiting for them. And as they come and go, you're reminded that beauty often lives in the little things we choose to share. One of the quiet frustrations of gardening is realizing that your tools, gloves and pots, never seem to be where you left them. You set down the trowel while watering, and the next day it's vanished under a pile of leaves. Over time, I learned that a tidy garden is as much about organizing as it is about planting. And one of the simplest, most affordable solutions I've found is repurposing wooden crates. These crates, whether they once held apples, bottles, or deliveries, are sturdy, lightweight, and full of rustic charm. You can often find them at flea markets, yard sales, or even discarded behind grocery stores with permission. I still remember when my friend Harold, a retired carpenter, gave me 3 old fruit crates he'd rescued from a farm auction. They were rough with faded lettering and splinters along the edges, but they were solid. We sanded them just enough to remove sharp bits, leaving the weathered look intact, and suddenly they became both functional and beautiful in the garden. You can use wooden crates in so many ways. Stack them against a wall to create a shelving unit for pots, gloves, and watering cans. Lay them on their sides to hold bags of soil or store long-handled tools. Mount a few to a fence or shed wall for vertical storage, perfect for small spaces where floor room is limited. And because they're portable, you can rearrange them with the seasons or move them closer to your workspace when needed. If bending is a challenge, try stacking crates into a waist-high station. Place a piece of plywood or an old countertop on top, and you have an instant potting bench without spending a dime on fancy furniture. A coat of outdoor sealant can extend their life, and a few hooks screwed into the sides can hold smaller tools or garden scissors. What I love most about crate storage is how it blends into the garden rather than feeling like an eyesore. The faded wood and old labels tell a story. They've carried fruit, survived weather, and now they serve again. Harold, who gave me mine, used to say that wood has a memory. Every time I pull a trowel from a crate, I think about the hands that built it, the fields it once served, and the fact that it still has work to do. In the end, organizing your garden isn't about making it look perfect for guests. It's about making it easier for you to enjoy your time there without the frustration of misplaced tools. Wooden crates help you do just that, adding a bit of history, charm, and order to your little corner of the world. When you've run out of ground space, but your love for plants hasn't slowed, it's time to start looking upward. Vertical gardening is a wonderful way to add more greenery without expanding your footprint. And one of the easiest, most affordable tools for this is something you might already have tucked away in a closet: a hanging fabric shoe organizer. I first saw this used in a garden while visiting my niece Emily in her downtown apartment. Her balcony was barely big enough for a small table and chair, but she wanted fresh herbs and flowers within arm's reach. Instead of cluttering the floor, she bought a $10 canvas shoe organizer from a discount store, the kind with rows of pockets for sneakers. With a little creativity, each pocket became a miniature planter. She lined the inside with plastic to prevent water from soaking through, filled them with potting soil, and tucked in basil, mint, parsley, and even a few strawberry plants. Setting one up is simple. Choose a sturdy organizer made from thick fabric or heavy-duty canvas, ideally with metal grommets for hanging. Secure it to a fence wall or balcony railing where it will get the right amount of sunlight. Line each pocket with a piece of landscape fabric plastic or even cut sections from an old grocery bag to help retain soil while still allowing drainage. Then fill with lightweight potting mix and plant seeds or small starts. The benefits go beyond saving space. Everything is at eye level, so there's no bending or kneeling to tend your plants. Watering is quick. You can move along each row with a small watering can. And if a plant struggles, you can simply replace it without disturbing the others. Emily's organizer became such a conversation piece that her neighbors started copying the idea. By midsummer, her balcony wall looked like a patchwork quilt of green and blossoms, each pocket offering a little burst of life. In winter, she swapped the plants for pine branches, holly, and battery-operated fairy lights, proving the setup could be decorative year-round. This simple repurposing trick carries a bigger reminder: beauty often comes from rethinking what you already have. A shoe organizer meant for tucking away old sneakers becomes a living tapestry of color and flavor. It's proof that gardening isn't about the size of your space, but the size of your imagination and a willingness to see potential hanging right in front of you. Sometimes the best planters are the ones that were never meant for plants at all. An old kitchen colander with its gentle curves and built-in drainage holes is just begging to be filled with soil and flowers. They're inexpensive, often found at thrift stores for a couple of dollars, and they add a touch of unexpected charm to a garden space. I first fell in love with the idea when visiting my friend Nora's porch one spring. From her eaves hung 3 brightly painted colanders, each overflowing with blooms. One cradled trailing petunias in soft pink and purple, another burst with bright yellow marigolds, and the third held a cascade of white alyssums spilling over the sides like lace. They swayed gently in the breeze, catching the sunlight through their holes and casting playful dots of light onto the porch floor. Creating your own colander hanging basket is as simple as it is satisfying. Start with any colander metal enamel or even sturdy plastic. If you find a metal one with rust, don't worry, a quick scrub and a coat of rust-resistant spray paint will give it new life. Attach 3 or 4 lengths of chain or heavy twine evenly around the rim, securing them with small S-hooks or drilling holes if needed. Gather the chains at the top and connect them to a larger hook for hanging. Before planting, line the inside with coconut coir moss or even a piece of burlap to keep soil from falling through. Add a lightweight potting mix and choose plants that will spill beautifully over the sides. Think Lobelia calabrachoa or creeping jenny. For herbs, thyme and oregano do especially well in these airy containers. One of the hidden advantages of colander baskets is airflow. The holes allow roots to breathe, reducing the risk of rot, and rainwater drains away easily. This makes them perfect for gardeners who tend to overwater or live in wetter climates. And because they're lightweight, you can hang them at any height that's comfortable for you, no bending or stretching required. Nora told me her favorite part of using colanders is the way they make people smile. Visitors always ask about them, and more than once she's sent a friend home with an extra she found at a yard sale. She calls it passing the garden joy forward. And that's exactly what these whimsical planters do. They take something ordinary and turn it into a conversation, a memory, and a piece of living art. In the right hands, even the simplest kitchen tool can hold a garden's worth of beauty. There's something deeply satisfying about growing your own herbs. Not only do they add fresh flavor to your meals, but they also bring a burst of green life to your home. And here's the best part: you don't need fancy pots or expensive planters to do it. A few cleaned and repurposed tin cans can become the heart of a charming, budget-friendly herb garden. I first tried this idea after a summer family barbecue. We'd gone through cans of tomatoes, beans, and corn for salads and sides, and I hated the thought of tossing all that good metal into the recycling bin. So I washed them thoroughly, peeled off the labels, and lined them up on my kitchen counter. Each one was just the right size for basil, parsley, chives, and cilantro. The look was simple but surprisingly stylish, like a little row of silver soldiers standing at attention, ready to feed the family. Making a tin can herb garden couldn't be easier. Start with clean cans. Standard 15-ounce ones work well, but you can mix in larger soup or coffee cans for variety. Use a hammer and nail to poke several drainage holes in the bottom. If you're worried about sharp edges, gently sand them down or cover the rim with washi tape or ribbon for a soft touch. Then fill each can with a lightweight potting mix and plant your herb seeds or starts. You can keep them indoors on a sunny windowsill or arrange them outdoors on a table shelf or even hung from a wooden pallet for a vertical display. For extra charm, paint the cans in cheerful colors or use chalkboard paint so you can write the herb names right on the surface. This is especially handy if you like to swap plants out with the seasons. The beauty of this setup is accessibility. Herbs are usually small, so you can group them close together, making watering and harvesting quick and easy. If you have trouble bending, just place the cans on a raised surface at a height that's comfortable for you. And because the containers are light, they can be moved to chase the sun or brought indoors during cold snaps. One summer, I gave a set of painted herb cans to my neighbor Ruth, who'd recently taken up cooking as a hobby. She kept them right on her balcony and would pluck fresh basil for pasta or mint for her afternoon tea. It's like having my own little grocery store, she told me one afternoon, smiling over the rim of her teacup. And that's exactly the gift of a tin can herb garden. It turns the everyday act of cooking into something rooted in your own care and creativity. A can that once held soup or beans now gives back to you season after season in flavor, beauty, and the quiet joy of tending something alive. Most gardeners feel a pang of frustration when they accidentally crack a clay pot. After all, it's easy to think its usefulness has ended. But in truth, a broken pot can become the centerpiece of one of the most enchanting DIY projects, a miniature fairy garden. Instead of heading for the trash, that cracked pot can tell a whole new story. I first learned this from my friend Louise, who has a knack for seeing possibilities where others see problems. One spring afternoon, she knocked over her largest terracotta pot while rearranging her patio. The side split into 2 jagged pieces, and the rim chipped in several spots. Rather than sigh and toss it away, she carefully layered soil inside, tucking the broken shards back into the pot to create little terraces. On each tier, she planted tiny succulents, creeping thyme and moss. Then came the magic small pebbles for paths, a thimble-sized bird bath, and a miniature wooden door propped against the side, as if to invite fairies in for tea. Making your own is as much about imagination as it is about materials. Start with a damaged pot, ideally one with large enough breaks to form steps or ledges. If the breaks aren't quite right, you can carefully chip the edges with a hammer to shape them. Just wear gloves and eye protection. Arrange the pieces inside the pot so they create little levels, securing them with soil. Then choose miniature plants that won't outgrow the space. Succulents, dwarf ferns, baby's tears, or small flowering ground covers work beautifully. Decorations are where your personality shines. You can buy miniature accessories from craft stores, but many are easy to make. Tiny benches from popsicle sticks, fairy houses from bark and twigs, or little signs from stones and paint all add to the charm. If bending or kneeling is difficult, place your fairy garden on a table or raised platform so you can work and admire it comfortably. Louise's garden became a conversation starter every time someone visited. Children were drawn to it instantly, leaning in to examine each tiny detail, while adults marveled at how something broken could become so beautiful. She liked to say it was her reminder that nothing is ever truly ruined. It just might have a different purpose than before. And perhaps that's the real lesson here. A broken pot, like a season of life that didn't go as planned, can still bloom with wonder when handled with care. In the right hands, cracks aren't flaws. They're the framework for something entirely new. For many gardeners, the joy of tending plants can be dampened by the strain of carrying heavy watering cans or bending repeatedly to reach the roots. That's where a simple, inexpensive tool can make all the difference: PVC pipe transformed into a gentle watering wand. This easy DIY not only saves time, but also makes watering more comfortable for anyone with limited mobility. I first saw this in use at a community garden where older members tended long rows of vegetables. One gentleman named Walt had arthritis in his hands and found lifting a full watering can painful. Instead, he carried a lightweight PVC pipe about 5 feet long, capped at one end with a garden hose fitting. Near the bottom, he drilled a row of small holes, each angled slightly downward. When connected to the hose, the water flowed out in a soft, even spray, right at plant level. No stooping, no heavy lifting. Making your own is straightforward. Choose a PVC pipe about 1/2 to 3/4 inch in diameter. Drill holes along the bottom portion, spacing them 2 to 3 inches apart. Attach a hose connector to the top end. These can be found cheaply at hardware stores. If you'd like extra control over the flow, add a small shutoff valve between the connector and the pipe. You can even wrap the handle area with foam or cloth for a softer grip. To use, simply connect the wand to your hose, hold it at a comfortable angle, and walk along your garden beds. The water will reach the roots without splashing the leaves, helping prevent fungal diseases. This setup is especially handy for raised beds or container gardens where precise watering is key. Walt told me that the first season he used his watering wand, his tomatoes grew taller and produced more fruit because he was able to water more consistently. "It's not just easier on me," he said with a grin. "It's easier on the plants too." And that's the beauty of this hack. It marries practicality with care. It's a reminder that in gardening, the right tools don't have to be expensive or complicated. Sometimes they're just a few thoughtful steps away, made with our own hands, designed for our own comfort. With a PVC pipe and a little creativity, you can keep your garden thriving without straining your body, proving once again that gardening should be a joy, not a chore. Every gardener knows there's something precious about a little privacy. Whether you're sipping tea on your porch, reading under a shady tree, or simply weeding in peace, it's comforting to feel that your garden is your own hidden retreat. The trouble is, traditional privacy fencing can be expensive. That's where reclaimed wooden pallets step in strong, budget-friendly, and full of rustic charm. I first discovered this idea while visiting my friend Sam's backyard. His home sat close to the neighbors, and while they got along well, he wanted a cozier, more secluded feel for his patio. Rather than pay for new fencing, Sam collected free pallets from a local hardware store. Most businesses are happy to give them away, if you ask. With a weekend's work, he stood them upright side by side, securing them to sturdy posts. The effect was instant, a rustic wall that felt warm and inviting instead of cold or stark. Building your own pallet privacy screen is straightforward. Choose pallets in good condition, free from rot or large cracks. Sand rough spots to prevent splinters, but leave some of the weathered texture for character. You can stain or paint them to match your garden style, or leave them bare for a natural look. Secure them vertically to metal or wooden posts driven into the ground, or hinge 2 or 3 together to make a freestanding folding screen that you can move as needed. The beauty of pallet screens is that they can do more than block views. They can hold life. Sam attached small planter boxes to his, filling them with colorful flowers and cascading ivy. In summer, he added herbs right into the boxes so he could pluck basil and mint without walking to the garden beds. The vertical surface became part privacy, part living art. For those who find lifting heavy items difficult, consider building the screen in sections on the ground, then enlisting help to set them upright. Once in place, you can maintain the plants or decorations at comfortable heights. Over time, Sam's pallet wall weathered to a soft gray, blending beautifully with his garden. He liked to say it wasn't just a screen, it was a stage for the plants to perform. And in many ways, that's the heart of this idea. You're not only creating privacy, you're building a backdrop that frames the beauty of your garden. With a few pallets and a free afternoon, you can turn an exposed space into a cozy haven that feels entirely your own. A garden has a way of teaching us patience, but it can also test our memory. You plant seeds in neat rows, imagining their future blooms or harvests, only to forget which patch holds basil and which holds oregano weeks later. Store-bought plant markers solve the problem, but they're often flimsy or expensive. Painted rocks, however, offer a charming, durable, and budget-friendly alternative, and they bring a splash of art into the garden. I first tried this after a rainy spring day when I couldn't get outside to dig. I sat at my kitchen table with a few smooth river rocks I'd collected years earlier, and a small box of acrylic paints. One by one, I painted each rock with the name of a plant: tomatoes in bold red letters, lavender with a sprig, painted alongside rosemary framed with green swirls. By the time the rain cleared, I had a little pile of cheerful markers ready to nestle into the soil. Making them is simple. Start with smooth, flat stones. River rocks work best. Wash and dry them thoroughly. Use outdoor acrylic paint or paint pens to write the plant name, and if you feel inspired, add a small illustration. Once dry, seal each rock with a clear outdoor sealant to protect it from rain and sunlight. The result is a set of markers that will last season after season. The beauty of painted rocks is that they're easy to personalize. If bending down is uncomfortable, you can make larger markers that are easy to spot from a standing position. You can also create color codes: yellow rocks for herbs, blue for flowers, green for vegetables, to make identification quick. And because they're weighted, they won't blow away or tip over like lightweight plastic stakes. One summer, my neighbor Joyce invited her grandchildren over to help her make a set. Each child painted their own marker for the plant they adopted in her garden. As the season went on, they would visit to check their plant's progress, proudly standing by the marker they had made. It turned into a little tradition. Every spring, new rocks were painted, and every autumn they were collected and stored for the next year. Painted rock markers aren't just functional. They're a piece of the gardener's personality scattered among the beds. They tell stories, mark time, and add color even before the flowers bloom. And perhaps best of all, they remind us that a garden is not only a place for growing plants, it's a place for growing memories. Climbing plants have a way of adding romance and movement to a garden. Morning glories unfurl in the dawn light. Sweet peas release their delicate scent, and beans wind their way upward as if reaching for the sky. All they need is a bit of structure, and one of the most charming, low-cost ways to provide it is by turning a thrifted picture frame into a trellis. I stumbled upon this idea while browsing a flea market one sunny afternoon. There, leaning against a stack of old mirrors, was an oversized wooden picture frame. The glass was gone, the backing warped, but the carved edges had such character that I couldn't resist. For $3, it came home with me. With a bit of wire and creativity, it soon became the centerpiece of my climbing plant display. Creating your own is easier than you might think. Start with a sturdy frame. Wooden or metal both work, but make sure it's solid enough to stand upright or hang securely. Remove any remaining glass or backing. Then stretch garden twine, chicken wire, or even decorative metal grating across the empty space, securing it with a staple gun or small nails. If you prefer a softer look, crisscross twine into diamond or square patterns to guide your plants as they climb. Placement is key. Lean the frame against a wall, anchor it between two posts, or hang it on a fence where it will catch the sunlight. It works beautifully for smaller climbers like nasturtiums, peas, or miniature gourds. For those who find kneeling difficult, the vertical structure allows for planting at the base without needing to stoop. Repeatedly, everything grows upward where it's easy to admire and tend. One summer, I used a pair of matching frames on either side of my garden gate, training fragrant jasmine to weave through them. By midsummer, the frames were nearly hidden by blooms, and guests would pause to inhale the sweet scent before stepping through. A friend later told me it felt like walking into a storybook. The beauty of a thrifted frame trellis is in its blend of art and function. You're giving new life to something once meant to hold pictures, now holding living portraits that change with the seasons. And much like the plants, it supports. The frame itself has a history. Perhaps it once hung in someone's hallway or displayed a wedding photo. Now it becomes part of your garden story, offering strength, charm, and a reminder that beauty often comes from simply reimagining what's already there. There's a certain nostalgia in an old wooden drawer, the smooth glide marks from years of use, the knobs worn soft from countless hands opening and closing it. When a dresser becomes too broken to save, those drawers don't have to end up at the curb. With a little creativity, they can become unique, eye-catching planters that add personality to any garden space. I first saw this idea in my friend Clara's backyard. She had a row of 3 drawers, each painted in a different pastel color: mint green, butter yellow, and sky blue, sitting atop a wooden bench. Each one was filled with lush blooms. The green drawer held pansies in shades of violet and gold. The yellow overflowed with trailing lobelia, and the blue was home to bright pink geraniums. It was like a little parade of color. And Clara told me the drawers had come from the dresser she used as a child. I couldn't bear to throw them out, she said, so I decided to give them a second life. Making your own drawer planter is simple. Start by cleaning the drawer thoroughly and, if needed, reinforcing the corners with nails or wood glue. Drill several small holes in the bottom for drainage. This step is important to keep plants healthy. You can leave the wood bare for a rustic look, paint it to match your garden's color scheme, or even decoupage the sides with floral patterns for extra charm. Once prepared, fill the drawer with a lightweight potting mix. For flowers, choose a mix of upright and trailing varieties for visual interest. Petunias, marigolds, or begonias pair beautifully with cascading ivy or creeping jenny. If bending is difficult, place the drawer on a table shelf or even another piece of old furniture so it's easy to reach. You can also stack drawers in a staggered formation for a tiered planter effect. One thing I love about drawer planters is their versatility. You can plant herbs for a functional kitchen garden, succulents for low-maintenance beauty, or even seasonal displays, pansies in spring, sun-loving zinnias in summer, and ornamental kale in fall. And because they're portable, you can shift them around your space to follow the sun or create a new focal point whenever you like. Clara's drawers have weathered over time, the paint fading just enough to give them a soft, vintage look. She says that every time she sees them, she's reminded of her childhood bedroom, and now they hold not only flowers, but also memories. And that's the gift of using old drawers in the garden. They're more than planters. They're pieces of your story, still useful, still beautiful, still part of the home you're creating. Garden borders have a quiet but powerful role. They frame your bed's defined pathways and give your outdoor space a sense of order. While store-bought edging can be pricey, one creative and eco-friendly alternative is to use empty wine bottles. With their varied shapes, colors, and textures, they can create a striking border that costs little to nothing. I first noticed this idea in a small bed-and-breakfast garden I stayed at years ago. The owner, a cheerful woman named Elaine, had lined her herb garden with deep green bottles, their necks buried in the soil and bases catching the sunlight. Some were brown, others clear, and a few cobalt blue. In the morning light, they glistened like jewels. Elaine told me she'd collected them from friends and local restaurants, asking people to save their empties for her. It took a while, she laughed, but every bottle here has a story and maybe a celebration behind it. Creating your own bottle border is simple. Start by cleaning the bottles thoroughly and removing any labels. You can soak them in warm, soapy water to loosen adhesive or use a scraper for stubborn spots. Dig a narrow trench where you want your border to be deep enough to bury at least 1/3 of each bottle for stability. Place the bottles upside down, side by side, pressing them firmly into the soil. If you like a more uniform look, use bottles of the same size and color. For a whimsical patchwork feel, mix colors and shapes. One of the unexpected benefits of this edging is how it catches the light. Morning dew sparkles on the glass, and in the late afternoon sun, the bottles seem to glow from within. They also help keep soil from spilling into pathways and can deter small animals from wandering into beds. If lifting heavy bottles is a concern, enlist help for the setup once in place. The edging requires almost no maintenance. You can even line just part of a garden bed or create a small decorative feature instead of edging an entire plot. Elaine's bottle border has lasted for over a decade, weathering every season with grace. She told me she loves how it sparks conversation. Guests often stop to guess which bottle might have once held champagne at a wedding or wine at a cozy dinner. It's a reminder that beauty can come from the remnants of life's celebrations, and that what once held joy indoors can now frame it in the garden. There's a special kind of music in a garden that doesn't come from radios or wind chimes. It comes from the soft, rhythmic patter of rain. A rain chain captures that sound while guiding water from your roof to the ground in a way that's both functional and beautiful. And you don't need to spend a fortune on a store-bought version. With a handful of old spoons, you can create a rain chain that's as unique as your garden itself. I first came across this idea in the backyard of a retired artist named Henry. He'd strung together dozens of mismatched spoons, each one gently curved to catch and guide raindrops. The chain ran from the corner of his roof down into a large ceramic basin filled with smooth stones. On rainy days, the spoons shimmered with water, each passing it down to the next in a silvery cascade. Henry told me he'd collected the spoons over years from flea markets, thrift stores, and family hand-me-downs. They used to stir soup and sugar, he said with a smile. Now they stir the rain. To make your own, gather at least 20-30 sturdy metal spoons. Flatten them slightly with a hammer if you like, then drill a small hole in the handle of each. Use strong metal rings or weather-resistant wire to connect them in a chain, spacing them just far enough apart so water can flow freely from one to the next. Attach the top to your gutter where a downspout would normally go and anchor the bottom in a decorative basin barrel or directly into the soil where you want the water to drain. The beauty of this project is that it transforms a practical need directing rainwater into an artistic statement. On sunny days, the spoons catch and reflect the light, adding a touch of shine to your garden. On rainy days, they provide a soothing soundtrack that's far gentler than the clatter of water hitting metal or concrete. If climbing ladders or working with tools is a challenge, you can assemble the spoon chain at table height and ask a friend or neighbor to help with installation. Once in place, it requires little maintenance beyond an occasional rinse to remove debris. Henry's rain chain has become one of his garden's most beloved features. Neighbors stop to watch it in action, children reach out to feel the water trickle past their fingers, and visitors often ask where they can buy one, only to be surprised when he says it's handmade from spoons that might have otherwise been forgotten. It's a perfect example of how the simplest objects can be reimagined into something graceful, useful, and quietly magical. A spoon may seem ordinary, but in the right hands, it can carry the rain like a gift from the sky to the garden below. Healthy soil is the heart of every thriving garden, and nothing enriches it quite like compost. But buying a ready-made compost bin can be costly, and for many of us, those prices are enough to make us stick with store-bought soil. The truth is, you can create a perfectly effective compost system with something you might already have or can find secondhand: a simple lidded trash can. I first learned this trick from my neighbor Phil, a retired landscaper who swore by composting. He didn't have a fancy setup tucked in the corner of his yard, just two sturdy plastic trash cans with tight-fitting lids. He drilled holes all around the sides and bottom for airflow, and every week he tossed in kitchen scraps, yard clippings, and a few shovels of soil. Within months, the cans were filled with rich, dark compost, ready to feed his flower beds and vegetable patch. Building your own is easy. Choose a trash can made from heavy-duty plastic with a secure lid to keep pests out. Drill or punch holes about 2 inches apart around the sides and base to allow for air circulation and drainage. Place the can on bricks or a wooden pallet so air can flow underneath. Then start layering green materials, fruit and vegetable scraps, grass clippings, coffee grounds with brown materials, dry leaves, shredded newspaper straw. Give it a shake every few days or roll the can gently on its side to mix everything. This helps the decomposition process. The beauty of this system is its accessibility. The can's height means you don't have to bend low to add materials, and its portability allows you to move it closer to where you're working. You can even keep a smaller version on a porch or balcony if you garden in containers. Phil used to say his compost cans were like little treasure chests, holding what looked like waste, but turning it into something priceless. Each spring he'd lift the lid and inhale that earthy scent, knowing his garden would thank him for it. And it did. His tomatoes were sweeter, his roses fuller, and his herbs more fragrant than any I'd seen. A compost bin made from a trash can is proof that good gardening doesn't require expensive tools or elaborate setups. With a bit of care and patience, you can turn everyday scraps into the foundation of a lush, healthy garden, and in the process give new life to what you might have thrown away. Sometimes the most delightful garden accents come from looking at an everyday object in a completely different way. Take a wire whisk, for example. In the kitchen, it blends eggs or batter, but in the garden, it can cradle blooms in mid-air, catching the breeze like a piece of airy sculpture. Old whisks, especially the large industrial-sized ones from restaurant supply stores, make surprisingly perfect frames for small hanging planters. I first saw this idea at a flea market garden display. A vendor had taken several oversized whisks, turned them upside down, and filled the rounded cage with moss and soil. Out spilled trailing lobelia, sweet alyssum, and tiny ferns, the blooms swaying gently as though they were part of the wind itself. It was so simple yet so striking that I couldn't believe I'd never thought of it before. Making one is straightforward. Start with a large wire whisk. Thrift stores, garage sales, and even your own kitchen drawer might yield one. If the handle is solid, You can loop twine or chain through it for hanging. Turn the whisk upside down so the rounded wires form a bowl. Line the inside with moss coconut coir or burlap to hold the soil, then fill with a lightweight potting mix. Small trailing plants work best: petunias, creeping jenny, or even a few strawberries for a functional twist. If bending or reaching is difficult, hang the whisk at eye level from a shepherd's hook or porch beam so it's easy to water and tend. Because the basket is small, it's lightweight and easy to move around to catch the sun or protect from bad weather. You can even cluster several whisks together for a floating garden effect. One summer, I made a set of these whisk planters for my friend Ellen's patio. She had a fondness for quirky conversation-starting pieces, and these fit the bill perfectly. Every guest who visited asked about them, and more than one left determined to scour thrift shops for their own whisks. Ellen said they made her feel like her garden was wearing jewelry, delicate, playful, and full of sparkle in the morning dew. And that's the charm of this hack. It takes an ordinary kitchen tool, one that might otherwise gather dust, and gives it a second life as part of your outdoor sanctuary. It's a little reminder that creativity often starts with a single question: what else could this be? In the garden, that question almost always leads to beauty. Growing potatoes might seem like something only farmers with big plots of land can do. But the truth is, you can harvest your own right from a small backyard or even a patio with the help of a humble laundry basket. This method is not only budget-friendly, but also easy on the body, making it perfect for gardeners who want to avoid heavy digging. I first came across this idea while visiting a local community garden. One of the members, a cheerful man named George, had lined several old plastic laundry baskets with burlap and turned them into potato planters. Each basket sat on a small wooden stand, making them waist-height so he never had to bend or kneel. By midsummer, green potato plants were spilling over the sides, and when harvest time came, he simply tipped the baskets to reveal piles of fresh, clean potatoes, no back-breaking shoveling required. To make your own, start with a sturdy laundry basket, round or rectangular. It doesn't matter as long as it has good ventilation holes. Line it with burlap, landscape fabric, or even an old cotton sheet to keep the soil in while still allowing excess water to drain. Add about 6 inches of soil to the bottom, then place seed potatoes cut into chunks with at least 1 eye each on top. Cover with another layer of soil. As the plants grow, keep adding more soil or straw until the basket is full. This encourages more tubers to form along the buried stems. Because the basket is raised and lightweight, you can position it in full sun and move it if needed. Watering is easy, and checking progress takes just a peek under the top layer of soil. When it's time to harvest, tip the basket onto a tarp or soft ground, and you'll find your potatoes waiting. No digging, no missed tubers left in the earth. George told me he started growing potatoes this way because he wanted his grandchildren to experience the joy of harvesting without the hard labor. They think it's like finding buried treasure. He laughed, recalling the squeals of excitement when the first potatoes tumbled out. This method isn't just clever. It's a reminder that gardening can be adapted to our needs. With a laundry basket, a bit of fabric, and some seed potatoes, you can enjoy a generous harvest without straining your body or your budget. And when you serve those homegrown potatoes at your table, you'll know every bite came from your own ingenuity. There's a quiet magic in starting seeds, the anticipation, the daily check-ins, the joy of spotting that first green sprout. But seedlings are delicate, and a sudden cold snap or harsh wind can undo weeks of care. That's where a small greenhouse comes in handy. And with a few old window frames, you can build one that's charming, functional, and entirely your own. I first saw this done in my friend Lila's backyard. She'd collected mismatched wooden window frames from thrift shops and salvage yards, each still holding its wavy glass panes. With a little help from her son, she joined them together into a simple box-like structure with a hinged roof. Inside, trays of lettuce, tomatoes, and zinnias basked in the filtered sunlight, safe from chilly spring nights. The whole thing looked like it had been plucked from a storybook, weathered wood glass that caught the light just right, and a riot of green inside. To create your own, gather 4 to 6 old window frames in good condition. Clean them thoroughly and sand any rough spots. Using screws or corner brackets, attach them to form the sides of your greenhouse. You can add a wooden frame on top to hold 1 or 2 windows as a hinged lid. This makes it easy to open for watering and ventilation. If the frames don't match perfectly, don't worry, that's part of the charm. Paint them in cheerful colors or leave them rustic for a more vintage feel. Position your greenhouse in a sunny spot, ideally where it's sheltered from strong winds. Inside, you can place trays, pots, or even small raised beds for seedlings and tender plants. The glass holds in warmth while letting in light, creating a cozy microclimate that can extend your growing season. For those who prefer not to kneel, you can build the structure atop a waist-high base, making it accessible without bending. Lila's greenhouse became more than just a plant shelter. It was a gathering spot. Her grandchildren loved to peek inside and check on the babies, as they called the seedlings. She told me it felt like giving each plant its own little home until it was strong enough to join the rest of the garden. And that's the real beauty of this project. By repurposing old window frames, you're saving a piece of history, creating something useful and nurturing life all at once. It's proof that gardening doesn't require expensive equipment, just a bit of resourcefulness and the willingness to see potential in what others might discard. As we've journeyed through these 20 simple budget-friendly garden hacks, I hope you've begun to see what I've long believed: gardening is less about what you have and more about what you do with it. An old chair becomes a flower's throne, a tin can grows herbs for your table, and a forgotten window frame shelters seedlings until they're ready for the world. These transformations aren't just about saving money. They're about honoring the value in things and in ourselves. Over the years, I've met gardeners who could afford the newest tools and store-bought decor, yet they still choose to create from what's already around them. They say it makes their gardens feel more personal, more alive. And I've seen others working with tight budgets and aching backs who turn cast-offs into treasures simply because they believe beauty is worth the effort. In both cases, the heart is the same: love for the process, joy in the results, and pride in the creativity it took to get there. If there's one lesson I'd like you to carry with you, it's that nothing, no object, no scrap, no season of life is beyond redemption. The same way an old palette can become a privacy screen or a broken pot can hold a fairy garden, you too can adapt, repurpose, and keep creating beauty in your own way. Your garden, like your life, is a patchwork of small choices, each adding color, texture, and meaning. So, which of these ideas sparked something in you? Was it the thought of painted rock markers bringing color before the blooms, or the gentle tinkle of a rain chain made from spoons? Maybe it was imagining your grandchildren's delight at harvesting potatoes from a laundry basket. Whatever it was, I hope you'll try at least one. And if you do, I'd love for you to share your story. Because each time we pass along an idea, we plant another seed. Subscribe if you'd like more of these gentle inspirations, and together we'll keep finding new ways to make our gardens and our days richer without spending much at all. Until next time, dear friend, may your hands stay busy, your heart stay light, and your garden, no matter how big or small, be a place where you feel at home. Picture this, dear friend, a late summer afternoon, the kind where the air feels heavy with the scent of lavender and sun-warmed soil. You settle into a creaky old chair on the porch, a chipped mug of sweet tea in your hands. Out beyond the railing, the garden isn't perfect, and that's exactly what makes it beautiful. A crooked stone path winds past clumps of daisies, an old wheelbarrow brimming with petunias, and a wooden fence silvered by years of rain and sun. There's no rush here, no pressure to keep every weed at bay. It's a space that feels lived in, loved, and in a way it tells your story. That's the charm of rustic gardening. It whispers of the past while welcoming the present. Today, I want to share how you can capture that same warmth and timeless comfort in your own backyard, no matter its size. Even if your budget is slim or your knees don't bend like they used to, there are ways to make your outdoor space a true sanctuary. Do you remember the old barn on the edge of town? The one with boards so worn they looked like they could tell 100 stories. That's the kind of feeling weathered wood brings into a garden. It doesn't shout for attention. It simply belongs as if it's been there forever. Reclaimed wood, whether from an old fence, a dismantled shed, or even the side of a forgotten crate, carries that same quiet grace. When you bring it into your garden, you're not just using a material, you're carrying forward a history. One neighbor of mine, Martha, had a pile of old fence posts she thought were fit only for the burn pile. Instead, she used them to edge her herb garden. She left the tops uneven so each post had its own height and shape. A little thyme spilling over here, some mint climbing through there, it became a scene that looked as if it had grown naturally over decades. Every guest who visits her now asks about those posts, and she always smiles, saying they've been in the neighborhood longer than I have. The beauty of reclaimed wood is how forgiving it is. If you can't saw a perfectly straight line, no problem. Rustic style embraces the crooked and the worn. You can make raised beds from old pallets, simple benches from leftover planks, or even a small potting table from a rescued door propped on 2 sturdy crates. None of it has to be new. In fact, the older it looks, the more character it brings. And here's the thing, for those of us who don't have the same strength we used to, you don't need to haul huge beams or build something complicated. Even a single weathered board can become a backdrop for a row of potted plants. You can lean it against a wall and hang old metal hooks for your watering can, garden gloves, or sun hat. Not only is it beautiful, but it keeps your tools right where you can reach them without bending or stretching. There's also something deeply grounding about working with materials that have been touched by time. When you see the grain of the wood darkened from years in the sun, or run your fingers over a surface smoothed by rain, it reminds you that beauty often comes from enduring the seasons. Just like us, wood softens, changes, and tells its own quiet story as the years pass. That's the spirit of rustic gardening, not perfection, but presence. So if you find yourself with an old fence panel, a worn-out table, or even just a weathered wooden crate, don't toss it aside. Let it become part of your garden's next chapter. After all, it's the history, not the shine, that makes a space feel like home. Think back to the last time you wandered through a thrift store or a flea market. Maybe you were just browsing, not really looking for anything, when your eyes landed on something unexpected, a dented watering can, a rust-speckled lantern, or a wooden ladder with one missing rung. Most people might see junk, but in the right light, these pieces can become the heart of a rustic garden. Vintage items hold a certain magic. They carry whispers of the hands that once used them, and when placed among your plants, they turn a simple outdoor space into a storybook scene. I once knew a retired teacher named Helen who had a knack for spotting treasures others overlooked. On a rainy Saturday, she came home from the local Goodwill with an old wheelbarrow, the kind with a solid iron wheel and peeling green paint. It wobbled a little and couldn't haul much anymore, but Helen saw something else in it. She filled it with potting soil, planted cascading petunias in shades of pink and purple, and rolled it to the center of her yard. Within weeks, it was a riot of blooms spilling over the edges, looking for all the world like they had been there for decades. That wheelbarrow became her garden's centerpiece, and every spring she replanted it like an old friend getting a new dress. What's wonderful about vintage finds is that they ask so little from us. You don't have to repaint them unless you want to. You don't have to hide their dings or polish away the rust. In fact, those imperfections are part of their charm. A chipped enamel basin makes a perfect planter for herbs. An old ladder can be leaned against a fence and draped with trailing vines. Even a cracked teapot can hold a cluster of succulents, creating a whimsical little vignette. And for those of us who prefer to avoid heavy-lifting, vintage garden decor is often light and easy to arrange. A wooden crate planted with marigolds can be carried right to your porch. An old metal bucket can be set on a table to create a raised planting spot so you don't have to bend down. You can even hang smaller pieces like a set of mismatched teacups or old kitchen sifters from a pergola beam to make a playful wind chime that rattles gently in the breeze. The key is to choose items that speak to you, pieces that feel like they belong in your story. Rustic gardening isn't about following a strict design plan. It's about surrounding yourself with objects that make you smile every time you pass them. And the beauty of vintage finds is that they rarely cost much. A trip to the thrift store, a rummage through your garage, or even a neighbor's yard sale might give you the perfect finishing touch. In the end, these treasures don't just decorate your garden, they make it yours. There's something almost timeless about the sound of your shoes crunching over a stone path, each step guiding you deeper into your garden. Stone has a way of grounding a space. It feels sturdy, enduring, and connected to the earth in a way no synthetic material ever could. When paired with wildflowers, the effect is pure magic. The stones provide structure while the flowers soften the edges, creating a scene that feels like it's been waiting there for years, just for you to discover. I once visited a small cottage garden tucked behind an old farmhouse. The owner, a widower named Samuel, had laid every stone by hand over the course of a summer. They weren't perfect in shape or size. Some were flat and smooth, others chunky and uneven, but that only made the path more charming. Along each side, wildflowers had been allowed to grow freely: black-eyed Susans, coneflowers, and a few sprigs of Queen Anne's lace. The colors shifted with the seasons, from spring pastels to bold summer blooms, and finally to the golden tones of autumn. Samuel told me that he never planned the flowers. He simply scattered seeds and let nature do the arranging. Creating a rustic stone pathway doesn't require perfection or a mason's skill. Even if you're working alone or can't lift heavy stones, you can start small. Use just a few flat stepping stones to lead from your patio to your favorite bench. Lay them in grass, or for less maintenance, in a bed of mulch or gravel. If bending is a challenge, you can have the stones delivered close to where you want them, so you only need to shift them slightly into place. The joy of rustic style is that it forgives uneven spacing and embraces a little wobble. It looks intentional, like nature had a hand in the design. Wildflowers are the perfect companions for these paths because they ask so little from us in return. Many thrive on neglect, needing only a bit of sun and occasional water. You can buy mixed seed packets, toss them along the edges of your path, and wait for the magic to unfold. As the blooms fill in, they'll spill over the stones, blurring the line between garden and walkway. It's an ever-changing picture, a living painting that evolves with each passing week. And perhaps the most beautiful thing about a stone path lined with wildflowers is the way it changes the pace of your walk. You don't rush along it, you meander, noticing each new bloom, each change in the light. It invites you to slow down, to appreciate the journey as much as the destination. That's the heart of rustic gardening, creating a space where time seems to move more gently and every step feels like part of a story. There's a special kind of pride in looking out at your garden and knowing you built part of it with your own two hands. It doesn't have to be perfect, polished, or complicated. In fact, the beauty of rustic garden structures is that they can be made from the simplest of materials, even scraps that might otherwise end up in the trash. Trellises and benches are two wonderful examples of this, and they're easier to make than most people think. A few summers ago, my friend Linda decided she wanted a trellis for her sweet peas. She didn't buy anything fancy, just gathered fallen branches from her yard after a storm. She trimmed them to roughly the same length, tied them together at the top with twine, and crisscrossed more sticks along the sides. By the time her sweet peas started climbing, the trellis looked like it had grown there naturally. When the flowers bloomed in pinks and purples, they turned that humble structure into something straight out of a countryside painting. For those who prefer something sturdier, wooden pallets are a rustic gardener's secret treasure. Many stores give them away for free, and with just a little imagination, they can become benches, tables, or plant stands. I once saw a couple in their 70s turn 2 pallets and a few concrete blocks into a garden bench. They didn't bother sanding every edge smooth, they simply brushed off the dirt, stacked the blocks to create legs, and placed the pallets on top. A few old cushions made it comfortable, and suddenly they had a perfect place for morning coffee among the roses. The joy of building your own pieces isn't just in saving money. It's in shaping something that fits your space and your life exactly. You can make a low bench so you don't have to climb up to sit. You can make a trellis wide enough for climbing roses, but narrow enough to move easily if needed. And because rustic style embraces imperfections, there's no pressure to hide every nail mark or straighten every board. Those little quirks are part of the charm. Even for those with limited mobility, these projects can be done at a gentle pace. You can gather your materials over several days, work in short bursts, and rest when you need to. By the time you're done, you'll not only have a functional piece for your garden, but also the satisfaction of knowing you brought it to life. When the sun catches the curve of a vine winding up your handmade trellis, or when you sit down on a bench you built yourself, there's a deep sense of connection to your space. It's more than just a garden at that point. It's a reflection of your hands, your creativity, and your willingness to make beauty with what you have. And that, dear friend, is the essence of rustic gardening. If wood is the warm heartbeat of a rustic garden, then galvanized metal is its steady rhythm. There's something wonderfully humble about an old tub or bucket, simple, sturdy, and honest. These pieces were once tools of hard work, holding water for washing clothes, feeding animals, or carrying harvests. Today, they can have a gentler purpose, cradling flowers and herbs while adding a silvery sparkle to your garden. I remember visiting my Aunt Ruth's farm when I was a child. Near the kitchen door, she kept a row of battered metal tubs, each one planted with something different: basil, mint, cherry tomatoes, and a riot of nasturtiums spilling over the edges. She liked them because they were easy to move when the weather turned and they didn't crack like clay pots in the frost. But more than that, she said they reminded her of her mother, who had scrubbed laundry in a tub just like them under the shade of an oak tree. Galvanized tubs and buckets are surprisingly practical for gardeners of all abilities. They're lightweight compared to stone planters, which means you can shift them into the sun or shade without straining. If bending low to the ground is hard, you can place them on an old bench stack, too, for extra height. Or even mount smaller buckets along a fence so your plants grow at waist level. That way, tending to your flowers or herbs becomes a pleasure, not a chore. You can plant almost anything in them. Imagine a deep tub filled with lavender, its soft purple blooms nodding in the breeze, or a pair of buckets overflowing with bright geraniums flanking your porch steps. Herbs are especially happy in these containers because the metal warms quickly in the sun, encouraging growth. Just be sure to drill a few drainage holes in the bottom. You want your plants to drink, but not sit in water. The beauty of galvanized metal is that it doesn't demand polish or upkeep. In fact, a little rust along the rim or a few dents in the side only add to its story. You can even find tubs and buckets for just a few dollars at flea markets or estate sales. And if you're lucky enough to inherit one from a family member, it becomes more than just a container. It becomes a piece of your own history woven into your garden. When the light of late afternoon catches the curve of a metal tub and the flowers inside are lit like a painting, you'll see why these simple objects are so beloved. They remind us that beauty doesn't have to be fragile or fancy. Sometimes it's the things built to last and the hands that reuse them that bring the most warmth to a garden. When the sun dips low and the garden shifts from day to evening, lighting becomes the soul of the space. A rustic garden isn't just about how it looks in daylight, it's about the magic that comes alive when shadows lengthen and soft light begins to dance between leaves. Lanterns, string lights, and glowing mason jars can turn even the simplest corner into a place that feels warm, inviting, and almost enchanted. I'll never forget an evening at my friend Clara's home. She had invited a few of us for tea in her backyard, nothing fancy, just a summer get-together. As twilight came, she quietly lit a collection of lanterns along her stone pathway. Some were tall and elegant, others squat and dented, each holding a flickering candle. Overhead, strands of warm white string lights were draped from one tree to another, casting a gentle golden glow over our table. And on the small side table sat 3 mason jars filled with tiny battery-powered fairy lights, their glow reflecting off the glass like captured fireflies. We all lingered far longer than planned, wrapped in that soft light, and the feeling that we had stepped into another time. Lighting like this doesn't require expensive fixtures or complicated wiring. For those who prefer easy projects, battery-operated candles inside lanterns give the same flicker as real flames without the worry. String lights can be hung along a fence, around a pergola, or even wound gently through the branches of a tree. Mason jars, those humble kitchen staples, can be transformed into glowing orbs by dropping in a handful of LED fairy lights. You can hang them from hooks, set them on tables, or line them along a garden path. If lifting ladders or climbing isn't possible, you can still create beautiful lighting at arm's reach. Place lanterns at ground level, wrap lights around railings, or hang mason jars from a shepherd's hook planted in the soil. The key is to layer your light, a little glow here, a soft flicker there, so your garden feels like it's wrapped in a warm blanket. And here's the quiet truth about evening light: it changes how we experience our garden. In the daytime, we see colors, shapes, and textures. But at night, it's all about feeling. The soft glow invites conversation. It makes the air feel thicker with comfort. It turns a bench into a perfect place for a whispered story or a silent moment of gratitude. So the next time you find yourself outside as the sky deepens into indigo, light a lantern or two. Watch how the garden transforms, how it becomes less about the plants themselves and more about the way they hold and shape the light. That's the secret to rustic garden evenings. It's not just about seeing, it's about feeling. Some gardens are beautiful because of their flowers, while others tell a story through the objects they hold. Repurposed farm tools are a perfect example. Once they were the backbone of hard work, shovels, rakes, hoes, and scythes that dug into the soil and brought in the harvest. Today, they can have a second life, standing as both decoration and a quiet tribute to the hands that once used them. I remember visiting a rural bed and breakfast in Vermont, where the owner had transformed her grandparents' farm tools into a gallery of sorts. Along the side of the barn, she had mounted an old pitchfork next to a rusted spade, each one weathered by years of use. Between them hung a metal watering can filled with trailing ivy, its leaves spilling down like green ribbons. In the garden, an old wheel hoe stood among a bed of black-eyed Susans, not to work the soil anymore, but to keep watch over the blooms. Guests loved wandering the property, finding little surprises. A wooden rake leaning against a fence, a scythe hung high like a piece of sculpture. Using tools as decor doesn't mean losing their function entirely. A sturdy shovel head can be set into the ground and used as a plant marker, its blade painted with the name of your garden bed. A pitchfork can support climbing beans or morning glories. Even a broken hoe handle can be cut down and used as a rustic stake for potted plants. For those of us who value ease and accessibility, this kind of garden art is wonderfully simple. Most farm tools are tall enough to be seen from a distance, so you don't have to bend to appreciate them. You can lean them against walls, prop them in corners, or even arrange them in large planters for an eye-catching display. If they're rusty or splintered, all the better, it only adds to the rustic charm. Repurposed tools also spark conversation. Visitors often pause to ask about them, and that's when the stories come out about the summer you borrowed a neighbor's rake and forgot to give it back, or the hoe your grandfather used for decades before it broke. These objects become bridges to the past, linking today's garden to the hands and hearts that shaped the land before us. There's a certain poetry in letting something retire with dignity. Instead of hiding old tools away in a shed or tossing them out, you're giving them a new role, one that honors their history while adding character to your garden. In a world that moves so quickly, that kind of respect for what came before is a gentle reminder beauty is often found in what's been used, loved, and made to last. There's something deeply satisfying about a garden bed that's neatly contained, yet still feels like part of the natural landscape. Raised beds, especially when built from rustic materials like weathered wood or reclaimed crates, strike that perfect balance. They bring plants closer to your reach, keep things organized, and add a warm, old-fashioned charm that feels at home in any outdoor space. A few years back, I visited a small-town community garden where one of the older members, George, had designed his plot entirely from old apple crates. He'd found them stacked behind a local orchard, the wood gray and soft from years in the sun. Instead of cutting or reshaping them, he simply lined each crate with burlap, filled them with soil, and arranged them in rows. Herbs grew in some, lettuce and kale in others, and the ends of the crates were stenciled with the orchard's faded logo. It was as if each plant had its own little cabin, and walking between them felt like touring a tiny leafy village. Raised beds are especially kind to gardeners who want to work without straining their backs or knees. By elevating the soil, you can plant, weed, and harvest without constant bending. Crates work beautifully for this. They're often just the right height, and you can stack them if you want more lift. For larger raised beds, rough-hewn planks or salvaged boards can create frames that look as though they've always been part of the landscape. Even mismatched boards have their charm. Rustic style thrives on imperfection. You don't need a large yard to make this work. A few stacked crates on a sunny balcony can hold enough herbs and greens for fresh salads all summer. On a patio, a single raised bed can become a mini cutting garden for zinnias, marigolds, and cosmos. If mobility is a concern, placing raised beds close to a water source means less hauling of hoses or watering cans. What I love most about rustic raised beds and crate gardens is how they invite creativity. You can mix materials, maybe a bed framed with old barnwood, another built from corrugated metal, and a row of crates painted in soft, muted colors. You can tuck in a few decorative touches like a small sign with a hand-painted plant name or a flat stone with a carved design. And because each bed is contained, it's easy to keep things tidy without losing that gentle, relaxed feel. When you stand at the edge of a raised bed, brushing your hand over the tops of the plants, you're not just tending a garden. You're caring for a space you've shaped with your own vision and needs in mind. It's a reminder that gardening is as much about comfort and joy as it is about the harvest. And in a rustic garden, those two things often grow side by side. A rustic garden isn't only for planting and tending. It's for sitting, breathing, and simply being. And nothing says welcome quite like a cozy seating area, especially one with mismatched chairs, benches, and tables gathered over time. There's a special kind of beauty in furniture that doesn't match each piece with its own history, its own quirks coming together to create a space that feels lived in and loved. I once visited a friend named Jean, whose garden had a little corner shaded by a grapevine-covered pergola. Her furniture set was anything but matching: an old rocking chair she'd found at a yard sale, a wrought iron bench with peeling paint, and two sturdy wooden chairs from her parents' kitchen. A small round table, a repurposed sewing machine base topped with a slab of reclaimed wood, sat in the center. The chairs wore cushions in different fabrics and patterns, but somehow it all felt perfectly harmonious. She told me that guests often lingered there longer than they intended, lulled by the soft sway of the grape leaves overhead and the comfort of seats that had welcomed many before them. Creating a mismatched seating area is a joy for anyone who loves the hunt for unique pieces. You don't need to buy new. Thrift stores, flea markets, and even roadside finds can offer gems. A weathered bench might pair beautifully with a wicker chair, and an old milking stool can serve as a handy side table. The imperfections, a scratch here, a faded cushion there, are what make it charming. For those with limited mobility, it's worth choosing seats with sturdy arms and solid backs, making it easier to stand up and sit down comfortably. Adding thick, weather-resistant cushions can make any seat more inviting, and they're an easy way to introduce color and pattern to the space. You can also arrange your seating to suit your needs, perhaps in a circle for conversation or facing a favorite view of your garden. The key to mismatched charm is not forcing uniformity. Let each piece bring its own personality to the group. Over time, the collection will grow and change, just like your garden. You might swap a chair for a bench or add a small table when you find just the right one. Each change adds another layer to the story your garden tells. When you sink into a chair in such a space with a cup of tea in hand and the scent of flowers drifting by, you realize that perfection was never the goal. Comfort, warmth, and the quiet joy of being surrounded by things and plants you love. That's the real treasure. There's a certain joy in sharing your garden with more than just plants. Birds bring life, music, and movement, turning even the quietest corner into a place of gentle activity. Rustic birdhouses, feeders, and baths not only welcome them in, but also add character and charm to your outdoor space. Over time, these small touches can transform your garden into a haven for feathered visitors, and a sanctuary for you as well. I once spent a summer visiting my neighbor Ruth's porch nearly every morning. She had a cluster of handmade birdhouses mounted along her fence, each one different, some built from scraps of barnwood, others from old tin cans or teapots. A shallow stone bird bath sat under the shade of a lilac bush, where robins and sparrows splashed in the cool water. She kept a rustic wooden feeder filled year-round, and she knew every regular visitor by sight. "That cardinal comes for breakfast at exactly 8, she'd say, smiling as if she were speaking of an old friend. The beauty of rustic bird accessories is that they can be as simple or elaborate as you wish. A weathered gourd with a small entrance hole can serve as a home for wrens. A chipped enamel bowl set on a stand makes a perfectly charming bird bath. Even a bundle of twigs tied with twine and hung from a branch can offer shelter in the winter. If you prefer easy maintenance, choose feeders that are easy to refill and clean without bending or lifting too much. Placement is important both for the bird's safety and for your enjoyment. Birdhouses should be tucked in quiet spots away from too much foot traffic, while feeders and baths are best placed where you can watch them from a window or your favorite chair. This way you can enjoy the show without disturbing your guests. For those with limited mobility, a hanging feeder on a shepherd's hook or a raised bird bath makes tending easier. You can even cluster birdhouses at varying heights on a single post for a layered, eye-catching display. Over time, weather will give these pieces a soft-age patina that blends beautifully with the rest of your garden. And perhaps the most wonderful thing about inviting birds into your space is the sense of companionship it brings. On days when the world feels still, a flash of color at the feeder or the sound of a gentle song can lift your heart. In a rustic garden, these moments remind us that beauty isn't only in what we grow, it's in what we welcome. There's something irresistible about furniture and decor that looks like it has lived a life before finding its way into your garden. Distressed paint and time-worn finishes bring that feeling instantly, the soft peeling of old layers, the faded hues kissed by sun and rain, the kind of patina you can't buy brand new no matter how hard you try. These surfaces whisper of seasons gone by and add warmth that's hard to fake. My friend Clara has a small side table that perfectly captures this charm. She found it at a yard sale, its original white paint chipped away to reveal soft blues and bare wood beneath. Instead of sanding and repainting, she left it exactly as it was, sealing it just enough to protect it from further damage. Now it sits beside her garden bench, holding a potted geranium and a stack of gardening magazines. Every guest who sits there runs their fingers over the tabletop, drawn to its texture like a familiar old quilt. You can create this look in many ways. Some pieces arrive in your life already perfectly aged, perhaps a chair from your childhood home or a bench you've had for decades. Others can be gently distressed with sandpaper, steel wool, or even the natural wear of outdoor living. Painted wood exposed to the elements will fade and chip over time, revealing layers of color that tell their own story. For those who prefer to avoid heavy projects, small items work just as well. A flower box with weathered paint, a lantern with a touch of rust, or a metal watering can with worn edges can all contribute to the look. You don't need to overhaul your whole garden. Sometimes a single well-loved piece is enough to set the tone. Distressed finishes also pair beautifully with plants. Soft greens and bright blooms stand out against muted age surfaces, making the colors seem richer and more vibrant. A chipped turquoise chair with a pot of yellow marigolds or a faded red bench surrounded by ivy becomes a picture worth pausing for. The best part is that this style asks nothing of you except to let time do its work. Instead of polishing away every imperfection, you welcome them. Instead of rushing to repaint, you watch as nature leaves its gentle marks. In a way, distressed paint is like a record of the seasons. Each layer, each crack a reminder that beauty often deepens as years pass. When you sit in a garden filled with these time-worn treasures, you can feel their quiet history surrounding you. And as you run your hand over their surfaces, you might realize that, like them, we've weathered the years and are all the more beautiful for it. Few things fit more naturally into a rustic garden than an old barrel. Whether once used for wine, whiskey, or rainwater barrels, carry with them a sense of craftsmanship and history. Their rounded shape and sturdy build make them wonderfully versatile. They can become tables, planters, or even charming water features that bring a gentle sound to your space. I once visited a vineyard that had transformed its retired wine barrels into outdoor tables. The tops were smoothed and sealed, but the sides still bore the marks of age stains from the wine iron bands streaked with rust. Set under a pergola, they were surrounded by mismatched stools, and each table held a small pot of rosemary or lavender. Guests lingered there, sipping drinks and enjoying the scent of herbs in the air. It felt effortlessly welcoming, as though the barrels had simply found a second life without leaving the vineyard. In the home garden, barrels can be adapted in countless ways. Cut one in half, and you have two large planters perfect for shrubs, tomatoes, or cascading flowers. Keep one whole, and it can serve as a rustic table beside your favorite chair. Add a round piece of glass or wood on top, and you've got a smooth surface for drinks or books while still keeping that barrel charm. If you love the soothing sound of water, a barrel makes an excellent base for a fountain. You can fit a simple pump inside, letting water trickle from a spout, or spill over stones into the barrel's basin. For those with limited mobility, placing the fountain at waist height makes it easy to maintain without stooping. Plus, the sound of water can transform even a small garden into a place of calm and reflection. Barrels are also practical. They can collect rainwater for garden use, reducing your reliance on hoses. A barrel tucked near a downspout with a spigot at the base can save countless trips to the faucet, especially if you use smaller watering cans or fill a nearby bucket. Part of their appeal is that barrels never look out of place. Their neutral tones and natural wood grain blend beautifully with flowers, stone, and greenery. Over time, the wood will silver in the sun, the metal will deepen in patina, and the whole piece will settle into the garden as if it had always been there. In a rustic space, an old barrel isn't just a container or a table. It's a reminder of the value in keeping what's sturdy and letting it serve again. And as it stands in your garden holding blooms, drinks, or flowing water, it quietly tells that story to anyone who visits. There's a certain romance in walking beneath an arbor heavy with blooms or sitting under the dappled shade of a pergola. These garden structures don't just provide shelter from the sun, they frame the space, guiding the eye upward and creating a sense of enclosure that makes a garden feel like a room without walls. In a rustic setting, they're often built from simple materials and softened over time by the plants that embrace them. I remember visiting a small countryside inn where the entrance was marked by a weathered wooden arbor. Every summer, climbing roses wound their way up each post and spilled over the top in cascades of pink and cream. Guests would pause before walking through, not just to admire the flowers, but because the archway felt like a threshold into another world. The owner told me she had built it herself from reclaimed barnwood, never bothering to sand away the rough edges. The roses do the decorating, she said with a smile. Pergolas offer a similar magic, but on a larger scale. With 4 posts and a crossbeam roof, they create a shaded retreat perfect for a table and chairs or a pair of comfortable loungers. In a rustic garden, the beams might be thick, hand-hewn logs or simple untreated lumber that weathers to a silvery gray. Vines like wisteria, honeysuckle, or even grapevines can be trained to climb the posts and weave through the overhead slats, giving you not just shade, but fragrance and seasonal color. For those with limited mobility, a pergola or arbor can bring plants right up to your level. Instead of bending to tend to ground-level beds, you can prune, train, and admire blooms while standing or sitting comfortably. These structures also provide support for hanging baskets or lanterns, adding to their versatility. Building one doesn't have to be complicated. A simple arbor can be assembled from just a few sturdy posts and crosspieces, and even a modest pergola can be created with basic tools. If heavy lifting isn't possible, you might enlist a friend or family member to help with the frame, then enjoy the pleasure of planting and decorating it yourself. The real magic happens as seasons pass. Wood takes on a soft patina, vines grow thicker, and the whole structure feels like it has always belonged. When you sit beneath a pergola on a warm afternoon with light filtering through leaves and the air scented by blossoms, you understand why these features have been part of gardens for centuries. They don't just add beauty, they create a place to linger, to talk, and to breathe. Few things say welcome quite like a basket overflowing with flowers. There's a warmth to woven baskets, the texture of the fibers, the way they curve naturally, that makes them feel right at home in a rustic garden. They remind us of simpler times when baskets carried fresh vegetables from the garden or wildflowers from a morning walk. Now they can bring that same charm to your porch patio or garden path. I once visited a small lakeside cottage where the porch rail was lined with woven baskets of all shapes and sizes. Some hung from sturdy hooks, others rested on old stools or wooden crates. One basket held trailing lobelia in a waterfall of blue, another was packed tight with cheerful yellow pansies, and yet another spilled with fragrant lavender. The homeowner told me she switched out the flowers with the season's mums and autumn evergreens in winter, so the baskets were never empty. Using baskets for plants is wonderfully versatile. You can line them with burlap or a plastic liner to hold soil, or simply drop in a potted plant for easy changes. For those who want to avoid heavy lifting, smaller baskets can be arranged at table height or hung from railings so the blooms are right at eye level. Hanging baskets can frame an entryway, while larger floor baskets can soften the corners of a patio. What makes baskets so appealing is their adaptability. They can be as neat or as wild as you like. A tightly packed arrangement of petunias feels cottage perfect, while a loose mix of wildflowers and greenery looks as if it were gathered fresh from the meadow. And unlike rigid planters, baskets have a warmth in their very texture, whether they're made from willow rattan or even repurposed rope. Baskets also allow for quick changes when inspiration strikes. You might swap out spring tulips for summer begonias, or add a few sprigs of fresh herbs to a basket near your kitchen door. They're easy to move when you want to refresh your space or protect delicate plants from a sudden frost. Over time, the baskets themselves will weather, softening in color and texture, and that's part of their beauty in a rustic garden. Even when they're a little frayed or faded, they carry the memory of seasons past. Standing in such a space, surrounded by blooms held in these humble containers, you can't help but feel a quiet sense of homecoming, as if each basket has been waiting just for you. Old signs have a way of catching the eye and stirring the heart, especially when they carry the faded lettering and gentle wear of years gone by. In a rustic garden, vintage signage can be both decorative and functional, marking a path, naming a planting bed, or simply adding a touch of whimsy. Whether it's a hand-painted board you've made yourself or a piece rescued from a flea market, these signs bring personality and storytelling into your outdoor space. I once visited a roadside farm stand in the Midwest where the owner had dotted her garden with old signs she'd collected over the years. A faded fresh eggs board leaned against the chicken coop, an enamel tomatoes sign rested near the vegetable patch, and a weathered arrow pointed toward the orchard. None of them matched, and that was the charm. Each sign felt like a snippet of a story from another time. Making your own hand-painted signs can be a delightful and accessible project. You don't need perfect handwriting or an artistic background. A scrap of wood, a bit of leftover paint, and a steady afternoon are all it takes. Words can be as simple as "Herb's welcome" or "garden," or you might add a favorite quote to greet visitors. For those who prefer not to bend or stoop, signs can be mounted on stakes at waist height or hung on walls and fences. If you enjoy the thrill of a treasure hunt, keep an eye out for old advertising boards, enamel plaques, or metal farm signs at yard sales and thrift stores. Even signs with rust-chipped paint or faded lettering blend beautifully into a rustic garden, their imperfections adding authenticity. Signage can also serve practical purposes. Marking plant varieties, identifying seating areas, or labeling tool storage not only adds charm, but also helps keep things organized. In community gardens, hand-painted boards can mark individual plots, giving each gardener a personal touch in the shared space. What I love about vintage and handmade signs is the way they spark conversation. Visitors often stop to read them, ask where they came from, or share memories of similar pieces from their own past. Each sign becomes a little storyteller, connecting your garden to a wider world of people and places. Over time, the signs themselves will weather and fade, but rather than diminishing their beauty, it deepens it. Much like the garden around them, they will change with the seasons, a little more worn, a little more softened, until they seem as much a part of the space as the flowers and trees. And when you walk among them, you'll feel surrounded not just by plants, but by stories. There's something timeless about sitting around a fire as the evening cools. The flicker of flames, the soft crackle of wood, the way light dances across familiar faces, it all invites conversation and comfort. In a rustic garden, a stone fire pit can become the heart of the space, drawing people together in every season. I once spent an autumn evening in my cousin Henry's backyard, where he had built a simple fire pit from stacked river stones. It wasn't perfect or polished. The stones were uneven, some moss-covered, others chipped, but that only made it more beautiful. A circle of mismatched chairs surrounded it, and on the table nearby sat a basket of wool blankets for guests to wrap themselves in. As night fell, we roasted marshmallows, sipped cider, and watched sparks float into the dark sky. The fire kept us warm, but it was the company and the setting that made the night unforgettable. Building a rustic fire pit doesn't require heavy machinery or a large budget. For those who prefer light labor, even a small contained design can be made with stacked stones or bricks arranged in a circle. Pre-made metal inserts can keep the fire safely contained and make cleanup easier. If mobility is a concern, the seating can be arranged so that guests don't have to navigate uneven ground, and the pit itself can be raised slightly to reduce bending when tending the fire. A fire pit offers more than just warmth. In spring, it's the perfect spot to enjoy cool evenings. In summer, it extends the hours you can spend outdoors. In autumn, it makes the crisp air feel welcoming rather than chilly. Even in winter, a fire pit can create a gathering place for hot drinks and quiet conversation under the stars. Adding a few rustic touches around the pit enhances the atmosphere, perhaps a ring of stones set into the ground, lanterns placed on nearby logs, or a rough-hewn wooden bench draped with a throw. Keep firewood stacked neatly nearby in a vintage metal bin or an old crate, and the space will always be ready for an impromptu gathering. What I love most about a fire pit is its ability to slow time. People tend to linger when there's a fire drawn by its glow, and the feeling that the world beyond can wait a little while. It turns your garden into a place where stories are told, laughter is shared, and moments are savored. And in a rustic setting, it feels like the fire has always been there, a quiet, steady presence at the center of the garden's life. An old door standing in the middle of a garden might sound strange at first, but in a rustic space, it feels like a portal to another world. Likewise, a weathered window frame stripped of its glass can become a frame for flowers, vines, or even the open sky. These pieces, rescued from houses that no longer stand or from flea market stalls, bring instant character and a sense of mystery to your outdoor space. I once visited a friend named Louise who had leaned a pale green paint chip door against her garden fence. She'd mounted a small wooden shelf halfway up the door, just wide enough for a pot of red geraniums. Above it, she had hung an old iron doorknob purely for decoration, though it looked as though you could turn it and step into another place entirely. Nearby, an empty window frame hung from a tree branch, framing the view of her wildflower patch like a living painting. Using doors and windows in the garden doesn't require heavy work. They can be propped against walls, fences, or even staked gently into the soil for stability. If bending or lifting is a concern, smaller frames are easier to handle and can be hung at eye level. You can leave the wood bare to weather naturally or paint it in soft, muted colors to match your space. Doors and windows can also serve functional roles. A solid old door can act as a windbreak for delicate plants, while a large window frame fitted with wire mesh can support climbing vines like sweet peas or morning glories. For those who enjoy seasonal decorating, these pieces make perfect backdrops for wreaths, hanging baskets, or strings of lights. The beauty lies in how they blend the past with the present. Every chip in the paint, every rusted hinge hints at a story who might have passed through that door or looked out that window. In a rustic garden, these pieces remind us that life is layered. The old makes way for the new, but still leaves its mark. When the afternoon sun filters through an empty window frame, casting patterned shadows on the grass, or when a climbing rose drapes itself over the edge of an old door, the effect is both nostalgic and quietly magical. It's as if your garden has found a way to hold on to time, inviting the past to linger alongside the flowers of today. There's something deeply soothing about the gentle sway of a swing or hammock in the garden. These pieces invite you to slow down, to feel the breeze on your skin, and to simply be present. In a rustic setting, wooden swings and fabric hammocks become more than just seating. They're places where memories are made. I remember visiting my grandmother's old farmhouse as a child. A wide wooden swing hung from the sturdy branch of an oak tree in the front yard. The seat was worn smooth from years of use, and the ropes creaked slightly with every sway. We'd sit there on warm afternoons, sipping lemonade and watching the world go by. It wasn't just a swing. It was a gathering place for quiet talks, daydreams, and the occasional giggle when someone pushed a little too high. In a garden today, a rustic swing can be as simple as a wooden plank seat hung from thick rope, or as elaborate as a bench-style swing under a pergola. Hammocks, too, come in many styles, from hand-woven cotton to durable weather-resistant fabrics, and can be strung between trees posts, or even mounted on a freestanding frame for flexibility. For those with limited mobility, these can still be accessible. A bench swing with a solid back and armrests offers support, making it easier to sit and stand. Hammocks with spreader bars keep the fabric open, so getting in and out feels less like balancing on a wobbly cloud. Placing them at a comfortable height and in a shaded spot ensures they're inviting at any time of day. Rustic swings and hammocks also invite creativity in how they're styled. A few outdoor cushions, a light throw blanket, or even a small side table nearby for tea or a book can turn them into a personal retreat. Positioning them to face a view, whether it's your flower beds, a pond, or just a cluster of potted plants, makes them a place where you naturally want to linger. The magic of these pieces isn't just in their comfort, but in the way they shift your pace. A swing's gentle motion slows your thoughts. A hammock cradles you until the edges of the day blur. And in a rustic garden, they become timeless, always ready to hold you when you need a moment of stillness, yet always part of the life and laughter that fills the space. There's a reason clay pots have been used for centuries. They're simple, sturdy, and beautiful in their honesty. In a rustic garden, they bring a grounded, earthy quality that feels both practical and charming. Whether they're lined up neatly along a path or scattered casually among the flower beds, clay pots seem to belong wherever you place them. I once visited a friend's mountain cottage where the front steps were flanked by stacks of terracotta pots in all sizes. Some were new and smooth, others weathered with moss growing along the rims. Each held something different: a pot of fragrant basil, a cluster of red geraniums, a spill of trailing ivy. She told me she loved how they aged naturally, gaining more personality each season without any effort at all. Clay pots are also wonderfully versatile. They suit every plant from herbs and succulents to small trees and roses. They're easy to rearrange, making it simple to refresh your garden's layout or move plants into better sunlight. For those with limited mobility, grouping them at table height on a bench or shelf saves bending, and smaller pots can be carried one at a time without strain. Their porous nature means clay pots breathe, allowing moisture to evaporate more quickly than in plastic containers, a benefit for plants that prefer drier roots like lavender or rosemary. Over time, they develop a soft patina of mineral deposits and moss that blends beautifully with a rustic setting. You can even encourage this aged look by rubbing the surface with yogurt or moss slurry, letting nature do the rest. Mixing shapes and sizes adds depth and interest. A tall pot with a small olive tree can anchor a grouping, while smaller pots filled with pansies or thyme fill in around it. You can also use clay pots in creative ways as candle holders for outdoor tables, stacked into vertical planters or tipped on their sides to let flowers spill out as if they've escaped their container. What I love most about clay pots is their ability to age gracefully. Like the best rustic garden elements, they only get better with time. A chip here, a crack there, nothing that lessens their usefulness, but rather something that adds to their story. And when you pass by a grouping of them, warm from the sun and alive with blooms, you can't help but feel a quiet connection to gardeners who've done the same for generations. Few sights are as enchanting as a wall or fence draped in green vines or flowering branches. Climbing roses and ivy can transform a plain structure into something straight out of a countryside painting, softening harsh lines and weaving your garden together with color and texture. In a rustic space, they lend a sense of age and permanence, as if the plants have been there for decades, quietly watching the seasons pass. I once visited an old stone cottage where the front wall was almost entirely hidden by blush pink climbing roses. In early summer, the blooms tumbled over themselves in clouds of petals, their scent carrying on the breeze. The owner told me the roses had been planted by her grandmother, and she never pruned them too strictly, preferring their wild, generous growth. Around the back, ivy had claimed an entire section of the wall, its leaves shifting from deep green in summer to rich red in autumn. Climbing plants are perfect for adding vertical beauty without taking up much ground space. Roses bring romance and fragrance, while ivy offers evergreen coverage year-round. Both can disguise worn fences, old sheds, or even an unattractive wall, making them part of the garden's charm rather than an eyesore. For those with limited mobility training, these plants along a trellis or wire frame at chest height makes tending them easier, reducing the need to bend or reach high. When choosing climbing roses, look for varieties known for vigor and fragrance, such as New Dawn or Eden. They're forgiving and reward you with abundant blooms. Ivy, on the other hand, is nearly maintenance-free once established, though it's wise to keep it trimmed so it doesn't overtake nearby plants. Supporting structures can be as rustic as you like: a simple wooden trellis, an old iron gate, or even a repurposed ladder leaned against a wall. Over time, the plants will weave themselves into the frame, creating a living piece of art. And if you want a seasonal shift, you can plant clematis alongside your roses, so when one finishes blooming, the other takes its place. What I love about climbing plants is how they change the feeling of a space. A bare wall becomes a backdrop for life. A fence turns into a storybook boundary. And each year, as the roses return or the ivy deepens in color, you're reminded that beauty can grow slowly, quietly, and without fanfare, yet still take your breath away. There's a deep satisfaction in surrounding yourself with pieces that bear the mark of human hands. Handmade pottery and ceramics bring that feeling into the garden in a way few other materials can. Their subtle imperfections, the slight ripple in a glaze, the way a lip curves, just so add warmth and individuality that mass-produced items can't match. In a rustic space, they blend beautifully with woodstone and greenery, lending texture and artistry to the simplest corners. I once visited a potter's home in the countryside where every planter, bird bath, and decorative bowl had been shaped on a wheel just a few yards away in her workshop. Some were smooth and glossy in soft earth tones, while others bore textured patterns pressed from leaves and flowers before firing. She told me she never aimed for perfection, only for pieces that felt like they belonged outdoors. A wide, shallow bowl planted with moss sat on her porch railing, catching the morning dew. A tall, narrow vase held cut stems of foxglove and delphinium by her garden gate. In your own garden, handmade ceramics can take many forms. Planters' urns, water bowls for birds, or even sculptural accents tucked among the plants. For those who like to change their displays with the seasons, ceramics are easy to move and rearrange. Smaller pieces can be grouped on tables or shelves, while larger ones can anchor a corner or frame an entryway. If you don't make pottery yourself, local markets and craft fairs are wonderful sources for one-of-a-kind finds. Each piece you bring home carries not only its own charm, but also the story of its maker. And because ceramics come in a wide range of sizes and weights, you can choose items that are easy for you to handle. One of the loveliest things about pottery in the garden is how it weathers. Over time, glazes soften unglazed surfaces, gather a light film of moss, and the colors mellow under sun and rain. Instead of losing their appeal, they gain a quiet elegance that feels right at home in a rustic setting. Handmade pottery is more than just decoration. It's a bridge between the natural and the human-made. The clay comes from the earth, shaped by skill and care, then returned to the open air to live among flowers, trees, and soil. When you place such a piece in your garden, you're adding not just beauty, but a little piece of someone's craft and spirit, making your space all the richer for it. The textures we bring into our gardens matter just as much as the plants themselves. Natural fabrics like burlap, linen, and cotton add a softness that balances stone, wood, and metal. In a rustic garden, these textiles not only look beautiful, but also feel inviting, encouraging you to settle in and stay a while. I once visited a friend's back porch where the seating was dressed in linen slipcovers, the cushions wrapped in faded floral cotton, and the table draped with a simple burlap runner. The mix felt casual, yet thoughtful, as if the fabrics had been gathered over time from different places. She told me some were repurposed from old curtains and tablecloths, while others had been picked up at thrift shops. Nothing matched perfectly, and that was the charm. The colors and textures felt as natural as the breeze drifting through. Burlap is especially versatile outdoors. It can be used for table runners, potted plant wraps, or even as a breathable cover to protect seedlings from harsh sun. Linen brings a touch of elegance with its soft drape and muted tones, perfect for cushions or shade cloths over a pergola. Cotton, sturdy yet soft, works well for picnic blankets, slip covers, and decorative pillows that can be swapped out seasonally. For those with limited mobility, these fabrics are easy to work with. They're lightweight, simple to wash, and can be layered to create comfort without heavy lifting. A single cotton throw over a chair can transform it into a cozy reading spot, while a burlap cloth over a pot instantly gives it a rustic facelift. Natural fabrics also age gracefully. Sunlight will fade them, rain will soften them, and over time they take on the relaxed look that suits a rustic garden perfectly. And because they're breathable, they stay comfortable to the touch even in warm weather, unlike some synthetic materials. If you enjoy crafting, these fabrics offer endless possibilities. You might sew simple cushion covers from old tablecloths, stitch a set of napkins from linen remnants, or make a casual hammock from sturdy cotton canvas. Even without sewing, you can drape burlap as a backdrop for potted plants, or tie strips of fabric to a trellis for a touch of color and movement in the wind. In a rustic garden, natural fabrics do more than decorate. They soften the space, making it feel like an extension of your home. They invite you to sit, to touch, and to linger. And in the quiet moments, with the fabric brushing your fingertips and the garden humming softly around you, you'll know that comfort can be as simple as a well-placed piece of cloth. One of the simplest ways to give your garden a rustic, harmonious feel is through color. Muted, earthy tones, soft greens, warm browns, Gentle creams and dusky blues blend seamlessly with the natural world. These colors don't shout. They whisper, creating a peaceful backdrop where flowers, textures, and stories can shine. I once visited a hillside garden where every element seemed to belong together without being overly matched. The wooden benches had faded to silvery gray. The clay pots wore a pale blush of mineral stains, and the painted trellis was a soft sage green. Even the cushions on the chairs were in mellow hues of oatmeal and dusty rose. The effect was calming, as though the entire garden had been painted with a single gentle brush stroke. Choosing an earthy palette doesn't mean your garden will lack vibrancy. Instead, it lets your plants take center stage while everything else supports them quietly. Think of a backdrop of warm beige or muted gray against which bright zinnias or golden marigolds can truly glow. Weathered terracotta, unpainted wood, and soft textured fabrics all contribute to this layered, natural look. For those updating existing furniture or planters, a coat of matte paint in a muted tone can transform them instantly. Sage green soft taupe or even a smoky blue can tone down shiny finishes and help them settle into the landscape. You might also introduce color through accessories, cushions, table linens, or even painted signs, choosing shades that feel like they belong to the earth rather than standing apart from it. This palette is also forgiving. Dirt and wear blend in naturally, making it easier to keep things looking tidy without constant upkeep. Over time, sun and weather will soften the colors, further enhancing the rustic character. If mobility is a concern, this approach is especially helpful because it focuses more on thoughtful choices than on heavy physical changes. Simply swapping out a few bold modern colors for softer nature-inspired ones can change the atmosphere of your garden without major effort. Muted earthy tones also create a sense of continuity. Whether you're looking from the porch, walking along a path, or glancing out a window, the garden feels like one connected, flowing space. And when you sit down in the middle of it, all surrounded by shades that echo the soil, the leaves in the sky at dusk, you feel anchored, part of something bigger and more enduring than a single season. In a world that often pushes for perfection, there's something freeing about letting a garden loosen its edges. Rustic charm thrives in a space that's a little untamed, where daisies lean into the path, where herbs spill over their containers, and where the grass grows just tall enough to sway in the wind. A slightly wild garden feels alive, like it's breathing alongside you. I once visited an elderly couple's property on the outskirts of town. Their flower beds were full, but not manicured foxgloves, mingled with hollyhocks, lavender pushed against the borders, and a few volunteer sunflowers stood tall where seeds had fallen the year before. The husband told me they never pulled every weed, believing some added texture and even helped attract pollinators. As we walked, butterflies flitted past and bees worked lazily among the blooms. It was less like a display and more like stepping into a shared space between people and nature. Allowing your garden to be a little wild doesn't mean abandoning it. It means guiding rather than controlling, planting in clusters instead of neat rows, letting climbers wander and mixing flowers with vegetables for a lived-in cottage feel. Wild edges can soften fences, fill in gaps, and welcome birds, bees, and other small visitors. For gardeners with limited mobility, this approach can be a gift. It reduces the pressure of constant upkeep, and instead of worrying about every stray stem, you can enjoy the beauty of what grows naturally. A self-seeding corner with wild flowers, a patch of clover in the lawn, or even a row of herbs allowed to bloom can make your garden richer in both life and color. The joy of a slightly wild garden is in its surprises. A plant might bloom earlier than expected, or a new flower might appear from a seed carried by the wind. These small gifts keep the garden feeling fresh and full of possibility. In the end, a rustic garden is less about control and more about connection. Letting it grow a little wild means letting it express itself, and in doing so, you may find it reflects something true about you too. Life, after all, is more beautiful when it's not perfectly trimmed. Dear friend, as we've wandered together through these ideas, from weathered wood and wild flowers to lantern light and soft fabrics, I hope you've begun to picture not just a garden, but a sanctuary. Rustic beauty isn't about perfection or matching every piece. It's about layers of life memory and care coming together to create a place that feels wholly your own. A rustic garden welcomes the old and the new in equal measure. An inherited clay pot, a thrifted bench, a handful of seeds scattered along a stone path, each element adds its own thread to the story. Over time, they weave together into something far richer than anything planned on paper. And the best part, you don't need endless energy or a big budget to create it. You just need a willingness to look at what's around you with fresh eyes and a little imagination. I've met gardeners in their 80s who work in short bursts, planting a few pots at a time, and others who prefer to simply sit among their blooms, watching the birds they've welcomed. Both have created spaces that speak of love and care. That's the heart of rustic gardening. It grows with you, adapting to your pace, your seasons, your joys. So as you look out at your own outdoor space, whether it's a sprawling yard or a small balcony, think of what could make it feel more like home. Maybe it's a lantern that flickers at dusk, a wooden crate brimming with herbs, or a patch of wildflowers that hum with bees in the summer. Start there and let your garden tell its own story. Your hands, no matter their age, still have the power to create beauty. Every pot you plant, every chair you place, every sign you hang becomes part of something living. And each time you step outside, you'll find not just a garden, but a reflection of your own heart and history waiting for you. Until next time, happy gardening, dear friend. May your days be filled with warm light, gentle breezes, and the quiet joy of watching life grow. On a quiet morning when the sun is still soft and the air smells faintly of damp earth, I like to walk to the edge of my garden with a cup of coffee. It's a ritual, a moment just for me to look over the little world I've built with my own 2 hands. Years ago, while wandering through Dollar Tree on an errand for dish soap, I spotted something that didn't seem important at first. A simple plastic trellis leaning shyly in the corner. It cost only $1, but in my mind, it was already a doorway to something beautiful. I imagined sweet peas curling around its frame or ivy spilling down in soft green ribbons. That trellis didn't just hold plants. It held the promise of transformation. Over the years, I've learned that beauty in the garden doesn't always come from big budgets or perfect plans. Sometimes it's born from a small idea, a bit of imagination, and a willingness to see possibility where others see plain plastic. Today, I want to share 20 ways you can turn these humble trellises into pieces of living art, each one carrying a little bit of your story. I still remember Mrs. Lambert, my neighbor from years ago, who tended a garden so fragrant you could smell it halfway down the block. She had a corner filled with sweet peas in every shade, soft pastels that seemed to sway in slow conversation with the wind. She once told me sweet peas are like people. Give them something to lean on, and they'll reach higher than you expect. That stayed with me. A Dollar Tree trellis can be that gentle support. For this idea, start by choosing a light-colored paint, something soft like cream or pale sage, to give the trellis a vintage look. Spray paint works well and keeps the project easy on the hands. Once dry, place the trellis in a large pot or a raised container. This makes it perfect for those of us who don't want to bend down to tend plants. Plant sweet pea seeds or seedlings at the base, and as they grow, use soft garden ties or even strips of old fabric to guide their vines up the frame. The magic comes as the weeks pass. Sweet peas grow quickly, and soon you'll have cascading blooms that perfume your porch or patio. If bending to pick them feels difficult, the elevated setup allows you to snip a few stems easily for a vase indoors. You might notice how their tendrils curl tightly around the trellis, almost like little hands holding on. There's a quiet lesson there about resilience and connection. I once gave a trellis like this already planted with sweet peas to a friend recovering from surgery. She told me that watching those flowers open gave her something to look forward to each morning. It reminded her that even when you're still and healing, life can grow around you in ways you didn't expect. This project isn't just about growing flowers. It's about growing a daily moment of joy. Every time you catch their scent on the breeze, you might think of someone who gave you kindness or someone you once encouraged to grow. That's the real beauty of the sweet pea story trellis. It holds more than plants. It holds memories. Tomatoes have a way of making a garden feel generous. There's nothing like picking a sun-warmed tomato right from the vine and tasting the burst of sweetness. But for many of us, especially as we get older, the heavy cages and constant bending can make tomato growing less enjoyable than it used to be. That's where the Dollar Tree trellis comes in, not as a traditional cage, but as a lightweight, senior-friendly tomato tower that's just as sturdy without all the strain. The first time I tried this, I used 3 trellises, each one leaned inward slightly and tied together at the top with soft rope. It formed a kind of pyramid frame that felt both airy and stable. Because the trellises are so light, I could carry them and set them up without help. I placed the whole structure in the center of a large raised bed so the tomatoes could climb upward instead of sprawling on the ground. The beauty of this setup is how easy it is to maintain. Instead of reaching down to prune or pick, you work at waist height as the plants grow taller. The open design lets sunlight and air reach every side, which helps prevent disease. If you want to give it more charm, you can paint the trellises a cheerful red or deep green before assembling something that blends with your garden's personality. One summer, my granddaughter visited and helped me plant cherry tomatoes at the base of the tower. She was only 8, but she took such pride in checking the vines each week to see how many tiny green marbles had turned into ruby gems. By August, we were picking bowl after bowl together, laughing as she tried to eat more than she carried. The trellis didn't just hold tomatoes, it held those summer memories in place. If you've been avoiding tomatoes because the upkeep feels like too much, this project might change your mind. It's lightweight, easy to assemble, and just tall enough to make picking a pleasure again. And every ripe tomato you taste will be a reminder that sometimes the simplest tools and the simplest changes can bring back the joy of something you thought you'd outgrown. Not everyone has a sprawling backyard, but that doesn't mean you can't grow something fresh and fragrant right where you live. I learned this lesson years ago when I moved into a small apartment with a narrow balcony. Space was tight, but the craving for fresh herbs in my cooking never went away. That's when the idea for a trellis herb wall was born, and a Dollar Tree trellis turned out to be the perfect starting point. Begin by choosing a trellis size that fits your balcony wall or railing. Because balcony gardening often means dealing with limited floor space, this project uses vertical growing to your advantage. Lay the trellis flat and attach a row of lightweight hanging planters or small metal pails, also from Dollar Tree, using zip ties or S-hooks. Be sure they're shallow enough to keep the total weight manageable. Line each container with a bit of landscape fabric before filling with potting mix to keep soil from spilling out during watering. Now comes the fun part, choosing your herbs. For tea lovers, I recommend peppermint chamomile and lemon balm. For cooking, go with basil, thyme, rosemary, or parsley. Plant them close enough so that when they grow, the green leaves fill in the trellis spaces like a living tapestry. This arrangement keeps your herbs at eye and hand level, so no kneeling or bending is required. One of my fondest memories from this setup was the first time I made fresh mint tea in the morning. I stepped out barefoot onto the balcony, the city still quiet, and pinched off a few sprigs of peppermint. The leaves released their cool, sharp scent instantly, and by the time I poured hot water over them, my whole kitchen smelled like a summer garden. Over time, you'll find that an herb wall becomes more than a source of fresh flavor. It becomes a daily ritual. Whether you're snipping basil for pasta or rosemary for roasted vegetables, you're connecting with something alive and seasonal, even in the smallest space. And every time a neighbor walks by and says, "That smells amazing," you'll feel that quiet pride of turning an ordinary wall into a living, breathing pantry. There's a certain magic in walking under an archway of roses. The first time I experienced it was in a small countryside wedding garden, the kind where the air is thick with the scent of petals and the sunlight filters through clusters of blooms like stained glass. That memory stayed with me for years, and one day I decided to recreate a smaller, simpler version right in my own yard. All it took was 2 Dollar Tree trellises, a bit of creativity, and some climbing roses. For this project, choose a narrow pathway or the entrance to a garden corner. Position 1 trellis on each side, anchoring them securely in the soil or raised bed. You can even place them in large weighted pots if you're working on a patio. At the top, connect the 2 trellises with lightweight crossbars. PVC pipe painted to match works beautifully, forming a soft arch. This design keeps everything light enough to manage without heavy lifting. When selecting your roses, look for climbing or rambling varieties. I chose a blush pink climber called New Dawn for its gentle fragrance and soft color. In the first year, the plants will need a little guidance. Use soft garden ties to help them weave through the trellis grid. By the second summer, you'll be rewarded with cascades of blooms overhead. One of my favorite moments came when my sister visited and walked through the arch for the first time. She stopped mid-step, closed her eyes, and breathed deeply, saying it reminded her of our grandmother's garden. It struck me then this wasn't just an archway. It was a bridge between past and present. The beauty of this design is that it can transform even the smallest garden path into something extraordinary. It invites you to slow down, to pause for a moment under its canopy, and perhaps to remember the places and people who first taught you to love flowers. And in a world that rushes forward so quickly, a rose archway might be just the kind of gentle reminder we need to linger a little longer. There was a summer when my backyard felt just a bit too exposed. The neighbor's kitchen window overlooked my patio, and though they were lovely people, I longed for a space that felt more like my own. That's when I discovered the power of $3 tree trellises, a few hinges, and the magic of seasonal decorating. Start by laying 3 trellises side by side on a flat surface. Using small outdoor hinges, connect them so they fold like a room divider. This makes the screen easy to move and store when not in use. You can paint them a neutral color to work with any decor, or leave them their natural shade and let the decorations change with the seasons. In summer, I wove silk greenery and bright faux flowers through the trellis openings, creating a lush wall behind my seating area. Come autumn, I swapped them for garlands of orange leaves, tiny pumpkins, and even a string or two of warm amber fairy lights. Winter brought evergreen branches, pine cones, and a soft dusting of artificial snow, while spring was all about pastel blooms and fluttering ribbons. One afternoon last fall, I sat outside with a blanket and cup of tea, the privacy screen glowing with little copper lights. A light breeze carried the faint scent of cinnamon from a candle on my table, and I remember thinking, this is my sanctuary. It wasn't just about blocking a view, it was about creating a backdrop that changed with my mood, and the seasons a reminder that beauty can evolve as life does. What I love most about this project is how personal it becomes. You can make it as bold or as subtle as you like, using items that reflect your style or tell your story. And when the year comes full circle, folding it up and starting fresh feels a bit like turning the page to a new chapter in your garden story. One of the most enchanting corners of my garden appeared almost by accident. I had more cucumber seedlings than I had space for, so I decided to experiment with bending $2 tree trellises into an arch over my raised bed. What started as a practical way to give the vines more room turned into a shaded green tunnel that felt like stepping into another world. To create your own place, 2 trellises on opposite sides of a raised bed, arching them toward each other until their tops meet. Secure them with zip ties or lightweight wire where they touch. Because the trellises are light, this can be done without straining. You might only need a small step stool for the center connection. Plant cucumber seeds or seedlings along both sides of the bed, and as they grow, guide the vines upward with gentle ties. By midsummer, the tunnel will be a living canopy of broad green leaves and dangling cucumbers. The shade it casts makes it surprisingly pleasant to work underneath, even on hot days. I've found that it's also a perfect nook for a small chair, a spot to shell peas, sip lemonade, or simply watch the bees at work. One July afternoon, my grandson crawled into the tunnel to hunt for cucumbers. He emerged with one in each hand, grinning from ear to ear the way only a child can when they feel they've discovered treasure. That's when I realized the tunnel wasn't just functional, it was an experience. It drew people in, slowed them down, and gave them a reason to linger. This project is ideal for anyone who wants to maximize growing space while adding a touch of whimsy. And at the end of the season, the trellises can be taken apart and stored flat, ready to become something entirely new next year. It's proof that even the most practical solutions can turn into pure garden magic with a little imagination. Some evenings when the day's work is done and the sky begins to soften into dusk, I like to sit outside and watch the garden change its colors. That in-between time when daylight slips quietly into night is when a little bit of light can work wonders. A Dollar Tree trellis paired with a strand of solar-powered fairy lights can become a gentle glowing wall that turns any corner of your yard into a place of quiet magic. Start with a standard trellis, wood or plastic will do, and position it where you want the glow to be. whether that's behind a favorite bench at the edge of a patio or near a cluster of potted plants. Weave a string of outdoor fairy lights through the trellis grid, looping and draping them so the light catches in different places. Solar lights are ideal, especially if you prefer a soft, warm glow without the hassle of cords or outlets. For a layered effect, you can add a few trailing plants at the base, perhaps ivy petunias, or even faux garlands if you want year-round greenery. As the plants grow, the lights peek through the leaves like tiny fireflies caught in the vines. One summer evening, I hosted a small gathering for friends, and we sat beneath the light wall long after the plates were cleared. The fairy lights reflected in our glasses, and the conversation drifted easily between memories and dreams. Someone remarked that it felt like we were sitting inside a storybook. And in a way we were, because light has a way of turning ordinary spaces into places where moments linger. The best part: this project asks almost nothing from you once it's set up. The sun charges the lights by day, and each evening without fail they flicker on as if greeting you back to your own private little world. It's a reminder that even the smallest details can make a space feel loved and lived in. There was a winter a few years back when the cold seemed to stretch endlessly and the garden outside lay under a blanket of frost. I missed the sight of green so much that I decided to bring a little of it indoors. That's when a Dollar Tree trellis of all things became the centerpiece of my coziest corner. For this idea, choose a spot inside your home where you like to sit and unwind, maybe a reading nook by the window or a corner of your dining room. Stand the trellis upright in a weighted planter or secure it to a wall with removable hooks. Then gather a mix of trailing houseplants like pothos philodendron or string of pearls. Use soft ties to gently guide the vines upward and outward, letting some spill back down naturally. To make it even more inviting, weave a narrow strand of battery-operated fairy lights through the trellis before adding your plants. When lit in the evening, the trellis will glow softly, highlighting the leaves like little jewels. This setup doesn't just add greenery, it creates a sense of calm, like having a quiet garden tucked inside your home. One winter afternoon, I found myself sitting in that chair with a cup of chamomile tea, watching sunlight filter through the leaves. A neighbor dropped by, and as soon as she saw the plant wall, she paused mid-sentence. "It feels like spring in here," she said, smiling. That was the moment I realized this wasn't just decor. It was a mood lifter. The indoor plant corner screen is perfect for those who can't be outside as much as they'd like, whether due to weather mobility or simply a busy schedule. It brings a piece of the garden into your everyday life, reminding you that growth and beauty can thrive in any season, even when the world outside is resting. One of the greatest joys of gardening is the company it attracts. Birds with their curious eyes and fluttering wings bring a kind of life that can't be bought. I've always kept a feeder or two in the yard, but one year I decided to turn a Dollar Tree trellis into a dedicated bird feeding station, something both functional and lovely to look at. Start by anchoring the trellis in the ground near a window where you can easily watch the activity. If bending is a challenge, you can place the trellis in a large weighted pot on a table or raised platform. Using sturdy S-hooks or zip ties, attach a mix of small feeders at different heights. A shallow dish near the bottom can hold seed for ground-feeding birds, while hanging feeders above can attract finches, chickadees, and even the occasional hummingbird if you add a nectar bottle. To make the display even more appealing, plant a few bird-friendly flowers at the base. Think sunflowers, coneflowers, or black-eyed Susans. These not only provide extra food through seeds, but also create a natural, colorful frame for the trellis. Over time, you might notice butterflies joining the feast as well. One chilly morning last February, I sat by the window wrapped in a blanket watching a bright red cardinal hop from one feeder to another. A pair of goldfinches soon joined in, their yellow feathers glowing against the bare winter branches. For a moment, it felt like the garden was alive again despite the frost. That little trellis had become a stage for nature's performances, changing with the seasons and never asking for more than a refill of seed. The beauty of this idea is how it brings the garden to you. Even on days when you can't be outside for long, the trellis keeps you connected to the rhythms of the natural world, a reminder that in every season, something beautiful is still taking flight. Gardens are places where we grow more than plants. They're where we grow memories. Years ago, while sorting through a box of old family photographs, I found a picture of my grandfather standing proudly beside his first vegetable patch. His straw hat tilted just so his smile wide and unguarded. I wanted that feeling in my garden too, the connection between past and present. That's when I turned a Dollar Tree trellis into a memory wall. Start by choosing a trellis that will stand securely where you want it, perhaps along a garden path near a seating area or beside a favorite flower bed. Laminate your photographs or place them in waterproof sleeves to protect them from the elements. Using small clothespins, clips, or even twist ties, fasten the photos to the trellis grid. Mix in handwritten recipe cards, pressed flowers, or little notes to make it even more personal. For an extra touch, weave in small strands of faux greenery or seasonal blooms, so the display blends naturally into the garden. You can also string a few battery-powered fairy lights through the frame to make the memories glow softly in the evening. The first time I put mine together, I invited my children and grandchildren over for a small picnic. As we walked through the garden, they stopped in front of the trellis, pointing at the pictures. "That's you?" my grandson asked, staring at a photo of me as a little girl holding a watering can twice my size. We spent nearly an hour there, swapping stories about the people and moments in those images. What makes this project special is how it transforms your garden into more than a place of beauty. It becomes a living scrapbook. Each time you pass by, you're reminded of the roots you've planted, not just in soil, but in the hearts and lives of those you love. And in a way, that trellis holds the most important kind of growth there is. Sometimes a garden needs a little separation, not to keep anything out, but to create distinct rooms that make the space feel larger and more inviting. Morning glories with their vibrant trumpet-shaped blooms are perfect for this. They grow quickly, cover beautifully, and greet each day by opening their flowers to the sun. A Dollar Tree trellis can turn them into a living wall that gently divides your garden into charming sections. To begin, place 1 or 2 trellises where you'd like the division to be, perhaps between your vegetable patch and your seating area, or along the edge of a patio to create a more intimate corner. Secure them in the ground or in weighted planters for stability. Morning glories are climbing vines, so they'll happily twine themselves through the trellis without much coaxing, but you can help guide the first few stems to get them started. Choose your morning glory colors based on the mood you want to create. Soft blues and purples bring a calm, cool feeling, while bright pinks and reds add a cheerful, festive touch. By midsummer, the trellis will be draped in lush foliage and dotted with blooms that open with the dawn and close as the day warms. I remember the first year I tried this, I placed my morning glory divider between a bench and the rest of the yard. It quickly became my private retreat, a place to sip tea and read without feeling completely hidden, yet just tucked away enough to feel special. One morning, my neighbor peeked over and said she felt like she was looking at a secret garden scene from a storybook. The best part is that morning glories require minimal care once established, making them perfect for gardeners who prefer to spend more time enjoying their space than maintaining it. With each sunrise, your garden will greet you with a new wave of blooms, reminding you that beauty can be both bold and fleeting. And that's part of what makes it so precious. One of my favorite things about the changing seasons is how they bring new opportunities to decorate not just inside the house, but in the garden too. A Dollar Tree trellis can easily be transformed into a cheerful, ever-changing holiday greeting frame that welcomes guests before they even step through the door. Start with a standard trellis, either left in its original finish or painted a versatile color like white gold or deep green. Place it near your front porch garden gate or patio entrance where it will be clearly visible. For each holiday or season, switch out the decorations to match the occasion. In winter, drape it with evergreen garlands, twinkle lights, and a big red bow. For spring, weave in pastel ribbons, faux blossoms, and little wooden bird ornaments. Summer might call for seashell garlands, miniature flags, or sunflower accents, while autumn can shine with orange leaves, burlap bows, and clusters of faux pumpkins. This rotating decor system is not only budget-friendly, but also easy on the hands and back since the trellis stays in place all year. You're simply changing the accessories as the months pass. The process becomes a seasonal ritual, a way of marking time with creativity instead of just a calendar page. One year I decorated my trellis for Christmas with gold bells and soft white lights. A week later, my granddaughter stopped by after school. She stood in front of it eyes wide and said, "It looks like the door to a Christmas fairyland." In that moment, I realized that this little frame was more than just decoration. It was a mood setter, an invitation for joy before anyone even stepped inside. What I love most is that a holiday greeting frame allows you to share a piece of your heart with anyone who passes by. Whether it's neighbors walking their dogs, delivery drivers on a busy day, or friends arriving for a visit, that trellis offers a silent hello, one that changes with the seasons, but always says, "You're welcome here." Sometimes a trellis doesn't need plants at all to make a statement. A few summers ago, I had an old Dollar Tree trellis that was too flimsy for climbing vines, but I couldn't bring myself to throw it away. Instead, I decided to turn it into a piece of outdoor wall art, and it became one of the most commented on parts of my garden. To create your own, start by cleaning the trellis and sanding any rough edges if it's wooden. Choose a color palette that complements your garden, perhaps bright turquoise and sunny yellow for a cheerful pop, or deep teal and copper for a more elegant, weathered look. Acrylic outdoor paint works well, and you can even add stenciled patterns like leaves, flowers, or geometric shapes to the panels. Once painted, mount the trellis against a wall fence or even the side of a shed. You can enhance it by hanging small decorative items in the openings, wine chimes, ceramic tiles, or little mirrors that catch the sunlight. If you're feeling whimsical, weave in strips of fabric or ribbon that flutter in the breeze. I remember one afternoon when a neighbor stopped mid-walk, peering into my yard. "That's gorgeous," she said, pointing to the painted trellis. "It makes your fence look like it belongs in a gallery." I hadn't realized until then how art in the garden can lift the spirit just as much as a bed of flowers. The painted art trellis is perfect for those who want to add beauty without extra maintenance. It's also a wonderful option for shaded spots where plants may not thrive. And the best part is that it can change with your mood, repainted every few years for a fresh start, just like you would with an indoor accent wall. It's a reminder that a garden is not only a place for growth, but also for expression. There's a special kind of joy in creating something in the garden that feels like it was made just for children. Years ago, I wanted a project that would invite my grandkids outside, away from their screens and into a little world of their own. That's when I discovered that a few Dollar Tree trellises arranged just right could become a magical bean teepee. To make one, gather 4 to 6 trellises, depending on the size you want. Position them in a circle, leaning each inward so their tops meet at a point, and secure them together with zip ties or soft rope. This creates a tent-like frame that's tall enough for a child to crawl inside. Plant pole beans or even climbing peas around the base, spacing them so they'll eventually cover the entire structure in green. As the vines grow, they weave themselves into walls, and by midsummer, the teepee becomes a shady hideaway. You can place a small blanket or outdoor mat inside so the kids have a comfortable place to sit, read, or snack. If you want to make it even more inviting, hang a few lightweight decorations inside, like paper lanterns or wind chimes. One summer afternoon, I peeked out the kitchen window and saw my 2 granddaughters sitting cross-legged inside the bean teepee, shelling peas into a little bowl and whispering like they were guarding a secret. Later, they told me it felt like their own garden castle. That memory still makes me smile, and it reminded me that sometimes the simplest projects create the richest moments. The beauty of a bean teepee is that it offers both function and fun. The kids get a private little fort, and you get a vertical growing space for vegetables. And even after the season ends, the trellises can be untied and stored flat until it's time to build the castle again next year. Not every garden project needs deep soil or constant watering to shine. In fact, some of the most striking displays come from plants that thrive on neglect. A Dollar Tree trellis paired with a few shallow containers can become a vertical succulent wall that's as low maintenance as it is beautiful. To create one, start by attaching small lightweight planters or repurposed tins to your trellis using sturdy zip ties or metal hooks. Keep them shallow. Succulents don't need deep soil, and make sure there are drainage holes to prevent water from pooling. Fill the containers with a gritty, well-draining mix. Then choose a variety of succulents in different shapes and colors, rosettes of echeveria, trailing strings of pearls, or spiky haworthia for contrast. Position the trellis against a sunny wall or fence, or even prop it on an easel-style frame if you want to move it around. Because succulents grow slowly and need minimal watering, this project is easy on both your schedule and your body. A quick spritz every week or two will keep them happy, and in drier climates, they may even bloom with delicate flowers in the summer. One year I placed my succulent wall on the patio near my favorite chair. Friends who visited couldn't resist running their fingers lightly over the leaves, amazed by the variety of textures. One neighbor called it a quilt made of plants, and I think that description has stuck with me ever since. The succulent wall frame is perfect for anyone who wants garden beauty without the heavy upkeep. It's also a wonderful way to use a trellis in spaces where climbing plants might not thrive, like on a sunny balcony or a small courtyard. Best of all, it proves that a trellis doesn't have to be just a support. It can be the canvas for a living piece of art. There's something grounding about working with materials you've gathered yourself. On slow autumn walks, I often collect fallen branches and twigs, not with any plan in mind, but because I love the way each one tells a story of weather, wind, and time. One day, looking at a stack of them by my shed, I realized they could be woven into a Dollar Tree trellis to create a natural rustic screen that felt right at home in the garden. To make your own, start with a sturdy trellis as the base. Gather twigs and small branches of varying thickness, ideally ones that are already dry. Begin at the bottom of the trellis, weaving the twigs horizontally through the grid, alternating in front and behind each vertical bar. Don't worry about perfect alignment. Part of the charm is the uneven, handcrafted look. As you move upward, tuck in smaller branches to fill any gaps, letting some ends poke out slightly for a more organic feel. If you want extra durability, you can secure a few of the larger twigs with garden wire, though I often leave mine free so they can shift a little with the breeze. The result is a textured backdrop that works beautifully on its own, or as a support for lightweight climbing plants like sweet peas or nasturtiums. One crisp October afternoon, I finished weaving a trellis and leaned it against my fence. The sun was low and the light caught the curves and knots of each branch. My neighbor wandered over, coffee mug in hand, and said it looked like something out of an old countryside painting. That's when I realized I hadn't just made a garden feature, I'd brought a piece of the woods home with me. The rustic twig weave is perfect for adding warmth and texture to your garden without spending a cent. It's also a reminder that beauty often comes from what's already around us, waiting to be noticed and given a second life. Every time I pass mine, I think about the walks that gave me those branches, and the way the garden now holds a little bit of those quiet moments too. Some plants seem happiest when they're allowed to dangle and sway in the breeze, their blooms spilling over the edge like a waterfall. I've always loved hanging baskets, but finding a good spot to display several at once without drilling into walls or buying expensive stands can be tricky. That's when I realized a Dollar Tree trellis could become a vertical hanging basket rack, turning a single frame into a tower of color. To start, choose a trellis tall enough to hold at least 3 baskets at different heights. Anchor it securely in the ground or place it in a large weighted pot to prevent tipping. Using sturdy S-hooks, hang your baskets directly from the trellis grid, spacing them so each one has room to spill outward without crowding the others. This not only keeps your flowers visible from every angle, but also makes watering easier since you can tend to all of them in one place without bending or stretching too much. I like to mix trailing plants like ivy or lobelia with upright bloomers such as geraniums or petunias for a full layered look. In one particularly lush summer, I had a trellis with baskets overflowing in pinks, purples and whites, a vertical rainbow that caught the afternoon light. One afternoon, my friend Margaret came over for iced tea, and as we sat on the patio, she kept glancing at the trellis. Finally, she laughed and said, "That thing looks like it belongs in a magazine." What she didn't know was that the whole setup cost less than a nice dinner out, yet it brought me joy every single day. The hanging basket support is an ideal way to make a big visual impact without taking up much space. And the beauty of using a trellis is that you can rearrange the baskets anytime you want. Swap them seasonally, change the color palette, or replace spent blooms with fresh ones. It's a flexible, budget-friendly way to keep your garden looking lively from spring through fall. There are summer days when the sun feels almost too generous, beating down so strongly that even the hardiest plants start to wilt. I learned this the year I planted delicate lettuce in full sun, only to watch it bolt and fade far too soon. That's when I realized a Dollar Tree trellis could be more than decoration. It could be a simple movable frame for shade cloth to protect tender plants. To make one, place your trellis directly into the soil beside your raised bed or container garden. Clip lightweight shade cloth to the trellis with clothespins or binder clips, making sure it's draped loosely enough to allow air to flow, but still shield the plants from direct midday rays. The beauty of this setup is how easy it is to adjust. As the sun shifts during the day or as the season changes, you can move the trellis or reclip the cloth without heavy lifting. I remember using this trick during a heat wave when even my tomatoes were starting to curl their leaves. The moment I added the shade cloth, the plants seemed to sigh with relief. Within days, the lettuce leaves were perking back up and the soil stayed cooler and moist for longer. This project works especially well for seniors who want to keep gardening in the height of summer without the extra work of building permanent structures. It's also perfect for protecting young seedlings or shade-loving flowers that can't handle the full blaze of the afternoon sun. One of my neighbors tried it after seeing mine and told me later that it saved her first attempt at growing spinach. "I thought it was all going to shrivel up," she said, "but now I've got enough for salads every week." The shade cloth holder may be one of the simplest trellis projects, but it delivers a powerful reminder sometimes the smallest bit of care can make all the difference between struggling and thriving for plants and people alike. There's something deeply satisfying about combining beauty and comfort in the garden. Years ago, I found an old wooden bench at a yard sale, sturdy but plain. I decided to give it a touch of charm by attaching a Dollar Tree trellis to the back, turning it into a living seat framed with flowers. To create your own, choose a bench that can handle a little modification. Secure the trellis to the backrest using zip ties, brackets, or even heavy-duty staples depending on the material. Position the bench so the trellis faces a sunny or partially sunny spot. Then plant climbing flowers like clematis, black-eyed Susan vine, or even sweet peas at the base. As the plants grow, gently weave the stems through the trellis, creating a floral backdrop that changes with the seasons. The first year I tried this, I chose morning glories. By midsummer, the bench was framed in blue and purple blooms that seemed to open just as I came out with my coffee. Sitting there felt like being inside a garden picture frame, the flowers swaying gently above my head. It became my favorite reading spot, and more than once I caught myself daydreaming instead of turning the pages. This design isn't just pretty, it's also practical. The trellis adds height and privacy to the bench area, making it a cozy retreat. And because the flowers are right behind you, their fragrance drifts naturally around you without having to lean in for a sniff. Friends who visit often make a beeline for the bench, drawn by the way it seems to belong to its own little world. One even joked that it was the VIP seating of my garden. And perhaps it is not because it's grand or expensive, but because it turns a simple moment of sitting into something worth savoring. The trellis bench back is a wonderful reminder that even the most ordinary pieces of furniture can be transformed into something extraordinary with a little imagination and a few blooms. Sometimes the most charming corners of a garden don't lead anywhere at all, they simply invite you to imagine. That's the idea behind turning a Dollar Tree trellis into an upcycled gate illusion. I first tried this when I had a blank section of fence that felt uninspired, and now it's one of the most photographed spots in my yard. Begin by painting your trellis in a color that mimics aged wood or wrought iron. Perhaps a soft, weathered gray, mossy green, or matte black. Mount it against a fence or exterior wall at a height and position that feels like it could be a doorway. To enhance the illusion, you can attach decorative hinges and an old handle found at thrift stores or in your own hardware drawer so it looks like a real garden gate. Plant climbing flowers or vines at the base. Honeysuckle, climbing roses, or clematis work beautifully, and let them weave around the trellis to frame the gate. If you want a touch of whimsy, add a vintage sign or small wreath to the center. One summer, a friend came over and walked straight toward it thinking it might actually open. She laughed when she realized it was purely decorative, then stood there for a long moment saying, "It makes me feel like there's a secret garden just beyond." That's exactly the feeling I hoped it would create. This project is perfect for adding personality to otherwise plain spaces. It doesn't require heavy tools or constant maintenance, and it works in both large gardens and small patios. More than anything, the upcycled gate illusion reminds us that gardens aren't just about what grows, they're about the stories they tell. And sometimes the most delightful story is the one you can step into only in your imagination. Looking back over these 20 trellis transformations, I'm reminded of something my grandmother used to say. A garden is where you put your heart where others can see it. Whether it's a living wall of herbs, a rose arch that welcomes you home, or a whimsical gate that leads nowhere but into your imagination. Each idea is more than a project. It's a piece of yourself made visible. The beauty of using Dollar Tree trellises isn't just in their affordability, it's in their adaptability. They can be elegant or rustic, functional or purely decorative. They can stand proudly in a large yard or quietly in the corner of a balcony. They give us permission to experiment, to repurpose, and to keep adding layers to our space without fear of getting it wrong. I've found that the most memorable trellis projects aren't always the ones that turn out exactly as planned. Sometimes the plants grow in unexpected directions, or the paint fades to a softer shade than you imagined, and yet those little changes become part of the charm. Just like in life, the imperfect parts often hold the most character. If there's one lesson these projects have taught me, it's that creating beauty doesn't require youth, wealth, or perfect conditions. It requires attention, care, and a willingness to look at something ordinary, a simple plastic frame, and see possibility. Your garden will always reflect your hands, your history, and your hope. So, dear friend, which of these ideas speaks to you most? Maybe it's the quiet arch of roses, the laughter-filled bean teepee, or the shimmering wall of fairy lights. Whatever you choose, I hope it brings you joy, sparks your creativity, and gives you a space to rest and dream. Until next time, happy gardening, and may your trellis always lead you somewhere beautiful. Some mornings, the world seems to greet you with a softness you can almost hold in your hands. The air is gentle, the sunlight slips through the leaves in dappled patterns, and the first sip of tea feels like a quiet conversation with the day itself. This is the moment I imagine when I think of a patio, not just a patch of concrete or wood, but a little stage where your life's slow joys unfold. And here's the beautiful truth: you don't need to spend thousands or have a sprawling garden to create that feeling. What you truly need is a pinch of imagination, a dash of patience, and the willingness to let simple things shine. Over the years, I've watched neighbors turn thrift store finds, forgotten treasures, and humble plants into spaces that feel like they've stepped out of a magazine. And today, dear friend, I'd like to share with you 22 ideas that can make even the smallest patio look like a place of quiet luxury, all without straining your wallet or your back. Do you remember the first time you planted something and watched it reach upward toward the sun? There's a quiet poetry in the way plants climb, as if they're chasing the light with all the determination in the world. That same magic can happen on your patio, no matter how small, with a simple vertical trellis wall. I've seen them work wonders in spaces no larger than a hallway rug, turning plain, forgettable corners into lush, living artwork. You don't have to buy anything fancy. A weathered trellis panel from a yard sale, an old headboard with interesting lines, or even a sturdy piece of metal fencing can serve as your starting point. If you enjoy the hunt, check your local thrift stores, flea markets, or even curbside giveaways. Often what others see as scrap can become the very centerpiece of your garden. Once you have your trellis, think about placement. For seniors or anyone with limited mobility, it's best to secure it against a wall or fence at a comfortable height, no ladders needed. Choose lightweight, easy-to-manage plants like sweet peas, morning glories, or dwarf clematis, which don't require heavy pruning or constant fuss. If bending is tricky, plant them in raised containers right at the base, so you can water and tend without strain. One of my neighbors, Margaret, did exactly this. She had a narrow side patio she always thought of as the wasted space. With a salvaged white trellis and a few potted jasmine plants, she created a fragrant green wall that now greets her every morning. The scent drifts into her kitchen when the windows are open, and in the evenings, soft solar lights woven into the trellis turn it into something almost storybook-like. She told me it changed how she felt about her home, as if that little slice of beauty whispered a reminder that every space, no matter how overlooked, has potential. If you like the idea but want even more visual impact, paint your trellis before planting. A soft sage green blends beautifully with foliage, while a crisp white makes flowers pop. You can even attach small hanging baskets to the trellis for trailing herbs like thyme and oregano, fragrant, useful, and right within arm's reach when you're cooking. The joy of a vertical garden is that it doesn't just add beauty, it adds privacy, depth, and life to your space. When you look at your wall of green, it's not just plants you're seeing. It's proof that with a little vision, you can create something rich and layered out of what was once empty. And perhaps that's the quiet lesson a trellis teaches. It's never about how much room you have, but how you choose to grow within it. There's something comforting about being able to rearrange your space as easily as you might move a chair. For many of us, a patio feels most alive when we can change it with the seasons or our moods. And that's exactly where container gardens on wheels come in. Imagine a cluster of planters that can glide from one sunlit corner to another without you lifting more than a gentle push, a blessing for anyone who prefers to avoid heavy lifting or bending. The idea is simple. Start with sturdy, movable bases. You can buy inexpensive plant caddies with wheels, or you can repurpose items like old rolling carts, tea trolleys, or even an unused bar cart from a thrift store. One of my friends, Harold, found a weathered metal serving cart at a yard sale for $5. With a quick scrub and a coat of rust-resistant spray paint, it became the perfect home for his potted geraniums and herbs. On warm afternoons, he rolls it into the sun, and in the evening, he tucks it back under the covered porch to protect it from rain. Accessibility is one of the greatest gifts of this idea. By placing your plants on a movable platform, you can tend to them at a comfortable standing height, no stooping or crouching required. This makes watering, deadheading, or harvesting herbs a gentle pleasure instead of a strain. And because you can wheel them to follow the sun, even plants that are picky about light get exactly what they need. For a touch of beauty, consider grouping plants with complementary colors and textures. You might have lavender beside dusty miller for a soothing palette, or bright marigolds paired with trailing ivy for a cheerful display. Using thrifted containers, perhaps a chipped ceramic pot, a tin bucket, or a woven basket lined with plastic adds personality while keeping costs down. If you're worried about water dripping onto your patio, place a shallow saucer or tray under each pot to catch excess moisture. One of the loveliest examples I've seen came from a retired couple who live in a townhouse with no yard at all. They use 3 rolling carts each with a theme: one for kitchen herbs, one for seasonal flowers, and one for small vegetable plants like cherry tomatoes and peppers. Not only does it keep their patio lively, but it also gives them a way to host garden tours for visiting grandchildren, rolling each cart forward for them to see and smell. A container garden on wheels is more than just a convenience. It's a way of keeping your garden dynamic and within reach. In life, it's nice to know we can shift and adapt without losing the things we love. And perhaps these little rolling gardens remind us that even when the seasons change, beauty can still move with us. There's something romantic about the thought of sipping morning coffee at a tiny bistro table, perhaps with a plate of warm toast and jam while the day wakes up around you. The clink of the cup, the rustle of leaves, and the simple pleasure of being outside can feel almost European, even if your patio is really just a small balcony or corner. And the best part? You don't need to spend hundreds at a furniture store to have that feeling. A second-hand bistro set found with a bit of patience and imagination can bring the charm right to your doorstep. Thrift shops, garage sales, and online classifieds are treasure troves for these sets. Sometimes they arrive with chipped paint, a loose screw, or faded cushions, but that's where the magic begins. A gentle sanding, a fresh coat of weather-resistant paint, and perhaps new cushion covers from discounted fabric can make the old look new again. I once found a wrought iron bistro set for $20 at a charity shop. The paint was peeling, but the frame was strong. After a weekend of refurbishing, it became the heart of my patio, where I've had countless quiet breakfasts and evening chats with friends. For those with mobility concerns, choose a set with chairs that are sturdy but light enough to move without strain. Avoid overly low seating, which can be difficult to rise from. A small table is perfect for keeping essentials, your teapot, reading glasses, a small vase of fresh flowers within arm's reach. If you'd like extra comfort, add a lumbar pillow in a washable outdoor fabric so you can sit and linger without feeling stiff. One of my neighbors, Evelyn, has a narrow apartment balcony she once ignored entirely. Then one spring, she found a small folding wooden bistro set at a yard sale for $15. She painted it a warm honey color, added 2 floral cushions, and hung a string of soft lights overhead. Now that little corner is where she spends her evenings writing postcards to her grandchildren. "It's my 5-star cafe," she laughs. "And the best part is, I don't have to tip." Adding plants around your bistro set can make it feel like you're dining in a private garden. A couple of potted roses or lavender on either side of the table will perfume the air, while trailing ivy or petunias in nearby hanging baskets will soften the edges. And if you really want to elevate the look, place an old thrifted tablecloth or lace runner over the tabletop, instantly elegant, and it costs almost nothing. A second-hand bistro set doesn't just provide a place to sit. It creates a ritual, a reason to slow down and greet the day or unwind at sunset. And in that way, it's proof that the smallest spaces can still hold the grandest moments of peace. There's a certain kind of beauty in giving something old a new life. A wooden ladder that once helped paint walls or reach high shelves can be transformed into a stage for your plants, turning simple greenery into an eye-catching display. I've seen this idea work on porches, patios, and even tucked into garden corners, and it never fails to bring a smile. The charm of a ladder plant stand lies in its tiered design. Each rung becomes a shelf, giving you multiple levels for your plants without taking up much floor space. For seniors or anyone who prefers not to bend too much, the upper rungs are perfect for plants you want to tend most often. The lower levels can hold hardier varieties that don't need daily attention. If you have an old ladder tucked in the shed, all it may need is a quick sanding and a coat of weatherproof paint or sealant. If you don't thrift shops, flea markets, and even curbside pickups can be excellent sources. Don't be discouraged by peeling paint or scuffs. Those imperfections often add to the rustic charm. A faded blue ladder, for instance, can look like it's been part of your garden for decades. To make the display both beautiful and functional, start with your tallest plants at the top and work your way down to the smallest. This creates a pleasing visual cascade. You might place a pot of trailing ivy or creeping jenny near the top so it spills gently downward, while bright geraniums, petunias, or marigolds add bursts of color on the middle rungs. Herbs like basil or mint can live closer to the bottom, ready to snip and use in your cooking. One of my favorite examples came from my cousin Clara, who found a paint-splattered ladder at a yard sale for $10. She left the splatters as they were saying it told the ladder's life story, and added mismatched terracotta pots she'd collected over the years. The result looked like something from a magazine, yet cost almost nothing. Every time she rearranges the plants for the season, it feels like she's redecorating her outdoor room. For extra stability, especially if you live in a breezy area, secure the ladder to a wall or railing with brackets or strong rope. This prevents tipping and keeps everything safe. If you want to get creative, you can even add small hooks to the sides for hanging mini lanterns or wind chimes, giving the display sound and light along with greenery. The recycled ladder plant stand is more than just a clever use of space. It's a reminder that beauty doesn't always come from something new. Sometimes it's the things with a little history, a little wear, that stand tallest in our gardens and in our hearts. There's a small trick I learned years ago while helping a friend decorate her narrow patio. Sometimes you don't need more plants or more space, you just need a little illusion. A well-placed mirror can do wonders, making a cramped area feel open, bright, and layered. It's like adding a window where there wasn't one before, except the view is your own garden reflected back to you. The beauty of this idea is how affordable it can be. Thrift stores, flea markets, and yard sales are full of old mirrors, many with frames that have seen better days. But a scratched frame or a cloudy edge doesn't have to be a deal breaker. In fact, a bit of sanding and a coat of paint can turn something dated into a charming accent. If the mirror glass itself has aged, those slight imperfections can add a soft vintage feel rather than looking worn. Placement is everything. For safety, especially outdoors, choose a mirror that's lightweight or made of acrylic rather than heavy glass. Hang it where it can catch and reflect greenery or sky, never directly in harsh midday sun, which can cause glare or heat buildup. Against a shady wall or nestled between tall plants, the mirror creates the illusion that your garden continues far beyond its actual borders. One of my favorite transformations came from my neighbor June. She had a blank stucco wall on her patio that she'd always called the boring side. After finding a tall arched mirror at a second-hand shop, she painted the frame a muted sage green and hung it behind her potted roses. Now the reflection doubles the blooms, making her little patio feel like it's spilling over with flowers. She told me she often catches herself smiling when she sees the extra roses swaying in the breeze. For a cohesive look, you can match the mirror's frame to your existing furniture or plant containers. A white frame blends into a cottage-style space, while a black wrought iron look can lend a touch of elegance. And if you enjoy seasonal decorating, you can even drape the top of the mirror with garlands, perhaps ivy and summer-dried flowers in fall or twinkling fairy lights in winter. The magic of using mirrors outdoors isn't just about appearance. It's about creating a sense of abundance, a reminder that beauty often grows when we learn to see what's already there in a new way. Sometimes all it takes is a shift in perspective, and in gardening, as in life, that can make all the difference. There's a certain delight in taking something destined for the landfill and turning it into the heart of a garden display. Old dresser drawers, for example, may seem like nothing more than storage past its prime. But with a little care, they can become charming planters that tell a story while holding fresh blooms or fragrant herbs. I've seen them perched on porches, tucked into patio corners, and even stacked in creative towers, each one a blend of whimsy and function. The process begins with finding your drawers. Maybe you already have an old dresser that's seen better days, or you spot one abandoned at the curb during neighborhood cleanup week. Thrift shops often have mismatched drawers for just a few dollars each. The beauty is that you can choose sizes and styles that suit your space, from deep rustic wooden ones to shallower, ornate designs. Preparation is key for longevity. Drill a few small holes in the bottom for drainage, then line the drawer with landscaping fabric or burlap to keep the soil in place while allowing water to escape. A quick coat of outdoor paint or sealant will help protect the wood from weather damage. If bending low is difficult, you can mount the drawer on an old table base, a sturdy plant stand, or even short legs made from scrap wood, lifting it to a comfortable working height. I remember visiting my Aunt Linda one summer and finding that she had turned 4 old drawers into a mini garden village on her patio. She painted each one a different pastel color, planted them with petunias, marigolds, and tiny trailing lobelias, then placed small decorative birdhouses among the flowers. The drawers sat at varying heights, creating a layered look that drew the eye across her whole patio. Neighbors often stopped by just to see what was in bloom. For a practical touch, you could dedicate one drawer to herbs, basil, parsley, and chives for quick kitchen snips, and another to low-maintenance succulents that need little care. Smaller drawers can even be wall-mounted, acting as hanging boxes for cascading plants like nasturtiums or sweet alyssum. And because drawers are portable, you can rearrange them with the season's moving sun-loving plants into brighter spots and shade lovers into cooler corners. What makes upcycled drawer planters so special isn't just the savings or the sustainability, it's the personality they bring. Each nick in the wood, each handle or knob carries a bit of history into your garden. In a way, you're planting not just flowers, but new chapters into an old story. And every time those blooms open, you're reminded that beauty often grows best in the most unexpected places. There's an old saying that a room isn't finished until you've added the rug. And I believe the same is true for a patio. A simple outdoor rug can transform an open, hard-surfaced space into something that feels inviting, layered, and complete. It adds warmth underfoot, defines your seating area, and can tie together colors from your plants, cushions, and furniture. Best of all, you don't have to spend much to achieve the effect. Outdoor rugs come in all shapes, colors, and materials, and many budget-friendly versions can be found at discount stores, thrift shops, or even online marketplaces. Sometimes they arrive with a small stain or faded patch, but a little creativity can hide those flaws. Placing a small side table over the imperfection or layering with a smaller mat can make the whole piece feel intentional. For seniors or anyone who wants to avoid tripping hazards, choose a rug with a flat, tightly woven texture that won't curl at the edges. Secure the corners with double-sided outdoor rug tape or place heavier planters at the edges to keep it in place. Materials like recycled plastic weave or weatherproof polypropylene are ideal. They resist Mildew are easy to hose off and dry quickly in the sun. I once helped my neighbor George brighten his concrete patio using nothing more than a thrifted rug. It was a muted turquoise with a white trellis pattern just big enough to sit beneath his bistro set and a pair of potted lemon trees. The effect was instant. The cold gray floor suddenly felt like part of a cozy room, and George started spending more mornings outside with his newspaper. "It's like my living room just moved outdoors," he told me, smiling. You can also use rugs to create zones in your patio, especially if you have multiple areas for sitting, dining, or gardening. A bold patterned rug under your main seating can be balanced by a smaller, simpler mat near a plant display. Seasonal changes are easy too, a brighter rug for summer perhaps in sunny yellows or coral, and a deeper tone like navy or burgundy for fall. An outdoor rug may seem like a small addition, but it changes how you experience the space. Stepping onto something soft and colorful draws you in, encourages you to linger, and makes even a plain concrete patio feel cared for. And maybe that's the quiet power of a rug. It doesn't just warm the floor beneath your feet, it warms the way you feel when you step outside. There's a certain magic that settles over a garden when the sun dips low and the first flicker of light appears. Lanterns with their gentle glow can turn even the smallest patio into a place that feels like it belongs in a storybook. It's not about flooding the space with brightness, but about adding pockets of warm light that invite you to slow down, breathe, and stay just a little longer. The beauty of lantern decor is how affordable and adaptable it can be. Dollar stores often carry small lanterns in metal glass or even lightweight plastic, and thrift shops are treasure troves for more ornate styles. Even if you find one with a bit of rust or missing glass, don't pass it by. Those imperfections often add to the character. A quick wipe down and a coat of spray paint can make a mismatched set feel cohesive. For easy maintenance and safety, opt for solar-powered LED candles or fairy lights inside the lanterns. They turn on automatically at dusk and require no wiring or outlets. If you enjoy variety, mix in different sizes, taller lanterns on the ground near planters, medium ones along railings, and smaller versions hanging from shepherd's hooks or the sides of a trellis. I remember visiting a friend named Helen who transformed her narrow townhouse balcony using nothing more than 6 thrifted lanterns. She hung 3 along the railing, set 2 by her sliding door, and placed 1 in the middle of her plant stand. At night, the soft glow reflected off her potted roses and climbing ivy, making the whole balcony seem larger and more enchanting. She told me that even on nights when she doesn't sit outside, she still turns them on so she can enjoy the view from her living room. For those who love to add a personal touch, you can decorate lanterns seasonally, small sprigs of lavender, tied with twine, in summer tiny pine cones, in winter, or autumn leaves tucked around the base in fall. If mobility is a concern, keep them in places you can easily reach for cleaning or repositioning, and use lightweight materials to make moving them effortless. The soft golden glow of lanterns does more than light a patio. It creates a mood. It says this is your time to rest. It reminds you that beauty isn't only for daylight hours. Sometimes the night holds its own quiet charm. And when you glance outside and see those little beacons shining, you'll know you've made a place that welcomes you home in every season. There's something graceful about flowers and greenery suspended in the air, swaying ever so slightly in the breeze. Hanging baskets let you bring blooms upward away from the ground, making even the tiniest patio feel lush and abundant. They draw the eye up, add texture, and free up precious floor space, a perfect solution for those working with balconies or narrow porches. The beauty of hanging baskets is that they can be as simple or as elaborate as you like. Many garden centers sell them ready-made, but creating your own is often more affordable and far more personal. Start with baskets from thrift shops or discount stores. Even a plain wire frame can be lined with coconut fiber or burlap to hold soil. For those on a tight budget, consider repurposing old colanders, woven market baskets, or even sturdy metal mixing bowls with drainage holes drilled in the bottom. When choosing plants, think in layers. The Thriller Filler Spiller method works beautifully. A tall, eye-catching plant in the center, mid-height blooms to fill in the space, and trailing plants to spill over the sides. For a sunny spot, you might combine red geraniums, Thriller, white alyssum filler, and ivy, or trailing petunias, spiller. In shadier areas, Fuchsias, begonias, and creeping jenny can provide rich color and movement. Accessibility matters too. Hang your baskets at a height where you can comfortably water and deadhead flowers without straining. For heavier baskets, use sturdy brackets and consider lightweight soil mixes to reduce weight. Self-watering inserts or water-retaining crystals can help keep plants hydrated between waterings, especially during warm months. One of the most inspiring examples I've seen came from a woman named Darlene, who lives in a small apartment with only a covered balcony for outdoor space. She hung 3 baskets at staggered heights along one wall each with a different theme. One filled with kitchen herbs, another with cascading flowers, and the last with small strawberry plants. From her favorite chair, she can reach them all with a watering can, and in the evenings she enjoys the scent of basil and mint drifting indoors. If you want to make your hanging basket stand out even more, tuck in unexpected accents. A tiny ceramic bird, a ribbon bow, or a thrifted teacup as a whimsical planter within the arrangement. These little touches turn them into conversation pieces and make your garden feel uniquely yours. Hanging baskets don't just decorate a patio, they create layers of life and beauty that feel like nature's own chandelier. And when the breeze catches those trailing blooms, it's a gentle reminder that elegance doesn't require space, only the will to let your garden rise to meet you. There's a certain joy in collecting mismatched pots, each with its own story, and bringing them together into a harmonious display. While glossy catalogs may showcase rows of identical planters, there's something far more charming and far more affordable about curating your own collection from thrift stores, yard sales, and flea markets. With a little creativity, those odd ones out can look like they were meant to be together all along. Start by looking for pots in different shapes, sizes, and textures. You might find a tall ceramic urn with a faint crack, a squat terracotta pot weathered from years outdoors, or a tin bucket that once held tools. The trick is to unify them with color or finish. A few coats of outdoor spray paint in a single shade, perhaps a calming sage, a crisp white, or a deep charcoal, can make even the most mismatched collection look intentional. If you love variety, you can also choose a color family like blues and greens, so each pot is unique but still coordinated. I once helped my friend Mabel transform her bare patio using nothing more than 7 secondhand pots she'd gathered over time. We painted them all a soft dove gray, then planted each with a different type of flower or herb. She placed the tallest pots in the back, mid-sized in the middle, and smallest at the front, creating a tiered effect without the need for shelves. When the lavender bloomed next to the white daisies and rosemary, the whole arrangement looked as though it belonged in a garden magazine, yet she'd spent under $30. For seniors or anyone seeking ease of care, choose lightweight materials when possible, such as resin or fiberglass. If you do use heavier ceramic or concrete pots, place them on rolling caddies so they can be moved without lifting. Grouping pots together can also make watering more efficient, and placing moisture-loving plants closer together helps create a more humid microclimate. Adding thrifted touches doesn't have to stop at the pots themselves. You might find small saucers, decorative stones, or plant stakes during your shopping trips. These extras can be used to dress up the base of your plants, prevent water stains on your patio, or add a pop of personality to the display. What I love most about thrifted pot gardens is the sense of discovery. Each piece has a past life, and together they create a new chapter on your patio. It's proof that beauty doesn't have to come from a matching set or a big box store. Sometimes the best gardens are the ones that tell a story one pot at a time. Sometimes the most charming garden ideas start with a piece of furniture that's no longer quite right for indoors. A side table that's wobbly, outdated, or missing a drawer might not have a place in the living room anymore, but outside it can become a unique raised planter that adds both function and personality to your patio. The beauty of using a table is that it lifts plants to a comfortable height, making them easier to tend without bending, a small but welcome gift for knees and backs. The process is wonderfully simple. Start by finding a side table at a thrift store yard sale, or even along a neighbor's curb during bulk pickup week. Look for one with a sturdy frame. Even if the surface is scratched or stained, you'll be covering or modifying it anyway. If it has a drawer, you can remove it and replace the space with a shallow planter box, or keep the drawer and line it with plastic for planting. tables with a lower shelf give you an extra spot for pots or garden decor. Preparation matters if you want it to last. A quick sanding and a coat of exterior paint or sealant will protect the table from moisture. For planting, choose lightweight containers or liners that fit the tabletop. You can fill them with herbs for easy kitchen access, cheerful flowers for color, or even leafy greens like lettuce and spinach for a fresh salad within arm's reach. I remember visiting a friend named Lois who had turned her grandmother's old bedside table into a planter. She lined the drawer with burlap, filled it with soil, and planted trailing petunias that spilled over the edges in a cascade of purple. On the tabletop, she arranged small terracotta pots of basil thyme and chives. The lower shelf held a basket of garden tools ready for use. She told me she loved that the table stayed useful even after its days in the bedroom were long over. For added flair, you can decorate the table's legs with stenciled patterns, wrap the edges with twine for a rustic touch, or add small hooks to the sides to hang mini tools or lanterns. If mobility is important, consider adding locking caster wheels so you can roll it around the patio with ease. Repurposed side table planters are more than just a practical solution. They're a way to blend indoor comfort with outdoor life. They remind us that the line between home and garden doesn't have to be sharp. With a little creativity, what once sat quietly in a corner can now stand proudly in the sunlight, holding life in full bloom. There's something about the sound of gently moving water that soothes the mind and slows the breath. Even on a busy day, the soft trickle of a fountain can make your patio feel like a retreat, far from the noise of the world. And you don't need a large yard or an elaborate pond to enjoy it. A compact water feature can bring that same calming presence into even the smallest space. The beauty of a tabletop or corner water feature is how accessible and affordable it can be. Many garden centers sell ready-made kits, but you can also create one yourself with thrifted or repurposed items. A deep ceramic bowl, a wide planter, or even an old enamel basin can serve as the base. Add a small submersible pump, some decorative stones, and perhaps a few floating flowers, and you have a fountain that feels custom-made. For those who prefer no cords or outlets, solar-powered pumps are a wonderful option, turning sunlight into gentle movement. Placement is key. Set your water feature where you can hear it from your favorite chair, but still reach it easily for cleaning. If you want to add plants, choose water-friendly options like dwarf papyrus or water lettuce, which will thrive in shallow conditions. A few smooth river stones or bits of sea glass at the bottom can catch the light beautifully, making the water dance as the sun moves across the sky. One of my neighbors, Frank, built his tabletop fountain from a large glazed bowl he found at a flea market for $8. He paired it with a solar pump, a handful of polished pebbles, and a single floating candle for evening glow. The entire project took less than an afternoon, but now it's the centerpiece of his small patio. It's like my own little pond, he told me, but I don't have to mow around it. For those with limited mobility, a compact water feature has another advantage. It requires little upkeep. A quick rinse of the pump filter and an occasional refill are all it needs. And unlike larger water setups, it can be moved indoors during colder months, ensuring it lasts for years. The gentle sound of water has a way of making time feel slower. It invites you to linger a little longer, to listen, to breathe. And when you bring that sound to your patio, you're not just decorating a space, you're creating a daily reminder that peace can be simple, small, and right at your fingertips. There's a special kind of comfort that comes from sitting outdoors without the sun pressing down too harshly. Shade gives you the freedom to enjoy your patio in the middle of the day, to sip your tea or tend your plants without feeling overheated. And while pergolas or permanent roofs can be costly, a simple fabric canopy or shade cloth can offer the same relief for a fraction of the price, and with a softness that feels almost like a summer retreat. The beauty of this solution lies in its flexibility. You can use outdoor fabric drop cloths or even thrifted curtains to create a canopy. Lightweight canvas, weatherproof polyester, or sailcloth are great choices because they breathe while still blocking strong sunlight. For something even more budget-friendly, look for secondhand tablecloths or bed sheets in cheerful patterns. With a little trimming and hemming, they can be repurposed into charming shade covers. Installing a canopy doesn't have to be complicated. If your patio has a frame railing or wall hooks, you can attach fabric with sturdy clips, bungee cords, or rope. For renters or those who can't make permanent changes, tension rods between walls or freestanding poles with weighted bases can hold a canopy just as well. The key is to keep it taut enough to avoid sagging but loose enough to flutter gently in the breeze. One summer, my friend Louise transformed her narrow balcony using nothing more than a cream-colored drop cloth she found on sale and a handful of clip hooks. She draped the fabric overhead so it billowed slightly, casting a soft dappled shade. Beneath it, she placed her bistro set and a few pots of lavender. "It feels like I'm on holiday every time I sit out here," she told me, "even if I'm just eating a sandwich." A canopy can also be seasonal. In spring and summer, you might opt for light, airy fabrics and pale colors to reflect heat. In autumn, swapping to a deeper toned cloth can give the space a cozy cocoon-like feel. You can even hang string lights along the edges for evening ambiance, turning your shaded retreat into a softly lit hideaway after sunset. For seniors or anyone who prefers minimal maintenance, fabric canopies and shade cloths are easy to remove and wash, ensuring they stay fresh year after year. And because they can be taken down in winter, they won't be damaged by snow or heavy storms. Adding shade to your patio isn't just about comfort. It's about creating a place where you want to linger. A simple swath of fabric overhead can turn bright glare into gentle light, transforming your patio into a space where time seems to slow and every moment feels like it belongs entirely to you. When space is limited, the edges often hold the most potential. Patio or balcony railings are more than just boundaries. They can become living walls of flowers, herbs, or trailing greenery with the help of simple planter boxes. By using vertical space instead of floor space, you can fill your view with life without crowding your seating area. Rail planter boxes come in many forms. You can buy them new, often designed to fit snugly over standard rail sizes, or you can make your own from repurposed wood-metal troughs, or even sturdy plastic storage bins. I've seen people line wicker baskets with heavy-duty plastic and hang them as charming planters. If you're lucky, you might even find ready-made boxes at a thrift store or neighborhood swap. The key is to match the planter's depth and width to your plant's needs. Herbs like basil, parsley, and mint do well in shallower boxes, while flowers such as petunias, geraniums, and nasturtiums will benefit from deeper soil. If mobility is a concern, keep the boxes at a height where you can tend them comfortably without leaning too far. Self-watering inserts or water-retaining soil additives can help reduce the frequency of watering, especially useful in summer heat. I once helped my cousin Marie dress up her small second-story balcony. She had always thought of the railing as just a safety feature, but after we attached 3 matching planter boxes filled with bright marigolds and trailing ivy, her whole view changed. From inside her kitchen, she now sees a cascade of color, and when the wind blows, the plants sway gently, softening the hard lines of the metal rail. She told me it made her mornings feel a little more like living in a postcard. For those who want to add personality, you can paint or stencil your planter boxes to match your outdoor decor. A crisp white box can create a fresh, clean look, while deep green blends beautifully with foliage. Small decorative accents like ceramic knobs on the corners or vintage handles can give them extra charm. Rail planters also offer a chance to grow food in small spaces. Imagine stepping outside and snipping fresh chives, parsley, or even cherry tomatoes right from the railing. It's convenient, beautiful, and practical all at once. In the end, rail planter boxes turn something purely functional into something joyful. They frame your patio not with metal or wood, but with living, changing color, a reminder that even the edges of life can bloom if we give them a little care. There's a quiet joy in finding beauty where others see only the ordinary. In the garden, this can mean giving new purpose to forgotten items, a chipped teapot, a weathered rake, or a cracked plate, turning them into art that adds soul to your patio. These pieces don't just decorate, they tell stories, often holding memories of another time and place. The first step is to keep your eyes open during thrift store visits, yard sales, or even neighborhood walks. An old metal watering can could become a planter for trailing flowers. A wooden picture frame once discarded can be repurposed into a living frame by attaching chicken wire and tucking in small succulents. Even mismatched plates can be arranged into a mosaic stepping stone or wall decor with a bit of grout and creativity. One of my favorite examples came from my neighbor Edna, who had a small stack of vintage enamel bowls left from her mother's kitchen. Rather than store them away, she mounted them on her fence in a cheerful pattern, using them as colorful backdrops for potted herbs hung in front. The effect was playful yet meaningful, and every time she watered her plants, she felt a connection to her family's past. For those who prefer low-maintenance art, wind chimes made from old cutlery or glass bottles add sound and sparkle without needing upkeep. A cluster of mismatched thrifted lanterns, even unlit, can make a stunning focal point when hung at varying heights. If bending or heavy lifting is a concern, most found object projects can be done at table height, allowing you to work comfortably and at your own pace. The charm of found object art is that it evolves over time. You might start with one small piece and slowly build a collection, letting your patio reflect your personal style and history. The colors, textures, and shapes blend with the plants around them, making the whole space feel more like an extension of you than a store display. In a world where so much is mass-produced, found object garden art offers something uniquely yours. Each piece holds a memory: the day you found it, the person who gave it to you, or the moment you decided to transform it. And when you see it catching the sunlight or framed by flowers, you're reminded that beauty isn't always about perfection. Sometimes it's about seeing potential in what's already here and letting it shine again. Wooden crates have a timeless charm, simple, sturdy, and endlessly versatile. Once used to carry fruit or bottles, they can easily be transformed into rustic shelving for plants, turning bare patio walls or corners into vibrant displays. Best of all, they're often inexpensive or even free if you know where to look. Start by collecting a few crates from thrift shops, flea markets, or local produce stands. Some may come with faded logos or scuffs, which only add to their character. If you prefer a cleaner look, sand them down and apply a coat of paint or wood sealant to protect them from the weather. For seniors or anyone concerned about stability, it's best to secure stacked crates together with screws or brackets and anchor them to a wall or railing if they're more than 2 levels high. Crates can be arranged in countless ways: stacked vertically for a tall, narrow shelving unit, laid side by side for a low display, or staggered to create visual interest. Each cubby becomes a frame for a different plant, perhaps a bright geranium in one, a trailing pothos in another, and a pot of fragrant basil in the next. Mixing flowers, herbs, and foliage gives the display both beauty and practicality. I once visited a small urban courtyard where the owner had lined an entire wall with painted crates in soft pastel shades. Each crate held a single type of plant, and the repetition of color and shape made the space feel organized yet lively. She told me the best part was how easy it was to swap plants in and out. When a flower finished blooming, she simply replaced it with something new without moving the whole structure. Crate shelving also offers a great opportunity to add small decorative touches. You might tuck in a thrifted figurine, a lantern, or a small framed photo between the pots. If you need extra storage, some crates can hold gardening gloves, tools, or seed packets, keeping everything tidy and within reach. Because crates are lightweight, you can rearrange them seasonally or move them to follow the sun. Just be mindful of wind. A sudden gust could topple an unsecured stack. Adding a few bricks or stones inside the bottom crates can provide stability without ruining the look. What I love most about crate shelving is how approachable it is. You don't need fancy carpentry skills or expensive materials, just a willingness to see potential in something humble. And every time you walk past your display, you'll see not only plants growing, but a collection of little stories: each crate, each bloom, each moment you've chosen to bring beauty into your space. Succulents have a way of looking both sculptural and serene, making them perfect for small patio spaces where you want beauty without constant maintenance. Their varied shapes, from rosettes that look like delicate flowers to spiky forms that add drama, make them ideal for creating table centerpieces that last all season and beyond. The charm of a succulent centerpiece is in its versatility. You can plant them in almost any shallow container: a thrifted ceramic bowl, a vintage tin, or even a wooden tray lined with plastic. Because succulents have shallow roots and need little water, these containers don't need to be deep, which keeps the arrangements light and easy to move. For seniors or anyone who prefers gardening at a comfortable height, assembling them at a table is both practical and enjoyable. I once helped my neighbor Carol make a centerpiece using an old enamel serving dish she'd found at a flea market for $3. We filled it with sandy, well-draining soil, then added a mix of jade plants, echeveria, and string of pearls for a cascade effect. A scattering of polished pebbles on top completed the look, and the entire arrangement fit perfectly in the middle of her bistro table. She told me it made her patio feel finished, like a room with its own heartbeat. Succulent centerpieces are also wonderful for seasonal styling. In summer, you can mix in seashells or bits of driftwood for a coastal feel. In autumn, add small gourds or acorns for a harvest look. Because succulents grow slowly, you won't need to replant often, and they can be brought indoors during colder months to continue thriving. For those who enjoy a touch of whimsy, consider planting succulents in unexpected containers, an old teapot, a cracked bird bath, or even a drawer pulled from a broken dresser. These choices add personality and make your arrangement a conversation starter. Just be sure to provide drainage holes or a layer of gravel at the bottom to keep roots healthy. One of the best things about succulents is their resilience. They don't demand daily watering, they tolerate some neglect, and yet they give back in quiet, enduring beauty. A centerpiece made of these little survivors feels symbolic, a reminder that strength and grace often go hand in hand, and that even in small spaces, life can thrive with just a bit of care. There's a certain peace that comes from sitting on your patio, knowing you can enjoy the fresh air without feeling on display. A privacy screen can transform an open, exposed space into a personal retreat, a place where you can sip tea, read, or tend plants without the curious glances of neighbors. The best part: you don't need to build a permanent wall or spend a fortune to create that sense of seclusion. One of the simplest solutions is bamboo fencing. Lightweight and flexible, it can be attached to an existing railing or frame with zip ties or garden wire. The natural color blends beautifully with greenery, and the gaps between stalks let in light while still obscuring the view. Another option is to repurpose old shutters or bifold closet doors, painting them in soft, weather-resistant colors and securing them upright with brackets or planter bases. These add instant charm, along with privacy. I once visited a friend named Nora who used thrifted wooden trellises to create her own screen. She painted them white, attached them to a row of large planters, and let climbing sweet peas weave through the lattice. By midsummer, the flowers formed a living wall that filled her patio with fragrance and soft color. She told me it felt like having her own garden room, even though her space was only 8 feet wide. For seniors or anyone who wants a no-ladder solution, keeping screens at eye level when seated is key. This not only provides privacy, but also keeps maintenance within easy reach. Portable screens, whether made from fabric panels, lightweight metal frames, or freestanding planters, allow you to rearrange as needed and bring them indoors during bad weather. You can also add personality by weaving string lights, hanging small baskets, or attaching art to your screen. In the evening, a softly lit screen becomes more than just a barrier. It becomes a backdrop, setting the mood for relaxation. What makes a DIY privacy screen so special is that it adapts to you. Whether your style is rustic, elegant, or whimsical, you can tailor the design to match your space. And once it's in place, you'll feel the difference immediately, as though you've drawn a gentle curtain between yourself and the outside world, inviting in only what brings you comfort. An old chair may seem like nothing more than worn-out furniture, but in a garden, it can become a whimsical focal point full of personality. By removing the seat and replacing it with a planter, you can turn a piece that's no longer fit for sitting into something that overflows with life and color. This transformation works especially well on patios where space is limited but charm is always welcome. The beauty of using a chair as a planter is that it elevates the flowers or greenery to eye level, making them easier to tend without bending. Wooden chairs bring a rustic cottage feel, while metal ones can be painted for a more vintage or playful look. Even chairs with missing spindles, peeling paint, or a wobbly leg can be stabilized enough for decorative use. Creating one is simple. Remove the seat entirely, then place a container that fits snugly into the opening. A metal bucket, a deep ceramic bowl, or a lined wire basket all work well. Add well-draining soil and your choice of plants. Trailing flowers like petunias or lobelia create a soft cascade, while upright blooms such as geraniums or marigolds give a bold burst of color. I once visited a community garden where a row of old chair planters lined the entrance path, each one different. One had sunflowers towering above the backrest, another was painted bright blue and filled with yellow pansies, and a third was covered in creeping thyme that spilled over the edges. The effect was joyful and inviting, like a chorus of personalities greeting visitors. For added stability, especially on windy patios, you can attach the chair to a weighted base or place it in a corner where two walls meet. If bending to water is difficult, consider planting drought-tolerant varieties or using a self-watering insert to reduce upkeep. Decorating the chair adds another layer of fun, a ribbon tied around the back, a small sign with a welcoming message, or even a solar lantern hanging from one armrest. These details make the planter feel like more than just a place for flowers. It becomes a little story in your garden. An old chair planter is proof that beauty doesn't require perfection. A seat that once supported people can now support life in another form, carrying blooms instead of weight, and offering joy instead of comfort. It's a gentle reminder that we too can find new purpose at any stage, blooming differently but just as beautifully as before. There's a certain kind of magic that comes alive when evening falls and tiny lights begin to twinkle overhead. Fairy light draped strands hung loosely so they spill like gentle waterfalls can turn even the simplest patio into a place that feels warm, welcoming, and just a touch enchanted. You don't need a special occasion to enjoy them. Their soft glow makes any evening feel like a celebration. The setup can be as simple or as elaborate as you like. Battery-operated or solar-powered fairy lights are perfect for patios because they require no outlets or long extension cords. You can hang them from an overhead beam along the inside of a pergola or from tall poles anchored in planters. Let the strands fall in gentle arcs or hang straight down to create a curtain effect. For those who want a cozy nook, draping them behind a seating area adds both light and a sense of privacy. One summer, my friend Clara transformed her small patio using nothing more than 2 sets of solar fairy lights and a handful of thrifted sheer curtains. She attached the lights to a simple frame, layered the curtains in front, and suddenly her space looked like it belonged in a magazine. "It's like my own little cafe," she said, "and the only thing missing is a dessert menu." For seniors or anyone who prefers a quick, ladder-free installation, focus on placing lights at reachable heights or using lightweight poles that can be lifted and set into position. You can also weave the strands along the top edge of a railing or secure them to the sides of a privacy screen for a lower, more intimate glow. To add seasonal charm, pair the lights with small garlands or decorative clips holding photos, postcards, or pressed flowers. In autumn, miniature paper lanterns in warm tones can be slipped over each bulb. In winter, tiny pine cones or snowflake cutouts bring a festive feel. The effect of fairy light drapes is more than just visual. It's emotional. They draw you outside after the sun has set, encouraging you to linger a little longer in the fresh air. They make a quiet cup of tea feel special, a chat with a neighbor feel cozy, and a solo evening under the stars feel like an embrace. And perhaps the real magic is this: no matter the size of your patio, fairy lights make it feel like a place worth gathering around again and again. A mini greenhouse can be a gardener's best friend, especially in cooler months, or for starting delicate seedlings early in the season. And while store-bought versions can be pricey, you can create your own from reclaimed windows, giving old glass panes a new life while adding a charming focal point to your patio. The beauty of using reclaimed windows is that each one brings its own character, a bit of wavy glass peeling paint or an unusual frame color. You can often find them at salvage yards, flea markets, or even from neighbors renovating their homes. By hinging a few together to form walls and a roof, you can create a simple structure that protects your plants from wind and cold while letting in light. I once helped a neighbor Howard build one using 4 old windows and a wooden crate base. We hinged 2 windows together for the top so they could open like a lid, allowing easy access for watering and air circulation. Inside, he placed small pots of lettuce, basil, and marigold seedlings. By spring, his plants were weeks ahead of the season, and he told me the greenhouse had extended his gardening year without extending his budget. For seniors or anyone with mobility concerns, keeping the greenhouse at waist height makes it easier to tend without stooping. Placing it on a sturdy table, an old potting bench, or even a stack of cement blocks can bring it to a comfortable level. To prevent drafts, you can add simple weather stripping along the edges, and for extra insulation in colder months, drape a piece of burlap or fabric over the top at night. A reclaimed window greenhouse isn't just practical, it's a piece of garden art. The aged frames blend beautifully with plants, and when sunlight filters through, it gives everything inside a soft golden glow. You can even paint the frames to match your patio's color scheme or leave them weathered for a rustic look. The joy of this project comes from knowing you've given new purpose to something discarded. Each pane of glass frames the promise of growth, and each time you lift the lid to check on your plants, you're reminded that a garden's magic often comes from second chances for both plants and materials. Sometimes the quickest way to refresh a patio isn't by adding new plants or furniture, but by simply changing the fabrics that dress the space. Cushions, tablecloths, throws, and even outdoor curtains can completely shift the mood of your patio. And when you swap them with the seasons, it's like giving your space a mini makeover 4 times a year. The beauty of this idea is that it doesn't require a large budget. Thrift stores and end-of-season sales are wonderful places to find gently used or deeply discounted outdoor textiles. You might discover a set of floral cushions perfect for spring, a breezy striped tablecloth for summer, a plaid throw for autumn evenings, and deep jewel-toned covers for winter coziness. Storing them neatly in a plastic bin means they'll be ready whenever the season changes. One of my neighbors, Elaine, does this so effortlessly. In spring, her patio is all soft pastels, pale pink cushions, a mint green runner on the table, and floral print napkins. Come summer, she swaps everything for nautical blues and crisp whites, making the space feel fresh and cool. Autumn brings warm golds and burgundy, while winter, even in our mild climate, sees her patio dressed in deep greens and cozy blankets. She says it keeps her from ever feeling bored with the space, and guests always comment on how pulled together it looks. For seniors or anyone who prefers light, manageable tasks, textiles are easy to change without heavy lifting. Most outdoor cushion covers are machine washable, and tablecloths or throws can be folded and stored in minutes. Even swapping just 1 or 2 items like the table runner and throw pillows can make a surprising difference. Adding a few small accents to match your fabrics ties everything together. A vase of seasonal flowers, a thrifted lantern in a coordinating color, or even a bowl of fresh fruit can echo the tones of your textiles. This layered approach makes your patio feel intentional and thoughtfully designed, even if the pieces themselves are simple and affordable. Seasonal textiles prove that transformation doesn't have to be permanent or expensive. With just a few changes, your patio can shift from bright and breezy to warm and inviting, keeping pace with the seasons and with your own moods. And each time you make the swap, you'll be reminded that beauty is not always about adding more, but about making the most of what you already have. When you look back at all these ideas, it's clear that a beautiful patio isn't about how much space you have or how much you spend. It's about how you shape it to fit your life. Whether it's a ladder that once held paint cans now blooming with flowers, a thrifted mirror reflecting sunlight, or a small table dressed in seasonal colors, each choice becomes part of your story. These spaces aren't static. They grow and change with you just as the plants do. I've walked through many gardens and patios over the years, from sprawling estates to balconies barely wide enough for a chair. And the ones that have stayed with me the most weren't the grandest, they were the ones where you could feel the care in every detail. Where an old chair became a planter not because it was fashionable, but because it felt right. Where a soft rug and a set of fairy lights turned an ordinary corner into a place for laughter and quiet tea. For those of us who've seen many seasons come and go, there's a deep comfort in knowing we can still create beauty with what we have. We can still choose colors, textures, and scents that make us smile. And perhaps most importantly, we can still invite others into spaces that say, "You're welcome here." So, dear friend, as you step out onto your patio tomorrow morning, whether it's bathed in sunlight or wrapped in evening shade, I hope you see it not just as a place, but as an extension of yourself. A canvas for your creativity, a stage for your memories, and a gentle reminder that beauty often blooms brightest when it's personal. Which of these ideas spoke to you most today? I'd love to know. Until next time, happy gardening, and may your patio always feel like home.